Squatting for a year and a half just to wait for Tang San's first training? This operation is too intense. Mo Lang had almost turned into a stone on the hillside, finally waiting for Tang San to come and train his purple extreme magic eyes. A ding sounded in his mind. Do you want to check in? He was so excited he nearly jumped up. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Ding. Reward. Golden eyes and starry technique. Golden eyes. 1,000-mile vision, X-ray vision. It's simply a divine skill tailor-made for Douluo. Mo Lang instantly imagined. I hope I don't accidentally catch Qianrenshua bathing. Cough, cough. And there's the starry technique, a god-level martial art that can absorb the power of the stars to refine soul power. It sounds exhilarating, but for this check-in, he had deliberately avoided his martial soul awakening last year, making old Jack so angry he trembled. While others were afraid of falling behind by training late, he insisted on waiting for Tang San to awaken together, just for the next check-in. Looking at Tang San's back, Mo Lang muttered, "Little San, let me show you what a real man is." He just wanted to quickly practice the starry technique, but how could he use the golden eyes without soul power? What kind of amazing rewards could he get from the next martial soul awakening? Even more ruthless, he wanted to snatch Xiao Wu away so she wouldn't suffer with Tang San. Beneath the tranquility of Holy Soul Village lay Mo Lang's plan to freeload. Tang San still didn't know he had already been targeted and would be freeloaded all the way. At the next martial soul awakening, would Mo Lang reveal a martial soul even more powerful than blue-silver grass Haotian hammer? What secrets would be unveiled when the golden eyes truly unleashed their power? Just thinking about this plot was thrilling. Clang! The lid of the soup pot shattered, and Mo Lang's heart jumped. Old Jack wouldn't have had an accident, would he? Having just picked mushrooms and chives from the mountain, planning to nourish his body and open a harem, he found no one at home. Just as he was worrying, old Jack returned humming a tune, his hair slicked back and a big smile on his face. "Old Jack, did Widow Wong warn your bed?" Mo Lang teased. "You little brat, your mouth is so sharp." Old Jack pulled out a piece of meat and said mysteriously, "Guess what this is? Dragon meat. It's soul beast meat. Eating it can increase the chance of awakening soul power. Cost me 5 silver soul coins." Old Jack's gaze drifted to the right. Mo Lang instantly tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, his eyes cold as ice. He hated scammers who tricked the elderly. In his past life, he couldn't take action, but in this life, he'd kill one as soon as he saw one. "Where are the people?" Mo Lang. Old Jack suddenly yelled his name. This was the second time he had been so angry. The first time was when he avoided the martial soul awakening last year. Just eat and obediently awaken in 3 months. As long as you become a soul master, they'll call you Grandpa. Old Jack was clearly lying that soul beast meat definitely cost more than 5 silver soul coins. He would rather be deceived than give up that glimmer of hope. Mo Lang looked at old Jack's stern face, and his grip on the kitchen knife tightened even more. Who was the real scammer? Would Mo Lang let them go? The money old Jack spent was probably his life savings, right? More importantly, was that soul beast meat even useful? What martial soul would Mo Lang reveal at the awakening in 3 months? Beneath the tranquility of Holy Soul Village lay the greed of the scammers and old Jack's hopes. Would Mo Lang use this knife to settle accounts with the scammers, or accept this heavy love first? This plot was increasingly heart-wrenching. Hearing his name called by the protagonist, Mo Lang felt extremely comfortable. Being called bro by the main character was just delightful. Tang San rolled his eyes internally. If it weren't for this guy saving his life when he was 3 years old, he wouldn't be calling this guy, who was a year and a half older than him, bro. This guy was constantly trying to get his dad to become sworn brothers so he could call him uncle. It was simply ridiculous. Old Jack cooked the soul beast meat and took Mo Lang to Tang San's house. As soon as Tang Hao saw Mo Lang, he exploded. "Today, if I lose at drinking games, they'll call you bro. Who would drink with a loser like you? I need to train and prepare for my awakening," Mo Lang said with a look of disdain, making the title Douluo furious. 3 months later, Mo Lang practiced the starry technique on the hillside, forcing himself to level 20 with full soul power stronger than Tang San. He narcissistically thought, "Qianrenshua, my little wife, wait for me." On the day of the martial soul awakening, Tang Hao originally wanted to follow, but old Jack shot him a look that scared him away. "I'm going to buy wine to celebrate." In the wooden house, Su Yuntao was about to help Tang San awaken when Mo Lang's system chimed. Ding! Tang San's first martial soul awakening. Do you want to check in? Here it comes. The second check-in. Last time, the golden eye starry technique were already amazing. What would it be this time? Could it be a martial soul even stronger than the Haotian hammer? Tang San's blue silvergrass was about to come out. Would Mo Lang's check-in reward directly crush it? Left hand the golden cudgel, right hand the pango axe. This description was too exaggerated. Could it really be realized? Even more thrilling was that Tang Hao said he was leaving. Could he really trust Mo Lang to take care of Tang San? Would Su Yuntao be so shocked to see two geniuses that he would be dumbfounded? Once the check-in reward came out, the entire Holy Soul village would tremble. This operation was simply rubbing Tang San's protagonist halo into the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Reward: God-level martial soul, the Rui Golden Cudgel, and Chaos-level martial soul, the Pangu Opening Heaven Axe. Mo Lang was completely stunned. This reward was too explosive. A God-level, Chaos-level martial soul. This low-level plane of Douluo couldn't possibly contain it. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't gone for awakening last year. Otherwise, how could he have this good fortune? Su Yuntao helped Tang San awaken his blue silver grass, shaking his head and sighing. Such a pity for the innate full soul power. When it was Mo Lang's turn, he had the system transform the golden cudgel into a silver needle, adjusting his soul power to level 1. Level 1 soul power, low-level martial soul. Su Yuntao left in disappointment. Old Jack, however, clenched his fists. There are no waste martial souls, only waste people. He'll sell my pots and pans to send you to Notting Academy. 3 months later, Mo Lang earned enough tuition in Notting City with his new cooking skills. Carrying a big bag back to the village, that on the way, he suddenly heard a loud noise. Two strong men with soul rings were kneeling down to a little girl. We were wrong. Give us our money back. The little girl was shorter than Mo Lang, but she scared the soul masters into begging for mercy. Mo Lang's eyes lit up. Wasn't that Xiao Wu? Before Tang San even met her, he encountered her first. The system's next check-in point was Tang San apprenticing under Yu Xiaojiang, but now that Xiao Wu appeared early, would it trigger a hidden check-in? Could Mo Lang's silver needle martial soul fool Su Yuntao, but could it fool the people from Notting Academy? When could the golden cudgel and the Pangu axe be revealed? Even more thrilling was how he would snatch Xiao Wu before Tang San. Would this interception succeed? Why was Xiao Wu here? What happened between her and those two strong men? Would Mo Lang's appearance completely change Xiao Wu's fate? At the entrance of Notting Academy lay a plot even more intense than the martial soul awakening. By the way, my name is Xiao Wu, the dance in my name. What's your name? Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and asked, and Mo Lang was overjoyed. Classic opening line. My name is Mo Lang. The wave of my name. He stared at Xiao Wu and suddenly said, you have something on your face. What? A bit cute. Xiao Wu's face instantly turned as red as an apple, and she retorted, you have something on your face. It's the snot you wiped off with your nosebleed. The two returned the money they had scammed from the old man, and Xiao Wu suddenly said, I want to go to Notting Academy too. Shall we go together? Mo Lang almost jumped up. Wasn't this the rhythm of intercepting Tang San? Back in Holy Soul Village, old Jack saw Xiao Wu and scratched his head, saying accommodation might be a bit cramped. Xiao Wu immediately said, I can share a bed with Mo Lang. Mo Lang was stunned. This development was too fast. Xiao Wu had just met him, and she was willing to sleep in the same bed? Was she innocent or intentional? Tang San hadn't appeared yet, and Xiao Wu was already binding herself to him. His protagonist halo might just shatter. What's even more exciting is that when they arrive at Notting Academy, how will Tang San react when he sees Xiao Wu with Mo Lang? If Yu Xiaojiang found out that Mo Lang was hiding the golden cudgel and the opening heaven axe, would he rush to take him as a disciple? The next checkpoint is Tang San accepting a master. Can Mo Lang take the opportunity to snag another wave of godly rewards? What will happen at night when Xiao Wu and Mo Lang share a bed? Will old Jack be so furious with these two kids that he blows his beard and glares? They haven't even entered the gates of Notting Academy, and the chaotic scene is already set. This plot is even more intense than the original. No problem, but I need to go home first because I have a younger brother who also needs to go, and I need to check on my grandpa, Mo Lang said. Can I go home with you? Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment as she nervously asked. Mo Lang's heart skipped a beat. If this were his past life, how could he be single? Of course, they'll show you my cooking skills when we get back. I guarantee ITLL, knock your socks off. At the entrance of Shenghan Village, old Jack and his son John were waiting. When they saw Mo Lang bring back a girl in pink, old Jack's eyes lit up. He brought home a granddaughter-in-law. Old Jack, I'm back. Mo Lang rushed over to pat his waist. Not lost in beauty, right? You little rascal. Old Jack laughed and scolded. Looking at Xiao Wu, who is this? John teased. She must have been tricked here. Mo Lang glared at him. Do you want Mona to know about what happened in the small forest? John immediately shut up. At the dinner table, Mo Lang carved radishes into a phoenix and a white tiger, presenting them more exquisitely than a hotel. Old Jack stared in shock. This kid was hiding too much. Tang Hao and Tang San also arrived. Xiao was too busy eating to notice Tang San. Mo Lang breathed a sigh of relief, but Tang Hao teased, "It's all radishes, are you a rabbit?" Xiao Wu loves to eat, do you know your place? Mo Lang retorted, leaving Tang Hao speechless. In the evening, old Jack said, "Xiao Mo, you share a bed with your cousin. The bed is for Xiao Wu. I can share a bed with Mo Lang." Xiao Wu blurted out. Mo Lang was stunned. Was the plot moving this quickly? Tang San was right beside them, but Xiao Wu only clung to Mo Lang. Was his protagonist halo completely shattered? What's more thrilling is that tomorrow at Nodding Academy, will Tang San talk to Xiao Wu? If Xiao Wu still ignores him, Tang San might start questioning his life. Mo Lang's radish feast conquered Xiao Wu's stomach. Can he conquer her heart too? Tang Hao's gaze towards Mo Lang became increasingly strange. Did he discover something? One bed. Two people who just met. What will happen at night? Will old Jack beat up Mo Lang overnight? They haven't even reached Nodding Academy, and this chaotic scene is already heating up. "Mom, I miss you so much," Xiao Wu suddenly murmured in her sleep, directly touching Mo Lang's heart. At this moment, he remembered that Xiao Wu, like himself, seemed carefree on the surface, but was actually very fragile and sensitive inside. Especially when it came to family, she cherished it deeply. At this moment, Mo Lang finally understood why he had such strong feelings for Xiao Wu. It turned out they were both the same kind of person, orphans. "Xiao Wu, don't worry. With me around, you will never be hurt by anyone." Looking at the tears in the corners of Xiao Wu's eyes, Mo Lang clenched his fists and vowed in his heart. Soon, the day for the starter classes at Nodding Academy arrived. Old Jack insisted on personally taking Mo Lang, Xiao Wu, and Tang San to the school for registration. Mo Lang had no choice but to agree. After all, old Jack had a scene with the gatekeeper behind him. It was precisely because the gatekeeper looked down on people that they encountered Master Yu Xiaojing, which led to Tang San's apprenticeship later on. This was also the timing of his third check-in. However, even if old Jack didn't go, Mo Lang had a way to make Tang San apprentice under Yu Xiaojing. It would just be a bit more troublesome. Since old Jack wanted to go, Mo Lang went along with it. But if that gatekeeper dared to make a move, he wouldn't mind showing him what cruelty meant. Soon, they arrived at the gates of Nodding Academy. "Stop. What do you country bumpkins want? Is this place somewhere you can come to?" The young gatekeeper immediately shouted as he saw Mo Lang and the others' attire. Old Jack quickly took out the proof given by Su Yuntao. After the gatekeeper looked at it, he sneered repeatedly, suspecting the proof was fake, and then said, "Even if this is real, you only have one spot. How come there are three of you? Can I not pay for my own schooling?" Mo Lang could no longer tolerate the doorman's condescending attitude. He took out a few gold soul coins he earned from his job and said, "Here." The doorman looked at the gold soul coins in Mo Lang's hand, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. With a quick turn of his gaze, he immediately turned vicious and said, "I knew my money was missing. Turns out you little brat stole it. You're asking for trouble." The doorman noticed that the clothes of Mo Lang and his companions were all patched up, clearly indicating that they were poor country folk. He thought that if he beat them up and took the money, no one would dare to say anything. "Watch out, Lango!" Seeing the doorman about to strike, Tang San immediately prepared to intervene. However, in the next moment, Mo Lang grabbed the doorman's fist and slapped him across the face with a force of 500 pounds, knocking out the doorman's teeth, which flew out along with blood. The doorman was left dumbfounded. Is this kid born with divine strength? Old Jack and Tang San were also stunned. When did Mo Lang become so fierce? "Kid, if you dare to cause trouble at Nodding Academy, just wait for it." "Shut up." Being slapped in public by a child. How embarrassing. The guard, feeling humiliated and furious, was about to call for help when a hoarse voice interrupted him. The guard was momentarily stunned, surprised that someone dared to tell him to shut up. Just as he was about to curse, he turned around and saw it was Yu Xiaojing, which immediately brought a flattering smile to his face. He bowed and nodded, saying, "Master, you're back?" Yu Xiaojing nodded and then looked at Mo Lang, frowning as he said, "You're so young and yet so ruthless. Who taught you this?" Mo Lang didn't expect Yu Xiaojing to come and teach him a lesson. He immediately spoke up, unhappily. "It's one thing for the security guard to look down on people, but to falsely accuse me of stealing money and even trying to hit me is too much. If it weren't for my strength, an ordinary person would have been beaten up here and had their money taken. A slap would be a light punishment. If it weren't for the reputation of Nodding Academy, I would have crippled that hand. Besides, I'm here to learn skills at the academy, not to be bullied." Mo Lang's words are reasonable and well-founded, neither humble nor servile. And powerful. What a great line. I came here to learn skills, not to be bullied. "Kid, you're quite good. Would you like to be my disciple?" Yu Xiaojing looked at Mo Lang, a satisfied look in his eyes. Now Mo Lang was stunned. "Don't you even look at the proof?" Why would you take me as your disciple? Tang San is your true love. I came here to freeload off Tang San. If you want me to be your disciple, aren't you blocking my path to wealth? Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. Do you understand? I don't need it. I'm Lang. Have the potential to be a title Douluo. What level are you? Wanted me to be your disciple. Mulong glanced at you, Xiao, and his eyes seemed to say, Old man, know your limits. This is not a script for you. As soon as he said this, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Lang in shock. Who is this kid? How can he be so arrogant at such a young age? Even Tang San looked at Lang, who had spoken such shameless words, in disbelief. At that moment, he finally understood why his father could connect with this person. Because every time his father got drunk, he would claim to be a title Douluo. Even a master Yu Xiaojiang wanted to say, after so many years of research, I have never found anyone who can boast more than you. Bang! Before Yu Xiaojiang could say anything, old Jack punched Lang and said, Little brat, what nonsense are you talking? It's an honor for you that the master wants to take you as a disciple. Shouldn't you thank the master? After all, old Jack had lived for so long. From the attitude of the gatekeeper, he could tell that this seemingly somewhat decadent and lazy middle-aged man must have a high status. If Lang could become his disciple, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. However, he was also a bit puzzled. He knew Lang could boast, but he didn't expect him to be so good at it. Especially with so many people watching, he couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. Titled Douluo qualifications? If you could become a soul sage, I'll call you grandpa. Haha, the kid has ambition. Since you're unwilling to be my disciple, I won't force you. But if you change your mind, you can come find me. Yu Xiaojiang laughed heartily. He found this kid very interesting. He then picked up the Spirit Hall certificate from the ground, glanced at it, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he asked, Who among you is Tang San? It's me. Upon hearing the master call his name, Tang San immediately raised his hand. Yu Xiaojing nodded, gave Tang San a meaningful look, and then apologetically said to old Jack, Sir, I apologize on behalf of the Academy for what just happened. This certificate is real. If you're at ease, can I take these kids to register? Chapter 7. Third check-in. I have innate full spirit power of level 20. No need to apologize. No need to apologize. My grandson can't stand seeing me being humiliated. So he acted a bit harshly, but master, I assure you he is definitely a good kid. Old Jack was a bit flattered, but continued to explain for Lang. He then looked at Lang anxiously and said, What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and pay your respects to the master. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Lang looked at old Jack's expression and knew that he had no choice but to accept the apprenticeship. However, he wondered why Yu Xiaojiang wanted to take him as a disciple. Did he also see his twin martial souls? With so many people around, he didn't want to reveal his talent, so he didn't ask further. Instead, he said, If you want me to be your disciple, that's fine. But Tang San is my little brother, so you must take him as your disciple too. Tang San was a bit touched. He didn't expect Lang to take such good care of him. He could tell that the master in front of him must have some skills. As long as he is willing, I have no problem, Yu Xiaojiang said, looking at Lang. He was worried about how to find an excuse to take Tang San, who had twin martial souls, as his disciple. And since you brought it up, it seems we have a fated connection as master and disciple. Even before entering the door, you have already relieved my worries. Truly a good disciple of mine. I have another condition. You have another condition? I'll make the decision for you. From now on, the master is your teacher. So hurry up and call him master. Lang wanted to say something, but old Jack shot a glare at the brat beside him. Then he respectfully said to Yu Xiaojiang, Master, I'm sorry to trouble you with my few grandsons and granddaughters. I'll head back now. If that kid misbehaves, feel free to give him a good beating. He is tough and won't get hurt. Lang was speechless. Is this how you act as a grandfather? Haha, old man, I won't hit the kids. So you can rest assured and go back, said Yu Xiaojiang. Only then did old Jack feel relieved to take his leave. As he was leaving, he took one last reluctant glance at Lang and the others. They're all good kids. I hope you can become powerful soul masters soon. However, years later, old Jack never expected that the three of them not only became powerful soul masters, but also became gods. Let's go. It wasn't until old Jack's figure was out of sight that Yu Xiaojiang spoke up. Lang and the others watched old Jack's departing figure with some reluctance. He really wanted to help old Jack get a room to sleep for the night, but he knew old Jack would rather sleep on the streets than spend that money. So he didn't bring it up. It seemed he had to find a way to make a lot of money quickly to ensure old Jack could live a good life. After all, being a chef in Douluo continent wouldn't earn much money. Besides, since he had already crossed over, How could he be content to just be a chef? But there was no rush for now. The third sign-in was about to begin, and he didn't know what rewards the system would give this time. Before leaving, Yu Xiaojiang scolded the young gatekeeper and warned him to be careful. He then led Mo Lang and the others into the school. Hey, old man, why did you take me as your disciple? You can't be after my good looks, can you? Mo Lang couldn't help but curiously ask when he saw no one around. This question made Xiao Wu laugh. She didn't know why, but she felt happiest being with Mo Lang since she came out. Although it had only been 2 short days. She had eaten many things she had never tried before and heard many cheesy lines that were clearly greasy, but made her heart flutter. The more she got to know Mo Lang, the more she found that he always had some bizarre thoughts. Tang San was not surprised. He had gotten used to it over the years. As long as Mo Lang didn't ask him to call him uncle like his father, he could accept anything. However, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't accept it. He twitched the corners of his mouth, looking at Mo Lang with a mix of amusement and helplessness. He looked so handsome. Yet why did he speak so out of tune? In the words of the villagers from Holy Soul Village, why did such a good child have to have a mouth? He believed Yu Xiaojiang would soon understand this saying. But to prove himself, Yu Xiaojiang said, let's not talk about you for now. Let me talk about Tang San first. Tang San's heart tightened. Could it be that you have taken a liking to me? Yu Xiaojiang took out a certificate and said, based on my investigation and research, you should have a very powerful martial spirit aside from the blue silvergrass. Tang San subtly raised his left wrist and then gradually calmed his gaze, saying, there are exceptions to everything. Why can't I be an exception? That's how it is. Yu Xiaojiang spoke confidently, explaining a lot, leaving Tang San and Xiao Wu stunned. In the end, Tang San nodded and suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times to Yu Xiaojiang, respectfully saying, disciple pays respects to the master. This time, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. Silly boy, you only need to bow to acknowledge your master. Kowtowing is a gesture for kings and parents. Then Tang San quoted the famous saying, once a teacher, forever a father. You should accept my kneeling. Meanwhile, Mo Lang's mind, after 3 months, once again heard the system's voice. Ding! Detected that Tang San has become a disciple for the first time, reaching the sign-in conditions. Do you want to sign in? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Rewards, innate divine strength, divine barrier protection, God-level soul guidance device void ring. And Do Tian 6 Emperor card. As soon as Mo Lang heard this, he was ecstatic. Although he had awakened the Rui Jingu Bang and the Pangu Kaitian axe, he hesitated due to his low strength. He simply couldn't lift the Rui Jingu Bang, which weighed 500 pounds. The Pangu Kaitian axe was even more exaggerated. Mo Lang felt that without reaching the title Douluo level, he couldn't possibly condense it, and it might even require reaching the divine level to use it. Did that mean he really had to split apart the divine realm with the Pangu Kaitian axe? Of course. It was also possible that by continuously signing in and getting stronger, he could use the Pangu Kaitian axe ahead of time. In the early stages, having the Rui Jingu Bang would be enough. In this small Douluo plane, with a divine-level martial soul, he could still walk sideways. The problem was that he didn't have the strength to lift the Rui Jingu Bang, but now that he had signed in and gained innate divine power, it was clear he could use the Rui Jingu Bang to show off. However, Mo Lang hadn't had the chance to see how much strength the innate divine power had increased when Yu Xiaojiang finished dealing with Tang San, and then turned to him and said, now let's talk about you. Seeing this, Mo Lang wasn't in a hurry to look. Instead, he was curious about how Yu Xiaojiang could tell he was different. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Mo Lang's curious face and thought, being so young and possessing such terrifying power, he must have innate full soul power. So he confidently said, based on my speculation, you should also have innate full soul power, right? No, I have innate full soul power at level 20. Chapter 8, Xiaojiang. The road you have to walk is still long. Is that so? I said you have innate full soul power. Wait, what did you just say? You have innate full soul power at level 20. Yu Xiaojiang quickly reacted, looking at Mo Lang with a face full of shock, and asked again for confirmation. Yes, that's right. I indeed have innate full soul power at level 20. Mo Lang has revealed his true self. He is no longer pretending. Now that he possesses innate divine strength and divine protection, he sees no need to hide the fact that he is a genius. Previously, he was merely trying to protect himself, but now that he has the power to do so, why should he continue to play it safe? Who dares to act tough in front of me? I'll smash your head in with one blow. That's how inflated I am. That's how awesome I am. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were all shocked. Innate full soul power, level 20. As long as he finds a soul ring, he could become a great soul master. A hint of surprise flashed in the master's eyes. He knew some things about innate full soul power level 20. It only appears in that place, could it be? While they were still in shock, Mo Lang quickly glanced at the descriptions of innate divine strength, divine protection, and the divine grade soul guide device, the Void Ring. Innate divine strength. The host directly possesses a tremendous strength of 10,000 pounds. Divine protection. Immune to all damage from soul emperors and below, excluding soul emperors. Void Ring. Contains a mustard seed space, capable of holding items from a void. Spirit Hall, level 6 token. Elder token of the Spirit Hall. After reading, it was Mo Lang's turn to be dumbfounded. Innate divine strength. And you only grant 10,000 pounds of power? Isn't this just as good as not being able to wield the Rui golden cudgel? This is even worse than a hammer. However, with 10,000 pounds of strength, even if I can't use the Rui golden cudgel, I 1T be too weak. But this divine protection is excessive. It can only immunize against attacks from soul emperors and below, and it specifically states it does not cover soul emperors. Doesn't this mean that when encountering soul emperors or stronger beings, I still have to play it safe? This is deceiving consumers, because he thought he possessed divine level power and divine level protection, but in reality. Fortunately, no one heard this. Those who did were all his own. Besides, according to the plot development, characters above Soul Emperor level would appear much later, so he still has time to develop. Alright, I get it. You have innate full soul power level 20. That's enough. Xiao was a bit excited just now, but when he thought about how this kid claimed to have the potential to be a title Douluo, he immediately realized. He almost got fooled by this kid, which was quite embarrassing. He had never heard of someone having innate full soul power level 20 before. But honestly, this kid really can brag. I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I'll reluctantly show you. Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Mo Lang had no choice but to demonstrate his soul power. Fortunately, he knew that Xiao was a decent person, so revealing it wouldn't matter. He immediately activated the star technique, and with the overwhelming soul power of the stars, it quickly surrounded him, as if he was draped in a river of stars. Dazzling and magnificent. Wow, wow, wow. Xiao casually glanced at Mo Lang, and upon seeing the rich soul power around him, he immediately exclaimed in shock. Similarly, Xiao Wu and Tang San, witnessing this scene, were also astonished with their mouths agape in an O shape. What kind of soul power is this? Why does your soul power have color? It's still a colorful black? However, the richness of this soul power is indeed unmistakably level 20. Why does your soul power have color? In shock, Xiao couldn't help but curiously ask. Mo Lang was taken aback for a moment, wondering how to explain himself. Suddenly, his mind raced, and he came up with a good idea. He looked at the other person with disdain and said, "You call yourself a master and have some research on martial souls. Yet you only know that martial souls can mutate, but not that soul power can also mutate? Soul power can also mutate? Who told you that?" Xiao was puzzled, especially seeing the look in Mo Lang's eyes, feeling belittled by a child, which made him uncomfortable. "Of course, it's something my master researched," Mo Lang said calmly, without a hint of embarrassment or excitement. After all, boasting doesn't cost anything, and no one can expose him. Besides, the system is his master, right? It was created by your master? Where's your master? He went traveling and told me to come here to study, saying you're not bad, but a bit short-sighted. Soul power, soul rings. And martial souls are far more complicated than you think. After explaining, Mo Lang continued with an air of maturity. "Xiao, you still have a long way to go." Xiao looked at Mo Lang and was speechless. He was nearly 50 years old and was being lectured by a young kid about having a long road ahead. It was quite amusing and frustrating at the same time. Meanwhile, when Xiao Wu looked at Mo Lang, her ruby-like eyes sparkled with admiration. Lang is so impressive. He knows so much. Even Tang San was surprised. Was what Brother Lang told him before true? Does he really have a powerful master? Knowing everything about the heavens and the earth. Fine, since you have a master already, I want to force you to take me as your master. But why didn't you clarify things with your grandfather? Xiao asked. I told them long ago, they all think I'm just bragging like you. Mo Lang shrugged helplessly and said, I didn't bother to show them. You can ask Xiao San. Upon hearing this, Xiao looked at Tang San, who nodded, confirming that Mo Lang was likely not lying. After organizing his emotions, he realized he had found a treasure. However, he also understood the seriousness of the situation. If the Spirit Hall discovered Mo Lang and Tang San's talents, it would definitely cause trouble. So he repeatedly reminded the three not to speak of this matter. After receiving their assurances, Yu Xiao Gang suppressed his excitement and completed the enrollment procedures for the three. When Yu Xiao Gang returned to his room, he suddenly realized he hadn't told that kid his name, but thinking that the kid's teacher sent him here. Maybe the teacher had already told him his name. He didn't pay it much mind. With old Jack not around, Mo Lang didn't feel bad about spending money and helped Tang San and Xiao Wu pay their tuition. Tang San, feeling a bit guilty, said, "Brother Lang, thank you, but I will definitely pay you back." "Payback? You already call me Brother Lang, so I don't care about such a small amount of money." Mo Lang gently patted the back of Tang San's head and said nonchalantly, which deeply moved Tang San, who vowed to repay Mo Lang in the future. Originally, the three of them were supposed to go to the legendary 7th dormitory. According to the plot development, the 4th sign-in point should be at the time when Tang San and Xiao Wu first met. However, since Mo Lang encountered Xiao Wu earlier, the plot progressed significantly, and the system's prompt for the 4th sign-in point changed to when Tang San first obtained his soul ring. Mo Lang felt that since it was like this, there was no need for the three of them to go to the 7th dormitory to join the crowd and suffer. So he paid the tuition for all three of them and arranged for better accommodation. However, what made Mo Lang very curious was whether he should also obtain a soul ring and what year soul ring the system would reward him with. Mo Lang began to feel a bit excited. Soon, the three of them arrived at the 1st grade dormitory. Although they had paid, the amount wasn't much, and their accommodation was only slightly better than that of the work-study students. However, the events that took place in Building 7 also happened in this dormitory. As soon as they entered, they were met with numerous disdainful looks. One of the older boys approached with a group of boys who were half a head shorter than him. He originally wanted to look down on Mo Lang as he spoke, but upon getting closer, he found that this first-year student was actually the same height as him. Although surprised, upon seeing the patched clothes on Mo Lang and Tang San, a look of contempt appeared in his eyes as he said, "Get lost. This is not a place for you work-study students." Chapter 9. Is this allowed? Seeing this scene, Mo Lang was a bit speechless. He had already spent money. Did he really have to go through such a glitch process? "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" The tall boy, seeing that these patched work-study students ignored him, immediately became furious and reached out to slap Mo Lang. These bottom-tier work-study students, with no money or background, were just parasites of society. Getting hit was nothing. However, just as the tall boy made his move, Mo Lang appeared in front of him and lightly flicked the boy's forehead. Bang! With a loud crash, the tall boy flew backward in the astonished eyes of the crowd and smashed into the bed behind him, shattering it to pieces. Mo Lang extended his pinky finger, dug at his ear, and said, "From now on, speak to me softly. I have a bad temper, and when I get angry, I just want to hit people. Do you understand?" "Understood." The others in the dormitory looked at Mo Lang, who had just flicked Wang Hu away with a snap of his fingers, with fear on their faces, and nodded cautiously. They were just kids. How could they have ever seen such a scene? Also, we are not work-study students. We have paid tuition. From today on, I am the boss here, and you will call me Brother Lang. He is your third brother. Do you understand? Understood, Brother Lang. Good. Mo Lang nodded in satisfaction and said to them, "Go help that guy up. I only used less than 10% of my strength. He should be able to handle it." Mo Lang is speaking the truth. He now possesses immense strength, and even just 1/10 of it reaches 1,000 pounds, which is something this child can handle. However, to the other children, it sounds like Mo Lang is bragging, yet they don't dare to call him out on it. Although they are young, they understand a lot. Exposing someone else boasting brings no benefit to themselves and might even lead to a beating. Only a fool would speak out. Even though Tang San already knew about Mo Lang's personality, he couldn't help but feel self-doubt. Am I the one who has crossed over? Or is Mo Lang the one who has crossed over? In the village, he was the king of children, and now in school, he has to be the boss again. He is so skilled that one wonders where he learned it. This is good. He doesn't have to take action himself and can cultivate quietly. But if anyone dares to have murderous intentions towards Mo Lang, he will definitely be the first to charge forward. In this world, besides his father, only old Jack and Mo Lang are his closest people. Xiao Wu can only be considered half of that. Under Mo Lang's inquiry, he learned that the tall boy's name is Wang Hu, and he instinctively wanted to ask about Wang Sheng's relationship with him. However, he ultimately refrained from asking to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. What's going on with you? Fighting in the dormitory right after school starts? Have you gotten too bold? At this moment, a male teacher in his 30s brought in 2 blankets, and upon seeing that one of the beds had collapsed, he couldn't help but say a few words. He then asked, "Which of you is Mo Lang and Tang San?" Mo Lang and Tang San stepped forward. The male teacher said, "My name is Mo Hen. You can call me Teacher Mo Lang. This is the bedding that the master prepared for you." "Thank you, Teacher Mo. You've worked hard." Mo Lang and Tang San took the blankets and politely said thank you. Mo Hen nodded in satisfaction, then reminded them of a few things before leaving. Before leaving, he shot a fierce glare at Wang Hu. "Wang Hu, don't think you can bully others just because you're older, got it? Look how well-behaved they are. And then look at you." After hearing this, Wang Hu felt wronged and just wanted to cry out loud. "Teacher, are you blind? Can't you see the huge bump on my forehead? Who's bullying whom? You didn't TC Mo Lang just now. He looked like he was about to write I am a thug on his face. What are you feeling wronged?" Mo Lang turned to look at Wang Hu, who immediately shook his head. "Not wrong, not wronged. Then why are you clenching your fists? Trying to plot against me? I, wah. After stammering a few words, Wang Hu directly burst into tears, which made Mo Lang feel quite awkward. Finally, Mo Lang grew impatient and glared at Wang Hu. "Shut up. Cry again, and I'll twist your head off." Wang Hu cried even louder. The others, seeing this scene, vowed to keep as far away as possible in the future, absolutely not getting within 10 meters of Mo Lang. Seeing this, Tang San sighed. "Is this how you comfort someone?" He went over and patted Wang Hu's shoulder, saying, "Don't cry, or I'll sew your mouth shut." Wang Hu indeed stopped crying because he saw Tang San actually threading a needle. The others swore again. They definitely wanted to stay away from these two brothers. One threatens to twist heads, and the other talks about sewing mouths shut while actually threading a needle. They're both tough guys. "Lang, I want to sleep with you." Just as Mo Lang was about to make the bed, Xiao Wu bounced in, hugging a blanket. Without saying a word, she spread the blanket on Mo Lang's bed. When the other dorm members saw a cute, pink little girl walk in, they were initially stunned, then broke into happy smiles. However, after hearing what she said and did, their smiles instantly vanished. They felt a bit indignant. This adorable girl actually wanted to share a bed with a ruffian like Mo Lang. It was simply too enviable. Mo Lang didn't expect Xiao Wu to move in and sleep with him, and he was a bit overwhelmed. No matter how much he liked Xiao Wu, just seeing her face made him have no other thoughts. After all, he was 30 years old in total from his two lives. He was afraid that if he continued to sleep like this, he would start seeing her as his own daughter. "Xiao Wu, there are so many people here, and there's a difference between men and women. Isn't it inappropriate for you, a girl, to sleep here?" Mo Lang said somewhat awkwardly. "What's wrong? I don't care about anything. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will rape you? If I wanted to, I could have done it at Grandpa Jack's place." Xiao Wu snorted coldly and said. Mo Lang listened to the familiar dialogue, his mouth twitching. "Look at this. Is this even how a person speaks? I don't care about my dignity. If it weren't for the fact that you're too young, I'd have acted like a beast long ago." Upon seeing this scene, many boys showed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Only Tang San shook his head, feeling a bit emotional. "Women are just troublesome. If you sleep with me at night, how am I supposed to cultivate?" Perhaps because of this, Mo Lang felt completely at ease with Tang San. Because Tang San's heart was colder than his chef master who had killed fish for 20 years. Probably even a woman in black stockings couldn't move him. Besides, you didn't finish telling the story about the 7 men and 1 woman yesterday. How can I sleep? Xiao Wu pouted. Hearing this, the others, who were a bit hungry and wanted to go eat, immediately stopped in their tracks. "If you guys are going to talk about this, we won't be hungry anymore." Even Tang San pretended to casually spread his blanket, but he was actually all ears. 7 men and 1 woman. Is that even possible? Xiao Wu. That's the story of the 7 dwarfs and Snow White. Since you want to hear it, I'll continue telling it tonight. Mo Lang looked at the group of people. Their ears perked up higher than rabbit ears, and couldn't help but sigh. The children in Douluo continent are too mature for their age. It's time to purify them a bit. Chapter 10. This soup is too nourishing. You can't handle it. Lang, I'm so hungry. After making the bed, Xiao Wu's stomach growled, looking at Mo Lang with a pitiful expression. After eating the food Mo Lang made these past 2 days, she thought of him every time she felt hungry. This made Mo Lang very happy. If a girl thinks of you whenever she's hungry, it means she's not far from loving you. So during a date, never take a girl to eat or watch a movie. Because if you take her to too many places, who do you think you are? Instead, take her to some fresh and exciting places like go-karting. The rush of adrenaline will make her mistake it for the feeling of being in love, where you can make her something with your own hands. Let's go. I'll take you to eat. Mo Lang affectionately rubbed Xiao Wu's head. No, I want to eat what you make. Xiao Wu pouted her ruby-like eyes and said in a spoiled tone, No problem. I'll take you to where I work. I'll just introduce you to old D. When I'm not around, you can go there to eat for free. Just keep track of it, and I'll settle the bill when I come back. Mo Lang thought that in a few days, Yu Xiaojing would take Tang San to absorb the first soul ring, and of course, he had to follow along. After all, he had the highest level token, allowing him to enter any soul-hunting forest at will. If anyone asked, he could just say it was given by his master. When the time came for Tang San to absorb the soul ring, he could take the opportunity to sign in. Thinking of this, Mo Lang felt very pleased. Not knowing how many years of soul ring and what kind of soul skills the system would give him, it was really something to look forward to. Brother Lang, you guys go eat. I won't go. I brought some coarse grain cakes from home. Tang San knew that going out to eat would cost money, and he didn't have any on him. He had already used 1 gold soul coin from Mo Lang for registration. If he continued to eat and stay for free, what was the difference between him and a parasite? As a result, Tang San got a slap on the back of his head from Mo Lang, who said assertively, "What are you talking about? Your dad said you have to listen to me in everything. If I say we're going to eat, then we're going. Understand? Besides, you're in a developmental stage. If you keep eating these coarse grain cakes, be careful your little brother 1T grow big. And no girls will like you in the future." Tang San was initially touched, but then had a face full of confusion. "What kind of wolfish words are you saying? Why don't I need girls to like me? I just want to become stronger. Boss, a bowl of tiger whip soup." As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, Tang San immediately ordered a bowl of tiger whip soup. Just because he didn't like girls, didn't mean he didn't care about being small. "Ha, little San. You're so small, and drinking something so nourishing, be careful not to have a nosebleed." Mo Lang couldn't help but laugh at Tang San's proud expression. Indeed, the easiest money to make comes from women's cosmetics and men's nutritional supplements. What woman doesn't want to become beautiful? What man doesn't want to become stronger? I can drink 3 more servings for you to see. Tang San was obviously still very concerned about his own development. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, blushed as she looked at the two. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Mo Lang didn't expose Xiao Wu, the instant understanding emperor, but instead greeted the boss and walked into the kitchen to prepare a sour and spicy fish, tom yum soup, and a plate of vegetables. The few of them ate heartily. When it was time to settle the bill, the boss even tried to keep Mo Lang, saying that if he was short on money, he could come to work at his shop for an extra 3 gold soul coins a month. Mo Lang did not agree immediately, but said he would definitely come when he had time. In his previous life, he worked as a chef to earn money, but in this life, his culinary skills would only be used for the ones he loves. Mo Lang also told the boss that in the future, whenever Xiao Wu and Tang San come to eat, it would all be charged to his account, and he would pay it back. The boss happily agreed, saying no problem, and even offered a 20 discount. He trusted Mo Lang's character. This made Xiao Wu extremely excited. She hugged Mo Lang tightly and exclaimed to Lang, "You are really the best." Even Tang San couldn't help but glance at Mo Lang, thinking that Brother Lang was really impressive. Indeed, having money makes it easy to impress girls. As for himself, he had no idea what he would eat next. It seemed he needed to start working at the blacksmith shop early to avoid being a burden to Brother Lang. "All right, let's go buy a few sets of clothes to avoid being called a work-study student. Although I don't think there's anything wrong with being a work-study student, it would be better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Mo Lang waved his hand and spent 3 gold soul coins on registration. After buying some things and having a meal, he spent 1 more gold soul coin, leaving him with 6 gold soul coins. He originally planned to save 5 for old Jack, but thinking about how the other party would definitely rush to give it back to him if he found out, he didn't secretly place it under old Jack's pillow. Anyway, there are still many days ahead, and when he makes a lot of money, it will be enough for old Jack to live without worries. "Huh, Xiao-san, why are you having a nosebleed? I told you that at your age, 1 bowl is enough. You insisted on drinking 3 bowls. Is this tiger whip soup something you can handle at your age?" Mo Lang turned back to look at Tang San, his nosebleed gushing out. He immediately made him look up, then pinched his nostrils and patted the back of his neck. Tang San quickly operated the Shintian skill to stop the nosebleed. He never expected that the tiger whip soup in this world was even more nourishing than in his previous life. He was careless. Without a doubt, Mo Lang would talk about this for years. Just thinking about it made Tang San's head ache. Why did the good-for-nothing Lang Gu have to open his mouth? He spent a total of 1 gold soul coin on clothes, and Mo Lang bought 3 pieces each for himself and Tang San for 1 silver coin, leaving 9 silver coins for Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu spend money like water, Tang San was even more determined to avoid finding a wife in the future unless she was very wealthy. Mo Lang didn't expect that his accidental action would lead Tang San to have such an idea of relying on a rich woman. On the way back, Tang San suddenly asked Mo Lang a question. "Brother Lang, Why are you able to reach the innate full soul power level of 20 while I can only reach 10? Mo Lang didn't expect Tang San to ask this question. After thinking for a moment, he countered, what do you call me? Brother Lang. Then that's it. Since I'm your brother, if I'm not stronger than you, how can I be your brother? How can I protect you? A brother will never let you die. Tang San looked into Mo Lang's sincere eyes and knew that Mo Lang was speaking from the heart. Tears welled up in his eyes. He felt that Mo Lang cared for him even more than his own father. In the evening, Tang San was called away by Yu Xiaojing. Mo Lang knew that the other party was likely preparing to take Tang San to the soul hunting forest, so he should also get ready and go ahead. Mo Lang took the opportunity to tell Xiao Wu that his master was going to take him to absorb a soul ring while Tang San was away. After hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression dimmed a bit. Are soul rings really that important? Meanwhile, Wang Hu and the others thought to themselves that soul rings were indeed important. Didn't they come here to become stronger? How could they become stronger without soul rings? If it weren't for Mo Lang's pressure, they would have thought Xiao Wu was an idiot. Seeing this, Mo Lang said softly and affectionately, the soul ring is certainly not as important as you. I want to stay by your side forever. But if I don't absorb the soul ring, how can I become stronger? Without strength, how can I protect you? I'm not going to absorb the soul ring to leave you. I'm doing it so that I can always protect you in the future. Listening to Mo Lang's heartfelt confession, Xiao Wu's legs went weak and she fell into Mo Lang's arms, saying in her gentlest voice, then be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. This conversation made Wang Hu and the others understand the reason why they didn't have girlfriends. As a man, hearing Mo Lang's words, they were all deeply moved. When Tang San returned from the master and heard that Mo Lang was also going to the soul hunting forest to absorb a soul ring, a smile appeared on his face as he wanted to go with Mo Lang. However, Mo Lang refused, saying that he needed to go deep into the soul hunting forest, which was quite dangerous. It would be troublesome for his master to take him alone, and he was worried about any accidents that might happen if he brought Tang San and the master along. After hearing this, Tang San felt a bit downcast, not knowing why he felt a sense of dependence on Mo Lang. Early the next morning, Mo Lang disappeared from the dormitory, heading to the soul hunting forest even earlier than Tang San and the master. Chapter 11. What use do I have for this iron rod? Seeking recommendation tickets. Seeking collections. Their SA command, forming a team to hunt power-type soul beasts, still short 3 people. Hurry up and get on. Hunting agility-type soul beasts. 7 people waiting for a command, 10 gold soul coins. As soon as Mo Lang entered the soul hunting forest, he heard the familiar shouts rising and falling, and he felt quite emotional. At this moment, he wore a mask and a long robe, covering himself tightly. After all, the token in his hand was of the highest level, and he didn't want to be recognized. When Mo Lang took out the token, the soldiers were shocked. 6 types of markings. Which big shot is this? Seeing that the other party was covering themselves, it seemed they didn't want to reveal their identity. So the soldier captain didn't ask further. He understood the principle of trouble coming from the mouth. Immediately, he respectfully cleared a path for Mo Lang to pass. It was the first time he had seen a token with 6 types of markings. When he returned to drink, he could boast about it. A bunch of useless people. Have they ever seen a token with 6 types of markings? I have. After passing through the iron fence and slowly walking inside, the noise from outside finally disappeared, and the air was very fresh, with a high concentration of oxygen. However, Mo Lang didn't wander aimlessly. Instead, he found a large tree on the necessary path to rest and practice the star technique. Although he couldn't increase his soul power without a soul ring, he could still break through his realm, and the star technique could enhance his strength. This is also why he was able to possess the strength of 500 gene. Even though he had innate divine strength, every bit counts. In order to wield the Rui Jingu Bang earlier, Mo Lang was still very diligent. Otherwise, what use would this iron rod be to him? However, there were always some oblivious little soul beasts bothering him. So Mo Lang simply stopped practicing and decided to earn some money instead. With his current strength, even without a soul ring, it should still be easy to hunt a few hundred-year-old soul beasts. There were quite a few teams preparing to hunt soul beasts, so he could charge them to help hunt higher-level soul beasts and earn some pocket money. Oh, ISNT that the group that previously formed to hunt power-type soul beasts, just in time to ask them what soul beast they need to hunt and see how much soul coin he could earn. Mo Lang saw a group of people cautiously walking and not far away, so he changed his mask and clothes and jumped down from the tree. Who are they? Mo Lang descended from the sky, startling the group of people who immediately stood at attention, watching him closely. Brothers, don't be nervous. I'm a bounty hunter, specializing in helping people hunt soul beasts. Just pay me a certain amount of soul coins, Mo Lang stated generously, clarifying his intentions. Bounty hunter? I haven't heard of this profession before. You're not a scammer, are you? A strong man leading the group said cautiously. Besides, we already formed a team and have enough confidence to kill the soul beasts we need, so you should look for someone else. Don't be so quick to refuse, Mo Lang replied. I see that your strength is only enough to hunt soul beasts under 100 years old. How about this? I'll find a soul beast over 100 years old and injure it first, then throw it to you for the kill. After you absorb the soul ring, you can give me the soul coins. What do you think? Hearing Mo Lang's sincerity, many people were tempted. After all, the difference between a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring was immense. With a stronger soul ring, they could become stronger themselves. But we can't afford the price of a 100-year soul ring. If you could lower the price a bit, I might consider it, the team leader said. Exactly. A 100-year soul beast costs 100 gold soul coins. If you're willing to do it for 80 gold soul coins, I'd be willing to hire you. Someone else chimed in. After all, many high-level soul masters rarely wanted to lead teams. Now that they encountered someone powerful willing to lead, they were willing to pay, as they could get better soul rings without risking their lives. Who would want that? All right, since I'm free anyway, earning some pocket money isn't bad. Mo Lang thought. 7 people at 80 gold soul coins, each would net him over 500 gold soul coins, which was much better than being a cook. Wait, to hunt a 100-year soul beast, you must at least be at the peak level of a great soul master. What level of soul master are you? We need to know. The strong man remained cautious. That's my secret. You just need to tell me what kind of soul beast you need. And then wait for me here. Mo Lang shot the strong man a glance under his mask, thinking, you talk too much. That one do. What if you're scamming us? Wouldn't we be wasting our time? The strong man said. Mo Lang let out a sigh and said, since that's the case, you all better brace yourselves. Immediately, he raised his fist and slammed it down onto the ground. With a deafening roar, an immense force of 10,000 pounds shook the forest, causing the earth to crack open with fissures that spread toward the burly men. The surrounding flowers, grass, and trees toppled in all directions, nearly crashing down on the group. It took a while for everything to calm down. Mo Lang looked at the group of people who were covered in dust and shock, clapped his hands and said, so, do you still have doubts? Seeing Mo Lang, who had caused such a commotion, acting as if nothing had happened and not even using his soul power. Some people who had nearly been crushed by the tree looked at him with a face full of grievance. We just wanted to see your soul ring, not to have you kill us. No more doubts. No more doubts. We will wait for you here. The burly man quickly nodded, fearing that the other party might throw another punch and send him away. In that case, tell me what soul beast you need and give me half a day. I'll bring them to you if I encounter them. Mo Lang expected that Tang San and the master would be half a day slower than himself. So in order to save time, he wrote down all the soul beasts that everyone needed on paper. Master, we're not in a hurry. Take your time. We'll wait for you here. The strong man wanted to show his thoughtfulness. Little did he know, Mo Lang turned around and glanced at the strong man. What? Do you not believe in my strength? His posture seemed ready to throw another punch. No, master, take your time. The strong man immediately shook his head vigorously. A few hours later, Mo Lang appeared behind the group, carrying a few half-dead soul beasts. Everyone showed surprised expressions and then found the soul beast they needed to deliver the final blow. Since some of the beasts were 200 or even 300 years old, many people didn't say much and were instead delighted. In their view, the higher the age, the more it increased their strength, and with the same 20 discount, they felt they were making a great profit. Mo Lang made nearly 1,800 gold soul coins this time and put them all into his own void realm. By the way, did you see an old man with a little boy come in? Mo Lang asked as he was leaving. Yes, they just left half an hour ago. I even recommended you to them, master, but they said they didn't need it and just walked away, the strong man replied respectfully. Mo Lang nodded, indicating that he understood. Before leaving, Mo Lang bought some snake repellent powder from them because he had forgotten to bring it when he arrived. As a result, the strong man directly gave him a few bottles as a thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Mo Lang chased after Tang San's direction. His 4th sign-in reward was about to arrive. Chapter 12, 4th sign-in, The Mischievous 4 Monkeys Gift Pack. Following along, Mo Lang quickly found Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, but he didn't get too close, fearing they would discover him. He planned to appear only when it was time for his sign-in to receive the reward. Otherwise, if they asked him about his soul ring, how would Mo Lang respond? Fortunately, Mo Lang was cautious enough. After following them for a day, Tang San and the others finally encountered the mandala snake. Watching Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang fight, Mo Lang really wanted to jump in and end it with a punch, allowing Tang San to absorb his first soul ring quickly so he could sign in. However, if he didn't reveal his martial soul and soul ring, it would be hard to explain if he injured the mandala snake with a punch. Besides, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San wouldn't die, so he didn't need to worry unnecessarily. Finally, after Tang San's efforts, the mandala snake was defeated. Under Master S explanation, Tang San began to absorb his first soul ring. At that moment, Mo Lang's mind once again echoed with the system's voice. Detected that Tang San has absorbed his first soul ring, reaching sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in? Yes. Filled with anticipation, Mo Lang nodded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward. Mischievous 4 Monkeys gift pack. The host only has level 20 soul power, randomly obtaining the 10,000 year soul ring of the Lingming Stone Monkey and the 10,000 year soul ring of the CHCMHU. Upon hearing this reward, Mo Lang was stunned on the spot. Then he was overjoyed. The people of Douluo continent didn't know what the mischievous 4 monkeys were, but as a transmigrator, he certainly knew which 4 monkeys they were. According to the records in Journey to the West, there are 4 great spiritual monkeys known as the mischievous 4 monkeys. The first is the Lingming Stone Monkey, who can transform, discern the times, know the advantages of the land, and move stars and change constellations. The second is the 6-eared macaque, who is good at listening, can perceive reason, knows the past and present, and understands all things. The third is the Tombi gibbon, who can take the sun and moon, shrink mountains, discern good and bad, and manipulate the universe. The fourth is the CHCMHU, who understands yin and yang, is adept in human affairs, can enter and exit freely, and prolong life. These 4 monkeys do not fit into the 10 categories and do not reach the names of the 2 realms. Among them, the Lingming Stone Monkey is one of the main characters in Journey to the West, the Monkey King. He is also the current master of the Golden Cudgel. And the CHCMHU is also one of the mischievous 4 monkeys. It is said to be knowledgeable in yin and yang and adept at controlling water, to the point where even the water god Gong would not dare to claim superiority in water control. This is enough to demonstrate the power of these 2 soul rings. However, it is unclear whether the abilities attached to these soul rings are all of their abilities or just one of them. If it's all of their abilities, Mo Lang might directly rush to the Spirit Hall and snatch Qian Rinxue to make her his little wife. More importantly, due to his current inadequate strength, he cannot obtain all the soul rings from the mischievous 4 monkeys gift pack. But this means he doesn't have to wait for Tang San to obtain his next soul ring to sign in for advancement. This also means that as his level increases, he'll be able to obtain all the soul rings from the mischievous 4 monkeys. What other soul rings will appear afterward? While filled with anticipation, Mo Lang also felt puzzled about where his Pango axe was. System, why not reward me with 100,000 or 1,000,000 year soul ring? Seeing that the system did not respond, Mo Lang had to give up. He might have to wait until Tang San first gives the Hao Ian Hammer a soul ring before his Pango axe would be worthy of having a soul ring. Besides, he couldn't even use the Pango axe, so having a soul ring wouldn't help him show off. The good news is that he now possessed 2 10,000 year soul rings, greatly enhancing his strength and physical attributes. He should be able to use his martial soul now, right? But first, let us see what abilities he inherited from these 2 great monkeys. Lingming Stone Monkey Soul Ring. Attached soul ring skill transformation, capable of creating clones, possessing 50 of strength. Current number of clones, 2. Strength and quantity increase with the host strength. CHCMHU Soul Ring. Attached skill mutual warmth. Able to sense danger and detect treasures. Range, 20 miles, increases with level. Seeing these 2 abilities, Mo Lang was once again stunned. Although he didn't inherit all the abilities, these 2 abilities were exactly what he wanted. The clone ability goes without saying. With it, he could work 3 jobs. Wait, with it, 1 clone could accompany his main wife, Xiao Wu. Another could be with his little wife, Qian Rinxue. And the third, should he consider getting another girl? No. How could he do that? Once he becomes stronger and the number of clones increases, 1 clone wouldn't be enough. But Ning Rongrong is a spoiled young lady. He wouldn't have time to serve her. Zhu Zhuqing is nice, but too cold. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong is Qian Rinxue's mother, and their timelines don't match. Otherwise, Bibi Dong's figure and looks are really stunning. Then Mo Lang suddenly thought of someone, Hulaina, who also looked pretty good, and more importantly, had a fox martial soul. Every smile and frown was quite alluring. But it's too early to think about these things. He is only 8 years old, and it's pointless to think about it. More importantly, the strength of the clones can increase with his strength, meaning the stronger he gets, the stronger his clones will be. But 1T that mean he 1T have to lift a finger later? Just pull a leg hair? When he becomes stronger and sees Tang Hao, he'll tell him, my leg hair is stronger than you. Just thinking about it feels great. As for why pull leg hair, too much plucking hair on his head will lead to baldness. The CHEMHU's ability is even more incredible. Being able to sense danger and avoid misfortune is simply a godly skill for dungeon runs. He'll know where the dangerous places are and where the treasures are. How will others play? Although the range is only 20 kilometers, as his strength increases, this range will expand, making it very comfortable. Therefore, Mo Lang is very satisfied with these two skills. Master, is Tang San really one of you? Watching Tang San finish absorbing his soul ring, Mo Lang pretended to run over from a distance. Tang San was still cultivating, and Yu Xiaojang had just finished tying a cloth around his right arm. When he saw someone coming, he was about to ask Luo Sanpao to move his butt, but upon realizing it was Mo Lang, he immediately sighed in relief. Why are you here? Did you absorb the soul ring? Yu Xiaojang knew that Mo Lang had been brought by his master to absorb a soul ring. But he didn't expect him to finish so quickly and find them. Yes, I absorbed a long time ago. Then I came over to find you. I heard there was some fighting here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to really be you. Mo Lang had already thought of an excuse. What about your teacher? Yu Xiaojang looked behind Mo Lang and noticed there was no one else around, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. After all, he was very curious about Mo Lang's teacher, who could even cause soul power mutations. More importantly, he had been poisoned. If he hadn't been rescued soon, his life would have been in danger, and Mo Lang clearly wouldn't be able to detoxify him. My teacher helped me absorb the soul ring and then left. He is very busy. Mo Lang casually found an excuse and brushed it off. I haven't even met my master, and you want to see him? That's truly unfortunate. There was a hint of disappointment in Yu Xiaojang's eyes, but he still asked with some hope. Did your master teach you about detoxification? What a coincidence. Mo Lang shook his head. I don't know how. Yu Xiaojang, do you think you're funny? Chapter 13. I didn't expect your growth to be this significant. What is your soul ring? Can I take a look? Yu Xiaojang suppressed his urge to let Luo Sanpao blow Mo Lang away and curiously asked. As for letting Mo Lang take him away and leaving Tang San alone here, he wasn't at ease. It was better to have Mo Lang stay here. He could still hold on. After all, Tang San was his lifelong hope. If he died, he couldn't let anything happen to Tang San. Don't worry, you 1T die. Xiao San could detoxify you. Once he wakes up, he'll help you with that. As for my martial soul, it's better if you don't look at it right now. Your situation isn't suitable for that. Mo Lang was afraid that once his 10,000-year soul ring was revealed, Yu Xiaojang would directly collapse. After all, as an invincible theoretical existence, he spent most of his life researching soul rings and only discovered that the highest limit for the first soul ring was 423 years, and the highest limit for the second soul ring was only 764 years. If he saw that both his first and second soul rings were 10,000-year soul rings, he would probably break down on the spot. It was like a group of highly educated individuals discussing whether a drop of water falling from a great height could kill someone. Suddenly, a janitor passing by, looking puzzled, said, "Haven't you ever been caught in the rain?" This instantly made all the high achievers question their own lives. After studying for 30 years, none of them were as impressive as a janitor. What a joke. Not suitable for viewing? What does that mean? Who do you look down on? Yu Xiaojang's temper flared up, and he pointed at Tang San, saying, "Do you see this? This is a 400-year soul ring, the highest limit for the first soul ring. Even if you're strong, you can't possibly have a 10,000-year soul ring, right?" Mo Lang turned to look at Yu Xiaojang. "Are you a great prophet?" "I really am a 10,000-year soul ring." Mo Lang knew that he had to show it anyway, so he might as well be straightforward. He had already thought of how to explain it. "My master said that my mutated soul power is just that amazing." Thus, 2 pitch-black soul rings appeared around Mo Lang. When the first black soul ring emerged, a scene appeared. A towering stone monkey with golden eyes, holding a huge stick, was roaring at the sky. When the second black soul ring appeared, another scene emerged. A giant monkey with a huge head and 1 black and 1 white eye, resembling yin and yang, was also stirring the waters of the Milky Way with a massive stick. Clearly, these 2 soul rings had significant origins. However, Yu Xiaojang frowned, wondering why he had never seen these 2 monkey soul beasts before. Although they resembled the Titan giant ape clan, they were not quite the same. Wait a minute, Looking at the glossy black soul rings, Yu Xiaojing suddenly realized, damn, these are two 10,000-year soul rings. How is that possible? How could this kid have 10,000-year soul rings as his first and second soul rings? Could it be that all his previous research was in vain? Yu Xiaojing couldn't believe his eyes, but the fact was happening right in front of him, forcing him to accept it. Yu Xiaojing was on the verge of breaking down. He glanced at Tang San, who was absorbing a 100-year soul ring. If Tang San knew that Mo Lang had directly absorbed 10,000-year soul rings while he only had a 100-year soul ring, how would he view himself? Thinking of this, Yu Xiaojing wanted to undo the bandage on his right arm and just die from poison. Master, don't be excited, don't be excited. This is all due to my mutated soul power. Your research is still correct. Seeing the desire to live vanish from Yu Xiaojing's eyes, Mo Lang quickly explained, I'm just exceptionally talented. Moreover, I said that my title Douluo potential, starting with 10,000-year soul rings, is nothing to be surprised about. So calm down. Tang, since still needs your guidance. Hearing Mo Lang's explanation, Yu Xiaojing's eyes regained their sparkle. He grabbed Mo Lang's hand and said, I knew it. My research can't be wrong. Yes, otherwise my master wouldn't have said you were quite good. Mo Lang quickly praised Yu Xiaojing. If Yu Xiaojing died like this, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Tang San, and he always felt like he indirectly killed the other party. He would not take the blame for that. By the way, what is your martial spirit? Logically, with your innate full martial spirit at level 20, your martial spirit should be very powerful. With nothing better to do, Yu Xiaojing became curious again, since he wouldn't die anytime soon. Hearing Yu Xiaojing's question, Mo Lang thought that with the feedback from his 10,000-year martial spirit, he should be able to wield the Rui Jingu Bang now. With a flip of his left hand, a silver needle-like martial spirit suddenly appeared in the center of Mo Lang's palm. Yu Xiaojing began to doubt his life again. Since when could a silver needle have innate, full soul power at level 20? Could it be that this kid also had dual martial spirits? This is not a silver needle. My master calls it the Rui Jingu Bang. It can change size and is a top-tier power-type weapon martial spirit. Mo Lang pushed everything onto his virtual master. After all, he said it existed, so believe it or not. Tui Jingu Bang. It can change size. Yu Xiaojing's expression became somewhat strange. This name had some weight. However, this is a top-tier power-type weapon martial spirit. How come you had never heard of it? You haven't heard of it, right? That's normal. My master said it might be a divine artifact that fell from the divine realm, transformed into my weapon soul. Mo Lang said proudly on purpose. Yu Xiaojing looked at Mo Lang's smug expression and almost wanted to say, I also have a treasure that can change size. Who do you look down on? But thinking of his master's identity, he couldn't bring himself to say it. I want to see how this needle can change size. The master didn't believe that there was a martial spirit capable of changing form. Since that's the case, I'll show you. But be careful. I'm afraid it might hurt you. Mo Lang had never tried using the Rui Jingu Bang. Hey, I'm a great soul master. Afraid of being pricked by your silver needle? Seeing Mo Lang looking down on him again, Yu Xiaojing said defiantly, in that case, if I hurt you, I won't take responsibility. Mo Lang saw that Yu Xiaojing was not listening to advice and felt helpless. He could only be more careful. After all, it was also his bride's first time in the wedding sedan chair. He first condensed the Rui Jingu Bang golden hooked rod in his hand, and then imitating Sun Wukong from the television, he shouted, Big Bang. The Rui Jingu Bang suddenly grew larger, and since Yu Xiaojing was too close, he didn't react in time and was directly knocked away by the rod. Stop. Seeing the Rui Jingu Bang continuing to grow larger and thicker, Mo Lang realized that if this continued, Yu Xiaojing might really get killed by his own mistake. He hurriedly called for it to stop. Fortunately, although its shape had enlarged, the weight remained the same. Mo Lang quickly retracted the Rui Jingu Bang and then went to check if Yu Xiaojing was still alive. Thankfully, he only sustained some internal injuries. Mo Lang carefully carried Yu Xiaojing back again. Observing the master's expression as he seemed to want to scold himself but didn't know how to start, Mo Lang said, somewhat aggrieved, Master, I told you to stay away, but you didn't believe me. I can't help it. Yu Xiaojing, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, looked at Mo Lang helplessly. I didn't expect your powers to become so great, almost sending me away. Chapter 14. If you keep asking like this, do you believe you'll die? The boy. What is your martial soul skill? Enduring the pain, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but curiously ask Mo Lang. However, this time, his eyes clearly showed strong vigilance. If this kid said it was dangerous again, he definitely wouldn't take it lightly. Otherwise, he feared he would be played to death by this kid before he even got poisoned. Looking at Yu Xiaojing, who was still bleeding from the corner of his mouth, Mo Lang couldn't help but say, Master, you're like this, you should talk less. Isn't it better to wait until Tang San absorbs the soul ring and clears the poison from your body to live well? Yu Xiaojiang was silent for a moment. But when he thought about how both of Mo Lang's soul rings were 10,000-year soul rings, something that broke his understanding, he, as a scholar, was curious. The reason he was so curious was because of the scene with the two giant monkeys when Mo Lang's soul rings appeared, which made him itch with desire. So he couldn't help but speak up, "Stop dragging it out. If you don't say it, I'll feel even worse holding it in." "Fine, since you want to know, I'll tell you." Seeing how persistent the other party was, Mo Lang thought it was nothing to do anyway, so he decided to showcase his real skills. "Watch carefully and learn well." Mo Lang bent down to roll up his pant legs, and just as he was about to pluck his leg hair, he realized he was only under 8 years old and had some childish leg hair. Fortunately, he was still young and didn't have to worry about a receding hairline or baldness. So, Mo Lang carefully pulled out a hair from his head and then activated his soul power to blow on it. With the activation of his soul power, the hair split into two with a bang. Immediately, two identical copies of Mo Lang appeared beside him. However, as these two clones appeared, Mo Lang clearly felt his soul power depleting continuously. He estimated that his current total soul power could only sustain the two clones for about half an hour. So, he focused his mind and made one of them disappear, and indeed, the rate of soul power depletion slowed down by half. It seemed that with one clone, he could maintain it for an hour. If his strength increased, would he be able to maintain the clones for a longer time? However, Mo Lang quickly negated this hypothesis, because as his strength increased, it was true that his soul power became stronger, but the strength of the clones would also increase. So it was very likely that the time would remain constant. In other words, regardless of his level, he could maintain one clone for 1 hour. This meant that if he reached the title of a Douluo with 10 clones out, he could only maintain them for 6 minutes. But that was enough. If his clones could reach 100% of his strength, 6 minutes would be enough to crush any title Douluo. Not to mention that his first spirit ring was a 10,000-year spirit ring, providing him with a boost in overall strength that was completely unmatched by an ordinary soul master. For example, with Yu Xiaojiang, he now felt he could easily crush him. Thinking of this, Mo Lang couldn't help but glance sideways at him. "Humph, you little weakling. Are you scolding me, kid?" Yu Xiaojiang, who had been shocked by Mo Lang's soul skill, was immediately provoked by Mo Lang's gaze. "No way, how is that possible?" Mo Lang retracted his gaze and hurriedly denied it. It wasn't that he was cowardly. He was just afraid that Yu Xiaojiang would be infuriated to death by him. After all, Yu Xiaojiang was famously sensitive. He would rather suffer than lose face. How much strength can your clone possess? How many clones can you currently produce? And how long can one sustain? Yu Xiaojiang didn't want to dwell on whether Mo Lang despised him, but was curious about the strength of the other S clones. "Currently, I have 50% of my strength, with 2 clones. One clone can last for an hour, but with 2, the time is halved. However, my teacher said that the strength and number of clones can increase with the enhancement of strength, but the duration will not change." Mo Lang had nothing to hide from the other party. He had already shown the 10,000-year spirit ring, so why would he fear being betrayed? It was only natural, as the increase in the number and strength of clones would also require a corresponding increase in soul power, according to the law of conservation of soul power. Yu Xiaojing nodded, feeling quite touched that Mo Lang was honest with him. This indicated that Mo Lang trusted him and showed that he wasn't afraid of being exposed. Clearly, his teacher was not only theoretically knowledgeable, but also possessed unfathomable strength. After all, being able to seriously injure rather than kill 2 10,000-year soul beasts so quickly demonstrated that his teacher was much stronger than the 10,000-year soul beasts. However, even if the other party didn't have a formidable master, he wouldn't betray him. The existence of Tang San was already enough to help him achieve his dreams. And since Tang San listened to Mo Lang, he wouldn't dig his own grave. The stronger Mo Lang becomes, the safer it is for Tang San if he doesn't grow up. From the moment Mo Lang obtained the soul ring and dared to come here, it's clear that the other party cares a lot about Tang San's safety. However, Tang San's talent is also quite good. Why did the other party's master only accept Mo Lang and not Tang San? The master raised his own doubts. When Mo Lang saw Yu Xiaojiang raise this question, he actually already had a prepared response. He feigned mystery and said, "You'll know soon enough." Seeing that Mo Lang didn't want to say more, Yu Xiaojiang tactfully refrained from pressing further. He couldn't help but feel that sometimes Mo Lang really resembled a cunning adult. Yet his whimsical nature was very much like that of a child. He remembered Mo Lang's second 10,000-year spirit ring and then asked, "What is the skill of your second spirit ring? Can I take a look?" Mo Lang nodded, and said, "The skill of my second soul ring is not an offensive skill, but rather a passive skill that allows me to avoid danger and sense treasures. However, the range in front of me is only 20 kilometers. But as my strength increases, this range will also expand." Wow, I originally thought Mo Lang's first soul ring was already abnormal, but I didn't expect this second skill to be even more outrageous. Sensing danger is already quite abnormal. And now he can also sense treasures. This is simply a great help for exploration. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze towards Mo Lang completely changed. If we take him along for treasure hunting in the future, wouldn't it be like finding something for free? With this in mind, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but curiously ask, "Can you sense if there is any danger or treasure nearby?" Mo Lang shot a glance at the now pale-faced Yu Xiaojing, thinking, "Is this old man treating himself like a treasure-hunting rat?" He then said irritably, "I haven't sensed any treasure, but I know if you keep asking like this, you'll end up dead, believe it or not." Just as he finished speaking, Yu Xiaojing fainted. This startled Mo Lang. This isn't just avoiding misfortune. It's practically speaking curses into existence. He felt Yu Xiaojing's pulse and was relieved to find there was still a breath. Whether he could hold on until Tang San woke up depended on his own fortune. After all, the other party was poisoned, and there were so many issues. Chapter 15. Just promoted to Great Soul Master, and now about to be promoted to Soul Respect? When Tang San woke up and saw that Master was poisoned, he immediately helped him detoxify. However, Yu Xiaojiang still didn't regain consciousness. Mo Lang speculated that this might be related to how his Rui Jingu Bang had injured the other S internal organs, requiring a good period of recovery. Of course, he didn't mention this, since it was Yu Xiaojiang who insisted on checking his own treasure, and no amount of persuasion could stop him. After helping the master deal with the toxins, Tang Xin glanced at Mo Lang and tentatively asked, "Brother Lang, aren't you curious why I know so much?" Mo Lang shook his head and said casually, "What's there to be curious about? Everyone has their own secrets. It's no big deal. I only know that you're my brother. As long as I'm here, I won't let you die, no matter what." Seeing Tang San's touched expression, Mo Lang couldn't help but pat his head, thinking to himself, "If you die, how am I supposed to freeload off you?" He then said, "All right, real men bleed but don't cry. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, if we delay any longer, the master's condition will only worsen." Mo Lang said as he carried the master out of the soul-hunting forest. The next day, on the carriage, after taking the medicine, the master slowly woke up under Tang San's care. Upon realizing he was not dead, he felt a wave of relief. After all, it was not easy to find such a good student like Tang San. He couldn't just die easily. He had to prove through his actions that even if he was a waste, the disciples he taught would definitely be outstanding. Seeing the master awake, Tang San finally relaxed. Although he had only spent a few days with the master, the care he received was no less than what he had from Langu and his father. This made him feel a long-lost sense of family. "By the way, Langu, I haven't shown you my soul ring yet." Tang San proudly displayed his 100-year yellow soul ring, like a child bragging about his achievements to his parents. Mo Lang looked blandly at Tang San's soul ring, observing the other's expectant gaze for praise. He reluctantly nodded and said, "Not bad." It wasn't that he intentionally wanted to undermine Tang San. Rather, after obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring, he felt that other soul rings beneath 10,000 years seemed like trash. Being able to compliment Tang San with a "not bad" was already showing consideration for the fact that he had taken advantage of him and didn't want to hurt his self-esteem. "Brother Lang, this is a 400-year-old mandala snake." Tang San, seeing Mo Lang's indifferent expression, thought he didn't realize the power of his soul ring and couldn't help but explain. The master said this is the maximum age limit for a soul ring that a soul master can absorb as their first soul ring. Seeing Tang San's expression, the master knew what he wanted to say and was just about to stop him, but Tang San had already revealed his research findings. His old face couldn't help but flush red as he awkwardly smiled at Mo Lang. If it weren't for the lingering pain in his chest, he would have thought he was dreaming. Both the first and second soul rings were 10,000-year soul rings. One had to admit that Mo Lang's talent was a bit too frightening. "I know, so that's why I said you're not bad." Mo Lang didn't want to reveal his eternal soul ring to strike at Tang San. After all, the latter was still young, and he was afraid that Tang San couldn't handle the gap between them and might have his will shattered. "Just not bad? Then I want to see how powerful your soul ring is." Tang San was clearly unhappy with Mo Lang's vague compliment and wanted to see what Mo Lang's soul ring was like. Sigh, he let out a breath. Mo Lang looked at Tang San, who could never calm down in front of him. He knew that if he didn't make the other party give up, they would definitely keep bothering him. With no other choice, he had to show his 10,000-year spirit ring. Brother Lang, it's fine. 10,000-year spirit ring. Seeing Mo Lang's helpless sigh, Tang San thought the other party was just concerned about face, so he intentionally downplayed his own martial soul as just okay. Just as he was about to comfort him, he saw two glowing black 10,000-year spirit rings appear around Mo Lang. He was completely stunned. Wasn't it said that the absorption limit for the first spirit ring is 423 years and for the second spirit ring is 764 years? How come both of yours are 10,000-year spirit rings? Could it be that the master is a fraud? Thinking this, Tang San turned to look at the master. I regarded you as a father and respected you, but you treat me like a grandson and deceive me? Xiao San, listen to the teacher's explanation. This is all because of a Lang's soul power mutation, which causes him to absorb soul rings in a more abnormal way than ordinary people. Seeing the look in Tang San's eyes, the master knew the other party was about to break down and immediately explained. After speaking, he also looked at Mo Lang. You kid better explain this to me, or I really won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the sea. The master is right. The reason I can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring is indeed because of the mutation in my soul power. Mo Lang nodded. Because he would still need the master to explain later. After all, this was something he had made up. If the master provided an explanation, it would be convincing enough. After hearing the explanations from the master and Mo Lang, although Tang San wasn't as upset as before, he couldn't be happy anymore. He finally understood why Mo Lang had so reluctantly said a word of praise. It turned out that the first and second soul rings of the other party were both 10,000-year soul rings. The fool was actually me. All right, don't be so discouraged. Don't you still have a second martial soul? When your strength becomes great, you can also give it a 10,000-year soul ring. Mo Lang was worried about dampening Tang San's enthusiasm, so he didn't follow the plot and couldn't help but reveal a spoiler. What does this mean? As soon as Tang San heard that his second martial soul could have a 10,000-year first soul ring, he immediately asked curiously. Mo Lang glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, meaning that it was time for him to speak. Yu Xiaojiang originally wanted to wait a bit longer to tell Tang San about the secret of the twin martial souls. But since Mo Lang had already mentioned it, he sighed and said, I was going to tell you about the secret of twin martial souls later. But since Xiao Lang has brought it up, I might as well tell you now. In my lifetime, I have seen 3 people with twin martial souls. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Mo Lang again, feeling that the latter must have an even more powerful martial soul. Then, the master explained the mystery of twin martial souls. Finally, Yu Xiaojiang said solemnly, so before you have a certain level of self-protection ability, you must not let others know the secret of your twin martial souls. Understand? I see. Tang San nodded, realizing that his talent was quite good. By the way, Brother Lang, what level of soul power are you at now? Tang San was also curious about how much of a boost Mo Lang had gained after absorbing the 2 10,000-year soul rings. Hearing this question, Yu Xiaojiang also looked at Mo Lang with great curiosity. With the enhancement of 2 10,000-year soul rings, this kid's soul power must have improved by leaps and bounds. Mo Lang was a bit curious upon hearing this, as he hadn't checked himself. So he activated the Starry Sky technique to feel it out. To his astonishment, he found himself suddenly at level 28 as a Great Soul Master. Does this mean he would be obtaining his 3rd soul ring and advancing to Soul Zone? Thinking of this, he looked at Tang San, who was full of curiosity with a troubled expression. Tang San, seeing that familiar look in his eyes, suddenly became understanding and said with a hint of disappointment, I get it, I won't ask anymore. Seeing this, Mo Lang smiled and patted Tang San's shoulder. All right, you're not bad. Keep up the good work. Then Mo Lang fell silent, looking forward to the next sign-in time. However, he was puzzled when the system prompted that the next sign-in location was actually the time when Tang San first went to the blacksmith shop. Could it be that the reward for the 4th sign-in was related to blacksmithing? Chapter 16, Good Sister-in-Law. Seeking recommendations. Seeking collections. Complete free. The small forest behind Nodding Academy. Anyone familiar with this location knows it's a good place, especially in college. You can always see and hear what you want to see and hear here. However, Nodding Academy is just a beginner soul master academy, although some of them are precocious. Such things still don't happen. Little girl, you can still regret it now. Of course, I wouldn't mind having an extra rabbit pet. Your martial soul should be a rabbit, right? As soon as Mo Lang arrived, he heard the arrogant and overbearing voice of Xiao Wu. As someone who had watched Douluo 3 times, Mo Lang could remember most of the supporting characters, and he certainly had an impression of this Xiao Wu, Xiao Qinyu. After all, he was considered a minor boss in the early stages. However, Mo Lang didn't expect that even after moving out of the student dormitory, This kind of plot would still happen. But that wasn't important, daring to let the lowly he raised be your pet. It's safe to say you've made a terrible choice, kid. You little brat, it's not too late to kneel and apologize now. But if you choose not to, I'll make sure you leave here horizontally today. Just as Xiao Wu was about to speak, Mo Lang's voice, though not loud, was clear enough for everyone present to hear. The crowd turned around in surprise, searching for the owner of the voice, curious about who had the guts to say such arrogant words to Xiao Lauda. Lang, you finally came back. Xiao Wu recognized the voice immediately. Although Xian spent much time with Mo Lang, his voice, filled with a wicked charm, was very distinctive. Sure enough, when she turned around, she saw Mo Lang's devilishly handsome face. Here, this is a gift for you, a cake I made myself, so I came back a bit late, Mo Lang said, nodding. His originally indifferent expression softened into a gentle one as he looked at Xiao Wu, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box in his hand. Wow, I missed your cakes so much. Xiao Wu, who had been puffing up her cheeks in anger towards Xiao Qinyu, instantly smiled like a crescent moon when she saw Mo Lang and the exquisite gift box in his hands. Hey, I say, aren't you all underestimating me a bit too much? But before Xiao Wu could open the gift box, Xiao Qinyu, with a gloomy expression, walked over. His cold gaze fixed on Mo Lang as he sneered. And who did you just call a little brat? You don't want to stay in this school anymore, do you? I'll give you 3 seconds. Either kneel and apologize as I said before, or I'll make you lie in bed for 3 months. Mo Lang also sneered. If it weren't for the fact that the other party didn't have murderous intent, he would have already taught him a lesson. Although he was indifferent, he wasn't a killer. Ha ha. I've never seen. Xiao Qinyu laughed, but before he could finish, his previously contemptuous gaze turned to one of horror. Because Mo Lang, who had been 10 meters away, suddenly appeared right in front of him in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the latter's fist seemed to grow larger in his eyes, and a terrifying soul power surged toward him like a raging tide. Under this thick soul power, he felt as fragile as a leaf floating on a stormy sea. He couldn't even muster the strength to resist or flee, only able to watch helplessly as he was engulfed by the overwhelming soul power. Just as he instinctively closed his eyes, waiting for death, he suddenly realized that the terrifying soul power had vanished. When he curiously opened his eyes, he found that the pale and delicate fist was less than an inch from his forehead, and the terrifying pressure had disappeared. At this moment, he noticed that his back was already drenched in sweat. Get lost. Before Xiao Qinyu could feel relieved, Mo Lang's cold voice sounded again, and he flicked Xiao Qinyu's forehead hard. Bang! Xiao Qinyu felt as if his forehead had been struck by a hammer, the immense force causing his vision to go black. And he lost consciousness, flying backward. When his subordinates tried to catch him, they found they couldn't withstand the force, and they all fell over. Hiss! The crowd of onlookers gasped in shock, staring at Mo Lang with fear. The opponent looked like he was only about 8 years old, likely a third-grade student at most. To flick Xiao Qinyu away with just one finger was already impressive, but the fact that he could send his subordinates flying as well made them wonder what kind of freak this kid was. Just how powerful is Brother Lang's true strength? Given that his finger alone is this strong? Tang San, who had come with Mo Lang, looked at him in shock. He had originally wanted to ask Brother Lang for training, but thinking of Brother Lang's temperament, he quickly suppressed that thought. If you don't seek trouble, you want to get into trouble. He decided to focus on his own cultivation and strive to catch up with Brother Lang. Mo Lang completely disregarded the gazes around him and, with an imposing demeanor, looked at the group of people behind Xiao Qinyu and said, "From today onwards, I'm the boss of this academy, understood?" Under Mo Lang's oppressive gaze, the people around immediately shouted in unison that they understood, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at him. In this world, only the strong have a voice. Wait, what about me? After being amazed by Mo Lang's strength, Xiao Wu rushed over, surprised, and asked this question. Mo Lang looked at Xiao Wu's appearance and couldn't help but pat her little head. Then he looked at the people around and said again, "From now on, Xiao Wu is your big sister-in-law. Understand?" Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. "Hello, big sister-in-law." Only one voice sounded a bit out of place. Mo Lang turned to see that the sensible little brother was Wang Hu. He immediately took out a gold soul coin and threw it to him, giving him an appreciative look. This young man is talented. Annoying. Although Xiao Wu was quite mature, hearing so many people call her big sister-in-law made her fair little face turn rosy red, and she shot Mo Lang a charming glance. She's indeed a little enchantress. Looking at Xiao Wu, who hadn't fully grown yet, but was already so alluring, one could only imagine how she would be when she grew up. She would definitely not lose to Bai Bai Dong. The only regret was that she had crossed over too late, otherwise. Bai Bai Dong would have had to take her down herself. However, it was fortunate that Qian Rinxue was not inferior to Bai Bai Dong, so there was no need for him to dwell too much on this matter. The next day, Tang Sen excitedly ran up to Mo Lang and took out a gold soul coin, saying he had gone to the Spirit Hall in the morning to register his identity as a soul master and received a soul coin, wanting to invite Mo Lang and Xiao Wu to a meal. Mo Lang looked at Tang San's expectant little eyes and didn't refuse. More importantly, he knew that after Tang San registered as a soul master, he would have to go work at the blacksmith shop, which was a location for his fourth sign-in. He was also very curious about what this sign-in would yield. Chapter 17, Fifth Sign-In, Tang San's 100-fold critical soul coins. The 99 returns to one hammer technique. Brother Lang, your talent is so impressive. Why don't you go test it at the Spirit Hall? With your strength as a great soul master, you could earn 10 gold soul coins a month. On the way to eat, Tang San quietly asked Mo Lang out of curiosity. Mo Lang glanced at Tang San, not hiding anything, and said with a deep gaze, "It's precisely because I have great talent that I need to be more low-key before I grow up. A tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind. This world is not as simple as you imagine." Listening to Mo Lang's words, Tang San realized that Mo Lang was far from being as simple as he thought. After all, how could an 8-year-old child say such things? However, just as the other party had said before, everyone has their own secrets. He just needed to remember that if it weren't for the other party, he would have long been dead in the belly of that poisonous snake. A life-saving grace deserves to be repaid with one's life. From Mo Lang's words, Tang San became more vigilant. Before he fully understood this world, he needed to arm himself as much as possible. After dinner, he planned to work at the blacksmith shop and then create Tang Sek's hidden weapons to increase his self-protection capabilities. After dinner, when Tang San went to pay the bill, he found that Mo Lang had already settled it. Just as he wanted to say something, Mo Lang slapped his head and silenced him with a glance. After they were full, Xiao Wu wanted to go shopping, but Tang San said he needed to go to the blacksmith shop to work. Mo Lang naturally wouldn't stop him. After all, he was going to sign in too. However, before that, he instructed Tang San to change back into his original clothes. As Tang San was about to ask why, he saw his simple school uniform and immediately understood, then found a corner to change back into his original outfit. Upon hearing that Tang San was going to work, Xiao Wu curiously wanted to follow along, so the three of them went to the blacksmith shop together. "Little kids, what are you doing here? If you're here to buy something, you should get your parents to come. It's very dangerous here, so get out." As soon as the three appeared in the blacksmith shop, a loud voice rang out, and then a burly man with his upper body bear came out, looking at the three with a concerned expression. This man was Shi San, the owner of the blacksmith shop. "Hello, uncle. I'm here to ask if you need an apprentice." Tang San's tender voice sounded. Although he was young, he had already become a soul master, and even the clamor of the blacksmith shop, all the blacksmiths could clearly hear him. Upon hearing this, many blacksmiths put down their work and curiously looked at the little boy who was only 5 or 6 years old. Blacksmithing is considered one of the lowest professions, requiring strength and skill, and, generally, few children choose to apprentice in this field. After Tang San explained himself, Shi San finally agreed to let him be an apprentice in his shop. At the same time, Mo Lang's mind recalled that familiar voice, detected that Tang San is working for the first time, meeting the sign-in conditions. "Would you like to sign in?" Without any hesitation, Mo Lang, already prepared, clicked confirm out of curiosity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Rewards: Tang San's 100-fold critical soul coins. 9-to-1 hammer method. Tang San's 100-fold critical soul coins. 9-to-1 hammer method. Seeing these two rewards, Mo Lang was filled with excitement and opened the system description. Tang San's 100-fold critical soul coins. The host can receive a 100-fold soul coin income from all of Tang San's sources of income. 9-to-1 hammer method. The top hammer method. Without equal, 9 hammers return as 1. A divine weapon becomes. Proficiency 0-10. After reading these two descriptions, Mo Lang couldn't remain calm at all. This is going to be a full-on free ride from Tang San. Signing in for free is one thing, but now he could also get a 100-fold free ride on all of Tang San's income. This is simply too awesome. It's important to note that the soul coins Tang San would earn from collaborating with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to sell hidden weapons would amount to 5 million soul coins. If he could get a 100-fold free ride, his net worth would instantly reach 500 million. Mo Lang seemed to see the rolling soul coins beckoning to him. Even if Tang San currently only had 1 silver coin in the blacksmith shop for a month, with his 100-fold boost, he could obtain 100 gold soul coins. Not to mention Tang Sen also received a subsidy of 1 gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall every month, which would yield 110 gold soul coins without doing anything under the 100-fold critical hit. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about earning soul coins at all. He could just take advantage of Tang San. At the same time, he could improve the living conditions of old Jack's family. As for the 9-9 return to 1 hammer method, that was even more impressive. The 9 hammers returned to 1 artifact. This was a divine artifact. In the first work of divine artifacts on the Douluo continent, there were only 4 super divine artifacts in total. Among them were the super divine artifact Triton Trident of the level 1 God Sea God, the super divine artifact Azura, Sword of the Supreme God, the solar sacred sword of the level 1 God Angel God, and the Rakshasa scythe of the level 1 God Rakshasa God. This is enough to show the rarity of divine artifacts. Even the Rui Jingu Bang is only a god-level weapon, and besides, who would despise having too many divine artifacts once they learn this 9-9 return to 1 hammer method? System, what does that proficiency mean? Mo Lang noticed another bracket after the 9-9 return to 1 hammer method, which contained proficiency and couldn't help but ask the system. When a host is able to forge 10 god-level weapons, the 9-9 return to 1 hammer method will automatically upgrade, allowing the forging of super artifacts. The system explained. I see. Mo Lang understood that on the Douluo continent, divine tools are divided into ordinary divine tools and super divine tools. For example, Qianrichua's Sun Holy Sword is just a divine tool, while the Shura Sword is a super divine tool, and the power of the two is vastly different. The Shura Sword is recognized as the number 1 super divine tool in Douluo. Given this, he realized he needed to familiarize himself with the 9-9 returns to 1 hammer method in this blacksmith shop to lay the foundation for forging divine tools in the future. Mo Lang thought for a moment and already had a plan in mind. His current strength was definitely sufficient in Nodding City, but in the entire Douluo continent, he was just a beginner. Fortunately, he now had a few years of development time, during which he could train while improving his proficiency in the 9-9 returns to 1 hammer method. Is this the chaotic wind hammer method? The strongest continuous forging technique in forging? Shursen looked at Tang San with surprise. Chaotic wind hammer method? What is that? Tang San asked in confusion. Shursen then explained the power of the chaotic wind hammer method. Hearing this, Tang San recalled the image of his dispirited father. Could it be that his father was an outstanding blacksmith? All right, your salary is the same as everyone else's, 1 silver coin a month. If business is good, commissions will be calculated separately. Shursen was clearly happy, not expecting to stumble upon a treasure. Wait, I also want to be an apprentice. At this moment, Mo Lang couldn't help but interject. Chapter 18. The 9-9 returns to 1 hammer method shows its power. Mo Lang achieves unity of man and hammer. You, kid, stop messing around. This isn't a place for rich kids like you. If you want to pick up girls, go somewhere else to avoid hurting your delicate skin. I can't afford to pay for that. Seeing Mo Lang, who was dressed like a rich young master, and the girl standing beside him, Shursen frowned, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes, clearly regarding Mo Lang as a rich kid out to pick up girls. Haha, right? I bet you can't even lift a forging hammer, yet you want to show off your strength in front of the girl. Don't embarrass yourself. Hurry back home. The other blacksmiths in the shop couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Mo Lang didn't speak. Instead, he squinted his eyes, picked up the forging hammer that Tang San had just used, and swung it down hard onto the iron block that Tang San had just forged. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed, shaking everyone to their core. Even Mo Lang felt pain in his palm from the impact. He hadn't expected the 9-9 return hammer technique to be so powerful. It's worth noting that under the transformation of the star power, his physical condition was far superior to before. Even the blacksmiths might not have better physiques than him, yet this seemingly simple strike consumed so much energy. However, only Mo Lang understood that at that moment, every muscle in his body was exerting force, and his arm was like a tail being swung out. A single thread could move the whole body. If Mo Lang hadn't restrained his strength, a full-force strike could have caused the blacksmith shop to collapse. Crack! Just as everyone was astonished by Mo Lang's strength, the forging hammer in his hand suddenly made a cracking sound. Clatter! Immediately, under the gaze of everyone, several cracks appeared in the forging hammer, and then it instantly shattered into a pile of scrap iron that fell to the ground. At the same time, the piece of raw iron on the forging table was exposed to everyone's view. Originally the size of 2 fists, that piece of raw iron, under Mo Lang's strike, was directly flattened into a disc. It is well known that forging raw iron is not about having more strength. It requires a certain level of skill. Otherwise, the raw iron would crack, and turn to scrap. Indeed, even if one mastered the god-level forging technique, without the corresponding proficiency, it would be impossible to forge a good weapon. Looking at the dense cracks on the iron disc, Mo Lang muttered to himself, further solidifying his intention to study at the blacksmith shop. The people around were completely dumbfounded, standing by like wooden chickens. Who is this child? How can his strength be so terrifying? A single strike could flatten a piece of raw iron into a disc and even shatter a forging hammer that could withstand 3,000 pounds of force. My God, am I dreaming? Ouch. Why are you pinching my thigh? I want to see if I'm dreaming. Get lost. Sure San, watching the scene, was wide-eyed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. After realizing it wasn't an illusion, he swallowed hard, looking at Mo Lang as if he were a monster. Boss, how's my strength? If you're not satisfied, I can hit again, but if I use my full strength and your shop collapses, I'm not responsible. Looking at Tang San, who was stunned by his display, Mo Lang clapped his hands, rubbed his cracked palm, tilted his head, and said with a teasing smile, No. I admit your strength is great, but forging isn't just about strength. Of course, I know that forging isn't just about strength. I'm just telling you I can handle the hammer. If you don't believe I can forge, give me another piece of raw iron, and I'll show you. Before Sure San could refuse, Mo Lang waved his hand. He realized he had been careless. If he controlled his strength properly and combined it with the 9-9 return hammer technique, he believed that he could achieve the same effect as Tang San's strike in maybe 3 blows, or even better. All right, I want to see what other skills you have. Sure San, intrigued by Mo Lang's words, felt his curiosity piqued. More importantly, if this kid could also forge, then he would have struck gold today. With 2 skilled blacksmiths joining, the shop's output would rise, and wouldn't he be the one making money? Xiao San, help me pull the bellows. Lango will show you a thing or two. Watching Sure San bring over a piece of raw iron the size of a human head, Mo Lang rolled up his sleeves and said to Tang San beside him, Alricht, Lang Yi. Tang San, very curious, looked at Mo Lang. He had never heard that Mo Lang could forge and had never seen him do it. When he heard Mo Lang call him, he immediately walked over to pull the bellows. Almost ready, Mo Lang watched as the pig iron glowed red from the heat and immediately picked up a new forging hammer. At the same time, he activated his golden eye, and the piece of red-hot pig iron before him suddenly resembled a woman stripped of her clothes, with the impurities laid bare under the golden eye, clearly visible. With the enhancement of the 9-9 return to 1 hammer technique, Mo Lang knew exactly how much force to use and where the hammer should strike. If it didn't T-act now, when would he? Bang! Mo Lang raised the forging hammer in his hand, and suddenly he seemed to merge with the hammer, striking down fiercely on the piece of pig iron without hesitation, producing a deafening sound. With the first strike, the pig iron instantly became smoother and rounder, its size visibly reduced, and most importantly, the rough side seemed to have flipped over on its own, waiting for Mo Lang's favor. Increase the temperature. Before the crowd could react in surprise, Mo Lang quickly said, and Tang San, upon hearing this, pulled the bellows with even more effort. In an instant, Mo Lang's second strike came down with a howling sound. Clang! With the second strike, the sound of the hammer colliding with the heated pig iron rang out again, sparks flying everywhere, making it intimidating to behold. Everyone in the blacksmith shop, including Tang San and Xiao Wu, stared at the glowing piece of pig iron, shocked to discover that just with 2 simple strikes, the pig iron had shrunk noticeably. Another one. Everyone thought Mo Lang would stop, but he did not, clearly wanting to see how many strikes he could make. Or rather, he wanted to see what the pig iron would become after his 9 strikes united as one. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 more strikes, Mo Lang became increasingly proficient, his entire being blending with the hammer, each becoming part of the other. If Tang San's chaotic hammer technique earlier had animated the hammer in his hands, then at this moment, to the onlookers, Mo Lang and the forging hammer were indistinguishable. He had reached a state of unity between man and hammer. Chapter 19. 9 strikes unite as one, forged to perfection. My goodness, did I see that correctly? This kid has actually reached the level of unity between man and hammer that only a master blacksmith can achieve. This is truly the unity of man and hammer. Pull one hair and the whole body moves. With each strike, all the muscles in his body exerted force. What kind of forging technique is this? It's terrifying. All the blacksmiths were stunned by Mo Lang's successive strikes, as even Tang San's chaotic hammer technique seemed trivial in comparison. They looked at the figure continuously wielding the forging hammer, and a question arose in their minds. Who exactly is this kid? Tang San, with admiration in his eyes, looked at Mo Lang. As a member of the Tang sect, he certainly understood what the unity of man and hammer represented. It meant that Mo Lang had reached the pinnacle of the blacksmithing profession. He had originally thought that the chaotic hammer technique his father taught him was impressive. But after seeing Mo Lang's technique, he felt that the chaotic hammer technique was nothing. For some reason, he felt that the longer he stayed with Mo Lang, the less he could see through him. He seemed like a mysterious person, as if there was nothing he couldn't do. Xiao Wu also gazed at Mo Lang with her gem-like black eyes, filled with stars. Although she wasn't interested in the exhausting and dirty work of blacksmithing, witnessing Mo Lang's impressive strikes made her heart race, as if he was not forging iron but her very heart, causing it to flutter. At that moment, she didn't know what it meant to like someone, but she understood that after tasting the first meal Mo Lang prepared, she could never leave him. Especially in the days when Mo Lang wasn't around, she felt unsatisfied with whatever she ate, no matter how delicious it was, as if something was missing. Upon seeing Mo Lang, she realized that what was missing was his eternally gentle smile. So when she saw the blacksmiths praising Mo Lang, she felt happier than if they were praising her. As Mo Lang brought down his ninth strike, the piece of pig iron on the anvil had already shrunk by half. The impurities inside had long been expelled under Mo Lang's precise forging, either turning into sparks or melting away in the furnace. Under this perfect and exquisite hammer technique, Mo Lang seemed to enter a mysterious state, especially when the ninth strike came down. A feeling arose in his heart. The 9 strikes unite as one technique. Though the first 9 strikes were important, the core lay in this final strike. 9 strikes unite as one, forged to perfection. Huh! Mo Lang shouted loudly. The experience from the previous 9 strikes had long been etched in his mind, and the force was now under his control, increasing tenfold in the final strike. This strike was not just about increasing power. The previous 9 strikes had already forged those hard-to-remove impurities together, and this strike was meant to completely refine them out. The 10th strike came crashing down. Bang! A deafening sound of hammering echoed, and everyone instinctively covered their ears, equally focused and staring at the figure that had come to a stop. They want to know what kind of purity that piece of pig iron could achieve under this incredible forging technique. Refined iron. It actually turned into refined iron. Tang San, who was operating the bellows, couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Mo Lang put down the forging hammer. What was once a large piece of pig iron had transformed under these 10 strikes into a piece of refined iron the size of a fist. It was truly refined iron. My goodness, how long has it been? A piece of pig iron could actually be refined into a piece of refined iron. This is simply a divine skill. Just thinking about how we were still mocking this kid earlier makes me feel utterly embarrassed, wanting to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Well, we can't be blamed. Who would have thought that a boy under 10 years old would possess such advanced forging skills? Exactly, being this impressive and still coming over to be an apprentice. Pretending to be weak and then surprising everyone. There's no need to bully people like this. The blacksmiths nearby were all dumbfounded, discussing among themselves and simultaneously condemning Mo Lang as shameless behavior of pretending to be weak. However, with this display, Mo Lang had successfully gained the recognition and respect of all the blacksmiths. It's important to note that even the owner of the blacksmith shop, San, would take at least 10 days to half a month to forge a piece of pig iron into refined iron. After all, refining iron becomes increasingly difficult as the process continues. Boss, do you think I now qualify to be an apprentice here? Mo Lang didn't expect that the 9-9 return to one hammer technique could refine a piece of raw iron into fine iron in such a short time. It was simply miraculous. If he could find higher grade materials, crafting a divine weapon would indeed be a piece of cake. However, he knew that with higher grade materials, the required strength would also be greater. To forge a divine weapon, his current strength was definitely far from enough. Even if he could create a divine weapon, it wouldn't be something he could use with his current abilities, especially since he couldn't even control the Rui Jingu Bang very well. Thinking of this, Mo Lang clenched his fists. He was still too weak after all. If Yu Xiaojing knew what Mo Lang was thinking at that moment, he would probably curse. You little brat, at just 8 years old, you're already a great soul master and about to become a soul elder. You're weak? What the hell? Little brother, don't even talk about being an apprentice. I, as your boss, would be willing to work for you. When San saw Mo Lang asking him a question, he immediately became excited and said, Mo Lang knew what the other party meant. They definitely thought he was just here to pass the time. So he said seriously, I'm not joking. You can count the wages on Tang San's head and just give it to him, but the cast iron must be sufficient. Mo Lang knew that if he did not reach the state of unity with the hammer, it would be impossible for him to deliver the final blow. More importantly, He needed to use pig iron to improve his blacksmithing skills, to avoid wasting good materials due to his own mistakes in the future. Moreover, when using the 9-9 return to 1 hammering technique, he could clearly feel that he was gaining better control over his strength. If this continued, he would learn to achieve the greatest effect with the least amount of effort, which was exactly what he wanted. Additionally, all his wages were counted under Tang San's name, and then the system would reward him with a 100-fold critical hit, which was just too comfortable. No problem. Looking at Mo Lang's serious expression, San had many doubts but did not ask further. How could he reject such a skilled blacksmith coming to his forge? It would be foolish not to earn money. Lang Gu, I have enough money. You could just keep what you earn for yourself, Tang San said. Touched that Mo Lang wanted to count his wages under his name, but quickly refused. You don't need to worry about this. Just focus on making money and studying well. Mo Lang would not allow Tang San to refuse, speaking in a tone like an elder. After all, when you make money, it's me making money too, and it's a 100-fold critical hit. Chapter 20. The Third Soul Ring, the Six-Eared Macaque, listening to all things. That night, in Mo Lang's dormitory, Xiao Wu, you bought a quilt. Why are you still crawling into mine? Mo Lang, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt a soft, fragrant body burrowing into his blanket, even wrapping around him like an octopus, waking him up immediately. You sleep like this at home. What are you afraid of? Xiao Wu, like a little rogue, hugged Mo Lang tightly. For some reason, sleeping while hugging Mo Lang made her feel very secure, and he had a pleasant scent that made her feel at ease. Xiao Wu couldn't hide it, causing the other dormitory members who were originally asleep to wake up one by one, pricking up their ears and hiding under their blankets to listen. As for Tang San, who was sleeping nearby, he couldn't help but sigh at the precocity of children in this world while admiring Mo Lang's skills. So young, and he can do that. Beast. Feeling the warm, delicate body in his arms, Mo Lang couldn't help but feel flustered, but upon seeing that little lowly face, he immediately snapped back to reality, silently chanting a phrase of guilt in his heart. She's still a child, and I'm still a child. I can't go too far. Lang, I can't sleep. I want to go out for a walk, Xiao Wu said while lying in Mo Lang's arms, suddenly feeling a bit homesick. All right, let us go outside to look at the stars and the moon. By the way, I'll show you a treasure, Mo Lang said. Noticing Xiao Wu's slightly melancholic expression, realizing she must be missing home. How could such a small girl be alone outside and not miss home? Treasure? What treasure? After Mo Lang mentioned it, Xiao Wu became curious, and the others in the dormitory also showed interest. It can change size, and its length can vary. Mo Lang described his Rui Jingubang. As for the Pango axe, he couldn't summon it for now, so mentioning it would be useless. Ugh, it's still so small. How can you look at that kind of thing? After hearing Mo Lang's description, Xiao Wu's fair little face immediately turned bright red, covering her eyes in embarrassment. The others widened their eyes under the blankets, surprised by Mo Lang's boldness. I have that treasure too. Mo Lang looked at Xiao Wu, the corners of his mouth twitching. It seemed he had still underestimated Xiao Wu's knowledge. What are you thinking? I was talking about my martial soul. Mo Lang teased Xiao Wu with a grin. Ah, Xiao Wu blushed even more at the smile on Mo Lang's face, then pouted and said, what I was thinking was your martial soul. You were the one who misunderstood. Ha. Seeing Xiao Wu like this, Mo Lang decided not to tease her any further and pulled her outside. Half a year later, on the back mountain of Nodding Academy, Mo Lang sat cross-legged, facing the stars. Under the influence of the star technique, an immense power of the stars, invisible to ordinary people, surged wildly into Mo Lang's body. It had been half a year since Mo Lang received the Chaos 4 Monkey gift pack, and after 6 months of cultivation, his soul power had reached the peak of level 29. Today was the day Mo Lang would break through to Soul Master. Puff! The sound of a bottleneck being broken echoed within Mo Lang's body, and the previously calm star power began to spin wildly. Mo Lang's entire being seemed to transform into a black hole, wildly devouring the power of the stars from all directions. In an instant, a massive vortex of star power formed in the sky above Mo Lang, flowing into his body and transforming into soul power. If Yu Xiaojiang were here, he would definitely know that Mo Lang had reached the level of Soul Master, replenishing the soul power he needed. After all, the amount of soul power required for each major breakthrough is vastly different. After a long time, Mo Lang opened his eyes, revealing a pair of dazzling orbs that sparkled like stars, bright and clear, as if the stars were flowing, making it difficult for others to look directly at them. Ding! Immediately, 3 soul rings emitting black light appeared behind Mo Lang in quick succession. The first 2 were familiar to everyone: the Spirit Stone Monkey Soul Ring and the red but Monkey Soul Ring. As for the third one, it was the 10,000-year soul ring he obtained today upon stepping into the Soul Sage realm from the Chaos 4 Monkeys gift package. To his surprise, the third soul ring turned out to be the good listening sound of the 6-eared macaque. After hearing the system prompt, Mo Lang took a look at the introduction of his 3 soul rings and their accompanying soul skills. As everyone knows, the 6-eared macaque has 6 ears and possesses the attribute of keen hearing, which means it can hear even the faintest sounds, often referred to as 1,000-mile ears. This means that within 1,000 miles centered around Mo Lang, he can hear any rustle or movement clearly. Of course, he can also voluntarily filter out unnecessary noise. Otherwise, with all the sounds flooding his mind, he would probably feel overwhelmed. With the addition of the third soul ring, Mo Lang's strength has reached the level of a 32nd rank soul master. At this rate, it will likely take him another 2 years to advance to the rank of soul sect. If it weren't for his insufficient strength, he would have already gone to find the ice and fire yin-yang eye of the poison Douluo to collect all the rare treasures inside. Well, let's not think about that for now and try out the effect of the 1,000-mile ear. Mo Lang revealed his soul ring, and his ears immediately felt as if they could hear the sounds of all things. Suddenly, various sounds were amplified in Mo Lang's ears. Fortunately, he was well prepared and filtered out some unnecessary noises, preventing himself from being overwhelmed by the cacophony. Under Mo Lang's control, he could clearly hear the sound of ants crawling from 1,000 miles away. Coupled with his golden eye, it was simply like having a powerful second sight. Now he didn't have to worry about being ambushed. All assassin stealth seemed ineffective in his eyes, especially with the fortune-telling skill of the red-haired monkey. He could confidently fight if he could win, and if not, he could run away, ensuring his safety. There was still some time before the 5th sign-in point and when Tang San first joined Shrek Academy. Before that, he wanted to see if he could reach the strength of a soul master or even a soul king. Mo Lang retracted his soul ring. Thinking about the 5-year wait until the next sign-in, he felt no frustration. After all, the story of Douluo continent was just beginning after joining Shrek Academy, and there was enough time for him to develop before that. Just like that, half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and the first semester of Mo Lang and his 2 companions at Nodding Academy came to an end. The 3 of them also prepared to return to Holy Soul Village to visit Old Jack. Although Old Jack occasionally came to see Mo Lang, Tang Hao had never come even once, and Mo Lang missed his father very much. Mo Lang didn't tell Tang San anything about his father because there was no need. He couldn't help with Tang Hao's matters at the moment. Shenghan Village. Boss, this is the village. I've heard that the village head has mysteriously become wealthy, with at least tens of thousands of gold soul coins at home. 3 middle-aged men with soul power fluctuations looked at Old Jack's newly renovated big house, their eyes revealing a greedy expression. Chapter 21. Old Jack is in trouble. Tang Hao reveals his identity. Over the past year, Mo Lang's income from the system's 100-fold critical hits has raised his worth to tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Since Tang San receives 12 gold soul coins as a soul master subsidy each year, with the system's 100-fold critical hits, Mo Lang has accumulated 200 gold soul coins. Additionally, his contribution to forging fine iron is also credited to Tang San, which means that over the year, Tang San earned more than 300 gold soul coins, and Mo Lang made over 30,000 gold soul coins alongside him, after setting aside 10,000 gold soul coins for daily expenses. Mo Lang gave the remaining 20,000 gold soul coins to Old Jack. Initially shocked by where Mo Lang got so much money, Old Jack smiled with relief after Mo Lang explained, realizing he had not misjudged him. However, he refused to take the money, saying that Mo Lang's intention was enough. But Mo Lang insisted, if you don't keep this money, I'll spend it all in a year. You can help me keep it, so when the time comes to marry, at least I'll have some money, right? Hearing this, Old Jack, knowing Mo Lang well, quickly accepted the 20,000 soul coins. Then he went back to renovate the house in a grand manner to prevent Mo Lang from being looked down upon by others. However, one time, Old Jack got drunk and accidentally let slip about this matter. This gossip spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100, reaching the ears of a group of evil soul masters. This group was the same one that had previously sold soul beast meat. Having learned that Tang San was now a soul master, they specifically brought their boss over to intimidate him. Although most of the money would go to their leader, even a bit of the 20,000 gold soul coins would cover several years of expenses for them. With that in mind, why wait? Let's just go over there. If the other party is sensible, we'll spare their lives. If not, the leader of this group is named Tu Yang, the boss of the Soul Beast Meat Gang near Nodding City, and he's a level 15 Soul Master. However, he is naturally greedy and has turned to the path of evil Soul Masters. What they didn't know was that Mo Lang, nearly 100 miles away, heard their conversation clearly. Yes, today was also the day Mo Lang returned to the village. For some reason, when he woke up today, his right eyelid kept twitching, and he felt a heaviness in his heart. He immediately used his second soul skill, Good Fortune and Avoid Misfortune, and sensed that there was danger in the direction of Holy Soul Village, although it wasn't very strong. He quickly realized that old Jack might be in danger today, so he rushed to Holy Soul Village with Xiao Wu and Tang San. Meanwhile, since the range of his golden eye was not as good as that of his listening ear, he used his third soul skill to listen for movements around Holy Soul Village. Immediately, he heard someone taking an interest in the 2,000 gold soul coins he had given old Jack. He didn't expect that his good intentions would lead to trouble. Although 20,000 gold soul coins weren't much, in a small place like Nodding City, it was considered a fortune, and it was only a matter of time before someone took notice. Fortunately, he could avoid misfortune, but Holy Soul Village was nearly 100 miles from Nodding City, and it would take him half an hour to get there at full speed. If anything happened to old Jack in that time, killing those 3 Woon T help. Damn it, did he have to watch someone he cared about die, just like Tang San? Mo Lang clenched his fists, a murderous intent spilling uncontrollably from him. Lang, what's wrong? What happened? Don't scare me. Xiao Wu, who was quickly moving through the woods beside Mo Lang, shivered at the cold, killing intent she felt from him. It was the first time she had seen him like this. Mo Lang now seemed almost possessed, his indifference making her feel unfamiliar. Yeah, Brother Lang, what's wrong? Be careful not to fall into madness. Tang San also noticed Mo Lang's unstable emotions and quickly reminded him. This was the first time he had seen Mo Lang's killing intent so intense, a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor. However, Tang San quickly figured out the only reason Mo Lang would rush back so anxiously would be because of old Jack in Holy Soul Village. But old Jack had visited them last month and seemed to be in good spirits. How could something happen? Could it be? Tang San recalled Mo Lang's second soul skill, which could avoid misfortune, and his expression immediately turned grim. Something must have happened in Holy Soul Village. And his father was also there. If old Jack was in trouble, wouldn't his father be in danger too? Hearing Tang San's words, Mo Lang suddenly thought of Tang Hao. But then he remembered that Tang Hao should be at Nodding Academy to explain his identity to Yu Xiaojiang right now. Furthermore, the novel didn't specify the exact time. If Tang Hao was there, it wouldn't be a problem. The issue was if he wasn't there, Mo Lang couldn't afford to take that risk. Wait, can I listen to whether Tang Hao is in Holy Soul Village or not? Mo Lang slapped his forehead, realizing he was overthinking it. Don't worry with me around. If these trash dare to step into Holy Soul Village, I'll make sure they have no place to be buried. Before Mo Lang could activate his third soul skill, he heard Tang Hao's hoarse voice, clearly having been drunk again last night. No need to be surprised. When you first used this skill, I felt a soul power covering Holy Soul Village. When I traced it back, I didn't expect it would be you, kid. It's quite a surprise. Just as Mo Lang was astonished, Tang Hao's voice came again. No need to say thank you. From now on, my son will be entrusted to you. Remember what you said? You are his brother Lang, and I am your Uncle Hao. Although Mo Lang couldn't see Tang Hao's expression, he knew that his lips must be curling up, as this was the demeanor he should have as a titled Douluo. All right, no need to rush now. It's all fine. Since Tang Hao was willing to intervene, Mo Lang knew he didn't need to worry about this matter anymore. However, he didn't expect that his listening ear's soul power fluctuations would be detected, indicating that he had to be more careful in the future. He needed to ask Tang Hao later if only titled Douluos could sense it, or if anyone stronger than him could sense it too. But thinking about how Tang Hao had revealed his identity, he knew it would be impossible for him to see him again in the near future. It's fine, Brother Lang. What's going on? Tang San was about to ask what happened, but when he heard Mo Lang say it was fine, he couldn't help but be curious, mostly worrying about his father's and old Jack's safety. It's fine. To save your soul power, let's just travel normally. Mo Lang understood that Tang Hao didn't want Tang San to get involved in his affairs too soon. Since the other party helped him, he also wanted to do a favor and keep it a secret for him. Otherwise, given Tang San's personality, he might do something unpredictable. Chapter 22. An Ordinary Drunkard. Tang Hao, Holy Soul Village. Get out of here quickly. I don't want to get my hands dirty. Just as Tu Yang was about to step into Saint Soul Village, a figure appeared in front of them. The three of them were startled at first, but upon seeing Tang Hao, who was reeking of alcohol, with disheveled hair and wearing a patched cloak, they immediately relaxed. More importantly, they felt no fluctuations of soul power from him, which could only mean two things. Either he was much stronger than them and they couldn't see through him, or he was just an ordinary drunkard with no soul power at all. They had already investigated the situation in Saint Soul Village and knew that apart from a soul sage who emerged hundreds of years ago, no soul masters had appeared since. Moreover, they would never believe that a soul master stronger than themselves would end up like this. It was clear that this drunkard was just an ordinary person. As for how he suddenly appeared in front of them, there was only one explanation. He was so ordinary that they didn't even notice him approaching. Don't want to dirty your hands? They'll just take you down. Just thinking about how he had been startled by an ordinary drunkard made Douluo furious. And he immediately summoned his martial soul, a saber that gleamed coldly under the enhancement of his soul power, and swiftly slashed towards Tang Hao's arms. Without a word, he attacked. Leaving him alive would be a disaster. Facing Douluo's charge, Tang Hao's previously dejected eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Calmly, he picked up 3 stones from the ground, placed them in his hand, bent his fingers, and flicked them. The 3 stones shot out like cannonballs. Puff, puff, puff. With 3 consecutive sounds, Douluo and his companions didn't even see clearly what happened. Their heads exploded like watermelons under the assault of the stones. Brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Clap, clap. Tang Hao clapped his hands, and several large wild dogs immediately rushed over from outside Saint Soul Village, behaving like ferocious dogs feasting, quickly devouring the 3 corpses and licking the ground clean of blood. These were wild dogs raised by Tang Hao to protect the village, and they had eaten a lot of human flesh. Having received much kindness from this village, even though he hadn't asked for it, he felt he had to repay them even more. Help without any ulterior motives is a heavy debt of gratitude. If Tuyang knew that the seemingly ordinary drunkard was actually the youngest titled Douluo in history, he might regret it deeply. He might even curse at him, saying, "A dignified title Douluo, dress up like this to play the fool? Is that even human?" But unfortunately, it was all too late. That kid A. Lang and his son should be back soon. It was time for him to leave. With that kid around, he could rest easy and go all out. Tang Hao sensed that the 3-week soul powers were quickly approaching. Turned back to take one last look at the village he had lived in for several years, his eyes revealing reluctance and nostalgia. Especially during the years he spent with that kid Mo Lang, he felt that many of his emotional knots had gradually been untied. However, as a husband, he still had responsibilities to fulfill. The only thing he felt guilty about was his son Tang San, who had been very sensible since childhood. He wasn't a good father, but fortunately, Mo Lang was there, allowing him to leave with more peace of mind. However, before leaving, he still had to visit Nodding Academy, as he heard that Tang San's teacher was a fan of his. With that thought, Tang Hao smiled and instantly disappeared from his spot. 10 minutes after Tang Hao vanished, Mo Lang and the others arrived at the entrance of Saint Soul Village. Blood? As soon as Tang San stopped, he saw the bloodstains at the village entrance. Furrowing his brows, he crouched down to touch the blood and then smelled it in front of his nose, his frown deepening as he said, "It's human blood." After looking around and finding no signs of struggle, his eyes were filled with confusion. "Don't worry, I told you there's nothing wrong. Let's not talk about this. Let's just pretend we don't know anything, okay?" Mo Lang smiled, knowing that Tang Hao had already taken care of everything, and might even have gone to find Yu Xiaojiang. He didn't want old Jack to worry about this matter. However, Tang San wanted to say something, but seeing Mo Lang's expression, he didn't ask further. He knew that Mo Lang wouldn't say anything he didn't want to. Besides, he didn't want to pry. He just wanted to go back and see his father and old Jack. Xiao Wu also wouldn't ask any more questions. After a year of getting along, she had unconditionally trusted everything Mo Lang said. Walking into the village, Mo Lang could see a 3-story small Western-style house standing abruptly in the center of Saint Soul Village, replacing old Jack's original old house. This was a house specially built by old Jack for Mo Lang to be able to marry a wife. "Old Jack, I'm back." Mo Lang pushed the door open and shouted loudly as he entered. But it seemed that old Jack was not home, which was something Mo Lang had anticipated. "Come on, Xiao-san, go see your dad. It's been a year. I wonder if this old guy has improved his drinking capacity," Mo Lang said knowingly. As expected, Tang San excitedly rushed into his home, and indeed, old Jack came out. Upon seeing Mo Lang, Xiao Wu, and Tang San back, old Jack's face broke into a smile that crinkled with joy. However, when he thought of the letter in his hand, he looked at Tang San with a bittersweet expression. "Xiao-san, this is a letter your dad left for you. You can read it yourself. After reading the letter, Tang Sen was left in a daze. His father had left, but he couldn't understand why his father had to go. Seeing Tang San's expression, old Jack couldn't help but offer some comfort, but Tang San politely declined, wanting to be alone for a while. Old Jack sighed, and then called Mo Lang and Xiao Wu to head back. Mo Lang and Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, feeling a bit uneasy in their hearts. Since their experiences were quite similar, they knew that saying anything at this moment would be useless. They could only wait for the other to come to terms with it themselves. At the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Yu Xiaojiang stared wide-eyed at the man in a gray robe, with disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders and a face etched with the marks of time. He couldn't believe that this man was actually that person. After their conversation, Tang Hao said, "With you and that brat Mo Lang, I can rest assured to do that thing." "Wait, I have one more question." Just as Tang Hao was about to leave, Yu Xiaojiang called out to him, his face full of anticipation, and asked, "Do you know who Mo Lang's master is?" "I heard him mention it." Chapter 23, Brother Lang, this is the crossbow I developed. "I heard him mention it." Tang Hao frowned, recalling some drunken moments he had with that kid, and slowly said, "His master seems to have the surnamed song." "The surnamed song?" Yu Xiaojiang also frowned, pondering for a moment, as it seemed he hadn't heard of any powerful beings with the surnamed song in the Douluo continent. "No need to think too much. I haven't heard of it either, but I suspect his master might not belong to the Douluo continent." Tang Hao said as he was leaving. "Not belong to the Douluo continent?" Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang repeated it and seemed to remember something. He suddenly raised his head to ask, only to find that Tang Hao had already disappeared without a trace. In Holy Soul Village, the setting sun cast a faint red glow in front of the blacksmith shop. Tang Sen sat somewhat despondently in front of the blacksmith shop, still holding the piece of paper left by Tang Hao. Still thinking about Brother Hao? Just as Tang San was lost in thought, a voice rang out, and at the same time, he felt a tap on the back of his head. Mo Lang casually sat down beside Tang San. After sitting down, Mo Lang said nothing, quietly accompanying Tang San as they watched the sun gradually set. Finally, Tang San couldn't help but ask, "Brother Lang, do you know something?" "Hey, I thought you were going to keep being a mute." Guo Qingping smiled upon hearing this, then turned to look at the half-visible sun, saying, "Haven't you guessed a bit yourself?" Upon hearing this, Tang San didn't continue to ask. He wasn't a fool. In fact, he was very clever. From the chaotic comments and the wind hammer technique and the notes in the letter, he could already guess that his father was definitely not just an ordinary blacksmith. "I don't know much either. It's all just what your father let slip when he was drinking with me. But I do know that his identity is indeed not simple. I don't know exactly how complicated it is." Mo Lang looked at the sunset and said slowly, "I don't know how to comfort you. But if I were you, what I would do is to work hard to improve my strength while ensuring my own safety. Your dad doesn't want you to know because your current strength is not enough. Being by his side might actually be more dangerous for you." He left without saying goodbye simply because he thinks this way you are safer. "Besides, I'm your brother Lang. With me around, no one dares to hurt you." Mo Lang's tone was very calm, but his words were indeed exceptionally firm. After he finished speaking, he turned to Tang San and said, "Let's go. It's time for dinner. The dishes will get cold and won't taste good." Brother Lang, looking at Mo Lang's handsome profile, Tang San felt a warmth filling the emptiness in his heart from Mo Lang's words. He held back his tears and said, "Thank you." Slap. As a result, the back of his head received another hit. Mo Lang got up, leaving Tang San with a stylish silhouette, saying as he walked, "If you want to thank me, don't stop me from becoming brothers with your dad." Tang San looked at Mo Lang's back and instinctively clenched his fists. Brother Lang was right. What he could do now was to protect himself and work hard to improve his strength. One day he would know the truth. However, when it came to becoming brothers, he would never back down an inch. That night, old Jack wanted Tang San to sleep at his house, but the latter insisted on going home to sleep. Old Jack sighed and didn't try to keep him. What surprised him was that before he could arrange where Xiao Wu would sleep, she requested to sleep with Mo Lang, which made him both happy and a bit worried. Would Xiao Wu's parents break this kid's legs if they knew he was sleeping with Xiao Wu so early? But then again, although this kid wasn't his biological son, he was indeed raised by him, and that charm was inherited from him. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, Xiao Wu lay in Mo Lang's arms, resting her head on his arm, and suddenly asked him a question. "Lang, I heard what you said to Tang San, and I want to ask you a question too." Mo Lang looked at the somewhat downcast Xiao Wu, roughly knowing what she wanted to ask. He gently patted her little head and said, "Go ahead and ask. If one day many people want to kill me, and you can't defeat them, what will you do?" After Xiao Wu finished her question, her eyes were a bit anxious, yet also filled with anticipation. Mo Lang smiled upon hearing this. With me here, no one dares to have any ideas about you. My presence is to ensure you are not harmed in the slightest. If that day ever comes, I will make sure everyone knows that anyone who dares to touch my woman will find it hard to survive. Mo Lang spoke with great dominance and determination, his eyes revealing infinite tenderness, especially when he said the words "my woman," which immediately made Xiao Wu's fair face flush to her ears. She shyly tapped Mo Lang's chest with her small pink hammer, saying "hate it," but her heart was filled with sweetness, especially when she saw the fiery gaze of Mo Lang. She felt like she was about to melt into his body. Mo Lang, looking at the blushing Xiao Wu, also felt his throat becoming dry, wanted to drink some water to moisten it. Thump, thump. They could both hear each other's heartbeats, their body temperatures rising continuously, their gazes becoming more and more dreamy, and their heads leaning closer and closer together. Bang! Just as they were about to cross the line, the door was opened, and Tang San, holding two hidden weapons, excitedly said, "Brother Lang, these are the hidden weapons I developed. Get lost." All right. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. In the Barak Kingdom, Soto City. It was just past noon, and the sun was blazing. Not far from the west gate of Soto City, a spacious luxury carriage was slowly approaching. "Several lords, we have arrived in Soto City. May I ask where to go?" The coachman respectfully inquired of the people inside the carriage. "To the best hotel in Soto City. Let's go try the local delicacies." A clear, youthful voice came from within the carriage. "Yay, great, we finally arrived. We can eat delicious food again." At the same time, a pleasant voice echoed, and it was clear from the voice that it belonged to a charming young girl. "Brother Lang, what do you think is so special about Shrek Academy? Why did the master insist we come here?" Another voice chimed in, seemingly asking the first speaker. The three people in the carriage were Mo Lang, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, who had come to report to Shrek Academy as per the master's instructions. Over the past 5 years, the three had matured from children into somewhat mature youths, and their heights and physiques had undergone significant changes. Among them, the one who changed the most was undoubtedly Xiao Wu. Her once tender face had become exceptionally fresh and delicate, with a pair of sparkling big eyes and a slightly chubby pink face, making her not only beautiful but also still charmingly cute. The reason for her significant change was her physique and height. Girls develop earlier than boys, so under her pink clothing, her developed body was already shaped into an S-curve. And her height was even half an inch taller than Tang San beside her. She had already become a graceful young girl on the verge of blooming. And if she waited a few more years, her figure and appearance would definitely make her a goddess of beauty. Chapter 24. Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mu Bai. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendations. Mo Lang's changes, although not as significant as Xiao Wu's, are still considerable compared to Tang San. Being a year and a half older than Tang San, Mo Lang's height has now reached 182 meters, making him half a head taller than Xiao Wu and significantly taller than Tang San. Over the 5 years, his once youthful face has become resolute, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, complemented by a head of short, tousled hair, giving him a heroic and spirited appearance. Especially during these 5 years of working at the blacksmith shop, his physique has become even more robust, with a fuller chest and back. And his upright posture adds a touch of masculinity. The only unchanged aspect is the mischievous smile on his handsome face, which remains unforgettable to those who catch a glimpse of it. Meanwhile, Tang San is now about 170 meters tall, dressed in a blue outfit, with the Soul Guide tool 24 bridge Minjiwai gifted by Yu Shaojing wrapped around his waist. Unlike Mo Lang, Tang San always has a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, no matter what special traits he has. He feels at ease with the situation since he has grown tired of Nodding City and wants to explore the world beyond. Mo Lang pretended not to know and said. Inside, however, he was roaring with excitement as he was finally about to start his 5th sign-in, a wait that had taken him 6 long years. God knows how he has managed to get through these 6 years. If it weren't for Xiao Wu accompanying him through countless lonely nights, he really wouldn't have imagined that 6 years could pass so swiftly in a novel, while he had to endure those 6 years. Fortunately, he is currently satisfied with his strength, as he is now just a step away from becoming a Soul King. Yes, Mo Lang is now a 49th level Soul Master. "Sir, we've arrived. This is the most luxurious and delicious hotel in Soto City, known as Heaven and Earth, with its signature dish being the ferry descends to Earth." Shortly after, the carriage came to a stop, and the driver's respectful voice was heard. "All right, thank you for your hard work. Here are 5 gold soul coins. Take them." Mo Lang lifted the curtain of the carriage, flipped his right hand, and the void ring on his middle finger shimmered with light. Suddenly, 5 gold soul coins appeared in his hand, and he handed them to the driver. "Thank you, my lord." The driver was taken aback when he saw that it was a full 5 times more than the 1 gold soul coin he had previously mentioned. His face immediately lit up with surprise as he respectfully accepted the coins and carefully placed them in his arms, continuously expressing his gratitude. Over the past few years, Mo Lang had relied on the system's 100-fold critical hit returns, and now his wealth was in the hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins, making him indifferent to these mere 5 coins. He could afford 10 gold soul coins, but he was worried that if he gave too much, the other party might hesitate to accept it. After all, Soto City was not a small place like Notting City. It was a mixed bag of people, and having too much money could lead to trouble. This place looked quite impressive, living up to its name of heaven on earth. He couldn't help but wonder if the food really tasted as delicious as the legends claimed. Mo Lang looked at the 9-story hotel in front of him, decorated in a magnificent manner, and couldn't help but recall the heaven and earth from his previous life. It was also a great place. Soto City is much larger than Notting City, and the streets are bustling with activity, especially since heaven and earth is located on the main street of Soto City, where there are even more people and patrolling soldiers can be seen everywhere. How many adults are there? Do you want a private room? Or, as Mo Lang got out of the car, a curvaceous woman dressed in revealing attire walked out from the Tianshang Renjian, and with a sultry voice, she asked, "Gentlemen, would you like a private room?" Mo Lang was just about to speak when Xiao Wu stepped in front of the woman and said with a displeased expression, "All right, please follow me." The woman didn't mind and was somewhat dazzled by Xiao Wu's figure and looks, especially seeing how much Xiao Wu cared about Mo Lang. A meaningful smile appeared on her face, making Xiao Wu feel a bit shy. "Haha, Xiao Wu, what are you doing?" Mo Lang asked teasingly, already knowing the answer. "How can you still ask?" Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Mo Lang and pretended to be fierce, saying, "Today, I'm going to make you poor so you can't stare at others." "I didn't." Mo Lang denied. "Oh really? How about the rose on her chest? Isn't it pretty? Isn't it a butterfly?" Still denying you didn't. Look. Tang San had long gotten used to the bickering between Mo Lang and Xiao Wu. However, what puzzled him was that these two spent most of their time eating, drinking, and having fun, yet their strength improved faster than his. Could it be that they really practiced dual cultivation? The dual cultivation was a lie Mo Lang told Tang San to prevent him from being foolishly focused only on training and to encourage him to date while he was young. But Tang San had no intention of finding a girlfriend, so Mo Lang had no choice but to deceive him about the existence of dual cultivation techniques. In his previous life, Tang San had only heard a little about dual cultivation. After all, he was a genuine virgin back then. He was skilled with hidden weapons, but clueless about women. "Get out of the way. Good dogs don't block the road. You're in my way." Just as Tang San was contemplating whether to find a girl to date, a very arrogant voice rang out behind him. This made Mo Lang and Xiao Wu stop, frowning as they turned to look. To Mo Lang's surprise, he recognized the person. It was none other than the evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mubai, who was hugging a pair of twins. He never expected to run into Dai Mubai before even checking into the Rose Hotel. From the looks of it, he was also bringing the twins out for a meal, and they just happened to cross paths. "Who are you calling a little dog? You don't look like a good person. Do you dare to bully Tang San? Have you asked me?" As soon as Xiao Wu saw Dai Mubai with 2 beautiful women, she immediately stepped forward. Since Tang San was relatively mild-mannered and Mo Lang was more easygoing, it was only Xiao Wu who had a fiery temperament. Otherwise, she wouldn't aspire to be the big sister of Notting Academy. "Huh, it's been a long time since anyone spoke to me like that. You 3 also have soul power fluctuations, right? You should be soul masters too. Then let us see if you 3 can take me on. If you can beat me, I'll bark like a dog. If you can't, then you'll have to perform for me." Dai Mubai sneered, his enchanting eyes coldly sweeping over Mo Lang and the others, his tone frivolous, clearly not taking the 3 of them seriously. "Bring it on. Who is afraid?" Xiao Wu, seeing Dai Mubai's arrogance, couldn't help but want to rush forward. But she was pulled back by Mo Lang. "Let us talk it out. Let us talk it out. Gentlemen, let's talk it out." At that moment, the owner of the Heaven and Earth restaurant hurried out and looked at Mo Lang and the others. He certainly recognized Dai Mubai, a regular VIP. As for the other 3, their outfits were also not bad, especially the boy in all black, with a smile at the corner of his mouth and an air of wickedness, whose clear eyes were meaningfully fixed on him. It seemed that if he said anything unsatisfactory, the consequences might be worse than offending Dai Mubai, leaving him uncertain about which side to take. Chapter 25. Want to leave after showing off? Please collect. Please recommend. Talk it out? Boss Wong, do I look like someone who talks nicely? Dai Mubai shot a sideways glance at the owner. Under the icy gaze, Boss Wong immediately broke into a cold sweat, bending even lower as he wiped his sweat and said, Dai Xiao, what are you talking about? With your status? You should let it go. I'll cover today as expenses. Do I lack your little money? Dai Mubai looked displeased. Who are you calling a little person? You're the one looking down on others with your dog eyes. This yellow-haired punk is clearly arrogant. If he doesn't apologize today, I'll have to teach him a good lesson. Upon hearing the hotel owner call her a little person, Xiao Wu, who was always looking for trouble, immediately jumped out and started cursing. Dare to call me yellow-haired? Today, I'll teach you a good lesson, you yellow-haired girl. Upon hearing his proud golden hair being called yellow hair, Dai Mubai's gaze immediately turned cold, and the two hot-bodied twin girls beside him stepped aside, looking on with interest at Xiao Wu. Lang Ge, let me handle this. Seeing Mo Lang about to take action, Tang San immediately stepped forward. After being educated by Mo Lang for years, he finally encountered a fairly strong opponent and wanted to see how he measured up. Was he really that useless? Mo Lang glanced at Tang San. Tang San's strength now matched that in the novel, having reached the level of a 29th level Great Soul Master. So there shouldn't be much of a problem against Dai Mubai. If it really comes to it, he could step in himself. More importantly, he was afraid of accidentally injuring his opponent, while also wanting to train Tang San's practical combat abilities. After all, a flower in a greenhouse is only beautiful and has no real use. Why quarrel? You can all come at me together, so no one can say I'm bullying anyone. Dai Mubai's eyes were filled with disdain, making it seem like he was some soft persimmon that anyone could squeeze. I'm doing this for your own good. Tang San took a step forward and said calmly, For my own good? Then I should thank you properly. Dai Mubai felt slighted. Although he sensed pressure from the boy in black, he didn't believe anyone of the same age could be his match. As soon as he finished speaking, a wicked light flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. He suddenly exerted force with his right foot and charged at Tang San like a bolt from the blue, simultaneously raising his right fist and smashing it towards Tang San's chest. This was just a simple punch, without any fancy moves. But the sound of the punch whistled through the air, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, indicating the heavy force behind it, making it hard to take. Trying to overpower me? But this punch looked slow and soft compared to the one from Lang Ge, almost feeble. Seeing this, Tang San recalled his battle with Lang Ge, where in the beginning, he had no good spots on his face. After a year, he could barely withstand it, so he knew he couldn't retreat from this punch. If he did, Dai Mubai would seize the momentum. So he stepped forward instead and threw a punch in response. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two exchanged punches. However, Dai Mubai merely halted in place, while Tang San took 1 or 2 steps back. It seemed like a draw, but in reality, the outcome was already clear. Tang San's current strength was still a bit lacking against Dai Mubai, but compared to the 4 or 5 steps he had retreated in the novel, his battle with Mo Lang had helped him improve quite a bit. The two stopped, and they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Being able to take my punch indicates that your strength is quite good, but just quite good. Now, I'm gonna get serious, so please show your soul rings. Dai Mubai didn't want to waste time, so he directly revealed his soul rings. 2 yellow and 1 purple, clearly indicating 200-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, 37th level Battle Soul Master, please advise. With the appearance of his martial soul, Dai Mubai exuded a certain dominance, and announcing his martial soul and level signified a formal challenge between soul masters. Clearly, this young man had caught his attention. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, 29th level Soul Master, please advise. As he spoke, Tang San also revealed his martial soul and stated his current level, with 2 yellow 100-year soul rings appearing behind him. Blue Silvergrass? Dai Mubai raised a white eyebrow in surprise. Tang San then quoted the classic line, There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. This line reminded Mo Lang of a saying from his past life. There are no useless heroes, only useless summoners. Haha, that line is interesting. Let me see what special qualities your Blue Silvergrass has. Dai Mubai laughed heartily, and then, after summoning his martial soul, charged at Tang San with tremendous force. Under the effect of his martial soul, Dai Mubai's strength and speed increased significantly, his white hair billowing as he appeared in front of Tang San in the blink of an eye. Tang San showed no hesitation and quickly retreated, fully aware that as a control-type soul master, he must not let a battle soul master get close. while also activating his blue-silver grass to entangle Dai Mubai. The two instantly engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Their battle attracted quite a few onlookers, who were shocked to see such young boys. One a great soul master, and the other a soul sovereign. Many were amazed at their combat skills, finding the fight incredibly exciting. The patrolling guards quickly arrived, and upon seeing that two soul masters were formally challenging each other, they refrained from interfering and instead cleared a space for the two to fight freely. After all, soul master battles typically take place in the battle arena, and this was a free show. Ultimately, Tang San was defeated under Dai Mubai's third soul skill. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Your strength is quite good, but the gap between us is too large. However, I think we'll meet again soon. If someone bullies you at Shrek Academy, remember to tell them the name of the evil-eyed White Tiger, Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai returned to normal, giving Tang San a deep look as he said this. Afterward, he waved at the twins and walked toward the hotel. Having just fought one battle, he needed to eat more to replenish his strength for the upcoming fierce fight with two girls. However, as he approached Mo Lang blocked his path and said, "You think you can just leave after showing off? It won't be that easy." Dai Mubai looked at Mo Lang, frowning. He didn't know why, but his eyes looked quite sinister. Yet when he saw the smile at the corner of Mo Lang's mouth, he felt that Mo Lang seemed even more wicked. However, since Mo Lang wanted to spar with him, he didn't mind playing along. Chapter 26. The youngest teacher at Shrek Academy. Seeking votes. Seeking collections. So you also want to practice with me? Dai Mubai released his hold on the twins' waists and looked at the young man before him. Upon closer inspection, Dai Mubai found this kid quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a chiseled profile, and a hint of wickedness. However, unlike ordinary delicate pretty boys, he had a certain masculinity that didn't clash with his wickedness, making him even more appealing. Even the two twin girls beside him stared at him with infatuated eyes. This made him feel displeased. At the same time, he developed a sense of disgust towards the twins. His tone turned unfriendly as he said, "I call for you all to come and me together, but if you want to play, I don't mind teaching you a lesson again. But if you get hurt, don't blame me for being heavy-handed." Mo Lang chuckled upon hearing this and looked at Dai Mubai, saying, "I won't bully you. As long as you can take one punch from me, we can consider this matter settled. To avoid the claim that I bullied you while you were exhausted from using your soul power." Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Dai Mubai burst into laughter. "I thought I was arrogant enough, but I didn't expect to meet someone even more arrogant than me today." He then changed his tone, speaking coldly, "But I don't know if you're really capable of being arrogant, or if you're just putting on a show. Stop wasting time, use your third soul skill, otherwise, if you get hurt, I won't take responsibility." Mo Lang raised an eyebrow and said, "With my current strength, even without using my soul power, with just my 10,000 gene strength, an average soul king wouldn't be able to take my full force strike. A mere soul sovereign can be defeated with a single punch. Kid, you are truly the most arrogant person I've ever seen, but I hope you can still be arrogant later." Dai Mubai was angry and decided to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. "Come on." Dai Mubai retreated to the street, his momentum reaching its peak, beckoning Mo Lang with his finger. "Arrogant? You might be misunderstanding me. I'm actually kind-hearted." Seeing this, Mo Lang suddenly raised his right hand, unleashing an immense force without holding back. Since he was going to be a teacher at Shrek Academy, how could he win over the crowd without taking down Dai Mubai? This troublemaker? Boom! A punch was thrown, the sound echoing like thunder, powerful and unmatched. How is this possible? What kind of monstrous strength is this? Who is this kid? Upon seeing Mo Lang's punch, Dai Mubai's eyes nearly bulged out, his face filled with shock. Fortunately, he was prepared, and his soul power surged wildly within him. He immediately activated his first soul skill, White Tiger Barrier, and third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. But facing Mo Lang's punch, he felt that even with these two enhancement soul skills, it was still like a drop in the bucket, utterly useless. He couldn't block this punch. At that moment, he finally understood what Tang San meant by "I'm doing this for your own good." It turned out this kid was a freak. But admitting defeat was out of the question. As a student of Shrek Academy, he had his pride. Boom! The punch's light exploded, and the wind from the punch howled, causing everyone to gasp in shock. What terrifying power! Under this overwhelming pressure, many couldn't help but feel their legs weaken and wanted to kneel down. The might of this punch was indeed terrifying. Bang! Though it seemed like a long story, it actually happened in the blink of an eye. Mo Lang's punch struck Dai Mubai's chest. The latter let out a muffled sound and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Fortunately, the patrolling soldiers had kept a safe distance. Otherwise, if Dai Mubai had crashed into someone while flying back, he would likely have been severely injured. After hitting the ground, Dai Mubai spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he struggled to stand up. Why hold back? Is it pity for me? Dai Mubai slowly walked in front of Mo Lang and said angrily. Yes. Mo Lang held back at the last moment. Otherwise, that punch could have taken Dai Mubai's life. However, Dai Mubai seemed ungrateful, feeling that this was an insult to him. He would rather die in battle than be pitted by his opponent. I said I was kind-hearted, and besides, you're my student from now on. How could I kill you? Mo Lang smirked, took Xiao Wu's hand, and walked towards the hotel. After walking a few steps, he stopped and said, by the way, no matter where we are in the future, if anyone dares to bully you, remember to mention my name. I am Mo Lang, the youngest teacher at Shrek Academy. Teacher? Dai Mubai stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend the meaning of Mo Lang's words. Could it be that the other party looked like they were only in their teens, but was actually decades old? Regardless, since the other party was going to Shrek Academy, he would find out in a few days. Are you okay, Dai Xiao? Seeing Dai Mubai injured, the pair of twins immediately came over, supporting him from either side with concerned expressions, but their eyes kept glancing at that tall figure. Get lost. Dai Mubai looked at the twins, feeling increasingly annoyed for some reason, and couldn't help but say coldly. After that, he limped away towards Shrek Academy on his own. On the other side, after witnessing Mo Lang's methods, Boss Wong immediately lowered his head and followed closely beside Mo Lang, asking warmly, this young master, please come inside. This meal is on me. I hope you can forgive me for my earlier slip of the tongue. Do you think I'm short of this little money? Mo Lang looked at Boss Wong's demeanor with a hint of disgust in his eyes. However, he didn't want to make things difficult for the other party. So he waved his hand impatiently, interrupting the explanation, and said, all right, I just want to have a meal. Bring out your best and most expensive dishes. What happened earlier has nothing to do with you. After finishing the meal, Mo Lang certainly didn't forget about that piece of bored crystal that had turned golden. It was a good item he needed to acquire. With it, Tang San could create the dragon whisker needle. If he wasn't by Tang San's side, this kid could still handle some situations. After all, once he had enough strength, he would immediately go to the ice and fire Yin Yang to stir things up. It was impossible to stay by the other party's side all the time. Alang, since we're here, let's take a good look around Soto City, okay? Xiao Wu said, rubbing her stomach contentedly and acting cute towards Mo Lang. Meanwhile, Tang San wanted to go back to the room to focus on his cultivation. After the earlier battle, he wanted to quickly break through to the level 30 soul master realm. The next time he encountered Dai Mubai, it would be uncertain who would win or lose. The room had already been prepared during dinner, located on the upper 3 floors of the heavenly paradise. Focus on cultivation? I sense something good. Let me take you to see it. It should help you. Mo Lang patted Tang San's shoulder and said, come on, don't dawdle. I guarantee you won't regret it. Tang San knew about Lang Gu's ability to seek fortune and avoid misfortune. Hearing Mo Lang say this, he became curious and nodded, following behind Mo Lang. Chapter 27. Annoying. Where do I put my hands? Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking collections. Arrived. Mo Lang and the others wandered for a while and finally found a shop. Is this the mark of the Spirit Hall? Looking at the hanging sign of the shop, which was exactly the same as the Spirit Hall token, Tang San immediately recognized it, as the master had a token like that. Let's go take a look. Xiao Wu, curious about the sword, hammer, and the sign marked with the blue lightning tyrant dragon, pulled Mo Lang's hand and walked in first. The shop door was open, and as soon as they entered, they felt the same soul power fluctuations as in the Spirit Hall. Mo Lang and Tang San knew that this was a manifestation of the soul power being released before the guiding soul device recognized its master. There was only one person in the shop, and there was no counter to be seen. Mo Lang took a glance and found it identical to the description in the novel. The principal of Shrek Academy, Flender, was sitting in a rocking chair with heavy black-framed glasses, eyes closed, gently rocking, seemingly unaware that anyone had entered. Without Mo Lang's guidance, Tang San, while observing the shop, immediately spotted the piece of golden crystal. When he noticed Mo Lang looking at him, he understood that the useful item Mo Lang mentioned was likely this piece of golden crystal. Xiao San, what use does this crappy crystal have? It has no luster at all, and its transparency is terrible. It doesn't look good at all. Amethyst is the most precious. Xiao Wu couldn't help but remind Tang San as he kept staring at the crappy crystal. Having spent so much time together, she knew it wasn't easy for Tang San to make money, and if he spent money on this crappy crystal, he would definitely lose out. Sister Xiao Wu, I want to buy this crystal. I just don't know how much it costs. To her surprise, Tang San insisted on buying the crystal. Xiao Wu wanted to ask Mo Lang to help persuade him, but saw that Mo Lang had no intention of speaking, seeming to understand something. And she stopped trying to persuade him. Not expensive, 100 gold soul coins. At that moment, a lazy voice rang out, with a hoarse yet magnetic tone. Flinders spoke. Xiao Wu sensed something and didn't say anything again, but she was surprised by the price. I'll give you 500 gold soul coins. Before Tang Xin could speak, Mo Lang directly pulled out 500 gold soul coins, put them in a money bag, and threw it to Flinder without further discussion. Flinder instinctively caught the money bag containing 500 gold soul coins, looking at Mo Lang in a daze. This operation left him baffled. What do you mean? Am I the kind of person who is blinded by money? Not for sale? Then forget it, let's go. Seeing that Flinder wasn't speaking, Mo Lang reached out to take back the money bag he threw. Sell, sell, sell. Flinder glanced at the heavy money bag. How could he allow the money to fly away? He immediately spoke up and then shoved the piece of crystal he casually picked up into Mo Lang's hands, afraid that the other party would change his mind. This was 500 gold soul coins, enough for Shrek Academy's expenses for a while. All right, then let's go. Mo Lang smiled and didn't say much, turning to leave. Wait a minute. Flinder suddenly called out to the three, his deep gaze peering through his glasses at the 24 bridge bright moon night belt around Tang San's waist, and asked, Where did you get this belt? Tang San's heart stirred. It was given to me by my teacher. Do you recognize this belt? Since you are his disciple, you can go. We will meet again soon. A strange smile appeared in Flinder's eyes. Yes, we will meet again soon. Mo Lang also said something strange, and with a puzzled Xiao Wu and Tang San, they walked out. Watching the three leave, Flinder thought of his good brother, a look of melancholy appearing on his face, but recalling Mo Lang's words, he also became confused. For some reason, he felt as though the other party could see through him. How strange. Muttering to himself, Flinder lay back in a rocking chair, recalling his youth, feeling both melancholy and helpless. At the hotel, after Tang San demonstrated the effects of the bored crystal hair gold to Mo Lang and Xiao Wu, he curiously asked Mo Lang, Brother Lang, how did you know this thing would be useful to me? Mo Lang smiled upon hearing this, already having a reason in his heart to say, because my second soul skill not only brings good fortune and avoids danger for myself, but also for those close to me. When I first arrived in Soto City, I sensed that this crystal and you emitted the same light, and I felt that this crystal should be very useful to you. Alang, what you have is not just good fortune and danger avoidance. You are clearly a treasure-seeking mouse. After hearing this, Xiao Wu became extremely excited, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. She then wrapped her arms around Mo Lang's arm, her small body rubbing against him, and said with an expectant expression, Hurry and sense if there are any treasures that are fated for me. All right. Mo Lang felt the soft touch from his arm, his heart racing. The little lowly had finally started to mature. Suppressing the wicked thoughts in his mind, Mo Lang pretended to sense for a moment. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and revealed a surprised expression, saying, There really is a treasure that is fated for you. Really? Where is it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Of course it's true. That treasure is me. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Mo Lang pointed to himself and grinned mischievously. You're so annoying. Upon realizing that Mo Lang was teasing her, Xiao Wu lightly punched his chest, her face blushing. Although Tang Xin was already used to seeing Lang Gu and Xiao Wu feeding each other dog food, he still couldn't help but get goosebumps every time he witnessed such a scene. This is simply heart-wrenching. Lang Gu, I'm going back to my room to practice. Unable to endure Mo Lang and Xiao Wu's dog food, Tang San had no choice but to excuse himself sensibly, returning to his room to focus on his training. Sigh, I really don't understand what's so good about women. It's better to just train well. By the way, Lang, what did you mean when you said you were going to teach at Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu suddenly remembered Mo Lang's words to that scoundrel. This, you'll find out tomorrow. Mo Lang smiled, unconsciously resting his hand on her slender waist. How annoying. Where are you putting your hand? Hey, hey, hey. The next day, after the three had breakfast, they headed towards Shrek Academy. While admiring the beauty of nature and discussing what Shrek Academy was like, Xiao Wu and Tang Xin excitedly talked about their imagined version of the academy. Meanwhile, Mo Lang remained silent. He already knew how run-down Shrek Academy was. Along, look over there, there's a village. Let us go ask where Shrek Academy is. We've walked so far without seeing it. After walking for an hour or two, Xiao was feeling a bit tired. Upon seeing a small village not far away, where quite a few people were gathered, she couldn't help but say, Chapter 28. I'm here to apply for a teaching position. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendations. Seeing Xiao Wu like this, Mo Lang couldn't bear to tell her that the village was actually Shrek Academy. The three walked over, and both Xiao Wu and Tang San noticed something was off. Indeed, a considerable number of people were gathered at the village entrance, most of them young boys and girls around their age, with many accompanied by their parents. Upon closer inspection, it was just as described in the novel. An elderly man over 60 was sitting at a wooden table in front of the village entrance, and a somewhat tattered sign hung from a wooden archway that simply read Shrek Academy. In front of these 5 words was a green silhouette, which was the strange soul beast Shrek that had never appeared in the novel. No way, is this really Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu found it hard to accept this reality. The better she had imagined it before, the more disappointed she felt now. This can still be called a Soul Master Academy? Even Tang San's mouth twitched. He really couldn't praise the appearance of Shrek Academy. At this moment, there were about 100 people in line ahead of them, and many were discussing how shabby the environment of Shrek Academy was. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall saying that graduating from Shrek Academy would allow one to become a Viscount of the Empire, he believed that with this terrible appearance, a large wave of people would be discouraged right away. You don't meet the age requirement. You can leave now. At this time, a father and son pair, after paying the registration fee of 10 gold soul coins, were advised to leave by the elderly man. The father and son immediately objected. "Teacher, my son just turned 13. Can you make an exception?" The elderly man impatiently replied, "Don't disturb the others. Don't you know the Academy's rules? We only accept children under 13. Anyone over 13 will not be accepted. You can leave." The father and son argued for a few more sentences, but upon seeing the 3 soul rings behind Dai Mubai, they immediately left in defeat. This scene scared off quite a few people, as the admission requirements were too strict and there was no refund on the registration fee. Not everyone's money comes easily. Then another boy, although he met the age requirement, was turned away due to insufficient strength. The elderly man impatiently explained again, "Shrek is a kind of monster. Our academy only accepts monsters. Anyone over 13 or with soul power below level 21 should not waste their time here." It was exactly because of this statement that Xiao Wu and Tang San's interest was piqued, and they continued to stand in line. At this moment, as the elderly man spoke, he released his soul rings, and a powerful aura immediately silenced the noisy crowd. Then a long staff with countless fine patterns appeared in the elderly man's hand, and 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, the dazzling light instantly becoming the focus of the entire scene. This was actually a soul emperor of level 60. Those who had protested earlier immediately fell silent upon seeing the number of soul rings the elderly man had, their faces filled with shock and respect. In the Balak Kingdom, the number of soul emperors is extremely limited. Who would dare to provoke them? After this commotion, the line that originally had over 100 people was suddenly reduced to just a dozen. The elderly man didn't care about the number of people and continued with the registration work. Knowing the elderly man's strength, Xiao Wu and Tang San became greatly interested in Shrek Academy, while Mo Lang crossed his arms, casually surveying his surroundings. After several students had registered, Dai Mubai also spotted the 3 of them. When he noticed Mo Lang was also looking at him, he felt an inexplicable pain in his chest, seemingly recalling the terror of that punch from yesterday. Fortunately, the other party had stopped in time, and he had only sustained minor injuries. After consuming Oscar's sausage and training through the night, he had mostly recovered. However, he did not tell Oscar how he got injured, and he was looking forward to what it meant when the other party said he wanted to become the youngest teacher at Shrek Academy. A light exclamation broke the silence and brought them back to their senses, as the elderly man in charge of the registration looked at the girl in front of him with a puzzled expression. At this moment, the girl in front of the elderly man was retracting her outstretched hand, smiling as she asked, "May I pass the preliminary test?" The girl, just from her silhouette, Mo Lang recognized her as Ning Rongrong, the one who possessed the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Although he couldn't see her face, it was evident from her back that she was beautiful, with neat and clean short hair and fair skin exposed on her neck. She wasn't as tall as Xiao Wu, but her long legs were impressive as well. However, he wasn't interested in Ning Rongrong, who had a princess syndrome. He preferred independent and confident women like Xiao Wu and Qianren Xue. Although Ning Rongrong changed a lot later, it only made Mo Lang dislike her less. He couldn't say he liked her. Compared to Ning Rongrong, he favored the stunningly hot Zhu Zhuqing, who was cold and beautiful but spoke very little. However, if Dai Mubai didn't know how to cherish her, he wouldn't mind taking this cat-like girl for himself. Thinking of this, Mo Lang turned around and saw that Zhu Zhuqing had appeared behind them at some unknown time, her icy gaze fixed on Dai Mubai. Are you two going to register or not? If not, don't block the way here. The old man's voice pulled Mo Lang back to reality. He felt a pain in his waist and turned to find Xiao Wu fiercely pinching his side. Register, we'll register together. Tang Sin took out 30 gold soul coins, ready to put them in the wooden box. Wait, you two can register, I don't need to, Mo Lang said, enduring the pain and stopping Tang San, taking 10 gold soul coins from his hand and returning them to him. Brother Lang, you not registering? Tang San looked at Mo Lang in surprise, not understanding his meaning. Lang, if you don't register, I won't register either. Xiao Wu didn't want to be separated from Mo Lang after spending so much time together. She was already deeply involved. Of course I'm registering, but it's different from you. You go ahead and register first, and you'll know later, Mo Lang said with a mysterious smile, not explaining further. If you're going to register, do it quickly, don't dawdle, the old man said impatiently, giving Mo Lang a meaningful glance. Okay, teacher. Seeing Mo Lang not saying anything, Tang Sin didn't ask further, knowing he didn't need to worry about Mo Lang, and reached out to the old man. Soon, both Tang San and Xiao Wu completed their tests and passed, followed by Zhu Zhuqing, who also passed and was brought into the village by Dai Mu Bai. Kid, you're not registering? Seeing that only Mo Lang was left, the old man couldn't help but ask curiously. If it were anyone else, the old man wouldn't have asked, but Mo Lang gave him a very peculiar feeling, especially those seemingly clear and bright eyes that, upon closer inspection, appeared bottomless. Register? Of course I am, but I'm over 13, and I'm not registering as a student, but as a teacher of Shrek Academy. Mo Lang looked at the old man, revealing a confident smile. Chapter 29. A Soul Master at 13 and a half. Child, do your family know you're here? Upon hearing Mo Lang's words, the old man's eyes showed no surprise, but instead revealed a look of pity as he asked with concern. Looking at the old man's gaze, Mo Lang knew he was being regarded as a fool, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips. However, he understood. If it were him, he wouldn't even pay attention to himself. A kid wanting to be a teacher at Shrek Academy? Wasn't that a joke? With no other option, Mo Lang had to reveal his soul rings. Buzz. Just as the old man was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt an extremely rich wave of soul power, and he froze for a moment, his pupils constricting in shock as he turned back. He saw 4 10,000-year soul rings radiating brilliant black light rising from Mo Lang's feet. And this kid who looked under 15 was actually a soul master. Moreover, the rich wave of soul power was denser than that of an average soul king, even approaching that of a soul emperor. How on earth did this kid cultivate? The old man was stunned. His shocked eyes and jaw seemed ready to drop to the ground. 4 10,000-year soul rings breaking the level limit? It was clear he was just a peak soul master. Yet his soul power's richness was comparable to that of a typical soul emperor. This kid must be a monster. Monster? Isn't Shrek Academy the place that accepts monsters? If this kid were to be admitted to Shrek Academy, wouldn't I, Li Yusong, become the most impressive admissions officer at Shrek Academy? The old man looked at Mo Lang, his eyes gleaming with envy. As long as this kid didn't die, he would definitely become one of the top figures in the Douluo continent in the future. A sure talent for a titled Douluo. What he didn't know was that years later, when he recalled this batch of students he had recruited, each of them had become gods. Only then realizing that being a titled Douluo was nothing. Cough, kid, I see you have extraordinary talent. Even if you were over 13, it doesn't matter. Shrek Academy has never made exceptions, but today I will make an exception and allow you to join Shrek Academy. Are you willing? Li Yusong coughed to cover up his loss of composure, trying to make his tone as friendly as possible. Not willing. What do you mean by not willing? He initially thought Mo Lang would definitely agree, but upon hearing Mo Lang's refusal, Li Yusong was somewhat surprised. After all, joining Shrek Academy was something many people dreamed of. He made an exception, and this kid still didn't want to. What level am I at? Mo Lang ignored Li Yusong's surprise and instead asked him a question. Although he wasn't sure what level it was, he had definitely reached the peak of the soul sect. Li Yusong was initially puzzled by the question, but after it was said, he understood. The graduation requirement for an ordinary advanced soul master academy is for the soul master to reach level 30 to graduate, and they must be an outstanding student. However, Shrek Academy requires level 40. Even though Shrek Academy has doubled the difficulty, Mo Lang has already reached level 40, and his soul power far exceeds that of a soul sect. There was no need for him to join Shrek Academy. Realizing this, Li Yusong felt a bit depressed. Such an abnormal genius was not his student. What a pity. The senior was right. I have indeed reached the level of a 49th level soul sect, but as you can see, my soul power can be compared to an ordinary soul emperor. Shrek Academy can't teach me anything anymore. So why should I become a student there? Mo Lang said calmly. You are correct. Your strength is indeed comparable to mine, and Shrek Academy truly cannot teach you anything. Li Yusong nodded, his eyes filled with curiosity as he looked at Mo Lang. I know what you want to ask. Here is a letter that you can give to your dean. As for whether I can qualify as a teacher at Shrek Academy, he will decide. Mo Lang waved his right hand, and a letter appeared in his hand, which he handed to Li Yusong. I can help you deliver this letter to our dean, but if you want to rely on connections to become a teacher at Shrek Academy, don't say I didn't warn you. All the teachers at Shrek Academy, 1T agreed to that. Li Yusong took the letter, and his originally warm expression turned cold. Does the senior want to see my true strength? Mo Lang glanced at Li Yusong, and his mind suddenly recalled Li Yusong's basic information. Li Yusong, martial spirit, dragon pattern staff, 63rd level soul emperor. Indeed, Shrek Academy does not have the qualifications to teach you anything, but with your current strength. We also need to see if you have the qualifications to become a teacher at Shrek Academy. Li Yusong candidly admitted, at Shrek Academy, not only are the students monsters and geniuses, but the teachers must also show strength that earns their respect. Otherwise, what qualifications do they have to teach them? Since that's the case, young man Mo Lang, martial spirit, Rui, gold-banded rod, 49th level soul sect, please give me guidance. Mo Lang finished speaking and displayed his 4 10,000-year soul rings again, while the Rui, gold-banded rod suddenly appeared in his hand. Over the 6 years, as Mo Lang's strength continuously improved, his mastery over the Rui, gold-banded rod also became more proficient. While he couldn't say he achieved a perfect unity of man and rod, he could still control it with ease. Rui, gold-banded rod? I didn't expect your martial spirit to also be a rod. It seems we really are fated. Upon seeing the martial spirit Mo Lang held, Li Yusong showed a hint of surprise, and then he revealed his own martial spirit and realm, with the dragon pattern staff appearing in his hand. Wait a moment, Yusong. Just as the two were about to fight, a heavy voice sounded, and a middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair and a goatee descended from the sky. Li Yusong looked up, Dean. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, along with Xiao Wu, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, had passed the second and third trials and arrived at the fourth trial. This year, 4 people actually made it to the fourth trial. Xiao Wujia, who had been dozing off, opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion, looking at the 4 young men and women in surprise. Dai Mubai introduced Teacher Xiao. These 4 not only made it to the fourth trial, but also bypassed the second and third trial tests. Xiao Wujia's eyes lit up at this, and he stood up from his chair, staring at Tang San and the others. All 4 are little monsters who have surpassed level 25. It seems luck is good this year. However, if you want to join Shrek Academy, you still have to pass the fourth trial. Since you bypassed the second and third trials, I will personally play with you in this trial. Nonsense. Just then, Flander and Li Yusong walked over with Mo Lang, and as soon as they arrived, they sternly reprimanded Xiao Wujia. Boss. Xiao Wujia looked at Flander, who was different from usual, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Chapter 30. I, as the Vice Dean, will take care of him. All right. Flander gave Xiao Wujia a look, then turned to Tang San and the others. You 4 only need to last a stick of incense in Dai Mubai's hands. Yes. Although Tang San and the others didn't understand what it meant, they were happy not to have to fight Xiao Wujia. After all, a soul sage was not someone they could defeat. Xiao Wujia wanted to say a few more words, but upon seeing Flander's gaze, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and stood by to watch the situation unfold, curiously observing Flander, wondering what he wanted to do. Soon, Dai Mubai began to engage in battle with Tang San and the others again. During this time, Xiao Wujia walked up to Flander and, somewhat unconvinced, asked, Boss, Dai Mubai is obviously not a match for these 4. Why did you stop me? Because your opponent is not them, but this kid, Flander explained, then directed his gaze to Mo Lang, who was standing to the side. Him? What do you mean? You think this kid is my opponent? Xiao Wujia glanced at Mo Lang and disdainfully said, This kind of good-looking but useless kid, I can take on 10 of him. At this moment, Li Yusong, who was standing by, saw Xiao Wujia's arrogance and was about to say a few words of advice. But then he thought about how he had just suffered a loss at this kid's hands. If he was the only one to suffer, he would surely be laughed at in the future, so it was better to watch Xiao Wujia suffer as well. Among good friends, this is often how things work. I believe you. Flander looked at Xiao Wujia and nodded in trust, but his thoughts returned to that morning. In the morning, Flander was guarding his store when a figure shrouded in a cloak silently appeared before him. If it weren't for the tall figure blocking the light, Flander wouldn't have realized how the person had appeared. Who are you? Flander was startled, his eyes narrowed, immediately becoming vigilant as he looked at the man, secretly raising his soul power to the peak while staring at the person in front of him, whose head was covered with a black hood. "It's me." The visitor pushed back the hood, revealing a weathered face and deep-set eyes. This person was none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Upon seeing Tang Hao, Flanders' eyes first widened. Then he immediately bowed and saluted. "I have seen the Hades. No need for excessive courtesy. I came to find you because I have something I need your help with." Tang Hao lowered his voice, and Flander listened attentively, his eyes occasionally flashing with surprise. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he nodded to indicate he understood. "All right, I will trouble you from now on." After Tang Hao finished, he turned to leave. But at the door, he stopped and said, "By the way, if that kid Mo Lang comes to your academy, let him do whatever he wants. His teacher is unfathomable." Mo Lang? Flander frowned upon hearing this. Who is this person? Could it be that kid? Flander recalled the enigmatic young man he had seen with Tang San. No matter what, he had to go back and take a look. After all, he was the disciple of someone whom even the Hao Yino deemed unfathomable. Flander tidied up a bit before closing the shop and heading to Shrek Academy. On his way, he happened to encounter Mo Lang and Li Yusong preparing for a duel. Flander took the letter from Li Yusong and glanced at it. Inside, Yu Xiao Gang emphasized that they should not concern themselves with Mo Lang's matters and just let him be. This only piqued Flander's curiosity about the young man even further. What was so special about him? It wasn't until Li Yusong, ignoring the advice, insisted on competing with Mo Lang in stick techniques that things escalated. Mo Lang struck him with a single blow, sending him flying and nearly shattering the dragon pattern stick. If Mo Lang hadn't restrained his power, that strike could have directly crushed Li Yusong's martial soul and severely injured him. Witnessing this scene, Flander couldn't help but gasp. This kid was truly a freak. As a Soul Emperor and a powerful attack Soul Master, Li Yusong could generally handle any peak Soul Emperor, yet he was sent flying by a Soul Zone kid. Just how monstrous was this kid's strength? Even Li Yusong himself looked at Mo Lang in shock. That blow had definitely exceeded 10,000 pounds of force. A typical Soul Zone at most had a strength of around 1,000 pounds, unless they were some special power-type Soul Masters. To reach 10,000 pounds of force, one would at least need to be a Soul Sage or a Soul Douluo. Not to mention, this kid seemed to have used no soul skills to enhance his strength. He achieved 10,000 pounds purely with his physical prowess. Was this kid born with divine strength? After this battle, Li Yusong had no doubts about Mo Lang's combat power, even feeling deeply wary. At such a young age, possessing such strength was simply monstrous. He would be more than sufficient to be a teacher at Shrek Academy. Bang! Returning to the present, under the combined efforts of Tang San and the others. It wasn't them who lasted a stick of incense's time, but Dai Mubai who fell within that time. TSK, you guys are really freaks. After being thrown by Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai rubbed his chest and looked at the four with astonishment. Well, their talents are not inferior to yours. Being able to last a stick of incense's time in their hands is quite impressive. Flander nodded, clearly satisfied with Tang San and the others, and said from today on, "You are part of Shrek Academy. I hope you can get along well." If it were before, he would have praised the four of them a bit more. But after seeing Mo Lang, he felt that these four were still lacking a bit. "Boss, when did your standards become so high? These four juniors have talents far superior to ours. Why don't you say a few more words?" Xiao Wuji was also pleased with Tang San and the others' performance. But seeing Flanders seemingly indifferent, he felt somewhat puzzled. They are quite good, but compared to your opponent, they still fall a bit short. Flander initially wanted to say they fell very short, but as the principal, he couldn't hurt his students' self-esteem, so he quickly changed his words. "My opponent?" Xiao Wuji furrowed his brows as he looked at Mo Lang, somewhat angrily saying, "Boss, what do you mean? You can't be serious about wanting me to battle this kid, right? Kid? Old Xiao, don't underestimate him. He is here to apply for a teaching position at Shrek Academy," Flander provocatively stated, intending to provoke Xiao Wuji to see where Mo Lang's limits lay. "Teacher?" Xiao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, "Boss, are you kidding me? This kid wants to be a teacher at our Shrek Academy? How old is he? Not even 20? If he can last a stick of incense's time against me, the vice president, will serve him. Please vote for recommendations. I want to be on a new book list. The higher the ranking, the more updates. Thank you." Chapter 31, 6th Sign-In. Enhanced version of the mischievous Four Monkeys gift pack. Listening to Xiao Wuji and Flanders' conversation, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing looked curiously at the handsome young man. They knew earlier that Mo Lang had not signed up as a student, but they didn't expect that he was here to apply as a teacher. This was simply insane. Could it be that such a young person was also a soul emperor? However, at that moment, Mo Lang was not listening to anyone. Because when Flander announced that Tang San officially became a student of Shrek Academy, the system's notification sound that had not been heard for 6 years rang again. Ding! Detected that Tang San has joined Shrek Academy for the first time. Meeting the sign-in conditions. Do you want to sign in? Without hesitation, Mo Lang clicked yes, eagerly anticipating what the reward would be this time. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in. Reward. Enhanced version of the mischievous 4 Monkeys gift pack. 3 peak experience cards for title Douluo. I technique, insight. Wow. Enhanced version of the mischievous 4 Monkeys gift pack. Mo Lang couldn't remain calm when he saw the first reward. The Mixed World 4 Monkeys Mega Pack was already impressive. But how amazing could the enhanced version of the Mixed World 4 Monkeys Mega Pack be to deserve the term enhanced? Anyone who has played games knows that when a game has enhanced in its title, it's usually quite overpowered. Take the game 3 Kingdoms Battle Chronicle, for example. Those who understand know what I'm talking about. However, before he could check the introduction for the enhanced Mixed World 4 Monkeys Mega Pack, the second reward caught his attention again. 3 title Douluo Peak Experience Cards. Without needing to read the description, Mo Lang knew exactly what these were. These experience cards were simply unbeatable tools for showing off and getting back at others. Just imagine, in a life-or-death situation, suddenly having the strength of a title Douluo Peak. Who in Douluo continent would dare challenge you? Unfortunately, there were only 3 cards. If only there were a few hundred. Mo Lang looked regretfully at the third reward. I technique, insight. What is this? Mo Lang curiously opened it and took a look. Insight, the ability to view target attack vulnerabilities and physical flaws, as well as target information. This is great. This insight skill completely compensates for the shortcomings of his golden eyes. With this skill, even if he faces a soul master stronger than himself, he might not necessarily lose, unless the gap is too large, and the opponent's strength can make up for the flaws he sees. Mo Lang was very satisfied with this eye technique, and then clicked on the introduction of the enhanced version of the 4 Monkey Chaos gift pack. Enhanced version of the 4 Monkey Chaos gift pack. It contains 4 10,000-year spirit rings and 1 40,000-year spirit ring. After the host levels up, they will randomly obtain one of the 10,000-year spirit rings. Wow, 10,000-year spirit rings and a 40,000-year spirit ring. It truly lives up to its reputation as the enhanced version of the 4 Monkey Chaos gift pack. He wouldn't even need to hunt soul beasts to become a title Douluo. He could directly obtain the 10,000-year and 40,000-year spirit rings from the gift pack. Mo Lang's heart was shaken. Although he had some guesses beforehand, the confirmation was still quite shocking, especially since this enhanced gift pack actually included a 400,000-year spirit ring. What kind of spirit beast could this 400,000-year spirit ring belong to? Mo Lang became excited, but it seemed he would have to wait until he reached the title Douluo level to find out. Before that, he could only obtain the first 4 10-year spirit rings. Suppressing his curiosity, Mo Lang looked at the title Douluo Peak Experience card. It could grant the user the strength of a title Douluo at its peak for a short time. Duration, 10 minutes. After effects, depending on the level, there would be a certain period during which the user could not move. Currently, unable to move for 4 hours. Indeed, there were time limits and after effects, but 10 minutes was enough for him to deal with most people on the Douluo continent. And he could also find a safe place to hide. Mo Lang was not disappointed. On the contrary, he was very excited. With this Douluo Peak Experience card, he could easily control Dougaboo's ice and fire eyes. Kid, I'm talking to you. If you can last a stick of incense's time in my hands, I'll make you the vice president. Seeing Mo Lang ignoring him and dazed on the side, Xiao Wu raised his voice. Mo Lang was pulled back to reality by Xiao Wu's voice. Although he wasn't paying attention, he heard everything that Flander and Xiao Wu had said just now. He had known that Xiao Wu had a fiery temper, but he didn't expect him to be so domineering. Flander was clearly trying to use Xiao Wu to test his own depth. If it had been before, he might have been defeated by Xiao Wu. But now, with the peak experience card of the title Douluo, even BB Dong would be left with a swollen backside. Vice Dean? What's so great about being the Vice Dean of Shrek Academy? Do you believe that with just one word from me, even the Dean would be mine? Mo Lang didn't want to waste the title Douluo Peak Experience card on Xiao Wu. As for being so confident in securing the position of president, that's because Flinder is right by his side. Yeah, the kid is young, but speaks boldly. Are you trying to challenge my boss? Xiao Wu laughed instead of getting angry and said, if you can become the president, I'll call you boss afterwards. If you can't make it, you will stay here and clean the toilets. How about that? Splash. Mo Lang waved his hand, and a pile of gold soul coins appeared in front of Flanders like a small mountain. This is 100,000 gold soul coins. How about considering giving up your position? Mo Lang turned to look at Flander and said, I know that Shrek Academy doesn't have much money, but it's impossible to train so many monsters without funding. Furthermore, I am not involved in any of the school's affairs. I serve merely as an honorary dean, so you should do as you see fit. 100,000 gold soul coins suddenly appeared before everyone, and for Flander, who was extremely fond of money, this was undoubtedly a huge shock. If he wanted to make money, earning 100,000 gold soul coins would be easy, but if he really did that, then Shrek Academy would have already grown strong and achieved great success long ago. Mo Lang seized on this point and planned to use money to create a position of honorary dean, which would also improve the living and dining conditions for Xiao Wu and himself. When Flander saw the 100,000 gold soul coins, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard and said, Do you think I, Flander, am just someone who is greedy for money? 200,000. Mo Lang waved his hand again, and the small mountain of golden soul coins in front of him doubled in size. No way. 300,000. Mo Lang waved his hand again, adding another 100,000 gold soul coins on top. The pile of 300,000 gold soul coins stacked up to almost half a person's height. Even Ning Rongrong, who came from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, had never seen so many gold soul coins in person. Her beautiful eyes widened, and her small mouth slightly opened in surprise. I only have this much. If you agree, take it. If not, I'll take it back. Mo Lang saw the struggle in the other person's eyes, smiled, and said, This should be Shrek's last recruitment, right? I don't think you want these developing geniuses to fall short of their potential because of money, do you? I know you are very strong and can help protect them, but if their nutrition and diet don't keep up, it will leave many hidden dangers for their future growth. Please vote for recommendations. Please save this. The better the data, the faster the updates. There are plenty of drafts. Thank you. Chapter 32. The Path to Becoming a God in Body. Kneeling for recommendation votes. Mo Lang's words pierced through Flanders' heart like sharp arrows, leaving him unable to refute. He glanced deeply at Mo Lang, whose playful and confident smile made him feel exposed. This made him very uncomfortable. But what the other party said was indeed the truth and struck a chord with him. Boss, you wouldn't really consider agreeing to him, would you? Xiao Wuji panicked. He knew Flanders' character well, and every word that kid said was reasonable, making it impossible for him to remain calm. Don't worry, you know what kind of person I am. Flanders gave Xiao Wuji a reassuring look, then turned to Mo Lang and said, I, Flanders, have always been steadfast and principled. I am not giving the position of dean to you because of a mere 300,000 gold soul coins, but because I see in you the same demeanor I had in my youth, handsome, charming, and wealthy. Xiao Wuji, Li Yusong, Xiao Wu Tang San, and the others. With that shoehorn-shaped face of yours, looking all poor and stingy, how do you fit with the words handsome, charming, and wealthy? Boss, even if you give the position of dean to this kid, I still won't accept him as the dean. Xiao Wuji knew he couldn't change Flanders' mind. So he turned to Mo Lang and said, Kid, you wouldn't really back down, would you? Huh, do you think provoking me will work? Mo Lang looked down coldly at Xiao Wuji, who was a head shorter than him, and sneered. However, if you insist on wanting to be my little brother, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson. Mo Lang was irritated by Xiao Wuji's words. If it weren't for his good impression of Xiao Wuji, he would have made the other party lie down for a month when he provoked him at the beginning. It was bound to be so, no need for more nonsense. Today, I must teach you a lesson and let you know not to be too arrogant. Xiao Wuji let out a cold laugh, and the soul power of the soul sage erupted with full force, overwhelming Mo Lang like a surging tide. Since you are sincerely looking for trouble, I will see whether your turtle shell is hard or my stick is hard. Mo Lang's mouth curled into a smile as he immediately used the Tidal Douluo Peak Experience card. Boom! In an instant, Mo Lang felt his soul power continuously rising until it reached the peak of Tidal Douluo's strength. As he felt the surging soul power within him, Mo Lang clenched his fist, feeling that he could shatter the void with a single punch. At the same time, when Mo Lang's soul power suddenly surged to an incredible level, the people around him were overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from him and were rendered speechless. Especially Tang San and the others. Their faces showed horror and pain, unable to resist the urge to kneel. Fortunately, Mo Lang quickly retracted this pressure, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. But even for just a moment, sweat had already soaked their backs. This is the aura of a titled Douluo. Xiao Wu and Flinder widened their eyes, unable to believe that this boy, not even 15 years old, was actually a titled Douluo. Moreover, judging from this aura, he was not an ordinary titled Douluo. Even the Pope seemed to lack the intensity of the aura he possessed, especially Xiao Wu, who now regretted deeply, wishing he could slap himself twice. Why didn't he listen to the advice? The other party was a titled Douluo, and he was still making a fuss? Was he looking for trouble? But Mo Lang had already turned to look at him, teasingly saying, "Come on, I'm in a hurry." "Boss." Xiao Wu swallowed hard, looking at Flinder with a face full of plea for help. "I am not your boss. Your boss is now Dean Mo," Flinder said sternly. Xiao Wu replied, "All right, as long as you can last 5 minutes in my hands, this matter will be settled." Mo Lang waved his hand, eager to see just how strong he had become. "Let's do this." Xiao Wu, seeing that Mo Lang had something to say, couldn't maintain his composure. However, since there was no way to avoid it, he decided to give it his all and see how much of a gap there was between him and a titled Douluo. Ding, ding, ding. A series of sounds rang out as 7 dazzling soul rings appeared behind Xiao Wu. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. With the terrifying boost of the 7 soul rings, Xiao Wujia's height and muscles received a tremendous enhancement, making him look like a raging giant bear. Immovable king body. Great strength diamond palm. Gravity enhancement. Target tracking. Gravity compression. Great strength diamond roar. Martial soul true body. In an instant, the 7 soul rings behind Xiao Wujia lit up simultaneously. Then, he charged towards Mo Lang. Since a battle was about to begin, it was best to strike first. Boom! In the face of Xiao Wujia's attack, Mo Lang simply raised his hand and slapped Xiao Wujia across the face. With a loud smack, all of Xiao Wujia's attacks were rendered useless, as if they had no effect at all. He was instantly sent flying, spinning through the air countless times before landing on the ground. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. Was this the power of a titled Douluo? A single slap could send a soul sage flying. It was simply terrifying. Puff! After landing, Xiao Wujia spat out a mouthful of blood, his left cheek swollen high, looking at Mo Lang with resentment. Witnessing this, Flinder couldn't help but swallow hard. That slap had made Xiao Wujia's already unhandsome face even worse. However, it seemed Mo Lang spared Xiao Wujia some dignity. Otherwise, he would have knocked out a few of his teeth. It appeared this kid was also a petty person, aiming specifically for the face. "Do you know why I slapped you in the face?" Mo Lang asked Xiao Wujia. Without waiting for Xiao Wujia's response, he answered himself. "I, Mo Lang, only have one grandfather, and that's old Jack. Anyone who dares to call themselves grandfather in front of me, I won't hesitate to take them down. This slap today is just a lesson for you. There will be a next time, and no matter who it is, the outcome will be the same. That is death." Mo Lang's words were extremely domineering, leaving everyone present speechless. However, it was precisely because of this statement that everyone realized Mo Lang was a person who valued emotions. "I'm sorry." After hearing Mo Lang's words, Xiao Wuji, who had lingering resentment, immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to apologize. After all, it was he who had provoked first. Not to mention he had offended someone important to the other party with his careless remarks, so he felt this slap was worth it. "Let's consider this matter settled. There's still 4 minutes left. Let's continue," Mo Lang said, waving his hand. Xiao Wuji originally thought this matter would pass just like that, but unexpectedly, he still had to endure another beating, which made him feel worse than eating shit. As for why Mo Lang wasn't letting Xiao Wuji off the hook, it was because when he used the insight skill on Xiao Wuji earlier, he discovered that the skill could also reveal the physical flaws of Xiao Wuji. More importantly, there were detailed annotations nearby. Using the 9-9 return hammer method could compensate for and strengthen this flaw. This meant that the 9-9 return hammer method could not only be used to refine divine artifacts, but also to refine the physical body. With this thought, a bold idea suddenly sprang up in Mo Lang's mind. If he could really use the 9-9 return hammer method to refine the physical body, wouldn't that mean he could forge the body to a hardness comparable to that of divine artifacts, achieving the realm of becoming a god with the physical body? Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking collections. Thank you to everyone, Wu Yinzu and Wang Zuxian. Wang Zuxian is my goddess. The update will change to 1 update at 1 a.m., a benefit for night owls, and 1 update at 12 p.m. Chapter 33. Did Teacher Zhao get beaten out of shit? Seeking free recommendation votes. It was precisely for this reason that Mo Lang wanted to use Xiao Wu for experimentation. After all, the Eye of Insight had indicated that the 9-9 return hammer method could strengthen the physical body. As long as he controlled the force, it would definitely succeed. He just didn't know if the other party could withstand these 10 punches. However, among those present, only Xiao Wu followed a defensive power route and could withstand the punches in Mo Lang's experience state. Don't move. Everything I'm about to do is for your own good. Mo Lang reminded Xiao Wu to let him relax his guard. He was afraid that if the other party moved, he might hit the wrong spot, which would be awkward. 3 question marks appeared above Xiao Wu's head. What does this mean? Do you want me to stand still for you to hit me? Even if you're a titled Douluo, you shouldn't bully people like this, right? But Xiao Wu knew that even if he resisted, it would be of no use. As the old saying goes, if you can't resist, then learn to enjoy it. Mo Lang saw that Xiao Wu had become motionless and immediately began to strike Xiao Wu's body step by step according to the hints given by the Eye of Insight. Oh. With each punch that landed, Xiao Wu couldn't help but let out painful howls. However, for some reason, after the pain, Xiao Wu felt waves of extremely comfortable, tingling sensations spreading throughout his body, causing him to moan uncontrollably. But soon, the next punch landed on him, resulting in Xiao Wu making sounds that would make anyone blush. This left the onlookers, including Flander and Xiao Wu, in shock. 1 second he was in immense pain, and the next he displayed a look of comfort. Does Xiao Wu have masochistic tendencies? This was the last punch. If you can endure it, you will benefit greatly. When Mo Lang's 9th fist struck, he reminded Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately focused and prepared to receive this final punch. Although he didn't know how the opponent managed to do it, after taking these few punches, he could clearly feel the enhancement of his physical strength. It seemed that every muscle in his body had become harder. Therefore, he set aside all doubts and suspicions. He had a premonition that as long as he could withstand this last punch, his physical body would definitely be stronger than it was now. He wasn't sure how much stronger, but it would definitely surprise him. Boom! When the 10th punch hit Xiao Wu, he suddenly felt that the force of this punch was heavier than the combined weight of the previous 9 punches. More importantly, this 10th punch seemed to activate the hidden energy left by the previous 9 punches, causing every muscle in his body to tear apart. In that moment, he felt as if he was being ripped apart, enduring an incredibly cruel torture. If it weren't for the numbness that followed the previous 9 punches, he would have doubted that the opponent was trying to kill him. Roar! Xiao Wu tried his best to suppress the sound, but the pain was unbearable, forcing him to let out a low, deep roar. As Xiao Wu roared, a foul-smelling black substance was expelled from every pore of his body, causing Xiao Wu and the others to retreat far away. Flanders, watching Xiao Wu in this state, wanted to plead for him but swallowed his words. He knew that this foul-smelling black substance was impurities from a body. The more expelled, the better for the body. This state of Xiao Wu lasted for about 3 minutes, after which he let out a satisfied groan, as if to tell everyone that he was done. Thank you, Your Highness. This time, Xiao Wu knelt on one knee before Mo Lang, for only he knew what these 10 punches meant for him. Stay away from me. You smell too bad. Mo Lang felt a bit relieved that the black substance only appeared after the fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to take action. Yes. I'll go take a shower now, and then come to see Your Highness. Xiao Wu was genuinely impressed and obediently followed Mo Lang's words, hurriedly getting up to take a shower. To be honest, he also felt nauseated from the smell. Big brother Dai, does teacher Xiao have a masochistic tendency? He got beaten so badly that he nearly lost his lunch, yet he still kneels to thank the other party? Oscar whispered to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's mouth twitched, but he didn't answer the question because Xiao Wu was already glaring at him with a fierce expression. I got a big sausage. Oscar's scalp tingled, and he took out his big sausage, looking obsequious as he endured the foul smell and approached Xiao Wu. Teacher Xiao, children speak without restraint. Have a sausage to help recover from your injuries. Get lost. I'm perfectly fine. Wait until I finish my shower, and then I'll deal with you, kid. Xiao Wu shot a glare at Oscar, daring him to say he was beaten so badly. Just watch how I'll beat you into the ground. On the side, Flander noticed that Xiao Wu, who usually did whatever he wanted and didn't show a good face even to the Pope of the Spirit Hall, was being so humble in front of Mo Lang like a little fanboy, which indicated that he must have gained a significant improvement. Although he wanted to catch up with Xiao Wu to clarify things, he felt it was inappropriate to do so while Mo Lang was present. and he didn't dare to leave Mo Lang alone here. After all, this was a peerless genius who had reached the peak of the title Douluo at just over 10 years old. All right, I'm a bit tired too. You help me tidy up a room. I'm going to take a nap. No one is to disturb me until I wake up. Mo Lang looked at the time on the experience card, and it was about time. He waved his hand, signaling Flandra to lead the way. All right, Your Highness. Please follow me. Although Flandra was puzzled, he didn't dare to ask too much. He found a slightly spacious room and arranged for Mo Lang to settle in before immediately going to find Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu and Tang Xin followed. Wanted to ask Mo Lang what was going on, but Mo Lang didn't say anything. He only asked Tang Xin to stay outside and let Xiao Wu accompany him. Tang Xin looked at Mo Lang, whose breath was becoming weaker, and felt a bit worried. However, seeing that Mo Lang wasn't saying anything, he didn't continue to ask. After all, he had seen so many strange things happening to Mo Lang that he no longer found them surprising. All he could do was keep a good watch at the door. Lang, are you okay? Don't scare me. Looking at Mo Lang, who was becoming weaker while lying on her lap, Xiao Wu's eyes turned red, and her heart felt anxious. I'm fine. Just need a rest for a few hours. Don't cry. Mo Lang rested his head on Xiao Wu's soft, long legs, inhaling the maidenly fragrance emanating from her, and gradually fell asleep under the aftereffects of the experience card. Seeing that Mo Lang was really just sleeping, Xiao Wu's anxious heart slowly settled down as she quietly gazed at Mo Lang's handsome features. However, as she watched, Mo Lang turned over, facing Xiao Wu, and his hand, whether intentional or not, ended up touching Xiao Wu's little perky bottom. Pervert. Even while sleeping, he can't behave. A blush immediately appeared on Xiao Wu's fair little face. But she didn't move Mo Lang's hand away. Suddenly, Xiao Wu raised her head, her eyes filled with unease. Please give me free recommendation votes. Because this book is completely free to maintain my livelihood. I can only strive to enter the top 20 of the Kunlun new book list to receive rewards from the prize pool. Recommendation votes are extremely important. Thank you. Chapter 34. Your Majesty, can you hit me once? Flander, who had been expelled by Mo Lang, arrived at Xiao Wuji's residence. I love bathing. My skin is really nice. Upon arriving at the door, Flander heard Xiao Wuji singing while scrubbing himself, and his rough voice sounded terrible, like a duck quacking. Stop singing. Others charge money for singing, but you, kid, are singing for your life. Flander knocked on Xiao Wuji's door. Splash. Just as he finished speaking, the door was opened, and a basin of pitch-black water was splashed directly onto Flander. Oh, isn't this Flander? What brings you here? Xiao Wuji, wrapped in a bath towel, pretended to look at Flander, who was drenched in bathwater. Xiao Wuji, are you crazy? How dare you splash bathwater on your boss? Ugh. As Flander spoke, he was overwhelmed by the foul smell of the bathwater, making him gag. Boss. My boss is now Director Mo. Who are you? Xiao Wuji clearly still held a grudge against Flander's previous sycophantic behavior. You. If I don't properly deal with you today, I won't be called Flander. Flander, feeling humiliated and angry, charged at Xiao Wuji, disregarding the disgusting smell on him. As a dignified 78th level soul sage, even though he was only 2 levels higher than Xiao Wuji, the gap in soul master levels became greater as they progressed, especially after reaching the title Douluo level, where each level up became increasingly difficult. Come on, who is afraid of who? Little did he know, Xiao Wuji wasn't intimidated by Flander at all. The fluctuations of his soul power were actually on par with Flander's. When did you break through? Seeing Xiao Wuji's soul power fluctuations were comparable to his own, Flander stopped in surprise. I have to thank my new big brother for those 10 punches. They not only strengthened my body, but also cured the hidden ailments from my previous injuries, allowing my soul power to flow more smoothly. Hence, I jumped up 2 levels. Xiao Wuji crossed his arms, showing no intention of fighting Flander. It wasn't that he was being sentimental. He had just finished bathing, while Flander was covered in a stench. Otherwise, he would have liked to see how his current strength measured up. Really, after getting beaten, you were able to heal your previous ailments and even break through? Flander couldn't believe it. Was there really such a bizarre thing in this world? Believe it or not, once the pain on my body disappears, I'll find my boss for a few more hits. Just the thought of being beaten to break through made Xiao Wuji eager to have Mo Lang give him another round. The pain was bearable if it meant he could break through to the soul Douluo realm sooner. He could accept as many hits as necessary. Goodbye. Seeing that Xiao Wuji didn't seem to be lying, Flander quickly took his leave. He was already at the 78th level soul sage. If he could level up 2 more times, he would become a soul Douluo. Although soul sages were powerful, They were like younger brothers compared to soul Douluos. It seemed like only a difference of one soul ring and an additional soul skill, but in reality, it was worlds apart. Looking at Mo Lang, who was fast asleep in her arms, Xiao Wu suddenly remembered something, her eyes filled with unease. Because this secret was known only to her. She hadn't even told Mo Lang, not because she didn't want to, but because she hadn't found the opportunity. More importantly, she didn't want her identity to lead to a separation from Mo Lang, which was the result she could not accept. She had already grown accustomed to everything about him. But this secret of being a soul beast would be seen through once one reached the soul Douluo level. And since Mo Lang had just unleashed the power of a titled Douluo, didn't that mean he had already seen through her identity? How would she face him afterward? Xiao Wu, no matter what happens, don't leave me, okay? At that moment, Mo Lang suddenly mumbled in his sleep, then held Xiao Wu even tighter, tears rolling down the corners of his eyes, as if he had dreamed of something bad. Because only old Jack knew that despite Mo Lang's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was actually very sensitive inside. Having no parents in 2 lifetimes, he valued every hard-earned relationship more than anyone else, especially after 6 years of companionship with Xiao Wu. Although the He crossed the line of friendship, he actually relied on her even more than she did on him. Hearing Mo Lang's sudden confession, although Xiao Wu knew he was talking in his sleep, when she looked at the tears in Mo Lang's eyes, it felt as if her heartstrings were plucked, causing her heart to race. At the same time, her earlier feelings of confusion transformed into sweetness and happiness at that moment. She finally realized that she had deeply fallen in love with him. She gazed affectionately at Mo Lang, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and softly said, "Don't worry, Lang. Unless you don't want to, I will never leave you." Yes, in that moment, she made up her mind to wait for Mo Lang to wake up and tell him her true identity. No matter the outcome, she would accept it. Afternoon. A crowd had gathered at Mo Lang's door. However, Mo Lang had not woken up, and they dared not disturb him. As a result, Tang San, who was guarding the door, was pulled and asked various questions. But Tang San didn't know much and didn't want to say anything, which only made Flender, Xiao Wu and others, including Dai Mubai and the future Shrek 7 monsters, more curious about Mo Lang. How could a titled Douluo under 15 years old achieve this? Looking across the entire Douluo continent, no one could accomplish such a feat. The youngest titled Douluo before was Tang San's father, who became a titled Douluo in his 40s, which means there was a 30-year gap compared to Mo Lang's 13.5 years. This is enough to illustrate the unprecedented level of Mo Lang's talent. Creak. At this moment, the door opened, and Mo Lang and Xiao Wu walked out of the room. "Your Highness, you finally woke up. Are you feeling all right?" As soon as Mo Lang appeared, Flander asked with a flattering expression, "Is everything all right? Where's the kitchen?" "Xiao Wu is hungry. I'll go prepare dinner." Mo Lang shook his head and turned his gaze to Tang San. "Xiao San, go buy some ingredients. Since we're all here, buy a bit more." "Okay, Brother Lang." As soon as he heard that Brother Lang was going to cook personally, Tang San's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran towards Soto City. He knew Brother Lang's cooking skills well. "Boss, with your esteemed status as the Duke, how can you cook personally? We have chefs here," Xiao Wu said immediately upon seeing this. How can your chefs compare to a Lang's skills? The food he makes is the best in the Douluo continent," Xiao Wu said proudly, linking her arm with Mo Lang's. "Since we have the fortune to eat the food made by the Duke himself, it is our honor." Seeing Xiao Wu say this, Flander couldn't refuse. He even resolved in his heart that no matter how bad it tasted, he would still give a thumbs up. Duke, before this, I have a small request," Flander said a bit shyly. "Duke, can you hear me once?" Kneeling down, he pleaded for free recommendation tickets from readers. "This book is completely free, lifelong free access. Is it too much to ask for some recommendation tickets?" "Thank you." Chapter 35. Because I'm also a little rascal, Duke. Can you hit me once? Hearing this, everyone except Xiao Wu and Mo Lang was stunned. What the hell kind of academy is this? The vice principal and former principal actually have masochistic tendencies? Looking at Xiao Wu's expression, it seemed like he was also inclined to ask, "Duke, can you hit me again?" Their worldview was about to collapse. Whereas the ruthless and cold-blooded Xiao Wu, who is a proud and aloof personality, whereas the cunning and treacherous Flander, who is also proud and aloof. Asking someone to hit him in front of a teenage titled Douluo? How did the atmosphere change like this? No way. Mo Lang directly refused Flander's perverse request. What a joke. He had already wasted a peak experience card for titled Douluo on Xiao Wu, so how could he waste another one on Flander? This was a life-saving tool for digging into the lair of the poisoned Douluo World. Your Majesty, I said no means no. Do you think it's easy to help you soul saints level up? If it were easy, I wouldn't have rested for so long. Mo Lang interrupted Flander, his tone cooling down. Since he had already demonstrated the strength of a titled Douluo, he had to carry himself like one. After all, he didn't need to show any respect to just a soul sage. Yes, Flander knew that being persistent in such matters wouldn't work and could only wait for an opportunity. However, I might have to be away for a while recently, so during this time, the safety of Xiao Wu and Tang San will be entrusted to both of you. Mo Lang changed the subject and said, if you do well, I don't mind giving you a beating. Yes, we promise to complete the task. Besides, ensuring the safety of the students is something we should do as teachers. As soon as Flander and Xiao Wu heard that there was a turn of events, they immediately agreed. In the eyes of the three of them, this conversation had no issues, but in the eyes of Dai Mubai and the others, they were on the verge of a breakdown again. What the hell do you mean by doing well? Are you saying that if I don't do well, you let me off? More importantly, Xiao Wu and Flander looked very honored, even eager to be beaten. Isn't this too outrageous? Do you have no integrity? Mom, I want to drop out. Lang, are you going out? Where to? I want to go too. As soon as Xiao Wu heard that Mo Lang was going out for a while, she immediately shouted that she wanted to go along. It's a very dangerous place, and even I can't guarantee your safety. Just stay here and wait for me to come back, okay? Mo Lang is preparing to go to the Ice and Fire 2E, and with so many immortal products, he has long been itching to go. However, he doesn't plan to take Xiao Wu with him because he is not a true title Douluo. Facing the poisoned Douluo, he can only pretend for 10 minutes. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger. I promise to come back to see you as quickly as possible. Seeing Xiao Wu's eyes red, Mo Lang gently placed his hand on her head for a head pat and then said softly, be good, listen to me, and I'll bring you a gift when I return. How about that? I don't want a gift. I just want you back, Xiao Wu said, looking at Mo Lang with deep affection. For some reason, she had a bad premonition in her heart, but thinking of Mo Lang's strength, she believed he would be fine. However, she felt a bit despondent and lost. The gap in strength between them was growing larger. Should she work harder to cultivate? That way, he wouldn't have to go to such a dangerous place alone. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu seemed to mature a little, her gaze becoming more resolute. She looked at Mo Lang and said, you swear that you'll come back safe and sound. Yes, I, Mo Lang, swear that I will come back safe and sound to see my most adorable and charming Xiao Wu. Mo Lang smiled, raised 3 fingers and said if I don't succeed, I will. Xiao Wu shot him a glare, not wanting Mo Lang to say such ominous words. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who was nearby, looked at Mo Lang's affectionate demeanor and then at the flirtatious Dai Mubai. For some reason, the more she looked, the more displeased she felt. Dai Mubai was admiring Mo Lang's skill in flirting when he suddenly felt a chill down his back, realizing that Zhu Zhuqing's dislike for him seemed to have deepened, giving him a headache. At the same time, he was determined to ask Mo Lang for advice on dating techniques when he returned. His own method of relying on looks to attract shallow girls wouldn't work if he wanted to win back Zhu Zhuqing. He would have to learn from Mo Lang. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong looked at the strong, handsome, and wealthy Mo Lang, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes as she thought to herself, only such an outstanding man deserves her status. Oscar, seeing Ning Rongrong staring at Mo Lang, decided he had to shave his beard tomorrow to let them know that he, Oscar, is also quite handsome. As for Xiao Wu and Flander, they pretended not to see and had already flown away in their minds to when Mo Lang would return and beat them up. Soon, Tang Sin bought the ingredients. Mo Lang once again showcased his culinary skills as an outstanding graduate of New Oriental, leaving everyone in Shrek in awe of his talent. Ning Rongrong was initially indifferent, but after taking a bite, she was immediately captivated and decided she must win Mo Lang over. She believed that with her beauty and background, Mo Lang would not refuse her. However, Xiao Wu stood between her and Tang San, making it a bit challenging for her to intervene. She needed to come up with some strategies. Late at night, Mo Lang was called to the rooftop by Xiao Wu. This made Mo Lang feel quite embarrassed. It was deep in the night, on the rooftop, which was a bit too stimulating. Lang, there is something I've been hiding from you for a long time, and I've decided to tell you now. Xiao Wu struggled for a long time before finally summoning the courage to say it. Mo Lang noticed that Xiao Wu was being serious and also put away his smile, asking earnestly, what is the matter? Actually, I am a 10,000-year soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit, who is transformed into human form. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu revealed her secret in one breath, and then carefully watched Mo Lang's expression. Is that all? Mo Lang was somewhat surprised that Xiao Wu would share this with him, but he knew that for her to say it out loud took a lot of courage. So he pretended to be relaxed and said, I already knew. You told me when you were sleep-talking. Huh, I told you while sleep-talking? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face turned red. She had said things in her sleep? Wait, this isn't the time to worry about her sleep-talking. She cautiously asked, so you don't mind that I'm a rabbit? Mo Lang smiled, looking at Xiao Wu's adorable appearance, raised his eyebrows and said, Didn't you hear how old Jack calls me? What does he call you? Little bunny. I'm also a little bunny. So how could I mind that you are a rabbit? Xiao Wu, listening to Mo Lang's comforting words, felt like she was melting in his embrace and leaned up to kiss him. Daily request for recommendation votes. Aiming for the new book rankings to increase exposure. Dear readers, please don't find it bothersome. The more money, the more updates, the greater the motivation. Little Pannon needs to eat too. Thank you for all the free recommendation votes. Thank you. We've made it into the top 100 of the new book rankings. Adding an update at 6 in the afternoon. Requesting free recommendation votes. Chapter 36. 100,000-year soul ring, shattering the sky with one stick. The next day, before dawn, Missouri Lang quietly got up while Xiao Wu was still fast asleep and headed alone to the sunset forest. He didn't want Xiao Wu to feel sad seeing him leave. What he didn't know was that when he closed the door, Xiao Wu opened her eyes, looked at the empty room, and said, Mo Lang, I'll wait for you to come back. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Last night, Mo Lang was also startled by Xiao Wu's proactive kiss. However, when he felt her soft and smooth lips, his mind went blank, even with 2 lifetimes. This was his first kiss. It was indeed his first kiss in both of his lives. As Mo Lang lost himself in the moment, his hands instinctively moved upward, and Xiao Wu instantly woke up, looking at Mo Lang with a shy expression. Mo Lang, we're still young. How about we wait a bit longer? Seeing Xiao Wu's blushing face, Mo Lang also came back to his senses. Even though Xiao Wu had developed well, her age was a factor, and he couldn't proceed. Xiao Wu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Mo Lang said with some guilt, just like the beginners reading novels. You idiot, why are you saying sorry? This was the first time Xiao Wu saw Mo Lang like this, and she couldn't help but laugh. Thinking of this, Mo Lang also couldn't help but smile sweetly. If he hadn't already reached level 50, and if the Void Realm could maintain the vitality of those celestial items, he wouldn't want to set off so early. Yes, when Mo Lang used the experience card to battle Xiao Wuji, the already loosened bottleneck became even more relaxed. After being kissed by Xiao Wu last night, Mo Lang practiced for a while and naturally broke through to level 50. He also received the first soul ring from the enhanced version of the Mixed World 4's big gift package, the 100,000-year Lingming Stone Monkey Soul Ring. After absorbing this 100,000-year soul ring, Mo Lang's strength reached the realm of a level 53 Soul King. He also obtained his first attack type soul skill, Shattered Sky Stick. Shattered Sky Stick. It can unleash 500 critical damage, ignoring all external defense skills of the opponent. Those who have played games know that ignoring all external defense skills means dealing true damage to the target. This means the opponent can only rely on their physical strength to withstand this blow. Defense weapons and barrier skills are ineffective unless they directly enhance physical strength and defense. Otherwise, under Mo Lang's Shattered Sky Stick, they are all in vain. This skill is undoubtedly domineering and fits the title of the Great Sage equal to heaven. In addition, Mo Lang also obtained a second skill from the 100,000-year soul ring, Star Shift. Star Shift. It allows instant movement to any location within a range of 50 kilometers, increasing with the enhancement of strength. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Upon seeing this skill, Mo Lang was overjoyed again. With this skill, he no longer has to worry about how to handle things after using the experience card. He can simply blink away. Moreover, after using the experience card, this blink distance will only be greater, and he might even be able to teleport directly to Shrek Academy. The 7th sign-in point is where Tang San first obtained an external soul bone, so it seems this reward will definitely be related to soul bones. It's just a matter of what kind of soul bone will be rewarded. Mo Lang rushed towards the sunset forest while thinking about the location for his 6th sign-in. According to the plot development, Tang San would head to the Stardow Forest when Oscar broke through level 30, where he would kill the man-faced demon spider to obtain an external soul bone. He had about 5 or 6 days left, which was enough for him to go back and forth. Even if he encountered Dagobah with the experience card, he could still retreat unscathed. Under the shifting stars, Mo Lang reached the sunset forest in just half a day. What is this? As soon as he arrived in the Sunset Forest, Mo Lang's second soul skill, tread fortune and avoid calamity, immediately sensed a place radiating a golden glow. Among them, one particular glow was exceptionally brilliant, seeming to indicate some remarkable treasure. The location was near the Eye of Ice and Fire, but it seemed to be buried quite deep. Could it be the bones of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King? Or perhaps the soul bones they dropped? Mo Lang knows that the reason for the formation of the Ice and Fire duality I is the simultaneous fall of the Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King among the 9 Dragon Kings, which occurred in the Sunset Forest. Their bodies are buried thousands of meters beneath the Ice and Fire duality I, and that is how it came to be. If this is true, then he has not come here in vain. Mo Lang's eyes lit up with excitement. The soul bone of the 9 great Dragon Kings was enough to drive anyone crazy just by thinking about it. With a clear path ahead, it seemed that Douluo was not in the Sunset Forest, and Mo Lang quickly arrived at the steep valley. Without any hesitation, he jumped down directly. To be on the safe side, he activated his divine barrier to mitigate most of the damage before landing. Once he steadied himself, Mo Lang carefully surveyed his surroundings, looking at various rare herbs, celestial-grade medicinal materials, and poisons. Excitedly licking his lips, he swiftly gathered everything and stored it in his void ring. The void ring, being a divine-level soul guiding tool, perfectly preserved the vitality of these medicinal materials. After doing all this, Mo Lang sensed the most brilliant golden light, which was indeed beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, it was quite far away. Fortunately, he had the ability to shift space and could reach it in one go. To enter the Eye of Ice and Fire, one must consume the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, then refine a water and fire-resistant golden body within the eye. This undoubtedly posed a great risk to Mo Lang. If he didn't take the soul bone, he could simply gather the celestial-grade medicinal materials while Douluo was away and leave, possibly even without using an experience card if luck was on his side. However, the soul bone itself was an extremely rare item, not to mention that it could potentially be one of the soul bones of the 9 great Dragon Kings. If he just left like that, Mo Lang would feel regret. Damn, fortune favors the bold. If there's a bargain, one must seize it. Even if he encountered Douluo, he had the title Douluo experience card and was not afraid at all. Mo Lang gritted his teeth, took out the 8-pointed ice grass and the blazing apricot flower, and after consuming them, immediately jumped into the Eye of Ice and Fire. As soon as he jumped in, Mo Lang felt a cold current and a wave of heat, both clashing within his body. What relieved him was that the cold and heat were not as domineering as described in novels. It was indeed uncomfortable, but still within his tolerance. It seemed that the star power he had absorbed over the years had strengthened his physical constitution. Mo Lang thought to himself, then self-mockingly said, I didn't expect my first experience of the Ice and Fire duality to be here. After half a day, feeling that his body was not as uncomfortable, he took a deep breath and activated the star shift. In an instant, Mo Lang appeared beneath the spring, thousands of feet down. What he didn't know was that not long after he descended, the toxin in Douluo was about to erupt, and he was rushing towards this direction. A bonus chapter for entering the top 100 of the new book list. The higher the rank, the more updates. The entire book is free. Lifelong access, seeking free recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 37. The Remnants of the 2 Great Dragon Kings. Early this morning, his right eyelid twitched continuously, giving him a bad premonition, and unexpectedly, the toxin erupted. Douluo leaped down and immediately sat beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, using its power to suppress the raging toxin within him, even failing to notice the absence of the 8-pointed ice grass and the blazing apricot flower. While he closed his eyes to suppress the toxin, Mo Lang was also enduring the tempering of the extreme cold and heat from the Eye of Ice and Fire. If he hadn't consumed the 8-pointed ice grass and the blazing apricot flower, even using the peak experience card of Title Douluo would not allow him to withstand these 2 forces. This should be the skeletal remains of the 2 great Dragon Kings. In the depths of the Eye of Ice and Fire, Mo Lang held his breath as he looked at the 2 gigantic dragon-shaped skeletons before him, which had presumably been buried for countless years, still radiating a luster, seemingly never to decay. In front of the 2 enormous dragon skeletons floated a ball of golden light. No, to be precise, there were 2 balls of golden light, but they were so close together that they appeared as one large ball. The originally silent golden lights seemed to become unstable as Mo Lang descended, as if something was about to break free from the golden light. With the two golden lights constantly shaking, the entire sunset forest began to tremble, let alone the eye of ice and fire, where the two-colored spring water actually began to swirl. This is bad. What is going on? Could it be that the two dragons down there are still alive? Mo Lang was horrified at the sight and immediately turned back to swim away, as the skill doubled stars was still on cooldown. Those two dragon kings possessed strength beyond that of a titled Douluo. Even with his experience card, he was no match for them. What was going on? The poisoned Douluo, who was suppressing the toxins within his body, immediately opened his eyes upon sensing the vibrations throughout the sunset forest. He discovered that the spring water in front of him had begun to swirl, and it was accelerating. Enduring the pain of the toxin outbreak, he fled the area. However, he was concerned that the poisons and remedies here would be destroyed, so he did not go far and instead stood on the cliff to observe. Meanwhile, the tremors of the sunset forest also caught the attention of the Tiando Empire, especially Qian Renxue, who was currently disguised as Shui Qinghe, rushing over immediately. Such a huge commotion must indicate the emergence of a great treasure, right? Qian Renxue stopped her cultivation and headed for the sunset forest. Boom! Not long after Douluo arrived, a fountain mixed with extreme cold and heat shot up into the sky. What the hell is going on? Did you spray out like that? Just as Douluo was surprised at how the hot spring had turned into a fountain, a voice emerged from the fountain, and soon a figure appeared before him as the water fell. Roar! Roar! Before Douluo could be astonished that there was actually someone in the eye of ice and fire, two deafening dragon roars echoed throughout the entire sunset forest. This made the soul beasts in the originally restless sunset forest tremble in fear and lie flat on the ground. Dragon roar? There are actually dragons. Two of them. After hearing the dragon roar, Douluo couldn't care less about why a person had emerged from the eye of ice and fire. Because this was a dragon, the most mysterious and powerful race in the entire Douluo continent. Even he had never seen a dragon soul beast in person. The only thing related to dragons might be the blue lightning tyrant dragon from the three upper sections. But the blue lightning tyrant dragon was just a martial spirit, not a real dragon. Damn, these two dragons are really alive. Listening to the deafening dragon roars echoing throughout the entire sunset forest, Mo Lang did not hesitate to use the titled Douluo Peak Experience card, floating in the air with his immense soul power. Who dares disturb our eternal slumber? As the mist dissipated, two massive figures appeared in the sky above the valley. One was a bone dragon engulfed in scorching flames, speaking in a commanding voice, its crimson eyes filled with a fierce look. The other bone dragon was covered in icy armor resembling blue crystal, its blue pupils radiating a chilling glow. What they had in common was that a golden light floated between their brows. Was this not a physical form, but rather the dragon souls of the two dragon kings attached to the skeletons? Mo Lang activated his insight skill and immediately saw the introduction of the two great dragon kings. Fire Dragon King's remnant soul, also known as the Holy Dragon of Fire Element, is the dragon soul after the fall of the Fire Dragon King, possessing the peak strength of a titled Douluo. Ice Dragon King's remnant soul, also known as the Water Dragon King, can be referred to as the Holy Dragon of Ice Element or the Holy Dragon of Water Element, is the dragon soul after the fall of the Ice Dragon King. Also possessing the peak strength of a titled Douluo, Fire Dragon King's soul bone can become the external soul bone, Fire Dragon King's wings. Ice Dragon King's soul bone can become the external soul bone, Ice Dragon King's wings. As a result, Mo Lang discovered that those two golden lights were actually the soul bones left by the two great dragon kings, and they could become external soul bones. It seems that his speculation was correct. These two golden treasures were indeed the soul bones dropped by the two great dragon kings. Although it was not mentioned in the first part, it is reasonable. How could such powerful soul beasts not drop soul bones? Mo Lang's eyes revealed excitement. It seems that as long as he defeats these two residual souls, he will be able to obtain those two soul bones. Kid, are you the one disturbing our slumber? After Mo Lang used the experience card, he emanated the aura of a peak titled Douluo like a bright lamp in the night, making it hard for anyone to ignore him. This kid is actually a titled Douluo, and this aura has already reached the pinnacle of titled Douluo. Douluo was stunned. He felt that what happened today was a bit too sudden, and he couldn't accept it for a moment. Not only had he seen the legendary bone dragon, but he also witnessed a peak titled Douluo. However, due to the overwhelming aura of the other party, Douluo couldn't clearly see the other person's features, but he could tell that the other was quite young. How could he not remember such a young, peak titled Douluo existing in the Douluo continent? Was it the toxicity affecting him that caused this hallucination? While Douluo thought this, he stepped back. Clearly, this was not a battle he could participate in. Although he was also a title Douluo, he was only a level 92 title Douluo, which was 7 levels lower than a peak title Douluo. In the realm of title Douluo, each level discrepancy could be fatal, let alone a gap of 7 levels, which was like a chasm. Meanwhile, due to the appearance of the 2 dragon kings' residual souls, many arriving soul masters involuntarily halted their steps from 1,000 meters away. Oh my god, is that a dragon? No way. I actually saw a dragon. And 2 of them. This aura, even the Pope could not contend with it. Look, isn't there also someone standing in front of the bone dragon? Isn't that the poisoned Douluo Douluo? And who is that young boy? I just want to ask, dear readers, can we break into the top 50 of the new book list with 3 updates every day this week? If so, I promise to deliver 3 updates every day. I humbly request recommendation votes. Also, I ask for 5-star reviews from all the great authors. Just adding the words "keep it up" would give me immense motivation. Chapter 38. 9th Soul Skill, Chaos Demon Ape. 5 updates today. Second update. My heavens, this is actually a title Douluo, and from the aura, he seems to be on par with those 2 giant dragons. Does anyone know who this person is? I don't know who he is, but he seems to want to battle the 2 dragons alone. Everyone went crazy, especially when they saw Mo Lang summon his martial soul. They all widened their eyes, including the quietly arriving Xueqinghe. In the sky above, Mo Lang summoned the Rui Jingu Bang, his face filled with battle intent. The experience card lasted only 10 minutes, so he had to fight quickly, especially as more and more people were arriving. Once his experience card disappeared, the situation would become even more dangerous. Moreover, he finally had the chance to fight freely. His big stick had long been eager for action. Perhaps it was due to the Chaos 4 Monkey's martial spirit. Or perhaps Mo Lang was inherently a fighter. At this moment, his blood was boiling. Kid, I admit you're not bad. Even if you're a title Douluo, thinking you can challenge both of us alone is a bit too arrogant. Seeing the human in front of him reveal his martial spirit, the Fire Dragon King's explosive temper couldn't be contained. He opened his mouth and unleashed a fiery dragon breath that was incredibly hot, as if it could melt everything. With a roar, a dragon breath that was nearly 10 meters wide erupted, instantly painting the entire sky in flames, like a sea of fire in the air. The scorching temperature distorted the air around it. As expected of the Dragon King, even as a remnant soul, this temperature was enough to easily annihilate a low-level title Douluo. Feeling the intense heat, Mo Lang's gaze sharpened. Before the flames arrived, the golden staff in his hand suddenly grew larger, and he shouted, "Who do you think you are? Just a remnant soul." Facing the searing dragon breath, Mo Lang did not dodge. He activated the cool-down skill, doubled stars, and instantly vanished from his original position, evading the fiery breath. While everyone was astonished at how Mo Lang disappeared, he suddenly reappeared behind the Fire Dragon King, raising his golden staff to smash down hard onto the Fire Dragon King's body. Hee, kid, you don't think your ant-like strength can hurt me, do you? The Fire Dragon King looked at the vanished Mo Lang with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but upon sensing the soul power fluctuation behind him, he revealed a look of disdain. As one of the 9 great Dragon Kings, even if he was left with just a skeleton, he was still comparable to divine artifacts. He was not someone ordinary people could shake, unless the opponent also possessed a divine artifact. In his understanding, no divine artifact was just a stick, and moreover, he didn't have time to dodge. Shatter the heavens with one stick. Mo Lang saw the Fire Dragon King being so arrogant. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he unleashed his first attack soul skill without holding back. Boom! Mo Lang's soul power surged, and the other end of the Rui golden cudgel suddenly grew larger, even bigger than the Fire Dragon King's skeleton, blocking out the sky and obscuring the sun, ready to destroy everything. What the hell? How did it become so thick and big? Under the astonished gaze of the Fire Dragon King, the enlarged and thickened Rui golden cudgel crashed down with unmatched power. Bang! With a loud sound, the Fire Dragon King was struck by the Rui golden cudgel, and the entire dragon instantly fell from the sky to the ground. Fortunately, Mo Lang had already removed most of the celestial items. Otherwise, those celestial items would definitely have been destroyed upon colliding with the Fire Dragon King skeleton. What kind of martial soul is that? How can it become so big? Could it be some kind of mutated martial soul? Is this kid's power really that terrifying? This single blow was able to knock down the Fire Dragon King. It must weigh at least 10,000 gene. Damn it. When did such a young monster appear on the continent? What about our faces, you old guys? This scene shocked everyone, including the Ice Dragon King and Douluo beside them, completely refreshing their worldview. Damn it, kid. You have successfully angered me. The Fire Dragon King flew up again, still feeling dizzy from the earlier roll, and his flight was somewhat unstable. This time, he didn't breathe fire but prepared to engage Mo Lang in close combat. Boom! Mo Lang raised his golden hoop stick and swung it again. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon King was about to reach out with his claws to grab it. But upon realizing that this stick was a divine weapon, he immediately changed direction to avoid the strike, and at the same time, used his inertia to sweep his dragon tail towards Mo Lang. The chaotic magic ape appears. Mo Lang didn't want to waste any time. He shouted loudly, and 9 soul rings instantly appear behind him, 4 black, 4 red, and 1 orange. With the enhancement of these 9 soul rings, he directly activated the soul skill from the orange soul ring. In an instant, 4 gigantic magic apes, seemingly similar yet different, stood behind Mo Lang. Terrifyingly, these 4 magic apes, each about the size of the Fire Dragon King, simultaneously let out a roar to the sky, and 4 streams of chaotic energy emerged, fusing together to form an even larger chaotic ape, towering between heaven and earth. As soon as this chaotic magic ape appeared, the entire sky darkened. The mountain-sized Fire Dragon King looked like a chick in front of it. This was Mo Lang's 9th soul ring's soul skill, chaotic magic ape. It could unleash the power to slay gods. The appearance of the chaotic magic ape astonished everyone once again, even drawing the attention of all title-level individuals on the Douluo continent, especially the 9th soul ring behind Mo Lang, which burst forth with orange light. This was an orange soul ring that surpassed the 100,000-year mark. More importantly, all of this person's soul rings started from 10,000 years, exceeding common sense. Could it be that the opponent also had twin martial souls? Only twin martial souls could achieve this. At this moment, everyone was overwhelmed by this pressure, unable to help but kneel on the ground, their souls trembling. Boom! The chaotic magic ape, filling the entire sky, had blood-red eyes flickering with a cold chill. And at the same time, it raised its hand that blocked the sun and the moon, carrying terrifying destructive power, and suddenly struck towards the 2 great dragon kings. How is this possible? The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings looked at this chaotic magic ape and trembled as they spoke. They had a feeling that even if they were still alive, they couldn't withstand this blow. This strike surpassed Tidal Douluo and was enough to slay gods. At this moment, they even lost the will to resist, or rather, they were directly locked onto. No matter how they resisted, it would be futile. However, the hand that blocked the sun and the moon suddenly stopped above the 2 dragon kings, and at the same time, Mo Lang's voice was heard. I don't want to kill you. I only want those 2 soul bones. If you are willing to hand over the soul bones and guard the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye for me, I can spare your lives, allowing your remaining souls and skeletons to continue to sleep here, with no one daring to disturb. Mo Lang originally wanted to directly deal with the 2 dragon kings, smashing them into dust with a single slap. However, when he thought about the fact that if the 2 dragon kings died, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye would also disappear, and the celestial treasures inside would no longer grow, he felt it was a bit of a pity. Moreover, he had no deep-seated hatred with the 2 dragon kings. If he could use them for himself and have them guard the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, that would be excellent. This week, 5 updates every day. The closer we get to the top of the new book list, the more updates there will be. Brothers urging for more updates. I've achieved 5 updates. It's up to you now. Thank you. Chapter 39. The 2 dragon kings acknowledge their master, shocking the entire continent. 3rd update. Seeking recommendation votes. The soul bone can be given to you, but if you want us to serve you as our master, dream on. The Fire Dragon King admits he is lost, but is a proud member of the dragon race. He would rather die completely than acknowledge a human as his master. Then let me tell you, if I become a god and can help you rebuild your bodies and bring you back to life, would you be willing to serve me as your master? Mo Lang confidently said. He discovered that the 100,000-year red-tailed monkey soul ring came with a heaven-defying soul skill, which, when combined with celestial-grade herbs, could bring the immortal soul back to life. However, there would be certain side effects. Otherwise, he could have revived one of the 2 dragons right now. Huh, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Even if our father, the dragon god, appeared, he couldn't revive us. What capability do you have to bring us back to life? The Fire Dragon King said contemptuously, clearly not believing that Mo Lang could possess such powerful abilities. In that case, just watch. Mo Lang looked at the immortal items destroyed by the body of the Fire Dragon King, with the power of his soul activated. Those near-death roots of the immortal items suddenly regained vitality. Bringing you back to life is something I can't do yet, but rejuvenating these still-living immortal items is easy for me. Reviving is an act of creating something from nothing, which would put Mo Lang into a coma. But restoring these immortal items that are not dead only consumes soul power. As for why Mo Lang said he couldn't do it, it's because his current abilities are insufficient to suppress the Fire Dragon King, who has a physical body. Hence he said he could only do it when he reaches the god level. Moreover, I haven't asked you to recognize me as your master right now. You can think about it until I become a god. Seeing Mo Lang's miraculous ability, the Fire Dragon King looked at the Ice Dragon King beside him. After pondering for a moment, the Ice Dragon King voluntarily offered his soul bone, saying, I am willing to wait for the master's return here. Looking at the hesitant Fire Dragon King, the Ice Dragon King spoke again. The master could have killed us, but chose not to. He even gave us the hope of revival. Regardless of whether the master can achieve it, we have nothing to lose, so what are you hesitating for? Upon hearing this, the Fire Dragon King thought for a while, and also voluntarily offered his soul bone. I await the master's return. Haha, very good. When I ascend to godhood, it will be the day you two are revived. Mo Lang laughed heartily, collecting the 2 soul bones into his void ring, and then activated the Dozhuan Xingyi, instantly disappearing from his spot. A peak experience card for a title Douluo exchanged for so much. This trip was truly worth it. However, before Mo Lang could feel happy about it, the side effects of the experience card unexpectedly hit him early, and he suddenly fell into a coma midway through the teleportation. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Sunset Forest, Xue Qinghe, who was about to return, suddenly saw a figure appear in the sky, falling right in front of him, giving him a big fright. But when he clearly saw the person's appearance, his heart surged with overwhelming waves. Shrek Academy. Mo Lang's departure did not affect Flinder's training of the Shrek 7 monsters. Everyone also saw the witch side of Ning Rongrong. He also brought Tang San, Xiao Wu, and others to the Great Soul Arena. Originally, Flinder wanted Xiao Wu to train independently, but she refused outright. As long as I can become stronger, I'm willing to do anything. Xiao Wu changed her usual demeanor, seeming to have become more mature and composed after Mo Lang's departure. Well, I understand. Flinder did not say much. As someone who had been through similar experiences, he certainly knew what Xiao Wu was thinking. Mo Lang's strength has already made Xiao Wu feel a sense of crisis. Only by continuously becoming stronger and quickly catching up to Mo Lang can she stand by his side, rather than becoming his burden. Love is mutual. After coming out of the Grand Soul Arena, Xiao Wu's performance amazed everyone. Even Tang San did not expect Xiao Wu to be so powerful. However, Xiao Wu's mind was not on this. She was fully devoted to her training. Only in the late hours of the night would she show a look of longing, gazing in the direction where Mo Lang had left. For some reason, her left eyelid was twitching violently tonight, as if something bad was about to happen. Alang, you must come back safely. Xiao Wu murmured to herself and immersed herself back into her training. She did not want to become a burden to Alang, nor did she want to be separated from him again. What she did not know was that Mo Lang had already become the target of all major forces on the Douluo continent, who were searching for him with all their might. In the Tiando Empire, the emperor commanded, find out the whereabouts of that young title Douluo by any means possible. Once found, inform me immediately. After Mo Lang's battle with the 2 Dragon Kings, the Snow Knight Emperor, who was closest to the Sunset Forest, immediately ordered all spies of the Tiando Empire to investigate Mo Lang's whereabouts. But your majesty, we were too far away at that time and did not see the appearance of that noble lord clearly. You didn't see his face, but you must have seen his clothes and height, right? Just find someone who matches his description and confirm it immediately. If it is indeed that title Douluo, invite him here at once. No, notify me immediately, and I will personally go to invite him, said the Snow Knight Emperor. That is a peak title Douluo, and it is said that those 2 bone dragons recognize him as their master. With such strength at such a young age, if we can befriend him, what is the Spirit Hall? Yes, wait. Just as the general was about to leave, the Snow Knight Emperor called him back and asked, wasn't the Poison Douluo also present at that time? You should have seen the noble lord's appearance, right? The Poison Douluo was indeed present, but I did not see his features clearly either. However, I'm sure I would recognize him if I saw him again. At that moment, a figure in green, Dugubo Moktin, when Mo Lang displayed his peak title Douluo strength, Dugubo hurriedly fled before he could even see the opponent's face. What a joke. Even after fleeing 1,000 meters away, the oppressive feeling brought by that towering chaos monkey was incredibly strong. How could I dare to look at him? If I angered him, I wouldn't even need that chaos monkey to attack. Just one hit from him would shatter me to pieces. Sighing, the Snow Knight Emperor said. I was in the palace at that time, trembling in fear at the sight of that chaos monkey, so I can't blame Douluo. Not to mention, many Soul Saints and even Soul Douluos nearby were stunned by that aura, which proves how terrifying he is. Such a talent. I must spare no effort to win him over. Not only the Tiando Empire, but also Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall and the Xingluo Empire sent people to search for the young title Douluo in the Sunset Forest. Is this the title Douluo from earlier? Looking at the unconscious person in front of her, disguised as Shui Qinghe, Qian Renxue was filled with shock and confusion. Looking at the unconscious boy, Qian Renxue felt a bit at a loss. She had to admit that Mo Lang was very handsome, especially with that strange masculine energy surrounding him, which filled her heart. More importantly, seeing Mo Lang's heroic battle against the two Dragon Kings had already left an indelible mark in her heart. Although it couldn't be called love, as a strong and proud woman, who wouldn't want to marry such a handsome and powerful man? Search. Someone just saw the person fall here. It is very likely that it is that title Douluo. Just as Qian Renxue was at a loss, she heard a voice not far away, and she immediately regained her composure. She was currently in the identity of the prince of the Tiando Empire. Even if she saved him, he would only be grateful to the Tiando Empire. Once her identity was exposed, it would only backfire. After considering this, Qian Renxue picked up Mo Lang and ran deep into the Sunset Forest. Such a strong person, she couldn't possibly hand him over to the Tiando Empire. She needed to find a place to hide and plan. Holding Mo Lang, Qian Renxue felt the heat from his breath and the masculine energy radiating from him, causing her fair face to flush. This was her first time holding a male and her first time having such close contact with one. After evading the soldiers' search, Qian Renxue found a very concealed cave and decided to hide inside until the searching soldiers left. The cave was somewhat damp and had a fishy smell, but it was hidden enough. After putting Mo Lang down, she tidied up the traces outside the cave to avoid being discovered. After doing all this, she sat back down next to Mo Lang and stared intently at him. After a while, she realized she seemed to be a bit out of control. Her fair face turned red, and her heart raced like a startled deer. It must be said that the more she looked at Mo Lang's face, the more easily she fell into it. Suddenly, a very faint cracking sound broke the silence of the cave. Qian Renxue was startled and turned to look inside the cave. Then, in the dim light from outside the cave, she discovered several white eggs deeper inside, and a small snake, entirely in a dark brown color, was crawling out of the eggshell. Gao Jiao. Qian Renxue immediately recognized the origin of the soul beast that had just hatched, and her face turned pale. It wasn't that this little Gao Jiao was particularly terrifying, but she realized that this cave was the nest of Gao Jiao. From the size of this cave, it was easy to deduce that the parents of this little Gao Jiao must be over 10,000 years old. Moreover, Gao Jiao are usually found with both male and female present. The reason why they were not visible must be because the earlier battle with those two bone dragons startled them, and now that the battle was over, they would definitely return. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue did not hesitate at all and immediately picked up Mo Lang to run towards the cave entrance. But when she reached the entrance, two Gao Jiao, each as thick as a water bucket and over 20 meters long, appeared in front of her. One was blue, and the other was pink, staring coldly at her. Fortunately, they are only two 20,000-year-old Gao Jiao. If they were 1,000 years older, I would not be a match for them. At this moment, Qian Renxue was just in her 20s, yet she was a solid 59th level Soul King, just a step away from becoming a Soul Emperor. If an ordinary peak Soul King saw two 20,000-year-old soul beasts, they might turn and run, but Qian Renxue was different. She possessed the top-tier martial soul, the six-winged angel. Her talent was even stronger than Tang San's. Before Mo Lang appeared, she was the only peerless genius on the Douluo continent with innate full soul power at level 20. Killing two 10,000-year soul rings is not difficult. The only challenge is how to avoid alarming the soldiers searching nearby. However, this is not the time to think too much. After putting down Mo Lang, Qian Renxue immediately summoned her soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. A perfect combination of 5 soul rings instantly appeared behind her. Also appearing were 3 pairs of golden angelic wings, further highlighting Qian Renxue's ethereal and transcendent aura. Noble and cold, peerless and independent. Hiss. feeling the oppressive aura from the human before them. The two 10,000-year Ke Jiao glanced at each other and charged wildly at one another. Sacred Sword. Qianren Xue held nothing back, and her fifth soul skill, Sacred Sword, quickly coalesced in her hand. A long sword formed from sacred flames, carrying the power to purify everything. With a swing, she instantly repelled the two Ke Jiao. Hiss! Realizing they were outmatched, the two Ke Jiao soul beasts spewed out large amounts of pink and cyan poisonous gas towards Qianren Xue. Not good. Since Qianren Xue could recognize Ke Jiao, she naturally knew the effects of their poison. It was a type of X-drug that could only be resolved if male and female were paired. She immediately covered her mouth and nose while swinging the sacred sword, hoping to purify the Ke Jiao poison, but the poisonous mist was simply too dense to completely dissolve. There was no other choice. She had to first deal with the two Ke Jiao before taking Mo Lang out. Qianren Xue held her breath for the time being and frantically urged her soul power, striking at the two Ke Jiao, and soon killed them both. Just as Qianren Xue relaxed, she suddenly heard a heavy gasp from the unconscious Mo Lang, and she knew it was over. The cave was small, and even if she could block the poison, the unconscious Mo Lang had inhaled a considerable amount of the Ke Jiao's venom while breathing, causing his whole body to become hot. Even in his unconscious state, he had a physiological reaction, which was enough to show how formidable the Ke Jiao poison was. Just as she exclaimed Mo Lang's name, Qianren Xue also breathed in a few puffs and felt her mind becoming unclear, her body starting to heat up. She knew she had also been affected. She continuously urged the soul power within her to suppress the Ke Jiao poison, but the flow of soul power accelerated the onset of the poison, and especially the Ke Jiao poison on Mo Lang began to act up, emitting a masculine aura that was even more deadly to her than the Ke Jiao poison. She licked her lips and involuntarily walked towards the unconscious Mo Lang. Before completely succumbing to the Ke Jiao poison, Qianren Xue slashed the small Ke Jiao and the remaining Ke Jiao eggs. It was at this moment that she could no longer suppress the Ke Jiao poison within her. Her fair face filled with a seductive color as she slowly approached Mo Lang. Then came 1,000 words of paid content. Shrek Academy. While cultivating, Xiao Wu suddenly felt her heart skip a beat and immediately open her eyes. For some reason, on this day, she felt that something big had happened. Her heart felt empty, but she kept comforting herself, thinking that it was probably just because she wasn't used to Mo Lang not being by her side, and everything would be fine when he returned. Chapter 41, Provocation from the Titan Giant Ape, 5th update. Seeking recommendation votes. The previous chapter was blocked. I will wait for the editor to return to work tomorrow to see if it can be restored. I deeply apologize for the reading issues caused to everyone. Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. Mo Lang suddenly woke up from a nightmare and found himself in a cave. Xiao Wu left him in tears, but it was just a dream, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ouch! Why do my waist feel so sore? Mo Lang looked around at the environment and noticed that the smell was somewhat unpleasant. He immediately stood up and adjusted his clothes, only to find that his back ached and there was a faint fragrance on him, along with a small spot of blood. Strange. Wasn't he unconscious while using the Douluo World? How'd he end up here? Mo Lang never expected that his beloved little wife would take his first time. Now, all he wants is to hurry back and see how long he's been unconscious. As for why Qianren Xue left without a word, probably only she knows. Due to the host using the Chaos Demon Ape in Resurrection, he exhausted the soul power attached to the experience card early, which is why he fell into a coma sooner than expected. The system explained this, and Mo Lang didn't pursue it further, as long as he was alive. That was enough. However, he couldn't understand why it seemed that he had a spring dream while in a coma, but he couldn't remember what the female lead looked like. After taking out new clothes from the void ring and changing, Mo Lang initially planned to throw away the bloodstained pants, but by some strange twist of fate, he ended up putting that outfit into the void ring instead. He hoped he could still catch up to when Tang San first obtained a soul bone. Mo Lang muttered to himself and immediately activated the skill of shifting the stars, heading towards the direction of the Stardow Forest. As for the 2 pieces of Dragon King's wing external soul bones he had obtained, Mo Lang was not in a hurry to absorb them. He wanted to find a safe place first. Damn it, did I really eat so many leeks when I was a child? While on the way, Mo Lang constantly felt a dull ache in his kidneys, as if his body had been hollowed out, which was quite uncomfortable. A sneeze. At that moment, Qianren Xue, who had returned to the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, suddenly sneezed due to her sudden movement. This reminded her of that man, and a conflicted expression appeared on her face. On the other side, in the Douluo Forest, after Xiao Wu was captured by the Titan giant ape, the Shrek's 7 monsters and Xiao Wu went into a frenzy, especially Xiao Wu, thinking about how Xiao Wu was Mo Lang's reverse scale. If anything happened to her, he would likely have to accompany her in death. More importantly, he could not accept that his student was taken right under his nose by the Titan giant ape. Tang San also found it even more unacceptable that Xiao Wu, who usually asked about his well-being in a carefree manner, was taken away, because in his heart, apart from Mo Lang and Old Jack, Xiao Wu was the person he cared about the most. He had already regarded Mo Lang, Old Jack, and Xiao Wu as his family, especially now that Lang Ge was not around. He absolutely could not let anything happen to Xiao Wu. Otherwise, how could he face Lang Ge for the care he had given him? Oscar, give me the sausage. Tang San said expressionlessly to Oscar. Oscar wanted to persuade him a bit more, but seeing Tang San's expression, he didn't know what to say. During these few days of getting along, he had learned from Tang San about the relationships between him, Mo Lang, and Xiao Wu. The 3 were like brothers, relying on each other. If it were him, he would probably do the same. Tang San, are you crazy? Others also tried to persuade Tang San, but when they saw the madness in his eyes, their words of persuasion were swallowed back. I, Tang San, only had my father as a relative when I was born, but when I was 3, Lang Ge risked his life to save me from a poisonous snake. From that moment on, he and Old Jack became my 2nd and 3rd relatives. Afterward, because of Lang Ge, I got to know Sister Xiao Wu. Besides being Lang Ge's most beloved person, Sister Xiao Wu also took care of me as a brother, making her my 4th relative. Now that Lang Ge is gone and Sister Xiao Wu is in danger, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I must go, Tang San said calmly, his mind filled with memories of Mo Lang and Xiao Wu since his birth. It was precisely because of the 2 of them that, even without his father by his side, he could still feel the warmth of home. He had long sworn in his heart that whoever harmed them would face his endless revenge. All right, with me here, how could you possibly lose your life? Just as Mo Lang returned, hearing Tang San's words, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. He had always misunderstood Tang San. If he had sufficient strength, how could he bear to let Xiao Wu sacrifice herself? However, Xiao Wu was still his. He would help him find a good wife to make it up to him later. What would seem like a good choice? If that didn't work, Hulaina would do as well. He didn't know if this kid could handle it. After all, she was a fox spirit. Lang Yi, Dean, big brother. Upon seeing Mo Lang's figure, everyone was first taken aback, then showed expressions of surprise. With Mo Lang around, even if it was a Titan giant ape, he could easily deal with it. After all, he was a peak title Douluo. Lang Ge, Sister Xiao Wu. When Tang San saw Mo Lang appear, his originally bloodshot eyes gradually cleared up, and he hurriedly recounted what had happened. All right, I already know what happened. With me here, Xiao will be fine. Mo Lang patted Tang San's shoulder, feeling very moved after hearing Tang San's words. Boss, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Xiao Wu immediately knelt down on one knee, looking guilty as he said, all right, this isn't your fault. A soul beast that has lived for 100,000 years. Going there would be just seeking death. I'll leave them to you, and I'll be back soon. Mo Lang helped Xiao Wu up and immediately followed the aura of the Titan giant ape, rushing forward. Taking this opportunity, he thought he might as well meet the other party and see if he could subdue them. Ming, just stay here, don't go anywhere. I need to hurry back, or they'll worry about me. And Ming, you really shouldn't have come out to look for me, Xiao Wu said, sitting on the broad shoulder of the Titan giant ape, revealing a worried expression. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Ming crouched down, allowing Xiao Wu to get off his shoulder and onto the ground, shaking his big head with an innocent look. After some conversation, Xiao Wu began to condense her 3rd spirit ring. Xiao Wu. It was at this moment that Mo Lang descended from the sky, appearing in front of the Titan giant ape and Xiao Wu. Roar. As soon as Mo Lang appeared, Ming immediately protected Xiao Wu behind him and roared at Mo Lang. For some reason, he sensed a dangerous aura from this human boy in front of him. Lang, you finally came back. I was so worried about you these past few days. After absorbing the soul ring, Xiao Wu heard this familiar voice and immediately ran around the Titan great ape to throw herself into Mo Lang's arms. Roar. Seeing the scene, Ming's eyes revealed an angry expression, as if something he cherished had been taken away. He roared at Mo Lang again, filled with provocation. The 4th update was blocked, really annoying. I'll talk to the editor about it tomorrow. Sorry. Chapter 42. Brother-in-law, hit me once more. First update. Ming. This is the person I like. He won't hurt me. Hearing the Titan great ape's roar, Xiao Wu quickly explained to him. Then she turned to Mo Lang and said, Lang, this is one of my two younger brothers, the Titan Great Ape Erming. Seeing the affectionate interaction between the two, the Titan Great Ape wanted to say, he won't hurt you, but your words hurt me the most. Although the Titan Great Ape acknowledged Xiao Wu as his sister, he had always harbored feelings for her. Now, seeing her in the arms of a human boy, his heart shattered into pieces. More importantly, Xiao Wu had personally told him that this was her beloved, which made him even sadder. I came here full of anticipation to see you, and you tell me he's the one you like. Is there any way for a monkey to live? He thought, what does he have that I don't? Other than being more handsome than me, what is he better at? Erming looked at Mo Lang defiantly, his eyes filled with provocation. That gaze seemed to say, kid, you're a man, let's fight. You want to challenge me? Looking at Erming's provocative gaze, Mo Lang smiled. Seeing Erming nod, Mo Lang said with deep affection, I accept your challenge, but I won't wager Xiao Wu. Because she is the person I love the most, not an item for trade. Of course, if I lose, I'll call you big brother. But if you lose, how about you call me brother-in-law? Hearing Mo Lang's words, Xiao Wu's heart melted. She truly didn't misjudge him. However, when she heard Mo Lang ask Erming to call him brother-in-law, her little face turned red, and she shyly buried her face in Mo Lang's chest, lightly punching his chest and saying, you're so annoying. Seeing his little sister Xiao Wu show such a feminine side, Erming was dumbfounded. Was this really the same Xiao Wu he knew, the one who had caused chaos in the Stardew Forest? However, this kid actually dared to accept his challenge, which made Erming regard him with a bit more respect. Since that's the case, I'll go easy on you. Lang, be gentle later. Erming doesn't have any bad intentions. Xiao Wu was worried that Mo Lang would be too harsh and hurt Erming. Can this kid even hurt me? Although it was a caring remark, Erming showed no appreciation, disdainfully pointing at Mo Lang and emitting a low sound. Well, let's see. Mo Lang's lips curled up as he used the last of his titled Douluo Peak experience card. Immediately, he activated the true form of his martial soul obtained from his 7th spirit skill. But he didn't understand why his true martial soul was not the Rui Jingu Bang, but the true form of the 4 mischievous monkeys. In an instant, 4 gigantic monkeys, just like the Titan Great Ape, appeared behind Mo Lang. These 4 monkeys were the 4 mischievous monkeys. All of them were 10,000-year soul beasts, and they began to pummel the Titan Great Ape, who was horrified. Roar! Stop hitting, we're all monkeys here. Ouch! Can you not slap my face? Sister Xiao Wu is watching. It hurts, I was wrong, really wrong. Brother-in-law, please make them stop. All right, everyone stop. Hearing this, Mo Lang waved his hand to signal the 4 mischievous monkeys to cease. Since the other party called him brother-in-law, he had to be magnanimous as the brother-in-law. Mo Lang used his insightful eye to examine Erming's body and found that the other party had many hidden ailments, likely left over from the past. He then spoke up, since you call me brother-in-law, I'll help you solve some of the hidden ailments on your body. Just stand still, and I'll hit you 10 times. Originally, Mo Lang intended to use some celestial herbs to heal his injuries. But now he was telling himself not to move and to let him take 10 punches. Look at that. Is this still human language? Is it really okay to bully a gorilla like this? The Titan Great Ape looked at Xiao Wu with grievance, hoping she could plead for him. But to his surprise, Xiao Wu, with a look of delight, kissed Mo Lang on the cheek and said, Lang, thank you. Upon seeing this scene, the Titan Great Ape was completely dumbfounded, filled with question marks. Sister Xiao Wu, I asked you to plead for me. Why are you thanking him? Thanking him for beating me up? Erming felt wronged and wanted to cry out loud. There's no way to bully a gorilla like this, especially when he thought about how he had come to see Xiao Wu with full excitement and anticipation, only to be heartbroken and then beaten up. Now he was going to be hit again, and Sister Xiao Wu was thanking the other party. He felt hopeless. Just go ahead and hit him. The greatest sorrow is a dead heart. Bang, bang, bang. After 10 punches, he cried out, brother-in-law, I beg you, give me another 10 punches, no? Even 100 punches would be fine. After feeling the changes in his body, Erming held onto Mo Lang tightly, and when Mo Lang rejected him, he even threw a tantrum on the ground. I don't care, I just want you to hit me again. Hit me. Seeing this scene, Mo Lang had no choice but to let the 4 mischievous monkeys take action. No, brother-in-law, I was just joking. Don't worry about it. You have things to do, you can go slowly, I won't see you off. Seeing the 4 mischievous monkeys, who were just as big as him and had sticks thicker than each other, Erming revealed a cheeky expression. Wait, since you're here, let's help you level up too. Mo Lang's golden eyes suddenly scanned over to the Tianqing bull python, Deming, who was hiding nearby. upon sensing the powerful aura emanating from Mo Lang. The Tianqing bull python hurried over, where he saw Deming being pressed to the ground and rubbed against it by the 4 great demon apes. He knew that if he went up, he would also get beaten, so he honestly stayed hidden. Later, after seeing Deming get punched 10 times and seemingly transform into another ape, he was puzzled. What the hell is going on? Does Deming have a masochistic tendency? But as long as Deming wasn't in life-threatening danger, it was fine. Otherwise, even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, he would still have to fight desperately. Unexpectedly, just as the opponents were about to leave, they noticed him hiding in the shadows. With no other choice, the Tianqing bull python had to obediently come out. Brother-in-law, I really don't need it. I'm doing just fine. The Tianqing bull python had lived long enough, much smarter than the Titan giant ape. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly shrink your body. I'm really in a hurry. After 10 punches, brother-in-law, if there's anything that Deming can help you with, give me another 10 punches. I feel like the blood on my back is still not flowing smoothly. The Tianqing bull python also bit onto Mo Lang's sleeve and wouldn't let go. Why should I go? Deming, you are too ungrateful. I treated you like an older brother, and you actually want to secretly take a beating. The Titan giant ape, on the side, was unwilling and also wanted Mo Lang to beat him up again. Mo Lang looked at the 5 minutes left on his experience card and didn't waste any words. He ordered the mischievous 4 monkeys to beat up Deming and Erming. The monkey and the bull python, bruised and battered, were finally sent away by Mo Lang. On the other side, Xiao Wu was searching for suitable soul rings with Tang San when fate once again led Tang San to encounter the faceless demon spider. After defeating the faceless demon spider, the legendary dragon serpent arrived as expected, coldly watching Xiao Wu and his group. Today continues with 5 updates. Please vote for recommendations. Please save this. Please give monthly tickets. Chapter 43, 7th sign-in. Million Year Soul Bone Pangu Soul Bone Big Gift Package. Second update. You stole my granddaughter's soul beast twice. Dragon Lord Meng Shu appeared old, but his eyes were sharp like an eagle. Staring coldly at Tang San's group, Xiao Wu didn't expect to have such a fate with the other party. The Stardow Forest was so vast, yet they met this pair of dragon-serpent couple. If it were before, he would definitely have lowered his attitude, but with Mo Lang here, the other party was just a soul Douluo, which was nothing in front of a title Douluo. Senior Dragon Lord, I respect you for your age and call you senior. But if you want to use power to oppress, we are not so easy to bully. With Mo Lang backing him, Xiao Wu felt more confident. He, the unmoved king, is indeed impressive, but what can a mere soul sage like you stir up in front of me? If you want to exchange blows, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Seeing Xiao Wu not giving him face, Dragon Lord Meng Shu's expression darkened. I'm naturally not your opponent, but if the senior wants to make a move, you should consider whether you can bear the consequences. After the earlier battle with the Titan Great Ape, Xiao Wu was left with only 50% of his combat power. He couldn't even deal with the Snake Lady, let alone the Dragon Lord with 8 soul rings behind him. Consequences? I'll kill you all, even if you have a title Douluo behind you. So what? Who would know it was me who acted? Dragon Lord sneered. However, he also felt suspicious. The other party was so confident. Could it be that someone was secretly protecting them? I'm sorry, but you should have noticed the commotion earlier. That aura of the title Douluo is coming from the Academy's headmaster. At this moment, he should be teaching that Titan Great Ape a lesson. Xiao Wu stepped forward discreetly, blocking the little ones from Shrek Academy behind him to prevent the other party from suddenly attacking. Ha ha ha, you make me laugh. Even if you're boasting, at least make it sound plausible. I've never heard of a title Douluo who could fight that Titan Great Ape alone. Not to mention that the Titan Great Ape has a more terrifying soul beast behind it. With no movement for so long, I think your headmaster has probably been killed already. Dragon Lord laughed heartily, not believing it at all, especially when he saw Xiao Wu's face change dramatically. As if he had hit the nail on the head, the smile on his face grew even more intense as he said, "What's wrong? Did I hit the mark? Are you scared?" But when he saw Xiao Wu smile again, Dragon Lord's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of death enveloped him instantly. He immediately turned around to look. A boy in his teens, with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, was looking at him and said, "What's wrong? Are you scared? Didn't you say I was going to die?" When he saw the 9 soul rings behind the boy, 4 black for red, and 1 orange, Dragon Lord and Snake Lady immediately knelt down in shock, panic-stricken, and said, "We greet your highness." The previous disrespect was entirely the fault of this old one. "Please kill or maim as you see fit, but spare my granddaughter and my wife." It wasn't that he hadn't seen a title Douluo before, but he had never seen a title Douluo with such a terrifying combination of soul rings. especially the last ring's orange. That was a color he had never seen before. Since you seem quite sentimental, sever an arm and roll away. Mo Lang said. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Your Highness, for sparing my life. Without saying another word, Dragon Lord severed an arm and quickly left. Wait. Mo Lang called the three of them back. Dragon Lord immediately broke out in a cold sweat and stopped, respectfully asking, Does Your Highness have any further orders? I don't want too many people to know about my matters. If I find out that the words have leaked from your mouth, the consequences will not be as simple as severing an arm. Do you understand? Yes, 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 we will not leak a word. Dragon Lord breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded. Get lost. Dragon Lord didn't waste any more words and quickly left with Snake Lady and his granddaughter. Watching Dragon Lord and Snake Lady walk far away, Mo Lang also breathed a sigh of relief. His experience card time was almost up. If he got entangled too much and the other party fought desperately, he wouldn't be able to protect the safety of the other Shrek students. But just letting them go would also raise their suspicions, and severing an arm was also a form of deterrence. Sigh, the experience card is useful, but ultimately it's an external item. Using it makes me anxious. I still need to work hard to improve my own strength, Mo Lang thought to himself. Little San, hurry up and absorb the soul ring. I'll protect you. Mo Lang looked at the experience card with only 3 minutes left. If Tang San absorbed the soul ring of the faceless demon spider now, he would fall into a deep sleep and miss the 7th sign-in. Yes, Tang San felt warmth in his heart and eagerly began to absorb the soul ring of the faceless demon spider. According to the novel, Tang San was injured and absorbing the soul ring beyond its age would take some time, but with Mo Lang here, Tang San wasn't seriously injured. Even the injuries he had sustained earlier had mostly healed under Oscar's recovery sausage. Although the process of absorption was somewhat difficult, it was still relatively safe. Puff, 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 puff. After Tang San absorbed the soul ring of the faceless demon spider, his body suddenly arched. And 8 spider legs similar to those of the faceless demon spider extended from his back, shocking everyone. At this moment, the system's voice once again rang in Mo Lang's mind. Ding! Detected that Tang San has obtained his first soul bone, meeting sign-in conditions. Do you want to sign in? Seeing that there were only a few seconds left on the experience card, Mo Lang was delighted. He had finally caught up and immediately clicked to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward: Million-Year Soul Bone Pangu Soul Bone Big Gift Package. Brother Aura. Soul power increases by 10 levels. Damn! When Mo Lang saw the words Million-Year Soul Bone Pangu Soul Bone Big Gift Package, he couldn't help but want to shout out loud. His intuition told him that with this Pangu Soul Bone, he should be able to condense his second martial soul. At that time, whoever he didn't like, he could just chop down with an axe. Who could withstand it? After all, the Pangu axe was a chaos-level weapon, surpassing the existence of divine tools, while Douluo Continent's highest level was only god level. With the Pangu axe, so what if it was a god? Who could withstand his axe strike? I'm not saying that the people present are all trash. Damn, is the time up so soon? As soon as the experience card time was up, Mo Lang didn't have time to look at the introduction of the Pangu Soul Bone Big Gift Package. The after effects immediately appeared. Mo Lang's body softened, and he fell forward. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was standing beside him and caught him. Langu, Dean, boss. Seeing this, Tang San, Xiao Wuji, and others immediately rushed over, concerned and asking. Lang is fine. It's just that he consumed too much energy when saving me earlier. He just needs to rest a bit. Xiao Wu supported Mo Lang and explained to everyone. All right, since that's the case, Xiao San, you can study it later. Let's head back first to avoid Dragon Duke, Snake Lady, and the Titan Giant returning. Xiao Wujia, being an old hand, immediately took the Shrek's 7 monsters and the others out of the Stardow Forest. Challenge continues with a week-long explosion of 10,000 words. The next day, I humbly request recommendation votes, collections, and monthly votes. Can the clever partners guess the effect of the Big Brother Halo? Chapter 44. How can we have a midnight snack without barbecue? Third update. The chapter that was blocked yesterday has been restored by the editor, and the content is very important, so everyone can check it out for a surprise. In the evening, as Mo Lang opened his eyes, he saw a pair of white, chubby thighs. Turning his head, he realized he had fallen asleep on Xiao Wu's lap again, and she had also leaned against the wall and fallen asleep. Ziang Montak Lang Avaka. She opened her eyes and said affectionately, Lang, you're awake? Mo Lang looked at the obedient Xiao Wu, feeling a warmth in his heart, and asked with concern, Are your legs numb? Not numb, just a little hungry. Xiao Wu shook her head, pouted her pink lips, rubbed her belly, and acted cute. Then you rest for a while, I'll go to the canteen to get you something to eat, and after you finish, I'll show you a treasure. Mo Lang rubbed Xiao Wu's head and said mysteriously, is it the kind that gets bigger and thicker again? Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow and looked at Mo Lang teasingly. Ahem. Mo Lang didn't expect Xiao Wu to be so quick-witted, and he awkwardly coughed before saying, if you want to see, I don't mind. Pervert. Who wants to see? Xiao Wu's face turned red. She rolled her eyes, grabbed a pillow, and threw it at Mo Lang, who chuckled and walked out. Once outside, Mo Lang noticed that Shrek Academy had changed quite a bit. What was once just a small village had now been largely rebuilt, with only the dormitories remaining untouched. It had a bit of a noble academy feel to it. Director, you're awake? Are you satisfied with the renovations of the school? After walking a few steps, Flinder approached with a flattering expression and respectfully asked, not bad. Where's the cafeteria? I'm going to prepare some food for Xiao Wu. Mo Lang complimented, only to realize he couldn't find the cafeteria. Director, I've been busy and haven't eaten yet. Do you think I could get some of your leftovers? Flinder's eyes lit up when he heard Mo Lang was going to cook, and he immediately started to act pitiful. In fact, he had already eaten, but just thinking about Mo Lang's cooking made him hungry again. All right, then let's eat together. Mo Lang didn't mind preparing an extra meal for one more person. Besides, Flinder indeed did a good job. It was just a meal that could be made casually. Boss, there's me too. I've been hungry all day. You don't know how tiring it is to take care of these little brats. I've been so busy that I didn't even have time to eat and got hurt. If the boss doesn't mind, can you give me another beating? Xiao Wujia suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking pitiful. Xiao Wujia, I see you moving around just fine. You don't look injured at all. This time, if anyone's going to get beaten first, it should be me. Flinder was shocked that Xiao Wujia wanted to take the beatings before him. What do you mean, Flinder? Don't you know we just encountered the Titan giant ape? If the boss hadn't arrived in time, you wouldn't even see me here. Xiao Wujia shouted loudly. If the boss beats me again, I'll reach the Douluo World level. Isn't that a better way to protect the students of the academy? Ha! You're despicable. You just want to break through yourself and use protecting the students as an excuse. Besides, I'm about to break through to Douluo too. Why shouldn't I get beaten? Flinder replied. Ha! You're the despicable one. The two of them arguing attracted the attention of all the students and teachers at Shrek Academy. I'm curious, what's going on with the former principal and vice principal? Why are they arguing over who gets beaten first? Oscar looked puzzled at the red-faced Flinder and Xiao Wujia. He felt that this world had changed. Little San, do you know what's going on? Does Lang Go have some special ability that makes people gradually go crazy? Dai Mubai asked Tang San beside him. How many levels did teacher Xiao have before? Mo Lang didn't answer Dai Mubai's question, but instead asked back. Level 76 Soul Sage, what's wrong? So how much power did he show when he encountered the Titan giant ape? Tang San seemed to have discovered something. Level 78. Wait, are you saying that after getting beaten by Lang Go, teacher Xiao's soul power increased by 2 levels? Dai Mubai quickly reacted, looking shocked. That's right. Didn't you pay attention? If Lang Go beats them again, he can reach the Douluo level. Tang San said calmly, his clear eyes fixed firmly on Mo Lang's figure. He found that the longer he spent with Mo Lang, the more mysterious he became, even more so than himself. However, whenever he thought of Mo Lang patting his shoulder and showing that domineering yet confident smile while saying, I'm your Lang Go, with me around, no one can hurt you, Tang San felt an immense warmth. Does that mean if Lang Go beats us, we can also increase our strength? Ma Hongjun said with shining eyes. That's a title, Douluo. If you're not afraid of dying, go ahead and say it. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Mo Lang's figure and then at Dai Mubai beside her, finding him increasingly displeasing. A strong and passionate person versus a weak and sentimental one. How could she be engaged to someone like that? Haha, I don't care. Lang Go is cooking, and I'm going to eat. Ning Rongrong didn't think so much. Once she captured Mo Lang, he would be all hers. Principal, what are you two arguing about? Some teachers at Shrek Academy were also awakened by the noise, curiously looking at Flinder and Xiao Wujia, but mainly sizing up the handsome young man surrounded by them. Since they had just started school a few days ago, many teachers weren't around and hadn't seen Mo Lang, but that didn't mean they hadn't heard the legends about him. A 13-year-old peak title Douluo, he defeated Seoul Emperor Li Yusong with one strike. He even subdued the immovable king Xiao Wujia. Even Flinder willingly gave up the position of principal. Each of these stories sounded like exaggerations, but both Flinder and Li Yusong had admitted it, which made them even more curious about what kind of person he was. Since everyone is here, let's have a late-night snack together. I'll introduce you to the new principal and also tell the principal about our school's faculty strength. When it came to discussing faculty strength, a hint of pride flashed in Flinder's eyes, as Shrek Academy's faculty strength was indeed stronger than some noble schools. Since that's the case, I'll help you out and cook a meal. At that moment, Xiao Xn, a level 71 food system soul master, came over. Xiao Xn was both a teacher and a chef at Shrek Academy. Wait, principal is already preparing to cook. You just stay aside. Flinder immediately stopped Xiao Xn, as he was eager to taste Mo Lang's cooking again. I say, Flinder, even if the principal is a titled Douluo, you don't have to flatter him like this. Do you? I hate people who waste food the most. Xiao Xin had never tasted Mo Lang's cooking and thought Flinder was trying to curry favor, which made him unhappy. Those who stayed at Shrek to teach generally had some skills, and those with skills naturally had some quirky temperaments. As a food system soul master, Xiao Xin hated nothing more than wastefulness. Coincidentally, I also hate people who waste food the most. Mo Lang originally didn't want to prepare so much food, but upon hearing Xiao Xin's words, he felt that his reputation as New Oriental's top talent was being challenged. Even though they were in the Douluo continent now, he didn't plan to become a chef, but no one could insult his cooking skills. He looked at Xiao Xin and said, since you look down on me, today I will show you what a culinary evergreen in the barbecue world looks like. Yes, Mo Lang decided to make barbecue. After all, it had been a long time since he had eaten it. Besides, what's the point of having a midnight snack if there's no barbecue? Chapter 45, Skill-Grabbing Big Brother Aura, 4th Update. Spirit Hall, a group of useless people. It has been so long, and you still haven't found that title Douluo, and you have no clues at all. What use is it for Spirit Hall to support you useless people? A stunning woman dressed in a luxurious black robe with golden patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding a 2-meter-long scepter embedded with countless gems, was scolding the kneeling leaders of various subhalls. Even though she was angry, her flawless, pale face could not hide her near-perfect beauty. She was Bibi Dong, the current pope of Spirit Hall. She was also the object of countless Douluo fans' late-night fantasies. Even Mo Lang thought Bibi Dong was a perfect woman, possessing the looks, figure, temperament, and the identity of a mature woman. The identity of a pope made her irresistibly conquerable. If it weren't for the fact that Qianren Xue was Bibi Dong's daughter, who knows what Mo Lang might have done. Ahem. Ever since Mo Lang demonstrated the strength of a peak-titled Douluo, various forces have been desperately searching for his whereabouts, and Spirit Hall was no exception. Especially Bibi Dong, as a woman who wanted to dominate the entire Douluo continent. If she could win over that peak-titled Douluo, her plan to unify the Douluo continent could be expedited. But now, almost a week had passed, and Spirit Hall still had no news of him, which made her anxious. Reporting to your holiness, there is actually some good news. At this moment, a bishop from a sub-hall spoke up. Oh, what good news? Let's hear it. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Reporting to your holiness, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire have also found no clues. The smile on Bibi Dong's face froze, and she finally sighed, take them out and kill them. After dismissing this group of red-robed bishops, a shadow appeared beside Bibi Dong. This person was the ghost Douluo Mei. He bent slightly and respectfully said, Your Holiness, I heard that not long ago. 3 terrifying auras appeared in the Stardo Forest. Is that true? Then you go investigate. Try to find out everyone who entered the Stardo Forest that day, and ask them if they saw each other's faces. Yes. Shrek Academy. You're simply wasting food. It's not hygienic at all. Watching Mo Lang grill meat, that was one thing, but when he started grilling tofu, eggplants, peppers, and even steamed buns, he could no longer tolerate it. 10 minutes later. So fragrant. Dean, no. Master, please take me as your disciple. This barbecue is too delicious. I've never eaten such tasty food before. After tasting the barbecue, Xiao Xin wished he could lick the stick clean. It was just too delicious. Barbecue is actually quite simple. Besides mastering the heat, the essence lies in the ingredients. When the time comes, I'll give you this, so don't call me master anymore. All right, master. For those who love the culinary profession, learning new recipes is like obtaining a new spirit ring. After grilling for a while, Xiao Xin and Oscar took over from Mo Lang. As for why Oscar was there, it was because Ning Rongrong loved to eat, and Oscar had to learn. Regardless of whether it's a man or a woman, once you capture their stomach, every time they eat that food, they will think of you and slowly become inseparable from you. The true high-end Sea King relies not on chasing, but on attraction. Otherwise, why would there be so many carpooling, room sharing, and afternoon tea sharing? It all relies on attraction. By the way, Dean, I've always had a question for you. During the days you disappeared, a titled Douluo fought 2 bone dragons in the Sunset Forest and won. I want to ask if that titled Douluo was you? After they were full, Philander curiously asked. Although he had already guessed it, he still wanted a confirmation. That's right, it was me. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. That time, I gained quite a few good things, and now I'll give them to you. Mo Lang gave all the celestial treasures he harvested to Tang San and the others. This is the wonder mushroom chrysanthemum. This is the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. This is the 8-petaled immortal orchid. This is the water nymph jade skinbone. This is the Chiloa tulip. This is the autumn water dew. Every time Mo Lang took out a piece of celestial grade herb, Tang San was extremely shocked. He never expected Mo Lang to have so many celestial grade medicinal herbs. Dean, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Philander frowned and said, they are still so young. Will taking such celestial grade herbs stunt their growth? It's fine. These celestial grade herbs mainly focus on strengthening their foundation and enhancing their essence. They can't absorb much of the medicinal effects at the moment. These effects will lie dormant within them and gradually assist them as they grow older and stronger. Mo Lang explained, and then glanced at Tang San and the others, saying, in addition to the classes arranged by other teachers at Shrek, I will also give you a lesson every month. As for the content of the class, it will be getting beaten up. Dean, that's not very good, Philander frowned and said. They're still so young. How can they withstand your strength? Let me bear this pain. Philander's right, boss. They are still students. Let me handle this getting beaten up thing. Xiao Wu patted his chest and said, seeing these 2 lively characters, Mo Lang felt a headache. Without the title Douluo experience card, his current strength couldn't help them at all. Is that even possible? Mo Lang subconsciously glanced at Philander with his insight, and was surprised to find that the insight I indicated it was possible. He was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't he just a soul king? How could he help a soul sage refine his body? No, wait, I am now a 63rd level soul emperor. Mo Lang suddenly remembered the sign-in reward he received before he fell unconscious, which included a reward that increased his soul power by 10 levels. With the increase in soul power, combined with his innate divine strength and the transformation of star power, his strength might have already surpassed that of a soul sage. This means that his current overall strength could completely rival that of a soul Douluo. No, wait, didn't he also have the Panga Soulbone gift pack? If he had the Panga Soulbone, wouldn't he be able to use the Panga axe? Thinking of this, Mo Lang eagerly clicked on the gift pack introduction he hadn't looked at before. Panga Soul Bone Gift Pack. Every time Tang San obtains a soul bone, excluding external soul bones, he will randomly receive a soul bone. Tang San's current soul bones, 0. Damn. After reading the introduction, Mo Lang gave the system the middle finger. Clearly, he came here to be the big brother, but ended up being Tang San's babysitter. The main issue is that Tang San's external soul bones don't even count. However, thinking about how he would continue to take advantage of Tang San in the future, Mo Lang felt relieved. Wait, didn't he also have another item? Mo Lang recalled that he had obtained 3 items from this sign-in and immediately looked at the 3rd item, Brother Halo. The ultimate freebie skill has arrived. Can everyone guess what it is? I'm begging for recommendation votes. The book is about to drop off the rankings. Please support me, dear readers. I update 10,000 words every day. Is it too much to ask for a free recommendation vote? Chapter 46, because it is the best witness of our love. 5th update. What is this Brother Halo? Looking at this strange name, Mo Lang curiously clicked on the introduction, thinking to himself, could it be even better than my protagonist Halo? Brother Halo. For each level the Shrek's 7 monsters collectively reach, the protagonist will automatically be rewarded 1 level. Wow. After reading this, Mo Lang could only express his feelings in these 2 essential words. It should be noted that Mo Lang is currently level 63, and it's very difficult to level up. Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 monsters are currently averaging below level 30, making it very easy for them to level up. With this Brother Halo, as long as he encourages the Shrek 7 monsters to train, he can just sit back and wait for his level to increase. This is simply free riding on all of the Shrek 7 monsters. It's so comfortable. Free riding is just great. At this moment, Mo Lang's slight grievances towards the system vanished without a trace. Ahem, you 2 just wait for now. Tomorrow night, I will start teaching them the first lesson. After they finish Philander, you can come over. As for Xiao Wu, we'll talk about it next month. Your body hasn't recovered yet. You should understand the principle that haste makes waste. Mo Lang couldn't wait to try out the effect of this big brother aura. All right, everything is up to the dean. When Philander heard that he would be getting beaten tomorrow, he was overjoyed. Flander, have you all lost your minds? Do you really enjoy getting beaten up? Xiao Xin and the other teachers were puzzled and pulled Flander aside to ask. Sai, you just don't understand. It's like this, Flander said, looking at his old buddies who had been with him for so many years, without any concealment. Since he was already scheduled to get beaten tomorrow anyway, it didn't matter. You mean that after getting beaten, in addition to helping you eliminate the hidden injuries from previous wounds, it can also open up some meridians and enhance your soul power? Yes. Do you think we're that easy to fool? Xiao Wu was only a 76th level soul sage before, but now, doesn't his soul power seem to be about the same as mine? After Xiao Wu slightly revealed his soul power, he added, Dean, when can you arrange for me to get beaten up too? Dean, we're the ones that got to know you first, and our martial souls are both sticks. Can you arrange for me to go first? Master, as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. From today on, you are my father. Damn, Cao Xin, you fatso, how shameless can you be? How old are you, and how old is the dean? Bah, despicable. Enough. Listening to the words of the Shrek Academy teachers. Even if Mo Lang had a thick face, he couldn't withstand these old hands. He coughed and said, stop arguing. Liu Song the day after tomorrow. Xiao Xin the day after that. And then Lu Qibin. Yes. Everyone was satisfied to hear their names on the list and started to roll up their sleeves again. Bro Lang, how do we use this celestial product? Dai Mu Bai and the others originally called Mo Lang Dean, but later he requested them to call him Bro Lang. By the way, how did I forget about this? Looking at the Shrek 6 monsters, each holding a celestial product, Mo Lang remembered that after they consumed these celestial products, their strength would increase rapidly. So wouldn't he'd be able to gain a few levels for free tonight. So he said to Tang San, Xiao San, tell them how to use it, and then we'll take it tonight while we protect you. Okay, Bro Lang. Tang San was also eager, after all. The autumn water dew had a tremendous effect on his purple extreme magic eyes. Thank you, Bro Lang. Bro Lang, I love you. After hearing how each celestial product would benefit them, the Shrek 6 monsters excitedly shouted one by one, especially Ma Hongjun, who directly lunged at Mo Lang when he heard that the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower could solve the evil fire in his body. As a result, he was kicked away by Mo Lang. What are you kidding? With that greasy face and hands, do you think you can rub against me in your dreams? Alang, why do they all have gifts and I don't? Xiao Wu saw that each of the Shrek 7 monsters had a celestial product, but Mo Lang didn't seem to have any intention of giving her a gift, and she couldn't hold back anymore, questioning him. Haha, don't worry. Your gift is the most precious, so it must be saved for last. Mo Lang laughed heartily and handed Xiao Wu the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. The Shrek 6 monsters, who were originally prepared to consume their celestial products, couldn't help but stop and curiously watch as Mo Lang took out another celestial product. This celestial product is called Xiangxi Duanchang Hong. When picking it, one must think of their beloved with sincere intentions and drop a drop of blood on the petals. If there is even a hint of hesitation, one would die from spitting blood and would not be able to pick the flower. After the flower is picked, as long as it is near its master, it will never wither. The stone under the flower is called Wujue, and if forcibly destroyed, this Xiangxi Duanchang Hong will also lose all its medicinal properties. Mo Lang personally explained to Xiao Wu and also shared the legend of the Heartbroken Red, which made Xiao Wu's eyes turn red. In the days since Mo Lang left, she had been heartbroken just like the flower's name, constantly missing him. Now seeing this flower, she felt it was fate and understood Mo Lang's feelings. Holding the Heartbroken Red, when she closed her eyes, Mo Lang's face naturally appeared before her, tugging at her heartstrings. She then bit her fingertip, letting a drop of bright red blood fall onto the Heartbroken Red, which quietly fell onto her delicate hand. Seeing this scene, Mo Lang and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both recognizing themselves in each other's eyes. Witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Dai Mu Bai, who was also looking at her. Not knowing if it was the atmosphere affecting her or something else, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, and she quickly looked away. Some say that the first person you look at when you're the happiest is the one you like. Perhaps she just couldn't face it due to some obsession. Xiao Wu, you should eat it quickly so you can catch up to Langu, Ning Rongrong said, feeling a surge of jealousy as she looked at the Heartbroken Red, wanting Xiao Wu to eat it sooner to avoid feeling sour. I won't eat it. Xiao Wu shook her head and said, looking at the Heartbroken Red in her hand, how could I bear to consume such a precious herb? She gazed affectionately at Mo Lang and said, Alang, didn't you say that once it recognizes its master, it will never wither? Then I want it to stay by my side, to love and cherish it, because it is the best witness to our love. Xiao Wu, Hearing her heartfelt confession, Mo Lang embraced Xiao Wu tightly. If it weren't for so many people watching, he would have definitely kissed her. After hearing Xiao Wu's deep confession, Ning Rongrong felt all her jealousy vanish, replaced only by admiration. Perhaps only a girl like Xiao Wu deserves someone like Lang Ge. Wow, I can't take it anymore. Just finished eating skewers, and now I'm being force-fed dog food. Lang Ge, Xiao Wu, be careful, there's single dogs all around. Exactly. It's illegal to torture dogs. Ma Hongjun and the others watched this scene with envy. To support each other is the kind of love that people pursue for a lifetime. And I have a gift for you. Mo Lang took out the soul bones of the two Dragon Kings. At dawn, with 10,000 words. The challenge was completed the next day, kneeling for recommendation votes, collections, and monthly votes. Chapter 47 Fusion. The soul bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. First update. Is this a soul bone? After Mo Lang took out two soul bones of different colors, everyone present was shocked. Soul bones are what all soul masters dream of. The appearance of each soul bone causes a bloody storm among soul masters. The reason is simple. The bonuses that soul bones bring to soul masters are enormous. Each suitable soul bone is enough to make soul masters fight desperately, even risking it all. That's right, this is the external soul bone I obtained from those two Dragon Kings. Mo Lang nodded slightly, revealing nothing. Everyone present was on his side, and his identity as a title Douluo was already established. No one would be foolish enough to leak their information. Even though the allure of the external spirit bone was immense, he brought it out as a form of testing. If someone couldn't resist the temptation, then it would be the end for them. Fortunately, after scanning the room, Mo Lang noticed that no one displayed any signs of greed. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind eliminating them on the spot. It wasn't arrogance. Rather, no one present was his opponent. This was the confidence that strength gave him. What? This is actually an external spirit bone. Flinder and the others were shocked again. They knew that external spirit bones ranked just below 100. 000 years spirit rings in the treasure list that spirit masters yearned for. Yet, without exception, there was no greed in their eyes. The people present were not fools. On the contrary, they were exceptionally clever. Mo Lang boldly took out these two external soul bones, not fearing that they would covet them, but rather trusting them. With this trust alone, they would not do anything to betray each other, especially considering that the boy before them, who was not yet 15, was a peak title Douluo. Whoever dared to lay a hand on him would be courting death. Furthermore, they believed that being around such a title Douluo, who could casually gift celestial treasures, would bring them benefits far exceeding these two external soul bones, even if these bones came from the Dragon King. Who would have thought that as soon as Mo Lang took out the two external soul bones, they would immediately merge into his back. One on the left and one on the right, before he even had a chance to react. When the two soul bones entered his body, Mo Lang immediately felt a chilling and scorching energy surging through him, causing him to involuntarily groan in pain. Fortunately, he had previously consumed the 8-pointed ice grass and the fire apricot flower, and it's been a long time in the eye of ice and fire. Otherwise, these two extreme energies would have been enough to tear his body apart. At the same time, he felt relieved that he hadn't let Xiao Wu use them. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, even with the celestial treasures he had consumed and the time he spent refining himself in the eye of ice and fire, the impact from these two soul bones was still excruciating. Under the assault of the chilling and scorching energies, Mo Lang's body alternated between red, as if it were about to ignite, and blue, as if it were freezing. The alternating sensations of cold and heat were akin to someone constantly tearing apart his body and then trying to heal it, but before it healed, it would be torn apart again. This cycle made him feel like he couldn't bear it any longer. Seeing Mo Lang in such agony, Xiao was about to rush forward, but a hand caught her. Don't go over there. That power is beyond what you can touch. If you go, it will only distract him further. The owner of the hand, cloaked in a robe, spoke in a low voice, and with a glance, he stopped Flinder, who was about to kneel. Father, Uncle Tang Hao. Although Tang Sen couldn't see the person's face, he recognized his father's voice. Xiao Wu also recognized Tang Hao. Don't worry, this kid is fine. Tang Hao released Xiao Wu's hand, and then turned to look at his son, whom he hadn't seen for several years. He had indeed grown quite a bit. You all hurry up and consume these celestial treasures. I will protect you. Tang Hao didn't say much to Tang San, but urged them to take the celestial treasures. Yes, although Tang San had many questions, he would never refuse Tang Hao's words. After consuming the autumn water dew, he immediately began to cultivate. Dai Mubai and the others, although curious about Tang San's father, didn't ask further and also consumed their respective celestial treasures to start cultivating. Uncle Tang Hao, why are you here? Is Lang really okay? Xiao Wu, who knew Tang Hao from a few encounters, was aware that he was not an ordinary person. He's fine. It seems this kid has also consumed celestial treasures. Under the stimulation of the soul bones from the Fire Dragon King, it can accelerate his absorption of the effects from those two celestial treasures. But he just has to endure some pain, Tang Hao said while looking at Mo Lang. He already knew Mo Lang was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected him to be even more extraordinary than he had imagined, possessing the strength of a peak title Douluo. He couldn't help but recall the last time Mo Lang got drunk and mentioned that his abilities were learned from Teacher Song. To be able to teach such a young title Douluo, that Teacher Song must not be from his continent. You all go back and rest. I'm here, and nothing will happen. I'll find this kid later for something. Seeing Flinder wanting to speak, Tang Hao waved his hand to send him back. The reason he appeared was that he needed Mo Lang's help. Yes, Your Majesty Hao Yin. Xiao Wu wanted to say something, but upon hearing Flinder's words, he immediately fell silent. Damn it, is this year my unlucky year? Why do I keep running into title Douluos everywhere? Xiao Wu, you should also go rest. I'm here, so don't worry. Tang Hao said to Xiao Wu. No, I want to watch a Lang. Yes, fine. Xiao Wu shook her head, then suddenly remembered something and looked at Tang Hao in surprise, asking, Uncle Tang Hao, they called you Your Majesty. Could it be that you're also a title Douluo? Yes, that's right. Tang Hao knew what she wanted to ask and glanced at Tang San, who was cultivating, before speaking lightly. I've known your identity for a long time, but there are some things I can't conveniently tell you. Just know that I mean you no harm. He then murmured to himself, I didn't expect this kid, a Lang, to choose the same path as me. The same path? What does that mean, Uncle Tang Hao? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Tang Hao didn't answer her question, but picked up the remaining skewers and started eating, saying, Damn, this little brat can make such delicious food. Why didn't he take it out earlier? He deserves to be burned and frozen. How dare you talk to your elder brother like that? Just as Mo Lang had finished merging the two soul bones, he heard this and picked up a nearby cup to throw at Tang Hao. 2 days of 10,000 character updates. The new book list has dropped to more than 90. It's frustrating. Depending on the situation, there may be 5 updates today. If it remains like this, I'll revert to 2 updates. You can't blame me for this, brothers. I've already been quite generous. Chapter 48, External Soul Bones. Ice and Fire Dragon King's Dual Wings. Second update. Haha, I knew you weren't that easy to kill. Come over and drink a few cups with your elder brother. Tang Hao laughed heartily, completely shedding his previous serious demeanor, and caught the cup Mo Lang had thrown. Lang, are you okay? Seeing Mo Lang returning to normal, Xiao Wu immediately joyfully rushed into his arms, checking if he was missing anything. Don't worry, I'm fine. Mo Lang gently patted Xiao Wu's head and said, It's just that the soul bones I originally prepared for you have been merged by me. You won't be angry, will you? Hearing that Mo Lang was still thinking of her, Xiao Wu felt sweet inside and looked at Tang Hao beside her, saying, You all chat first. I'll go sleep for a bit. I haven't slept well these past few days with you gone. Watching Xiao Wu walk away, Tang Hao took a bite of roasted meat and gulped down some wine, saying, You little brat really knows how to woo girls. When will you teach Tang San? He is as clueless as a wooden fish. What can I hold my grandson? You know your son. If you strip a girl and put her in his bed, he would help her put her clothes back on, saying not to catch a cold. How can I teach him? Mo Lang raised his glass and clinked it with Tang Hao's, then asked seriously, Why did you suddenly think of looking for me? Is the matter settled? Not yet. Tang Hao shook his head, waved his hand, and thick soul power surrounded them, creating a barrier. His expression turned serious as he said, For the past few years, I've been looking for ways to quickly increase my strength, but guess what I found? I won't guess. Mo Lang rolled his eyes, picked up his glass, and took another sip of his drink. Are you really a title Douluo? Tang Hao didn't continue with his previous statement, but instead asked another question. No. In front of Tang Hao, Mo Lang had nothing to hide, except for the system and his origins. He ate a skewer of grilled spicy peppers and said, That's a secret technique given to me by my master, which can temporarily boost my strength to the peak of title Douluo for only 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I will faint for several hours. Since that's the case, you're involved in this matter. We'll talk about title Douluo later. Tang Hao finished the remaining drink in one gulp, then stood up and said, Xiao San and the others will wake up soon, so I'll take my leave. Please take care of my son. Seeing Tang Hao in this state, Mo Lang became curious. Could it be that because of him, changes were happening in the Douluo continent? Mo Lang thought of the butterfly effect. Wait a minute. He called out to Tang Hao and said, I can't stand your indecisive behavior. If you have something to say, just say it. And you finally showed up. Why not say a few words to the mistress? I found a place that seems to lead to another world. But even I feel it's very dangerous. Anyone below the title Douluo would undoubtedly die if they go in. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, I'll leave my son to you. I'll tell him those things when he's strong enough. Another world. Mo Lang watched as Tang Hao disappeared from sight, his eyes wide with surprise. It seemed that the Douluo continent had indeed experienced a butterfly effect due to his arrival, resulting in some events he was unaware of. But who cares? When soldiers come, let them face soldiers. When water comes, let it cover the earth. As long as someone dares to provoke him, even the God realm would be turned upside down. At worst, he could reenact the scene of Pangu opening the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Soon, several sounds of breakthroughs were heard in succession, as the Shrek 6 monsters all broke through to level 5, awakening from their cultivation. Upon discovering that they had all leveled up, they were each filled with excitement. However, since Xiao Wu did not consume any divine items and did not receive an upgrade, Mo Lang did not get the feedback from the Big Brother Halo. But it didn't matter, after being tempered by the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, along with the enhancement from the Ice and Fire Dragon King's 2 soul bones. He had perfectly absorbed the effects of the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fire apricot blossoms, and his soul power had already reached level 65. More importantly, according to the system's estimation, his physical strength had surprisingly reached a staggering 100,000 gene. It could be said that without becoming a title Douluo, he was already invincible. Mo Lang opened his external soulbone information and took a look. Ice and Fire Dragon King's wings can immunize all ice and fire attribute soul skills. Speed increased by 500%. Additional skills, Sword of Ice and Fire. Dragon Soul Possession. Flying. Sword of Ice and Fire. Combines the power of ice and fire. Able to unleash 10 times the power. Dragon Soul Possession. Increases all attributes by 5 times. Against soul beasts, it has an 8-fold damage bonus. Flying. No consumption. Wow, awesome. After seeing the bonuses brought by the Ice and Fire Dragon King's wings, Mo Lang exclaimed in amazement. No wonder it's a god-level soul bone. These attributes are simply invincible. With the dual-wing soul bone of the 2 Dragon Kings, he might even have the strength to fight against the weakest poison Douluo. More importantly, he also gained a no-consumption flying skill, making his movements less restricted. Brother Lang, where's my dad? The first thing Tang San did when he opened his eyes was not to feel how much his soul power had increased, but to look for his father's figure. It's been 6 years since they last met, and it would be a lie to say he didn't miss him. However, after searching around and not finding his father, he couldn't help but ask Mo Lang, your dad has left, but he entrusted me to tell you that when you become strong enough, he will take you to a place. Mo Lang looked at Tang San, who was feeling down, and couldn't help but give a spoiler. Really? Did he really say that? Upon hearing this, Tang San's lost expression immediately turned into one of excitement. Of course, when has Lango ever lied to you? At the same time, deep in the Stardoe Forest, the Titan giant ape, soaking in the lake, asked the sky blue bull python, who was also bathing boss. Do you think we should also transform into human form? To seek refuge with brother-in-law? Ever since Mo Lang had given him a beating, the ailments on his body had healed, and his strength had significantly increased. Especially his muscles, which were as hard as rock, exuded a faint metallic sheen, as if he were wearing armor, becoming even tougher. The sky blue bull python fell silent for a long time before turning its massive head, its lantern-like eyes staring at the Titan giant ape as it asked, do you trust him? That human? But if he wanted to kill us, he could have done it long ago. Why would he help us heal our ailments and increase our strength? Upon hearing the word human, the Titan giant ape's expression became noticeably unnatural. But thinking about Mo Lang's actions today, he seemed indeed different from other humans. All right, let's not transform until Xiao Wu is grown up. Otherwise, if Xiao Wu encounters danger, who will save her? After saying this, the sky blue bull python sank to the bottom of the lake. It wasn't that he didn't trust that human. It was just that with just that one human, how could they withstand all humans? Because he knew one thing very well. Human greed is endless. If Mo Lang truly displayed unprecedented strength, he wouldn't mind transforming early and sincerely calling him brother-in-law. A night passed without incident. During the day, the Shrek 7 monsters continued their training under Flinder, as usual. However, in the afternoon, the Master appeared. Since we agreed to 5 updates this Friday, Let's continue with 5 updates. Thank you for the recommendation votes. 3 more updates in the afternoon. I went out to handle some business in the morning, but the documents got lost. Fortunately, a kind person found them. May good people have peace for life. Chapter 49. The Master's Anger. 3rd update. Please vote for recommendations. Is this Shrek Academy? Why is it so new, and the decoration can rival that of a noble academy? Where did Flinder get so many spirit coins? Following the directions, the Master found Shrek Academy, but upon seeing the academy that could compare to a noble academy, he was stunned. Could it be that Flinder had allied with the nobles? With this thought, Yu Xiaojing walked into the academy with a gloomy expression. Hey, Xiaojing, you finally made it. I thought you were kidnapped by some woman. As Yu Xiaojing entered the academy, Mo Lang, who had just come out of the dining hall while practicing with the Shrek 7 monsters, came out with a toothpick in his mouth, looking at the former with a teasing expression. Get lost. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Where's that guy Flinder? The usually calm Yu Xiaojing only showed an agitated expression in front of Mo Lang because only Mo Lang didn't regard him as a master. Thinking about the surprises this kid had brought him over the years, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but feel melancholy. All the hard work he'd put into his research seemed to have no effect on this kid. Clearly a good genius, yet he had such a big mouth. But he was very angry now and wanted to clarify whether Flinder had actually allied with the nobles. If that were the case, he would definitely take Tang San away. Xiaojing, you finally came. Just now, I was talking to Wu Ji about you. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's voice, Flinder immediately walked out with Xiao Wu, smiling as he introduced Xiao Wu. This is the master I just mentioned, and almost everyone in the Spirit Master world addresses him as such. So you are the master. I've heard so much about you. Hello, my name is Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was somewhat surprised upon seeing the master, but managed to maintain his manners and quickly introduced himself. No need to be polite, the unmoving king. The master nodded, then turned to Flinder and questioned, Flinder, let me ask you, have you allied with the nobles? Flinder looked puzzled. No, why would I ally with the nobles? To be a vassal under the powerful? No. Then explain to me where you got the money to build such a nice academy. The master clearly didn't believe Flinder's words. You'll have to ask our new principal about that. Flinder, knowing that Yu Xiaojing had misunderstood, purposely kept it a mystery. New principal? You still say you haven't allied with the nobles? I remember the principal of Shrek Academy was you, right? Yu Xiaojing said angrily, where's Tang San? I'm taking him away. I don't want my disciple to become a dog for the empire. Teacher, why are you here? After finishing his meal, Tang San heard the commotion outside and came out, revealing a look of surprise upon seeing Yu Xiaojing. Since his father left when he was 7, the master had filled that familial void, becoming his 5th family member. I said I would come to see you. The master's expression softened a bit upon seeing Tang San. He rubbed Tang San's head and said, come on, let's go back. I'll find you a new school. Go back. Why? I'm doing fine here. Tang San asked, somewhat confused. Exactly. If you want to take my academy student, you have to go through my consent. At this moment, Mo Lang, with a toothpick in his mouth, looked at Yu Xiaojing with a teasing expression and said, I'm a new principal of this academy. Xiaojing, do you have any opinions about me being the new principal? You? New principal? This time, it was Yu Xiaojing's turn to be puzzled. All right, Xiaojing, you've misunderstood. Here's how it is. After a long-awaited reunion, Flinder, feeling soft-hearted, recounted the entire situation, including what happened in the Stardow Great Forest. What? When did you become a titled Douluo? Upon learning that Mo Lang was a titled Douluo, Yu Xiaojing became agitated, looking at Mo Lang in shock. Look at you making such a big fuss. Have you not been surprised enough in the past 6 years? Mo Lang neither denied nor admitted it, only giving Yu Xiaojing a knowing look. Forget it. You're just a weirdo. It doesn't matter whether you're a titled Douluo or not. Just don't corrupt my little San. The master shook his head, thinking about the events that had happened to Mo Lang over the past 6 years. He felt that accepting this kid as a titled Douluo wasn't that hard after all. However, little San, you actually broke through to level 30, which truly surprised the teacher. When a master heard the news that little San had reached level 30, a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. All right, Xiaojing, if you have something to say, go ask Flinder over there. I still need to help them refine their bodies. Mo Lang kept asking the master questions, and, getting a bit impatient, he started to send people away. Every time the Shrek 7 monsters advanced a level, they could benefit from a level for free. Tempering the body? What is going on? Yu Xiaojing became curious again, and as a result, he was pulled aside by Flinder for an explanation. Little 3, you go first. I will suppress my power, but this power will exceed your limits. If you can endure it, you will gain a lot. If you can't, you might need a few months to recover. Are you ready? Mo Lang used the Eye of Insight to check the power level that Tang San could currently withstand, but still reminded him. Come on, Brother Lang. As long as I can become stronger, I can endure any hardship, Tang San said with a determined look. In that case, I will begin. Mo Lang nodded and then started punching Tang San repeatedly. Pain was evident on Tang San's face, but he gritted his teeth and endured. By the time the 10th punch was over, Tang San stood straight in place, but his whole body was already soaked with sweat, clearly showing how much pain he had endured. A foul odor was also emanating from him, indicating that he had expelled a lot of impurities from his body. To Tang San's surprise, just from taking this beating, one of the meridians in his body was almost opened. All right, go take a shower. Mo Lang covered his nose and waved his hand, while Tang San endured the pain and ran back to the room to take a shower. Who's the second? Mo Lang looked at the remaining few people, and just as Dai Mubai was about to step forward, Xiao Wu. I'll do it. For Xiao Wu, Mo Lang found it hard to take action, although he had never tried it. He could see the pain from Tang San's reaction. After all, to refine a physical body into a divine weapon, one must endure pain that ordinary people cannot withstand. But he couldn't bear to let Xiao Wu endure such pain. It's okay, Lang, come on. I've already fallen behind you all so much. If I fall behind any further, how can I always be by your side? I don't want you to face danger alone next time. No matter where we are, I want to be with you, Xiao Wu said with determination in her eyes, so don't feel sorry for me. Just come on. Kneeling for recommendation votes. Monthly votes. Thanks to the brothers who support me. There will be 2 more updates in the afternoon and evening. Chapter 50. If you don't agree, fight. Life and death are nothing. 4th update. Seeking recommendation votes. All right, I understand. Mo Lang looked at Xiao Wu's determined eyes and nodded. Isn't it this kind of personality that he likes about her? He shouldn't use love to bind the other person. On the contrary, he should unconditionally support anything the other person wants to do. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch Mo Lang threw made his heart ache, especially when he saw the smile on Xiao Wu's face, which only made him feel more pain. Several times during the fight, he wanted to give up, but the look in her eyes told him not to stop. He even began to doubt himself, wondering if he was too weak, which made Xiao Wu want to become stronger to share the burden. What he didn't know was that it was because he was too strong that Xiao Wu didn't want to be left behind. She longed to be a carefree and happy girl, receiving Mo Lang's love and protection. But compared to being a mere decorative girl, she wanted to stand by his side, to share the same boat with him, and to be the woman behind him. She wanted to enjoy wealth and glory with him, as well as endure storms together. That was the kind of love she desired. Bang! With the 10th punch, Xiao Wu trembled all over, seemingly enduring unbearable pain, her whole body swaying as if on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, being a transformed soul beast for 100,000 years kept her from fainting. Xiao Wu. Mo Lang immediately supported Xiao Wu and checked her body with concern. After finding out that she was fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry about me. I'll go take a shower first. I smell terrible. Xiao Wu looked at the concern on Mo Lang's face and felt warm inside. Everything she did was indeed worth it. What do you smell? In my heart, you smell wonderful all over. Mo Lang didn't care at all about the unpleasant smell coming from Xiao Wu. Helping her into the room. All right, I'm going to take off my clothes and shower now. You should hurry up and go out, Xiao Wu said, unable to help but blush when she saw that Mo Lang had no intention of leaving. The bathroom is too slippery. I'm afraid you might fall. Mo Lang scratched his head and said, but was met with an eye roll from Xiao Wu, prompting him to reluctantly step outside. Outside, Langu is really tough. He could be so harsh on Xiao Wu. Just looking at it makes me feel heartbroken, Ma Hongjun said as he watched Mo Lang walk away. What do you know? The more Xiao Wu is like this, the more Lang Ge will love her. Only a girl like Xiao Wu, who is self-respecting, self-loving, and self-reliant, deserves a strong person like Lang Ge, Dai Mubai said, recalling how he had previously dated many women, none of whom were interested in him for anything other than his money or looks. They were all just decorative vases. Yes, only those who were self-respecting, self-loving, and self-reliant deserve to be loved. Zhu Zhuqing cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai and, seeing Mo Lang approaching, took the initiative to become the third person. As long as she could become stronger, she could bear any price. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar all accepted Mo Lang's training, leaving only Ning Rongrong behind. Lang Ge, as an auxiliary soul master, can I skip the training? Ning Rongrong, who had grown up in the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, had never been scolded, let alone beaten. Running in Shrek Academy was already her biggest concession, and now having to endure training was something she obviously couldn't accept. Looking at Ning Rongrong's youthful face, Mo Lang thought for a moment and said, I know you are cherished and admired at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and no one dares to speak harshly to you. But this is Shrek Academy. As the principal, I have to be responsible for you. If you just want to play around, you can go to other academies. There are only two types of people who leave Shrek Academy. Those who are expelled as useless, and those who are unparalleled geniuses known across the continent. I'll give you 10 minutes to decide. Whether you want to be useless or a genius depends on you. I never force anyone. Unparalleled genius? In my eyes, Rongrong is already an unparalleled genius. Coming to your Shrek Academy is your honor. Just as Ning Rongrong hesitated, an arrogant voice rang out, and a figure dressed in white as snow appeared above Shrek Academy. Grandpa Jian, why are you here? Upon seeing Jian Qinshin arrive, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up with surprise. Indeed, the newcomer was Jian Qinshin, the sword Douluo. His previously cold expression softened when he looked at Ning Rongrong, filled with affection. And he said kindly, Grandpa Jian was worried about you, so I came to check on you. After saying this, Jian Qinshin turned to Mo Lang, restoring his earlier cold demeanor, and said, I didn't expect to arrive and witness someone talking such nonsense. It's truly ridiculous. I've never seen or even heard of any so-called body training. Moreover, I haven't heard of any geniuses coming out of Shrek Academy. What do you count as? The appearance of Jian Qinshin immediately made Master Flander and the others tense up. After all, he was a titled Douluo. Moreover, he was known as the strongest attacking titled Douluo, engraved on the Pope's order as a representative of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This was enough to demonstrate Jian Douluo's strength. In the past, they would have been extremely respectful, but now with Mo Lang present, they felt no fear. However, Master was anxious. Having spent 6 years with Mo Lang, he certainly knew what kind of person this kid was. With Jian Qinshin's accusatory attitude, how could Mo Lang just swallow his anger? In his dictionary, there were no words like compromise or endure. As he put it, it was 8 words. If you don't agree, fight it out. Life and death are trivial. Never seen or heard of it. That just shows your ignorance. And what are you? How dare you point fingers at me? Sure enough, as soon as Mo Lang opened his mouth, it was clear he was from the ancestral land. I've been around Zuin for 10 years. What kind of trolls haven't I seen? As soon as Mo Lang said this, Flinder, Xiao Wu and the others were shocked. The opponent was a titled Douluo, and behind him stood the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even if you're a peak titled Douluo and not afraid of the opponent, you still have to weigh the power behind them, right? Are you trying to get us killed? Flinder panicked. Even Xiao Wu was flustered. Haha. The sword Douluo laughed instead of getting angry, looking at Mo Lang and saying, You little brat, don't you know who I am? The sword Douluo, known as the strongest attacking title Douluo, but I think your title needs to be changed. Mo Lang dismissively replied. He was just worried that there was no title Douluo to practice against, and now one had come. How could he let the opponent leave so easily? If Flinder and the others knew that Mo Lang was only a 65th level Soul Emperor, but wanted to practice against the so-called strongest attacking sword Douluo, they would definitely cover Mo Lang's mouth. No, you don't want to, since you know my reputation and still dare to provoke me. Do you know that if it weren't for Rongrong, you would already be a corpse? Jian Chen's eyes narrowed, and a wave of sword intent suddenly pressed down on Mo Lang. Then let's give it a try. Montag Lanskazava steht fast, showing no signs of being affected by the sword energy. The two locked eyes, tension mounting. Chapter 51. What is the name of the 20-level leap challenge? 5th update. This kid is quite interesting. Watching Mo Lang, who is neither humble nor arrogant, and even more arrogant than he was in his youth, Jian Shun felt a sense of appreciation for talent. To become a strong person, one must first have the heart to become strong. Clearly, this kid already possessed that. However, the young man was too rigid and thus prone to breaking. Overconfidence could lead to death. Today, I will teach you this lesson well. Jian Shin signaled for Ning Rongrong to step aside, intending to refine this kid properly. Don't worry, Grandpa Jian, I won't take his life, just give him a little lesson. Jian Chen interrupted Ning Rongrong's words and said, I meant to say, be careful. Ning Rongrong muttered to herself. Boom! In an instant, 9 soul rings rose behind Jian Shun. The aura of a tidal Douluo crashing down like a tidal wave, fiercely pressing towards Mo Lang. Unlike other Douluo, this pressure contained a sharp sword intent, making even soul Douluo feel the weight of it. Of course, Jian Douluo held back somewhat. After all, the opponent appeared to be just a teenager. How powerful could he be? What the hell? A soul emperor? But when Douluo saw 4 black soul rings and 2 red soul rings rise behind Mo Lang, he was so shocked that he almost lost grip of his 7-killing sword. A soul emperor was certainly not something to be surprised about. But a teenager who was a soul emperor with soul rings that were at least 10,000 years old directly overturned his understanding. How could he not be surprised? However, he noticed that others seemed unfazed, instead showing expressions of confusion, which puzzled him greatly. Brother Lang, aren't you a titled Douluo? Why don't you reveal your remaining 3 soul rings? Ma Hongjun asked in confusion. This left Douluo even more bewildered. A titled Douluo? What a joke. If he were a titled Douluo, I would perform an act of cutting myself. The strength of a soul emperor is sufficient. After all, the opponent is older. And we should respect our elders and love the young. Mo Lang's 3 experience cards have already been used up, so he naturally cannot have 9 soul rings. However, even if he still had them, he wouldn't want to use them. He wants to see how strong he is at the moment. Can he challenge a titled Douluo? Hearing this, Jinshin really couldn't help but want to use his sword to take care of this kid. Clearly, he has a decent appearance and good talent, yet he speaks so annoyingly. As for whether the opponent is a titled Douluo, it no longer matters. Even if he is, so what? I am Jinshin. Am I afraid of anyone? Kid, I don't care if you're a titled Douluo. As long as you can take my move, I'll immediately apologize and leave. However, for some reason, Jinshin sensed a hint of dangerous aura from Mo Lang, and he felt that he might be in trouble. So he decided to unleash his strongest skill. Haha, if apologies were useful, why would I work so hard to train? If you lose, then you can stay and be a doorman. My academy just happens to need a doorman. Mo Lang didn't know if he could withstand the opponent's strongest strike, but clearly, he couldn't let the other party leave so easily. With the sword Douluo as the gatekeeper, how impressive would that be for Shrek Academy? Hell, well, if you lose, come to my 7-treasure glazed tile school and be my son-in-law. The sword Douluo looked at Mo Lang with approval. At such a young age, he had such strength and courage. If he married Rong Rong, he would be an excellent match. Grandpa Jian, what are you talking about? As soon as Ning Rong Rong heard this, her little face turned red. But thinking of Xiao Wu, she felt guilty. After all, what's wrong with pursuing someone she likes? I don't agree. I already have someone I like, so let's change it. Mo Lang, although confident in himself, was unwilling to take emotional risks, and even less willing to make Xiao Wu sad. Even though he knew Mo Lang wouldn't agree, hearing him refuse her directly still left Ning Rong Rong feeling disheartened. I agree. Who would have thought that Xiao Wu would step forward, looking at Mo Lang with determination? I agree not because I want to leave you, but because I believe in you. Oh my God, I'm going to go crazy. Being fed dog food every day, when will this kind of life come to an end? Ma Hongjun, listening to the conversation between Mo Lang and Xiao Wu, was directly stunned. Then bring it on. After hearing Xiao Wu's words, Mo Lang felt as if an endless amount of soul power surged within him, and his momentum reached its peak once again. After undergoing Mo Lang's body tempering, Xiao Wu's strength increased by 3 levels, reaching level 33, and as a result, Mo Lang also rose to level 68, attaining the strength of a soul emperor. Meanwhile, Jian Shinshin was now a level 96 titled Douluo, with nearly a 30-level difference between them. Can Mo Lang, facing a 30-level difference, take on this challenge? Let me show you the power of a titled Douluo. Jian Shinshin raised his right hand high with the 7-killing sword and carried it on his left shoulder, looking like a divine sword, as the sword energy within him surged wildly mixed with soul power. In an instant, that thick soul power and sword energy transformed into countless flying swords glimmering with cold light, filling the sky and enveloping the entire Shrek Academy. All swords returned to their origin. Jian Shinshin immediately used his strongest move, and with a loud shout, the flying swords like swarming locusts launched a frenzied attack towards Mo Lang. Come on! Mo Lang also shouted loudly, and behind him, 2 great Dragon King soul bones emerged, one red and one blue. 2 massive dragon wings burst forth, instantly lifting Mo Lang into the air. Dragon soul possession. With Mo Lang's shout, the sounds of dragon roars echoed through the heavens and the earth. Mo Lang's entire being transformed in an instant. On the left was a blazing red flame, and on the right was an icy blue chill. At the center of his forehead, patterns resembling the eyes of ice and fire appeared, clearly representing 2 extreme powers that perfectly fused together in Mo Lang. At that moment, Mo Lang's aura surpassed the realm of Soul Emperor, comparable to that of a Soul Sage. Sword of ice and fire. But it wasn't over yet. as Jian Shinshin concentrated a myriad of swords. Mo Lang's soul power surged again, and a gigantic sword of ice and fire appeared above him. The alternating forces of extreme cold and heat distorted the air, as if it could not withstand these two terrifying powers. This strike was enough to slay any soul sage. Is that all? But still not enough. Jian Shinshin watched as Mo Lang unleashed power capable of killing any soul sage, and his heart was already stirred by immense waves. However, as a title Douluo, he certainly couldn't show it. He appeared as steady as a rock on the surface, while secretly boosting his soul power. Damn it, this kid is truly a monster. Still not enough, huh? Then let's go again. Sky-shattering stick. Mo Lang shouted again, raising his right hand, and the divine weapon, the soul weapon Rui Golden Cudgel, appeared in his hand. Under the infusion of soul power, the Rui Golden Cudgel crazily grew larger and thicker, even surpassing the sword of ice and fire, sweeping towards the countless flying swords in the sky. Coupled with Mo Lang's immense strength of 50,000 pounds, this strike was enough to kill any soul Douluo. What? This kid can actually unleash the power to kill a soul Douluo. This is beyond level 20, right? Jian Shinshin was shocked again. Even he, who was usually as steady as an old dog, showed a serious expression on his face and immediately raised his soul power again. What is it called when you challenge beyond level 20? Who would have thought that Mo Lang snorted coldly, and the aura on his body actually soared once more? Today, as 5 updates are done, I humbly request recommendation votes. Chapter 52, The Gatekeeper Jian Shinshin. 3 heads and 6 arms. The Universal Arm Star Snatching Hand. As Mo Lang's aura reached a peak again, a giant figure of a 3-headed, 6-armed demon ape appeared behind him, charging towards the sky as if to pluck the stars and seize the moon. The Universal Arm Monkey, seizing the sun and moon, shrinking mountains, discerning fortunes and misfortunes, manipulating the universe. Mo Lang's 4th soul skill is indeed the 3-headed, 6-armed monkey, which can triple the user's strength. The 6th soul ring is the 100,000 year soul ring of the 3-headed, 6-armed monkey. The 2 additional skills granted by the 100,000 year soul ring are the star-picking hand and the universe diamond shield. Star-picking hand. With hands capable of plucking stars, it can unleash 8 times the strength. Combined with the 3-headed 6-arm skill, it can unleash 16 times the strength. Universe Diamond Shield. With the increase in soul power, it can withstand any physical attack. Currently able to withstand the full force strike of a soul Douluo. One is offense, one is defense, complementing each other quite well. However, it should be noted that Mo Lang's previous skills, Dragon Soul Protection, Sword of Ice and Fire, and the Shattering Heaven Rod, all enhance damage. The 3 skills combined have already reached 23 times the damage. And with the addition of the 3-headed 6-arm skill and the star-picking hand, it has stacked up to 39 times the damage. It's important to understand that this is not just a simple addition. If it weren't for Mo Lang consuming the 2 superior items, the fiery apricot and the 8-cornered mysterious ice grass, along with the refinement from the ice and fire duality, Eye, and the 2 Dragon King soul bones, his body would have been shattered by this terrifying accumulation of power long ago. Even so, after using the 3-headed 6-arm skill and the star-picking hand, blood beads densely surfaced on Mo Lang's skin, making him look like a blood-soaked figure, extremely fierce and terrifying. Despite this, there was not a trace of pain on Mo Lang's face. His eyes, shining like stars, emitted an unprecedented brilliance. Because of the experience card, he knew that this power was enough to injure a sword Douluo. With this strike, he would win. What kind of monster is this kid? Mo Lang unleashed his full power, illuminating the pitch-black night as if it were broad daylight. The solemn expression on Sword Douluo's face turned into panic and shock. This power was enough to make him go all out, and even the slightest carelessness would leave him in a disastrous state. Boom! Under Sword Douluo's full effort, 2 waves of violent energy erupted in the air with a tremendous sound, shaking the entire Shrek Academy. Fortunately, both Mo Lang and Sword Douluo intentionally suppressed their powers to prevent it from spreading. Otherwise, under such violent energy, Shrek Academy and the nearby village would surely be reduced to rubble. A full force strike from a tidal Douluo is enough to destroy a city, let alone this small village. Alang! As the 2 energies collided, Mo Lang fell directly from the air, but fortunately, Xiao Wu was quick and caught him. Upon seeing the layer of blood beads appearing on Mo Lang's skin, she immediately checked his injuries. Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that my physical body couldn't withstand the force from earlier and several small blood vessels ruptured. A few days of rest will do, Mo Lang reassured Xiao Wu. On the other side, although Sword Law did not fall from the air, he was still sent flying, his internal energy churning, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, which he forcefully suppressed. What a joke. How could I, a dignified title Douluo, be injured and spit blood by a Soul Emperor brat? What would people think of me if this got out? He didn't expect that his full force strike was not only received by the kid, but also caused him to suffer injuries. Fortunately, the opponent's body couldn't handle such immense power, and he had retracted some of his ability at a critical moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fared any better. This kind of talent was truly terrifying. He was indeed a monster. Gradually, he calmed down and remembered that the other party claimed to be the Dean of Shrek Academy. A Soul Emperor over level 30 challenging him. A title Douluo, indeed qualified for Flender to yield. No matter how many geniuses he had seen in front of this kid, he wasn't even worthy to carry his shoes. Meanwhile, Flender and the others who were watching were also shocked by Mo Lang's strength. Although they still had doubts about why Mo Lang didn't use his title Douluo power, they had long forgotten this question upon witnessing Mo Lang's endless techniques and were deeply astonished until the battle concluded. What does it mean to challenge beyond 20 levels? This statement is too domineering. Ma Junhong was so excited that he was boiling with enthusiasm. Yes, Brother Lang directly surpassed almost 30 levels. This is simply outrageous. Dai Mubai was also dumbfounded. Moreover, these 30 levels were not the earlier 30 levels, but the 30 levels from Soul Emperor to title Douluo. Oscar swallowed hard and said, "They say this is a wide chasm, but Brother Lang crossed it right in front of us. It's simply unbelievable. Even though I know this kid is a monster, every time he makes a move, it overturns my understanding, as if everything I've studied for a lifetime is completely nonsense in front of him." The master was also shocked beyond measure by Mo Lang's challenge across 30 levels, feeling very complicated inside. If it weren't for Mo Lang being the only exception, he would have gone crazy. Sword Douluo, how about it? This strike counts as me receiving it, right? Mo Lang wiped his face with his hand, removing the blood droplets, then stood up from Xiao Wu's embrace and looked at Jian Shun, asking in his heart. Mo Lang's words seemed to respect Jian Shinshin, but in reality, they were like a sharp sword piercing Jian Shinshin's heart. The thought that his full force attack as the so-called strongest title Douluo was actually caught by a mere teenage Soul Emperor filled him with immense shame, especially when he thought about the bet, where he, a dignified title Douluo, had to stand guard at the gate of Shrek Academy. He felt even more humiliated. What's wrong? Weren't you quite talkative just now? Why are you silent now? Mo Lang would certainly not let go of a strong figure like Jian Shinshin. With a title Douluo guarding the entrance of his school, who would dare to casually barge in like Jian Shinshin? As the Dean of Shrek Academy, shouldn't he have some dignity? All right, I won't make it too difficult for you. The Soul Master competition will start in a few years, so you can guard the entrance until the competition begins. Mo Lang knew that Jian Shinshin couldn't lower his pride, and it wouldn't be good to pressure him too much, so he gave him a way out and said, "Besides, aren't you worried about Ning Rongrong? With you guarding the gate, who would dare to harm her? All right, Jian Shu, we'll keep our word. Losing is losing, and the Soul Master competition won't be for many years. You can stay here and don't worry about me." At that moment, a voice like a spring breeze sounded, and a middle-aged man, whose face was like a crown jade, with a straight nose and square mouth, elegant and gentle in appearance, dressed in a spotless white robe, and looking to be in his 40s, stepped out from the side. But what about the safety of the sect leader? Jian Douluo looked worriedly at the middle-aged man, who was none other than Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 53. I'm laying my cards on the table. I am not a title Douluo. Second update. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has 2 title Douluos, one of whom must always be with Ning Fengji, while the other guards the school. Since Jian Douluo had appeared, it was certain that Ning Fengji was nearby. The reason he had only come out now was that he also wanted to see what special qualities this Shrek Academy possessed. However, upon seeing, he discovered that the mysterious young title Douluo who had been causing a stir during this time was actually the president of Shrek Academy. Therefore, after Mo Lang's duel with Jian Douluo, he immediately stepped out from the shadows. Ning Fengji's gaze was gentle. His lips curved into a smile as he looked at Jian Douluo and said, "Jian Shu, there are only 2 years until the Soul Master competition begins, and I have been out less during these 2 years. Besides, as long as I can negotiate that matter with those few items at hand, ordinary people won't be able to do anything to me. But forget it. I'll take a step back. If sect leader Ning has matters to attend to, you can stay by his side and return to Shrek Academy when there's nothing to do. How about that? Douluo wanted to say something more, but Mo Lang impatiently waved his hand, taking another step back. He knew that the strength of a title Douluo was beyond this, and if he pushed too hard, it would be troublesome. It was better to retreat a few steps now and do Douluo a favor. Seeing Mo Lang step back and give him enough leeway, Douluo was not unreasonable. Besides, he had his own interests and wanted to take Mo Lang as a disciple. So he nodded and said, "Old man is willing to accept defeat. Since I lost, what is wrong with guarding for 2 years?" Thus, Jian Qinshin became the gatekeeper of Shrek Academy. It was an honor for Shrek Academy to have Douluo reside here. How could they let the elder just guard the gate? If the elder didn't mind, why not become an honorary vice president and also teach these youngsters how to cultivate? Fran was good at handling people. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, he immediately said, "It's getting late. How about we have a late-night snack and enjoy some drinks? If there's anything to discuss, we can chat about it. There are also places to sleep here. If you two don't mind, you can stay the night. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble you." Ning Fengji thought of the matters he still had to attend to and nodded politely. "You all go ahead. I'll take a shower and come." Mo Lang knew why Ning Fengji came here, and he also knew that after using the Rui Jingu Bang and the Ice Fire Dragon King's wings, he couldn't keep his matters hidden anymore, so he decided to speak openly tonight. In the evening, while Mo Lang was taking a shower, Ning Fengji asked Ning Rongrong a few questions, mostly about Mo Lang. After learning about Mo Lang's situation, both Ning Fengji and Douluo exchanged shocked glances. "Rongrong, why didn't you mention this in the letter?" It turned out that Ning Rongrong had spoken to Tang San in the morning about the cooperation on hidden weapons and sent a letter back. But she didn't mention Mo Lang's matters, because Brother Lang said to keep it a secret. "If I let it slip, how can I stay in Shrek Academy?" Ning Rongrong said, feeling wronged. "You child." Ning Fengji started to say something, but Douluo shot him a glare, causing him to sigh and not say much more. "By the way, Dad, look at my martial soul." Ning Rongrong remembered that after taking the Chilua Tulip, her martial soul changed to the 9th level, and she immediately showed it off to her father. This is the 9-treasure glazed tile. At first, Ning Fengji was puzzled, but when he saw his precious daughter's 7-treasure glazed tile transform into the 9-treasure glazed tile, his eyes widened in shock. Then, Ning Rongrong shared how Mo Lang had distributed to the Shrek 7 monsters, and after hearing this, Ning Fengji looked at her with admiration. Douluo, on the other hand, felt ashamed. It turned out he had misunderstood that kid. Rongrong was in the best place here. After that, Ning Fengji discussed the hidden weapons with Tang San, and after settling on a price, Mo Lang finally arrived. "You brat, took so long for a shower?" The reason Douluo wanted to stay was mostly because of Mo Lang. He was very curious about him. If he could take him as a disciple, he would have a legacy to pass on. After waiting for half an hour, if it weren't for the delicious smell of the barbecue, he would have wanted to drag the guy over. "Can't eat barbecue without talking? What's wrong with being handsome and a little clean?" Mo Lang retorted, as he usually responded better to soft approaches. Douluo, instead of getting angry, laughed and took a sip of wine, saying, "If it weren't for your good temper towards me, I would have cut you a few times today. Such a big mouth. Aren't you afraid of straining your back? Eat more kidney to replenish." Mo Lang didn't indulge Douluo and picked up a skewer of kidneys to eat. "Hey, should I show you my bad temper again?" Douluo's temper flared up, but he was pulled back by Ning Fengji, who said, "Uncle Jian, say a little less, say a little less." Douluo then sat back down. Mo Lang didn't care at all. After taking a sip of wine, he picked up a skewer of large kidneys. "Ahem, that brother Mo. May I ask a bold question? Is that title Douluo from Sunset Forest a few days ago you?" Ning Fengji coughed and asked curiously. "It was me, but I am not a title Douluo. You all have seen my true strength. I am just a soul emperor. However, my master taught me a secret technique that allows me to temporarily elevate my strength to that of a title Douluo." Mo Lang candidly admitted that he didn't want to lie, because one lie requires countless others to cover it up, and that was too exhausting. Ning Feng Tietz Mot Thichet. He didn't expect Mo Lang to admit it so readily, even explaining the reason to him. "What? You got a master now?" Douluo was not concerned about how Mo Lang could rise to the rank of title Douluo, but rather that Mo Lang actually had a master. Of course, otherwise. "Do you think my soul rings came from nowhere?" Mo Lang knew that the other party would definitely ask about his soul rings, so he simply stated it directly. After all, he initially had a 10,000-year soul ring and also possessed 200,000-year soul rings, which was truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo's eyes flashed with a momentary look of disappointment. He should have realized that someone so young possessed such strength and had an extraordinary combination of soul rings. There must be someone backing him. However, on the Douluo continent, he had never heard of anyone being able to single-handedly kill a 100,000-year soul ring. Could it be that he was a hidden powerhouse who had broken through level 100? Not only was the sword Douluo curious, but everyone present was also intrigued. To be able to teach a prodigy like Brother Mo, his master must surely be an extraordinary powerhouse. They wondered if they would have the fortune to meet him. Originally, Ning Fengji shouldn't have asked such a blunt question, but knowing such an extraordinary powerhouse, he couldn't care less about etiquette. Chapter 54. Xiao Gang. You really are like a worm in my stomach. Third update. It's not that I can't, but I don't even know where my master is. Mo Lang swallowed the kidney in his mouth, took another sip of wine, and continued. His old man appears and disappears mysteriously, wandering the world, only showing up when I make a breakthrough. However, he doesn't like to interact with people, so Master Ning, don't think too much about it. What a joke. My master is just the system. Why would I show you anything? My apologies for being presumptuous. Ning Fengji raised his glass, poured himself a drink, and smiled. It is already an honor for me, Ning, to know a peerless genius like Brother Mo, regardless of whether what Mo Lang said was true or false. Ning Fengji would not press further. However, no one expected that the esteemed master of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect would humble himself so much. To praise a teenager like Mo Lang to such an extent could even be seen as flattery. Yet, all present were shrewd individuals. They understood that even if Mo Lang was not a titled Doa, his displayed strength and that mysterious master were enough for them to treat him as one. This is the importance of strength and background. Master Ning, you flatter me. Mo Lang smiled, rare to be low-key for once. There was no way around it. As the saying goes, you shouldn't strike someone who is smiling at you. Since the other party had lowered their attitude so much, it would be inappropriate to make things difficult for them. Moreover, he was clear about his own strength, being able to withstand the sword Douluo's strongest attack. 10,000 swords returned to the origin did not mean he could fight against sword Douluo. Just taking that one hit had already consumed a third of his soul power, while the opponent had only taken a few steps back. This indicated that he was currently not a match for sword Douluo. At most, he could withstand 3 moves. Not to mention that sword Douluo had not yet used his martial soul, true form, and domain skills. He knew that the reason he could withstand that attack was mostly due to sword Douluo underestimating him. However, after this battle, Mo Lang also recognized his shortcomings. Even though his soul power was far thicker and more enduring than that of an average soul emperor due to the star technique, his physical strength was not enough to unleash his full potential. The blood beads that appeared on his body from being unable to withstand the eruption of soul power, or rather, the power of the stars, were proof of that. Therefore, besides working harder to cultivate the star technique and using the power of the stars to transform his body inside and out, he also needed to seek external forces to strengthen his physical body, just like how Tang San was taken by Tang how to train under the waterfall later on. However, the current hardness of his body was not enough for the impact of the waterfall to bring him significant improvement. He had to think of other methods. Coincidentally, the 8th sign-in would be when Tang San first won the Soul Master competition, giving him 2 years to enhance his strength. Sigh, if only the 9-9 return to one hammering method could temper his physical body. Mo Lang was feeling distressed. Sometimes being too strong can be quite a burden. Why does this kid look so worried? Is he thinking about how to enhance his physical strength? Just when Mo Lang was frowning, the master's voice rang out beside him. Mo Lang was startled. Could the master have mind-reading abilities? It seemed that he had hit the nail on the head. The master rarely smiled and said, "From your battle, just now, I can see your flaws and have analyzed your troubles. Although the reason for your mutated soul power allows you to break the norm and absorb soul rings beyond the limit, the soul skills and soul power these soul rings bring are too much for your body to bear at present. Logically speaking, your body should have already been unable to withstand the impact of a 100,000-year soul ring. Have you taken any immortal great herbs? Or has that pair of external soul bones improved your constitution?" Mo Longyue's eyes lit up more and more as he listened. He didn't expect that Yu Xiaojiang could discern so many things from a single battle. How could he forget someone like Yu Xiaojiang? You are right. Mo Lang nodded and shared some things. Then he asked, "Xiao Gang, do you have any solutions?" Still calling him Xiao Gang? Yu Xiaogang smiled slightly and shot Mo Lang a sideways glance. "Dear, get lost." Yu Xiaogang's mouth twitched. How did he forget this kid's big mouth? Ordinary training has no effect on you, but if it's under the gravity field, these trainings will still be effective. The master, fearing that Mo Lang might say something outrageous again, quickly added, "Yeah, how did I forget that I can still use the gravity field for training?" As soon as Mo Lang heard this, his eyes lit up and a joyful expression appeared on his face. He hugged the master's head and gave him a kiss on top. Damn it! The master looked at Mo Lang, whose mouth was greasy from eating kidneys, with oil all stuck in his hair. No matter how calm he was, he couldn't help but curse. At the same time, there was a strange feeling in his heart that made his skin crawl. However, the master curiously asked, "Did your master not tell you?" "My master only appears when I need a soul ring. As for cultivation, he always goes with the flow." Mo Lang casually explained something, but soon frowned again. "Xiao Wuji has gravity skills. You can ask him to help you create a gravity field." Yu Xiaojiang seemed to know what Mo Lang was thinking and immediately said, then moved far away from Mo Lang, fearing that this kid would make some wolf-like actions again. "Xiaojiang, you really are the worm in my stomach." Mo Lang got up again, wanting to give Yu Xiaojiang a hug, hoping to wipe off the oil on his hands in the process. But seeing that the latter had already dodged far away, he had no choice but to wipe it on the side of Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, when they had eaten enough, Ning Rongrong asked Mo Lang to beat her up, which made Mo Lang's perception of Ning Rongrong change again. Although Douluo was still reluctant, after hearing that getting beaten up by Mo Lang could not only improve one's physique and enhance soul power, but also cure hidden ailments, he couldn't help but become curious, especially after seeing Ning Rongrong get beaten up and then take a shower. Indeed, her physique had greatly improved, and both he and Ning Fengji felt a buzzing in their heads. Is there such a method? Should I try it too? Why did I suffer so many attacks before? And not only did it not improve my physique or cure hidden ailments, but I almost spat out blood. This made the old blood that Jian Dao had forcibly suppressed almost come out again. In the end, neither of them could bring themselves to let Mo Lang beat them up. When the late-night snack ended, Mo Lang was suddenly called by the master and Flender. "Mo Lang, what's the matter?" "Fland, we don't have much money left for that dean." "Yu Xiaojiang." "Lang, I just checked, and after your hammering, they can't do intense training for a month. This will waste too much time, so I want to prepare some herbs for them to soak in, but that also requires money. I'll take care of this in a few days." Mo Lang felt a bit embarrassed, as he had almost used up his own money. Although Tang Sen had signed a contract with Ning Fengji, the latter hadn't paid a penny in advance before seeing the hidden weapons. But just thinking about the perspective ability of his golden, I made him feel that if he didn't go to the casino and have a few rounds, it would be a waste. New book de law. Left hand Flame Emperor, right hand Desolate Heaven Emperor is begging for recommendation votes. Please save it. Chapter 55. Qianren is pregnant. Fourth update. Kid, you won so much money and you still want to run? Mo Lang arrived early in the morning at the casino in Soto City and swept away 100,000 gold soul coins with his golden eye. However, as soon as he exited the casino, he was blocked by 3 people. The one leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin and a height of just over 1.6 meters. At a glance, Mo Lang recognized him as the lewd Uncle Bulu, who had appeared a few times in the Douluo continent. The two behind him were likely the other 2 members of the lewd 3 swordsmen, Ikao and Tianya, who had also appeared with Bulu before. The 3 of them were thugs hired by the casino, sent to teach Mo Lang a lesson and to take back the money he won, with half of it given to them as a reward. After all, when Mo Lang had a fierce fight with Dai Mubai at the Drunken Immortal building, it caused quite a stir in Soto City. The casino staff knew that Mo Lang was a formidable soul master, which is why they dispatched 3 soul practitioners who were over level 40. So, the 3 of them wanted those 100,000 soul coins. Mo Lang looked at the sleazy trio and smiled. He didn't expect that the fat guy had resolved his evil fire issue and wasn't in trouble, but he ended up getting into trouble while gambling. What cursed fate. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over that soul guiding device along with it, and we'll go easy on you. If you doesn't, hif. 1 minute later. Stop hitting us, bro. Dad, Grandpa, we know we were wrong. The 3 of them, bruised and battered, lay on the ground, begging for mercy. They never dreamed that this boy, who looked to be no more than 15, was actually a soul emperor, and even more terrifying, he possessed 200,000-year soul rings. This was simply outrageous. In that moment, they even had the thought of wanting to kill the casino owner. That 1 minute had been a complete nightmare for them. From now on, behave yourself. Mo Lang glanced at the 3 people and swaggered away. Just 3 insignificant rolls. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 months had passed. Bang! Mo Lang, under the 10-fold gravity field of Xiao Wu, relied solely on his physical strength to knock Xiao Wu away within 10 moves. It seems that 10 times the gravity is no longer enough for you. With your current physical condition, you can withstand 10 full-force eruptions. The master looked at Mo Lang, who, in just 3 months, not only adapted to the 10-fold gravity solely through physical strength, but also managed to defeat Xiao Wu decisively within 10 moves, and could not help but show a look of amazement in his eyes. This kid is truly a genius. Of course, apart from the fact that the opponent's talent is unmatched, it also has a lot to do with his hard work. During these 3 months, Mo Lang practiced tirelessly. During the day, he honed his body under Xiao Wu's gravity field, and at night, he cultivated his soul power. Just based on this, even Tang San could not compare, as Tang San still had to spend part of his time crafting hidden weapons, and only Xiao Wu consistently accompanied Mo Lang. It is also because Mo Lang, as the dean, worked so hard that the Shrek's 7 devils became exceptionally diligent, all surpassing level 30. Among them, Dai Mubai, who originally had a high cultivation level, after taking the rare mushroom and training for 3 months, had already reached level 39 soul respect, just a step away from breaking through to Soul Master. Tang San reached level 35, Oscar 34, Ma Hongjun 32, Zhu Zhuqing 32, and Ning Rongrong 31. Even more astonishing was Xiao Wu. Despite not taking any rare items, had achieved level 36. Of course, this was related to Xiao Wu being a transformed spirit beast of 100,000 years, and also to her training alongside Mo Lang for those 3 months. As for Mo Lang, under his own training and the buff from his big brother's aura, he had already reached level 73 Soul Sage. A 14-year-old Soul Sage is a frightening prospect. I finally broke through. At this moment, the knockback Xiao Wu suddenly shouted excitedly. During the 3 months of training with Mo Lang, his strength had also been continuously improving, especially after his body was tempered by the 9-9 return to 1 hammer method. And after 3 of his body's meridians were opened, the speed of his soul power cultivation accelerated significantly, and he had finally reached level 80 Soul Douluo. Flinder had already reached the Soul Douluo realm 2 months ago, and other teachers at Shrek Academy also made significant improvements. Even the master, after taking the rare item provided by Mo Lang and undergoing Mo Lang's training, not only broke through level 30 in soul power, but also improved his physical condition, looking less haggard and despondent. Little Xiao, it's just a Soul Douluo. Why are you so happy? I'm embarrassed for you. Mo Lang rolled his eyes at the excited and shouting Xiao Wuji. Am I proud of being a soul saint at 14? Dude, not everyone is a freak like you. Xiao Wuji said with a face full of resentment. It's just a Soul Douluo. On the entire continent, there are only a few title Douluo, and since title Douluo are not out, a Soul Douluo is the strongest combat power. More importantly, he can also have an extra soul ring and soul skill. How can he not be excited? You've worked hard these 3 months. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the Stardow Forest to help you obtain your soul ring. Mo Lang thought that after training for 3 months, it was time to go to the Stardow Forest to check on his current strength. After all, he couldn't just go to the Great Spirit Arena like Tang San and bully those kids. Jian Douluo was also not around these days. Otherwise, it would have been good to practice with him. With Flinder, a spirit Da, stationed at the academy, there shouldn't be any problems. In the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Yi looked at Xue Qinghe beside him and said with a concerned expression, I heard your health hasn't been good lately, often feeling nauseous. You need to take care of yourself and not overwork. After all, you are the son that your father values the most. I will take care, father. If there is nothing else, I would like to return and rest, Xue Qinghe said with a hint of struggle in his eyes, then respectfully continued. All right, I know you are under a lot of pressure, but the position of the emperor can only be inherited by you. Your brother, Xue Bong, is truly not capable. Sikid Zhuye. Don't worry, father, I will not let you down, Xue Qinghe said firmly. Shui Yi nodded and did not speak further, allowing Xue Qinghe to step back and return to his palace. Xue Qinghe was actually Qian Renxue, sitting on the bed. Her eyes were no longer calm, but revealed a very complicated expression. She couldn't understand why, after just that one time, she ended up pregnant with the child of that mysterious title Douluo. What puzzled her even more was that 3 months had passed, and only now was she experiencing pregnancy symptoms. Fortunately, her belly had not started to show. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know what to do. The soul bone she possessed brought her a disguise ability that could only slightly alter her shape and voice. Once her belly became larger, it would be impossible to disguise it. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue's eyes flashed with determination as she raised her hand and slammed it against her belly, It was exhausting, with daily bursts of 10,000 words, unable to compare to others who wrote 2 updates. Tomorrow, I'll return to 2 updates. Taking a break since I'm too tired with 5 updates. If the results are good, there will be more bursts. I can only say I've done my best. Chapter 56, Dark Golden Terrorclaw Bear. At the same time, Mo Lang in the Douluo Forest felt his heart suddenly race and became anxious. What was going on? Did something happen at Shrek Academy? It seemed he needed to return early. Mo Lang frowned, having a bad premonition, not at all expecting that he would have a child. Boss, what is wrong? Xiao Wu noticed the change in Mo Lang's expression and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Let us save time and head straight to the depths of the Douluo Forest, Mo Lang replied. Mo Lang and Xiao Wu arrived at the depths of the Douluo Forest. With the golden eyes activated, they searched for a suitable soul beast for Xiao Wu. They found it. It was a 30,000-year-old dark golden terrorclaw bear. Mo Lang did not expect to encounter a dark gold fearsome bear this time out, and it was already 50,000 years old. Although Mo Lang had not carefully read the later parts of the Douluo continent novels, he was aware of the terror of the dark golden terrorclaw bear. The dark golden terrorclaw bear is a soul beast that lives alone, possessing terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities, excelling in both close combat and having strong explosive power and ranged attacks. It is said that among the legendary, powerful, ferocious beasts of early years, the dark golden terrorclaw bear, which has the bloodline of a behemoth, is one of them. After reaching 10,000 years of cultivation, this creature becomes nearly perverse in its terror, making it difficult for even titled Douluo to resist easily. And this one is a 30,000-year-old dark golden terrorclaw bear, an absolute king of the forest. Boss, what kind of soul beast is the dark golden terrorclaw bear? Xiao Wu asked curiously, as it was the first time he had heard of such a soul beast. It's like this, Mo Lang said, revealing information about the dark golden terrorclaw bear to Xiao Wu with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. He added, fortunately, it's not a dark golden terrorclaw bear over 50,000 years. Otherwise, going there would be a death wish. After hearing this, a hint of struggle flashed in Xiao Wujia's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, Boss, I think we should forget it. It's too dangerous. You don't have to worry about that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have progressed so quickly. Since I promised to help you obtain a soul ring, we have to find the best and most suitable one. Mo Lang laughed and said, Don't worry, since I have the courage to go, I have the confidence to kill this dark gold terrorclaw bear. You must know that when I defeated you, I didn't use soul power or soul skills, and it was under your tenfold gravity. If I were to use soul power and soul skills, even Old Sword might not be able to gain any advantage against me now. Xiao Wujia then remembered that as a dignified 79th level soul saint, he had been defeated by Mo Lang within 10 moves, even under his own gravity field. If Mo Lang used soul power and soul skills, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Thinking of this, he nodded heavily and said, Boss, can I go first? I also want to see how my strength is now. Sure, a 30,000-year-old dark gold terrorclaw bear won't take your life. If you can't handle it, just tell me. Montaklang nodded. After practicing his 9-9 return hammer technique 4 times, Xiao Wujia's body hardness was no longer comparable to 3 months ago. Not to mention, in the past 3 months, he had been continuously battling. His strength had greatly improved, and his ability to take hits had undergone a qualitative leap. His pure physical strength was already 50,000 pounds. If he were an ordinary soul saint, they wouldn't be able to withstand a punch. Roar. As Mo Lang and Xiao Wujia entered the territory of the dark gold terrorclaw bear, the latter immediately roared, and the sound reverberated, causing some smaller trees to explode. Surrounding soul beasts weaker than it all crouched down, trembling, and those below 5,000 years old even fainted outright. Be careful, this is Earth Roar, which not only has attacking capability, but also a stunning effect. Fortunately, Mo Lang had already advised Xiao Wujia to block his ears, otherwise if he got hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar. Seeing that its roar had no effect, the dark gold terrorclaw bear roared again, its thick limbs moving quickly. Despite its large and clumsy body, its speed was unaffected, appearing before Xiao Wujia like lightning. As its massive paw swung, it created a terrifying sound of wind cutting through the air, and its sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light, as if they could tear through space. Martial soul, true body. Feeling the pressure from the dark gold terrorclaw bear, Xiao Wujia didn't dare to be careless and shouted loudly as his martial soul, true body. The mighty diamond bear was activated. In an instant, Xiao Wujia's form rapidly expanded. Fur appeared on his body, and he looked like a small mountain as he charged toward the dark gold terraclaw bear. Bang! The two exchanged blows, and the collision of their palms produced a deafening sound. Xiao Wujia's entire arm was numbed by the impact, and he staggered back several steps. No wonder it was a soul beast with the bloodline of the Baiman. Its strength must be around 30,000 pounds. Xiao Wujia looked at the towering and motionless dark gold terraclaw bear in amazement, rubbing his numbed arm. If it had been 3 months ago, that blow would have made him spit blood, but after 3 months of training and sparring, his strength had rapidly increased. Not to mention, Shrek Academy not only provided their students with excellent nutrition, but their teachers also received the same. The physical exhaustion and fatigue from training could disappear overnight, allowing them to train as usual the next day. Year after year, day after day, in just 3 months, everyone had made considerable progress. Xiao, not bad. You truly are my dedicated sparring partner. Mo Lang looked at Xiao Wuji, who could clash head-on with the dark golden terraclaw bear, and revealed a satisfied expression. When it came to battling the dark golden terraclaw bear, he had already mentioned to the other party that it would depend on how long they could hold out. Meanwhile, what kind of soul beast was that, capable of unleashing such terrifying fluctuations? Not far from Mo Lang, a group of muscular elders, each nearly 2 meters tall, gazed in the direction of Xiao Wuji and the dark golden terraclaw bear, their eyes filled with astonishment. Regardless of what kind of soul beast it was, the noise it made undoubtedly indicated it was a powerful soul beast, with 3 soul Daw and 2 soul saints among them. Even if they encountered a 100,000-year soul beast, they could at least escape safely. The leading elder appeared to be about 70 years old, with a towering figure that seemed to exceed 2.5 meters, resembling a mountain of flesh. The elder had dark skin and bright, piercing eyes that looked like copper bells, radiating a special glow. If Mo Lang were here, he would certainly recognize the identity of the person. This man was the sect leader of the Elephant Armor sect, Tianxiang Huyanjun. Among the other 5, 4 elders appeared to be over 60, members of the Elephant Armor sect, while the remaining one, a young man in his 20s, was Hu Yanzhen's grandson, Hu Yanli. They had ventured deep into the Stardow Forest because Hu Yanli had broken through to the 40th rank as a soul master and needed to obtain a soul ring, hoping to find a suitable one to prepare for the Soul Master Academy competition in 2 years. For readers who have recommendation tickets, if you see this, please cast a recommendation ticket. Thank you. Chapter 57. Subduing the 7 Great Sects. Is this really a dark golden terraclaw bear? Upon seeing the appearance of the dark golden terraclaw bear, shock appeared in the eyes of Hu Yanzhen and his group. They were also curious about who could battle against the dark golden terraclaw bear. The one whose martial soul was the great strength diamond bear and possessed such strength must be the immovable Ming Wang, Xiao Wuji. Hu Yanzhen recognized Xiao Wuji's identity, and a serious expression crossed his face. Isn't he just a small soul saint being chased by the Spirit Hall like a stray dog? Why is my brother so concerned? Hu Yanjing, one of the 3 soul Daw, said. From his disdainful tone and expression, it was evident that he looked down on Xiao Wuji. A mere soul saint could easily be handled by himself. However, his words caused the faces of the other 2 soul saint members of the Elephant Armor sect to darken. Second brother, don't underestimate Xiao Wuji. When he was a soul emperor, he managed to escape from the 16 at least soul emperor-level bishops of the Spirit Hall. Can you honestly say you could do the same? Hu Yanjin said. However, this dark golden terraclaw bear should not have reached the 10,000 year level, otherwise it could easily tear Xiao Wuji apart. Hu Yanjin knew of the dark golden terraclaw bear, but was unsure how to identify its age. He merely observed that the bear had a slight advantage and made a guess. After all, he had heard that a 10,000 year dark golden terraclaw bear could rival a tidal Douluo. So how could it only have a slight advantage? Brother, although we excel in defense, we also need power. This dark golden terraclaw bear completely compensates for our explosive power. If Xiaoli had it, he would definitely shine in the Soul Master Academy competition. Hu Yanjing looked at the dark golden terraclaw bear, a hint of greed flashing his eyes. I didn't say to give up. Hu Yanjin certainly understood his brother's intentions, especially since Hu Yan Li was his own grandson. He would never give up. He looked at Xiao Wuji, who was gradually falling behind, and said, Xiao Wuji is indeed impressive, but he alone cannot defeat this dark golden terraclaw bear. We just need to wait for him to reach his limits, and then we can act. At the end of his words, a cold light flickered in Hu Yanzhan's eyes. If he does not know what is good for him, then don't blame us for being ruthless and taking him down along with the bear, treating it as a token of our allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Though the Douluo continent seemed calm on the surface, they knew that this calmness was merely the prelude to a storm. And the one who would stir up this storm was the Spirit Hall, which was secretly gathering strength. A good bird chooses its tree to perch on. As a member of the lower force sex, it was time for them to rise amid this turmoil. Are those people from the elephant armor sect? 3 soul Douluo, 2 soul saints, and 1 soul master. Mo Lang kept an eye on Xiao Wuji's situation while being alert to whether any soul beast would be attracted. To his surprise, he discovered people from the elephant armor sect. At the same time, the soul skill listening to all things from the 6-eared monkey activated, allowing him to hear everything that Hu Yanjun and his group had just said clearly. If they just wanted to take advantage of the situation, that would be one thing, but wanting to kill to silence them was another. If he didn't teach them a lesson today, how could he justify calling himself the boss for so long in front of Xiao Zhao? After hearing what Hu Yanjun's group said, Mo Lang sneered repeatedly. Since you want to watch from the sidelines, let me show you what it means to bring disaster upon yourselves. Mo Lang immediately used sound transmission to inform Xiao Wuji, asking him to lead the dark gold terror claw bear to the location of the group from the elephant armor sect. Since they wanted to intercept him halfway, he might as well let them come. Got it, boss. After hearing this, Xiao Wuji's heart raced and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Following Mo Lang's instructions, he attracted the attention of the dark gold terror claw bear and charged towards the direction where the group from the elephant armor sect was hiding. Oh crap, they're coming this way. Hu Yan was stunned. What a coincidence. Out of so many directions, why are they coming towards us? Or have we been discovered? What's the big deal? If they come our way, we could just deal with them together. 4th brother, 5th brother, protect my grandson. Xiao Wuji and that dark gold terror claw bear are up to us. Hu Yanjun made a decisive decision and immediately charged toward Xiao Wuji and the dark gold terror claw bear, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Bro, save me. Xiao Wuji shouted as he saw Hu Yanjun rush out. Then he quickly brushed past the 3 of them, running faster than a rabbit. This left Hu Yanjun and his 2 brothers in a state of confusion. Who the hell are you calling brother? I'm here to kill you. Roar. Before they could think much, the dark gold terror claw bear let out an angry roar, no longer pursuing Xiao Wuji, and raised its massive claw, infused with a tearing force, towards Hu Yanjun and the others, clearly mistaking them for Xiao Wuji's companions. Xiao Wuji, you really are a dog. Hu Yan angrily cursed as Xiao Wuji ran far away. The 8 soul rings around him also appeared, and his martial spirit, the diamond mammoth, was instantly summoned. Boom! However, even the diamond mammoth, known for its defense, could not withstand the terrifying power of the dark gold terror claw bear's furious strike. Hu Yanjing was instantly sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Hu Yanjun and his 3rd brother, Hu Yanzhuang, both showed expressions of horror. Hu Yanjing was an 82nd level soul, Douluo, yet he was knocked away with a single slap and even suffered internal injuries. Just how terrifying was the power of this dark gold terror claw bear? Or was it simply a dark gold terror claw bear that surpassed 10,000 years? At the same time, they were puzzled as to why Xiao Wuji could withstand the bear's immense strength. Did his power surpass Hu Yanjing's? What they didn't know was that during the 3 months of training with Mo Lang, Xiao Wuji's strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary soul, Douluo, and his ability to take hits was even stronger than their diamond mammoth. This was all due to the benefits brought by the divine level forging technique, the 9-9 return hammer method, which could forge ordinary iron into divine artifacts. Forget about Xiao Wuji. With the 4th elder and 5th elder around, he won't gain any advantage. Let's focus on dealing with this dark gold terror claw bear. We can't afford to flip over in the gutter. Hu Yanjun initially wanted Hu Yanzhuang to chase Xiao Wuji, but after witnessing the terror of the dark gold terror claw bear, he realized that only by joining forces could the 3 of them possibly subdue it. Boss, what should we do now? After reuniting with Mo Lang, Xiao Wuji asked anxiously. There's no way around it. Although this dark gold terror claw bear is only 30,000 years old, it is indeed extremely suitable for my soul beast. Of course, I can't bear to just hand it over. Don't worry, the 3 of them are not my opponents. Just beating them up would be too easy for them. What I want is their complete submission. Mo Lang has been thinking about how to resolve the hatred between Xiao Wu and the Spirit Hall, and now he has come up with a brilliant plan. That is to completely crush Bibi Dong's ambitions, making her willingly become his mother-in-law. After all, Qianren Xue and Xiao Wu are both his designated women, and to untie this deadlock, he needs to resurrect Xiao Wu's mother. to resurrect Xiao Wu's mother. He will need her soul ring, which requires Bibi Dong to willingly hand over Xiao Wu's mother's soul ring. Doesn't Bibi Dong want to unify the continent? Then he will completely destroy her plans and create a top-tier force of his own. Capturing the 7 major sects will be his first step. Isn't this the perfect moment for him to capture the Elephant Armor sect? Thanks to the book friend with the last number 5744 for the reward. Thank you very much. Chapter 58. Divine Gift Soul Ring Device Boss. Are you going to capture the Elephant Armor sect? Xiao Wujia is certainly not a fool. He immediately picked up on Mo Lang's intention. He looked at the 14-year-old boy with a face full of surprise, not expecting him to have such great ambitions. However, he had to admit that from initially compromising and calling the other party boss to now willingly addressing this boy, who is much younger than him, as boss, it is all because the other party possesses an indescribable charm. He seems to be a born king, with a maturity beyond his peers. During their interactions, one unconsciously begins to regard him as an equal. That's right, it is time for the continent to be unified, whether human or soul beast. They all must submit to my hands. Mo Lang thought that since he still had to unify the divine realm, he might as well start by unifying this continent. As he said this, an unstoppable aura of a king rose from him. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. Since he was here, he would let his name resonate throughout the entire continent, and even the divine realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the heart of the king. Reward, God-given soul ring device. Just as Mo Lang realized what he needed to do next, he suddenly heard the system's voice and unexpectedly received the God-given soul ring device. If nothing unexpected happens, this God-given soul ring device is exactly what he imagined, a truly divine artifact. No, it is something that transcends divine artifacts. God-given soul ring device. 1,000 gold soul coins can generate a 10-year soul ring. 10,000 gold soul coins can generate a 100-year soul ring. 100,000 gold soul coins can generate a 1,000-year soul ring. 1,000 gold soul coins can generate a 10,000-year soul ring, and 10,000 gold soul coins can generate a 100,000-year soul ring. Can automatically match the most suitable soul beast. Incredible. After seeing the introduction of the God-given soul ring device, Mo Lang became excited. It was just like the God-given soul ring in the novel. With the God-given soul ring device, he could create any soul ring he wanted. Boss, what should we do now? Listening to Mo Lang's domineering words, Xiao Wuji also became passionate. If his boss could unify the continent, then he would surely be remembered in history. How could this not excite him? A stick with sweet dates. Mo Lang originally wanted to persuade them with reason and emotion. Now that he has this divine soul ring device, it's much simpler. First, let Huyanjun and the others know that the dark gold fear claw bear is not easy to deal with, and then I will take action to resolve it. This way, it can create enough deterrence. Mo Lang said, let's go bring his grandson over first. Xiao Wuji, you dare to come back. The remaining 2 elders of the Elephant Armor sect were carefully observing the battle of their 3 brothers, while being on guard against Xiao Wuji's sneak attacks. To their surprise, they saw Zhang Wuji swaggering out, followed by a figure. This immediately made them cautious, thinking it was a helper called by Xiao Wuji. But when they saw that the figure was just a teenager, they relaxed their guard. Oh, you dare to have designs on your grandpa after knowing him? I see you must be tired of living. Xiao Wuji's temper flared, and his aura of level 80 soul power immediately pressed down. So what if your soul power reaches level 80? Without a soul ring, you're still just a soul sage. The 4th elder scoffed. With himself being a level 78 soul sage, and the 5th elder a level 76 soul sage, they felt more than capable of dealing with Xiao Wuji. But do you know that there are differences even among soul sages? Mo Lang didn't want to waste time and stepped forward, saying, Boss, leave these 2 to me. I've been suppressed and beaten by that dark gold terraclaw bear for too long. It's too frustrating. Seeing that Mo Lang was about to take action, Xiao Wujia cracked his knuckles, the joints popping loudly. Boss, the 4th elder mocked. The great immovable king actually calls a young kid boss. I see you've lived so long that you become a dog. The 4th elder didn't waste any more words with him. They should just take them out. Handing them over to the Spirit Hall would be a great achievement. The 5th elder showed a fierce expression and said maliciously, clearly not taking Xiao Wujia and Mo Lang seriously. Old 5, I'll hold Xiao Wujia back. You go take care of that kid. I don't know why, but I always feel that kid is a bit sinister. The 4th elder felt a chill from the strange smile on Mo Lang's face. 4th elder, I think you're being overly cautious. A young kid. How sinister can he be? Even if I just stand here and let him hit me, he can't break my defenses. Bang! Before the fifth elder could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw a blur in front of him, a fist magnified infinitely in his eyes, followed by an immense force coming from the fist. His body felt weightless, and his head felt like it was about to explode. Then he lost consciousness. Silence. A deathly stillness. Watching that handsome young man, who with just a simple punch knocked out the fifth elder, who was about the same strength as him. The fourth elder was dumbfounded. Hu Yanli stood to the side, completely stunned, having not seen how the opponent had approached. I ask you, are you going to take action yourself, or should I? Mo Lang seemed to have done a trivial thing. He turned around to look at the shocked fourth elder and said, Gulu. The fourth elder swallowed hard at that moment. One word filled his mind, escape. However, he found that he couldn't move his legs at all. They simply would not listen to him. Looking at the eerie and handsome young man, the other party showed no signs of emotion, but in his eyes, the young man was a terrifying monster. Even though the fifth elder hadn't unleashed his martial soul as true form, the opponent hadn't even used soul power, with just a simple and brutal punch. He had knocked him out cold. Doesn't this mean that the other party had crushed the fifth elder purely with physical strength? If this isn't a monster, what is? It seems that I still need to take action myself. Mo Lang slowly walked towards the fourth elder. No, don't come over. I'll do it myself. No, I give up. I surrender. You can make me do whatever you want. The fourth elder panicked, but he knew that since the other party didn't kill him, there was still room for negotiation. I want the Xianjia sect to recognize me as their master. Can you make that decision? I can't make that decision, but I'm willing to submit to you and also help persuade the sect master to surrender. The fourth elder immediately knelt down and said respectfully, Fourth elder, where's your backbone? Hu Yanli, standing nearby, was anxious. He was the future sect master of the Xianjia sect. How could he willingly serve a kid younger than him as his master? Do you have a problem with that kid? Mo Lang's cold gaze swept over, and Hu Yanli suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his scalp tingling as if he were being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Young Master Hu Yanli pays his respects to the young master. Chapter 59 Master. Please hit me one more time. I enjoy dealing with smart people. Mo Lang smiled and said, Since that's the case, let me give you a little benefit now. Mo Lang looked at Hu Yanli, who was kneeling on the ground, and the latter immediately started trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, he didn't dare to ask for any benefits. As long as he wasn't beaten, that would be more than enough. Mo Lang said, The Elephant Armor Sect is here this time to help you find a suitable spirit ring, right? Yes, Master. The limit for absorbing a level 40 spirit ring is 5,000 years. I have a more suitable purple gold mammoth spirit ring for you, and I will give it to you today. Mo Lang spent 500,000 gold soul coins to directly create a 5,000-year-old purple gold mammoth soul ring using the divine soul ring device. In the past 3 months, Tang San sold quite a few hidden weapons to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, earning 100,000 gold soul coins, which also allowed Mo Lang to gain 10 million gold soul coins. For him, problems that can be solved with gold soul coins are simply not problems at all. I have plenty of gold soul coins. Moreover, since Tang San and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School represent a steady stream of income, Mo Lang essentially has an endless source of gold soul coins. It's just 500,000 gold soul coins, just a drop in the bucket. Mo Lang stretched out his hand, palm facing up, and a shimmering purple gold soul ring appeared above his palm. The purple gold mammoth also possessed the bloodline of the divine beast, the purple gold diamond giant beast, not only far surpassing the diamond mammoth in defensive abilities, but also having a strength that the diamond mammoth could not compare to. Mo Lang said, If the diamond mammoth is the king of ordinary mammoths, then the purple gold mammoth is the king of the diamond mammoth. As Mo Lang's soul power was slightly injected into the purple gold mammoth soul ring, a projection of a mammoth covered in purple gold fur immediately appeared above the soul ring, letting out a roar. This was truly the purple gold mammoth. The fourth elder immediately recognized that this was indeed the purple gold mammoth. Even he felt a suppression from the bloodline in front of this soul ring. In the presence of the purple gold mammoth, he could only exert 70% of his strength. This was enough to prove that Mo Lang was not lying. No, how could you conjure a soul ring out of thin air? Could this be an illusion? The fourth elder quickly reacted, looking at Mo Lang with a face full of shock. As soon as this was said, Hu Yanli and Xiao Wu also reacted, looking at Mo Lang with incredulity. Xiao Wu found that the longer he spent with Mo Lang, the more mysterious he seemed. Not only did he possess a secret method that could unleash the power of a title de law, but his talent was also so monstrous that even a master's theories couldn't explain it. Now, he could even produce a soul ring out of thin air. This was simply too absurd. He began to doubt whether he was living in the same world as Mo Lang. Fortunately, he was used to such things. If Mo Lang didn't do something unconventional, he wouldn't be his boss. Therefore, he didn't ask any further questions, whether it was an illusion or not. They would know once he absorbed it. Mo Lang looked at the hesitant Hu Yanli, his tone turning cold again. Hu Yanli immediately sat cross-legged and revealed his martial soul, beginning to absorb the soul ring. After a while, once Hu Yanli absorbed the soul ring, the originally shimmering diamond-colored diamond, mammoth, martial soul gained a hint of purple-gold radiance after absorbing the purple-gold mammoth soul ring. Thank you for the gift of the soul ring, Master, Hu Yanli exclaimed, feeling a tremendous boost in both his strength and defense, and immediately knelt down excitedly once again. This soul skill brought by the soul ring was simply too extraordinary. Get up, there are no such formalities here. It seems you've obtained a good soul skill. Mo Lang nodded in satisfaction, seeing that the title of Master came from Hu Yanli's heart. Reporting to Master, I have obtained the soul skill purple gold possession. In the state of purple gold possession, I can increase my strength and defense by 50%, lasting for 30 minutes. After Hu Yanli spoke, the fourth elder beside him was stunned. This was actually a double enhancement. One should know that the strongest support sect, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, could only enhance one attribute with a single soul skill. And this soul skill could directly equate to 2 skills. No wonder Hu Yanli was so excited and called the Master so affectionately. All right, now it's your turn. Since you call me Master, I can't treat you unfairly. You also have a reward. Mo Lang nodded and turned to the fourth elder beside him. Thank you, Master. The fourth elder, filled with envy, immediately bowed respectfully upon hearing that he also had a reward, eagerly waiting for his prize. Stand up, do not use soul power, and take 10 punches from me. After hearing what Mo Lang said, the fourth elder was dumbfounded. What? Master, are you joking? 10 punches? And I can't use soul power? Are you sure I can withstand even 1 punch from you? What happened to the reward? Why does Hu Yanli get such a good soul ring, while my reward is getting beaten up? Can we skip this reward? Isn't it unfair to bully the honest? Boss, this isn't good. Who knows if this old guy is faking surrender? You're giving him such a big benefit. What if he bites back later? Xiao Wu, who was beside them, immediately stepped forward, seeing that Mo Lang wanted to help the other party temper his body. This left the fourth elder puzzled. A benefit? Getting beaten up is a benefit? Do you want me to give it to you? No way. This must be a test of my loyalty. He thought, I must endure this beating. Otherwise, the next time won't be as simple as just getting hit. Xiao Wujia's words were a reminder to him. I didn't expect the immovable king to be a good person too. The fourth elder's gaze towards Xiao Wujia changed immediately, and his expression turned resolute as he said, Master, come on. They say that beating is caring and scolding is love. I believe this is your love for me. This statement left Hu Yanli at a loss. Fourth elder, are you this masochistic? Does your family know? All right, relax your body. As long as you can endure, you might just break through to level 80 right away. Mo Lang was also puzzled by the sudden change in attitude of the fourth elder, but it was fine this way. He wouldn't have to explain himself. He then activated his golden eyes, and various abilities allowed him to see the fourth elder's body clearly. Floral shorts? At his age, he really had no shame. Not wanting to look at any other eye-watering things, Mo Lang began to punch the fourth elder's body again and again. The fourth elder immediately let out a mix of joyful and painful groans. At that moment, the unconscious fifth elder woke up. Upon seeing that the fourth elder had actually given up his defense and was taking hits, he immediately imagined a scenario. Under the pressure of Mo Lang's power, the fourth elder had no choice but to endure the beating for his own life and that of Hu Yanli. Thinking of this, the fifth elder gritted his teeth, filled with rage, and shouted, Kid, if you have the ability, come at me. Threatening my fourth brother is not the act of a hero. Just then, the fourth elder suddenly knelt down, hugging Mo Lang's thigh, and said, Master, please hit me one more time. Hu Yanli. Fifth elder. Regarding the issue of additional chapters, I won't mention tips, as most readers of Douluo are students and don't have much money. So let's aim for free recommendation votes and monthly votes. Within this month, if we exceed 300 recommendation votes in a day, I'll add an extra chapter the next day. If we exceed 500 recommendations, I'll add 2 chapters the next day. Recommendation votes refresh daily, and if some brothers don't vote, it's a waste. For every 50 monthly votes accumulated in the month, I'll add an extra chapter. Thank for the support, brothers. There should also be an explosion in the last few days of the month, at least starting with 3 updates a day. Desperately seeking recommendation votes. Desperately seeking collections. Chapter 60, Brother-in-Law. I miss you so much. It's the weekend. Let me add an update for everyone. Bang. The dark gold terror claw bear swung its claws again, and 3 shimmering golden blades forced Hu Yin and the others back dozens of meters. Big brother, this dark gold terror claw bear is stronger than an ordinary tidal Douluo. If we keep entangling with it, we might attract other powerful soul beasts. Shouldn't we retreat? Hu Yin, who had just looked down on the situation, now had numerous deep and shallow wounds on his massive body, looking incredibly tragic. He never expected this to be a dark gold terror claw bear that surpassed 10,000 years. Exactly, big brother, even if we risk our lives to kill this bear. Xiao Wu cannot absorb its spirit ring at all right now. Not to mention the price we would have to pay to kill it is simply too high. Hu Yin Zhuang said while fending off the dark gold terror claw bear's attacks, panting heavily. He was also not feeling well, having nearly been pierced through the chest by those sharp claws several times. Hu Yin Zhen was silent for a moment, then solemnly nodded and said, "In that case, everyone prepare to retreat. A 30,000-year dark gold terror claw bear is no longer something we can handle. Continuing to entangle could very well lead to disaster." "Oh, aren't you 3 quite powerful? Ready to run already?" Just as the 3 were preparing to escape, Xiao Wuji stepped out from the side, mocking them. Upon seeing Xiao Wuji, the expressions of Hu Yin Zhen and the others darkened. Hu Yin Zhen's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he said, "Xiao Wuji, this is a 30,000-year dark gold terror claw bear. If we fight among ourselves now, no one will be able to escape. We didn't come for an internal fight. We can't make you submit." At this moment, Mo Lang stepped out from behind Xiao Wuji, looking domineeringly at Hu Yin Zhen and the others. "Kid, what are you talking about? You think Xiao Wuji can make us submit?" Hu Yanjing thought Mo Lang was Xiao Wuji's disciple and couldn't help but sneer. "I advise you to get lost quickly, or else if you get accidentally hurt, you'll regret it later when you seek your master to open your eyes. Lest you be chased like a stray dog." Bang! In a swift motion, Mo Lang summoned the Rui Jingu Bang into his hand, and behind him, 7 extraordinary soul rings appeared. He then swung the staff, the shattered sky strike, smashing it down onto the roaring dark gold terror claw bear. With a loud crash, the 30,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear was driven deep into the ground by the blow. The immense force of 50,000 pounds, combined with the staff's original weight and the critical damage bonus from the shattered sky strike, knocked the dark gold terror claw bear unconscious. "Can I speak now?" Mo Lang had a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had done something trivial, grinning at Hu Yin Zhen and the other 3. The scene fell into a deathly silence again. At the same time, deep in the starry forest, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python suddenly looked up, gazing in Montagelangs-Direktion. "Big brother, that's brother-in-law's aura." The sky blue bull python also showed a serious expression and nodded, saying, "Such a domineering aura. Indeed, it's him. But why is there no aura from Sister Xiao Wu? Let's go have a look. It's been 3 months since I last got beaten. I feel uncomfortable all over." The Titan giant ape showed a nostalgic expression. "I think you're just a glutton. If you don't go, I will. Wait for me. You shameless." Looking at the dark golden terror claw bear, which his 3 brothers couldn't defeat even when they teamed up, being knocked out with a single hit by this teenage boy in front of him, Hu Yanjun was dumbfounded. Seeing the 4 black and 3 red soul rings combination behind Mo Lang, he felt even worse. How old is he? Not only has he reached the soul sage level, but his soul ring combination is also so terrifying, and his combat power crushes the dark golden terror claw bear that can wrestle with tidal Douluo. This is truly unbelievable. This is too monstrous. I give you 2 choices: either submit, and the elephant armor sect recognizes me as the master from now on, and I will take you to the peak of life, or take a hit from me, and your life or death depends on your ability. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Mo Lang stopped wasting words and directly stated his intention. "Kid, although your strength is very strong, and your talent is the most monstrous I have ever seen, you're ultimately just one person. While the Wuhuan Temple has several tidal Douluo, if the elephant armor sect submits, it will only submit to the Wuhuan Temple." Listening to Mo Lang's words, Hu Yanjun expressed his concerns. Although the opponent was very strong, he had not yet fully grown, and once the Wuhuan Temple learned of him, there would only be 2 outcomes: either submit or die. "I don't care about dying, but the elephant armor sect cannot be destroyed along with me, cutting off its roots. Wuhuan Temple? It will be mine sooner or later. Mo Lang said domineeringly. Besides, do you think I would let you live to tell the Wuhuan Temple? Feeling the killing intent from Mo Lang, Hu Yinzhen's heart tightened, and he said, I know you're strong, but the three of us brothers, plus the two soul sage elders, if we fight desperately, we can hold you off. As long as my grandson goes back to tell the Wuhuan Temple, your end won't be any better. Hu Yinzhen, how are you talking to the master? I advise you to surrender early. We can still be brothers. That's right, the master is so wise and powerful. It's our blessing that he values our elephant armor sect. The Pope of the Wuhuan Temple isn't even worthy to carry our master's shoes. Grandpa, you can't understand the master's methods. Listen to your grandson's advice. The elephant armor sect has a future only if it follows the master. As a result, the fourth elder, fifth elder, and Hu Yinli stepped forward, directly launching a wave of persuasion, leaving Hu Yinzhen and the others in a state of confusion. Hu Yinlong, Hu Yinhu, do you know what you're saying? Hu Yinzhen glared at fourth elder, Hu Yinlong, and fifth elder, Hu Yinhu in exasperation, then reprimanded his grandson, Hu Yinli. You wretched creature, I don't have a grandson like you. Listen to your grandson's advice. I'll break your legs when we get back. He never expected that during the time he was fighting the dark golden terror claw bear, the other party had completely changed Hu Yinlong, Hu Yinhu, and his own grandson into different people. Brother-in-law, I miss you so much. Suddenly, a huge figure rushed over, directly pouncing on Mo Lang, followed by a giant beast with a bull's head and a serpent's body. This is the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Upon seeing this giant beast, everyone showed horrified expressions. How could the two kings of the forest appear at the same time? When they saw that they were rushing towards Mo Lang, Hu Yinzhen and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief, wanting to take the opportunity to escape. However, a gaze instantly locked onto them, and the owner of that gaze was the sky blue bull python. Hu Yinzhen swallowed hard, showing an awkward smile and stopping. Be careful, boss. Master, be careful. At that moment, Xiao Wu, Hu Yinlong, Hu Yinhu, and Hu Yinli all revealed their soul rings, preparing to attack the Titan giant ape. Don't worry, they won't harm me. Mo Lang enlarged the golden cudgel in his hand and directly pressed it against the forehead of the Titan giant ape. He then exerted force with his feet and jumped onto the latter's shoulder, patting its enormous head with a smile on his face as he said, Ming, Deming, why are you guys out here? The recommendation votes haven't reached 200 yet, but that's okay. I had a good idea today and wrote 2 extra chapters, so I'll add another one for everyone. After all, those going to work in school tomorrow, keep it up. Just sitting for too long has made my back a bit sore, so don't think too much about it. Also, I asked for another recommendation and monthly vote. If there are any brothers with spare change, I wouldn't mind a tip, hee. Thank you. Chapter 61, External Spirit Bone. Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear's right palm bone. Hee, of course, I was thinking about you, brother-in-law. The Titan giant ape revealed a fawning smile. Huh, how despicable. Clearly just asking for a beating. The Azure Bull Python mocked from aside. Aren't you? The Titan giant ape turned back and glared at the Azure Bull Python, who turned his head away. A hint of embarrassment appearing on his proud bull face, neither denying nor confirming. All right, stop arguing. I'm busy right now. I'll help you increase your strength later. Looking at the 2 soul beasts that had lived for 100,000 years, yet still acted like children, Mo Lang smiled gently. They're all little brothers of Xiao Wu, which makes them my brothers too. Once I become even stronger, I'll let them transform and stay by my side for care. Seeing that the Forest King Titan giant ape actually called Mo Lang brother-in-law, even Xiao Wu, who was already used to the bizarre happenings around Mo Lang, couldn't remain calm. After careful consideration, Xiao Wu recalled the sudden appearance of the Titan giant ape that took Xiao Wu away, and then combined with the fact that the Titan giant ape called Mo Lang brother-in-law, he seemed to realize something, his face filled with shock. However, he didn't ask further. Some things were not meant for him to know. The members of the Elephant Armor sect were equally shocked, especially Hu Yinzhen, who was preparing to escape. He never expected that these 2 soul beasts over 100,000 years old would actually call Mo Lang brother-in-law. How are your thoughts? Just when he was perplexed, Mo Lang stood on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, looking down at Hu Yinzhen and the others from a height. Master, what did you say? Hu Yinzhen immediately knelt down. If he had known that the other party had 200,000-year-old beast little brothers, he wouldn't have been so stubborn earlier. Hu Yinjing and Hu Yinzhuang wanted to ask, Bro, where's your integrity? But the 2 of them, who were all talk and no action, also knelt down. Greetings? Master, what a joke. If even my big brother is given in, if I still act stubborn, I wouldn't just lose my pride, I'd probably get my bones broken. After all, they had no confidence in withstanding that one stick. Those who know how to adapt are the true talents. Little Jean, you'll realize how right your decision was in the future. Mo Lang nodded, then looked at Xiao Wu and said, Little Xiao, hurry up and take down that dark gold fear-claw bear to absorb its spirit ring. All right, boss. Xiao Wu couldn't wait to rush to the unconscious dark gold fear-claw bear. After battling with Xiao Wu and the Hu Yin brothers, the dark gold fear-claw bear was already severely injured, and after taking a hit from Mo Lang, it was half dead. Xiao Wu went over and finished it off, then began absorbing the spirit ring. Seeing this scene, Hu Yin Zhen was filled with envy. Fearing that once Xiao Wu absorbed the spirit ring of this dark gold fear-claw bear, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. After all, this was a 30,000-year dark gold fear-claw bear. Sect Master, stop envying. It's just a 30,000-year dark gold fear-claw bear. Following the Master, the benefits are beyond your imagination. Exactly. Let me see our current spirit power and body hardness. Hu Yin Long and Hu Yin Hu walked over, displaying their spirit power and body hardness. Instantly shocking the Hu Yin brothers. Hu Yin Long had actually leveled up to 79 Spirit Saint, and Hu Yin Hu had leveled up twice to 78 Spirit Saint, with their body hardness and strength significantly improved. How did you guys level up so fast? Hu Yin Zhen asked curiously. Of course, it's all thanks to the Master. Hu Yin Long briefly recounted what had just happened. Although Hu Yin Zhen found it somewhat unbelievable, the facts were right in front of him, leaving no room for disbelief. He immediately turned to his grandson and asked, Grandson, show Grandpa your spirit ring. Who knew Hu Yanli would respond? Who is your grandson? Didn't you say you don't have a grandson like me? Hey, you little brat, I'm going to break your legs today. Hu Yanjun rolled up his sleeves, ready to hit Hu Yanli, who immediately showed a fawning smile. Grandpa, why are you so easily amused? TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems our elephant armor sex rise is imminent. After seeing his grandson's spirit ring and spirit skills, the last trace of hesitation in Hu Yin Zhen's heart vanished without a trace, looking at Mo Lang's figure with a fervent gaze. This big leg, I must hold on tight. Big brother, do you think this kid, 1T be afraid, will turn against him after helping us increase our strength? At this moment, Hu Yin Jing whispered, Fool, if the Master dares to help us increase our strength, it proves he is not afraid of us turning against him. On the contrary, it shows his strength. Hu Yin Zhen shot a disdainful glance at his second brother, thinking how foolish he was. No wonder he was the second. Also, is this kid also what you called? From now on, it's Master, understood? Hu Yin Zhen glared at Hu Yin Jing again, thinking how clueless he was. Boss, an external spirit bone appeared. It's the dark gold fear-claw bear's most powerful right palm bone. After absorbing the spirit ring, Xiao Wu had discovered that the dark gold fear-claw bear had dropped an external spirit bone radiating a dark gold color. What? An external spirit bone actually dropped. And it's the strongest right palm bone of the dark gold fear-claw bear. My god, this is too lucky. Hu Yin Zhen and his group looked at the external spirit bone shimmering with dark gold luster in Xiao Wujia's hand, their eyes revealing greedy expressions. If it weren't for Mo Lang being there, they would have attacked long ago. External spirit bones are a coveted item among spirit masters, second only to a 100,000-year spirit ring. Who wouldn't be envious? Especially since this was a 30,000-year dark gold fear-claw bear's strongest external spirit bone. Even that young man would probably be envious. Little Xiao, look at your lack of ambition. Just a piece of external spirit bone has you so excited. Don't you know that this clueless look of yours is embarrassing me? Mo Lang revealed his Ice and Fire Dragon King's wings and looked at Xiao Wujia speechlessly, saying, Isn't it just an external soul bone? You just need to absorb it. No need to make such a fuss. Look at my 2 external soul bones that are over hundreds of thousands of years old. Have I been excited? He continued, if you don't like it, just give it to whoever you think is suitable. Originally, they thought Mo Lang would be jealous and take back that external soul bone. However, seeing Mo Lang like this, Hu Yin Zhen and the others were once again dumbfounded. Did they hear wrong? This was the strongest external soul bone from a 30,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear. How could it sound like garbage coming out of the other party's mouth? He even complained about Xiao Wujia's embarrassment. If it were them, not to mention yelling and screaming, they would be willing to run around naked on the spot. However, after seeing the terrifying wings behind Mo Lang, they closed their mouths. Old Versailles. But upon hearing Xiao Wujia's words that he would give it to whoever he thought was suitable, Hu Yin-jun and the others immediately showed friendly expressions toward Xiao Wu. Get lost? I don't even have an external soul bone. And you guys dare to act all friendly? Xiao Wu cursed and began to absorb his first external soul bone. Especially thinking that with this external soul bone, he could finally beat Flinder, Xiao Wu felt extremely pleased. Boss, from now on, Xiao Zhao will be your most loyal little brother. Please give me recommendation votes. Please save. Please monthly votes. If any wealthy bosses can give a reward, I would be very grateful. Thank you. If there are enough recommendations for promotion, there will be additional updates, so don't worry. Chapter 62. People from the Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall. Reporting to the Pope. My subordinate has found out that Meng Shu from the Meng family was also present in the Douluo Forest when that titled Douluo appeared. However, when he came out, he had lost an arm. A red-cloaked bishop knelt on one knee before Bibi Dong and said respectfully, "Since there is news, why haven't you sent someone over?" Bibi Dong frowned. My subordinate went, but Meng Shu was ungrateful and directly drove my subordinate out, seemingly unwilling to mention the matter of his lost arm. The red-robed bishop said hesitantly. Bibi Dong knew that Meng Shu was a soul Douluo and was indeed difficult to deal with, so she said, "Ghost Douluo, you go take a trip, and be sure to inquire about that person's news." Yes. Meng family. Grandpa, is it really worth offending the Spirit Hall for that kid? Meng Yiran looked at her grandfather, who had lost an arm, and said somewhat unwillingly, "Silly girl, will you know?" A bishop at the Soul Emperor level came over, and of course, Grandpa can't tell him the truth. If it were a titled law, it would be reasonable for Grandpa to tell him that person's whereabouts. After all, we can't afford to offend both sides. Meng Shu certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to go against the Spirit Hall. A bishop alone was not enough to gain information from him. Since that's the case, please inform the Meng family leader of that person's whereabouts. And the Spirit Hall will be very grateful. A figure appeared like a ghost in front of Meng Shu, speaking in a hoarse voice. Meng family leader, rest assured, no one will know that this information came from the Meng family. Seeing the figure hidden in the shadows, Meng Shu immediately recognized him, stood up, and said respectfully, "I have seen Ghost Douluo, Your Excellency." "Cut the nonsense. Just tell me if it was that mysterious young titled Douluo who injured you. And if so, where is he?" Ghost Douluo's voice was hoarse and cold. "Of course, there will be benefits for you. I was indeed injured by that person, but I don't know where he is." At this point, Meng Shu immediately felt the icy killing intent emanating from Ghost Douluo. So he quickly continued. "But the other party seems to be very familiar with the unmoved king, Xiao Wu. Then, Meng Shu recounted everything that happened in the Douluo Forest. Xiao Wu. Ghost Douluo chuckled lightly, a stray dog, and he dares to climb high branches. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot as if he had never been there. This is Shrek Academy? Compared to those noble academies, it's just a bit smaller. Didn't the information say that Shrek Academy is short on money? Ghost Douluo looked at the revamped Shrek Academy with some surprise. This subordinate doesn't he know? Perhaps it was sponsored by that mysterious titled Douluo? Said the red-robed Bishop Yudo respectfully. Why would a titled Douluo sponsor an academy? Could it be that this academy has some special significance? Ghost Douluo looked at Shrek Academy with some confusion. Who are you? People from the Spirit Hall? Ghost Douluo? At this moment, Master was preparing to take the Shrek 7 monsters to Soto Great Soul Arena for their second phase of training. But when he stepped out, he found a group of people standing at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Upon seeing the emblem on their chests, Yu Xiaojiang immediately recognized it as the exclusive emblem of the Spirit Hall and also recognized Ghost Douluo. The Shrek 7 monsters behind him, after hearing what Master said, also curiously examined the people from the Spirit Hall, especially the Ghost Douluo who brought them a strong sense of oppression, especially Xiao Wu. Upon hearing that he was a titled Douluo, her pupils suddenly constricted, but then she relaxed when she recalled what Mo Lang said about the Acacia Broken Heart Red, having the ability to conceal her aura. Hee. I didn't expect someone to recognize me. That makes things easier. Ghost Douluo let out a sinister laugh and looked at Yu Xiaojiang, saying, I come here with no ill intent. I just want to meet the titled Douluo who battled the 2 bone dragons in the Sunset Forest a few months ago. Please notify him. The Pope of the Spirit Hall requests an audience. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Ghost Douluo, the person you're looking for is not at Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojiang's mood clearly fluctuated when he heard the words Pope of the Spirit Hall, but he concealed it well. After feeling that the other party truly had no malice, he breathed a sigh of relief. The gatekeeper, Sword Douluo, was not present, and Mo Lang had gone out to help Xiao Wu look for soul rings. Now the highest combat power in the academy was just Flinder, who had just reached Soul Douluo. If the other party had any ill intent, there would be no one to stop them. But how did they know that Mo Lang was at Shrek Academy? However, no matter what, before figuring out the other party's intentions, he definitely could not disclose Mo Lang's presence in Shrek Academy. Upon hearing that the other party was looking for Mo Lang, Xiao Wu and Tang San immediately became defensive, especially Tang San, who had prepared various hidden weapons quietly. As long as the other party showed any killing intent, he would launch a surprise attack with the hidden weapons immediately. In this world, Mo Lang treated him better than his own father. Anyone who dared to harm Mo Lang would have to pay the price, even if the other party was a titled Douluo. Not here. Ghost Douluo's voice immediately turned cold. I have heard that Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy is quite familiar with that person. Why not ask Xiao Wu to come out and talk? If he is willing to tell us the whereabouts of that person from the Spirit Hall, we in the Spirit Hall promise not to hold his previous actions against him. Otherwise, we will have to proceed with official business. The implications were full of threats. I'm sorry, Teacher Xiao is also not here. He went out a few days ago for something. Master S' gaze was piercing, hands behind his back, standing in front of everyone. And he didn't even mention the previous titles of respect. You say he is not here, and he is not here? Who do you think you are? The red-clothed Pope, Yudo, suddenly stepped forward and reached out a hand to grab Xiaozhang's neck. It seemed he wanted to regain his lost face from Mengshu here. He couldn't believe that the seemingly dispirited middle-aged man in front of him was also a soul Douluo. Teacher, be careful. Xiaozhang, be careful. Master, be careful. Tang San saw this and was about to take action, while the teachers from Shrek Academy rushed over one by one. However, Xiaozhang remained completely calm and pulled out a token from his bosom. As soon as the token appeared, Yudo's outstretched hand abruptly stopped, as if it had touched some taboo, quickly retracting, and a hint of fear appeared on his face as he blurted out, "Is this the Elder's token?" It truly was the Elder's token. The ghost Douluo also showed a look of surprise, but then his expression turned cold as he said, "So what if you have the Elder's token? Today, we must obtain information about that person. The Pope has ordered us to find that information at any cost. Search for it." With a wave of his hand, the ghost Douluo's powerful aura surged into the sky, and the 9 soul rings behind him emanated overwhelming pressure, suppressing everything. Who dares to move? Just as the Wuhuan temple was about to take action, an extraordinarily handsome figure appeared, as if a celestial being had descended. Standing at the entrance of Shrek Academy, it was Mo Lang, who had hurried back from the Stardow Forest. Following him was Xiao Wu. With Mo Lang's arrival, the oppressive aura brought by the ghost Douluo instantly vanished without a trace. "So it's you, little ghost of the Wuhuan temple." After Mo Lang gave everyone a reassuring look, he turned to Ghost Douluo with a disdainful expression on his face. As soon as he said this, everyone from Shrek Academy showed expressions of as expected. After spending these past few months together, everyone knew that Mo Lang was great at everything except for his mouth. He only became sweet-talking in front of Xiao Wu. Otherwise, no matter who it was, they had all been on the receiving end of his sharp tongue, especially the teachers at Shrek Academy, each of them being several years older than him. Yet he called them Xiao Zhao, Xiao Gang, and Xiao Flender. They had gotten used to it. After all, they still had to ask him to help them train and improve their physical abilities. Even the gatekeeper, Jian Douluo, was just referred to as Old Jian by Mo Lang. As for the specific term he used, only Mo Lang himself knew. The people from Shrek Academy were accustomed to it, but the Spirit Hall members were stunned. The formidable Ghost Douluo was actually called Little Ghost by a teenager. One had to admit that the other party was quite bold. How audacious! How could a little brat like you call Ghost Douluo like that? Yudo knew that his chance to show off had come again, as he stepped forward and reached for Mo Lang's neck with one hand. Mengshu couldn't fight back, and that old man held a Spirit Hall Elder-S token. This kid surely wouldn't have any surprises, right? How could you dare to call him a little brat? Mo Lang squinted his eyes, waved his hand, and a powerful soul force directly sent Yudo flying. Seeing this, Ghost Douluo wanted to catch Yudo, but a golden staff, radiating starlight, pointed directly at his face. It seemed that as long as he dared to move, he would be hit by this staff. A staff? Isn't this the peak title Douluo who appeared in the Sunset Forest 3 months ago? Ghost Douluo immediately realized upon seeing the staff before him. "Since you recognize me, why don't you hurry and get lost?" Mo Lang retracted the staff, resting it on his shoulder, and cast a cold glance at the people from the Spirit Hall. Hearing Ghost Douluo's words, Yudo, who had been sent flying, was about to get up but immediately closed his eyes and laid back down, choosing to play dead. Damn it! The soul Douluo and the elders of the Spirit Hall were one thing, but now it's a peak title Douluo. This is going to get me killed. I'd better play dead to stay safe. Do you know that I represent the Spirit Hall? You actually told me to get lost. Are you insulting the Spirit Hall or the Pope? Ghost Douluo had a bad temper to begin with. If it weren't for his fear of Mo Lang's strength, he would have attacked long ago. I'm a dignified, titled Douluo, the favored one beside the Pope. You actually told me to get lost? Even if Qin Daolu and Bibi Dong came, I would still make them get lost. Were you a little ghost to threaten me? Mo Lang didn't waste any words. His eyes shot out two brilliant golden beams as he swung his staff directly. Now, Mo Lang's pure physical strength had already reached an astonishing 80,000 gene. Even without using his soul power, this strike was extremely terrifying. Ghost Douluo didn't expect Mo Lang to suddenly attack after he revealed himself as a representative of the Spirit Hall. However, seeing that his opponent hadn't even used soul power, he sneered inwardly, thinking he was being underestimated. Since that's the case, let's see just how strong a peak title Douluo really is. As a agile system Douluo, Ghost Douluo reacted quickly, exerting force under his feet and immediately flying backward to dodge the blow. No matter how strong your power is, it means nothing in the face of absolute speed. You can't touch me at all, Ghost Douluo said arrogantly while retreating. Is that so? Mo Lang smiled, and the Rui golden cudgel in his hand suddenly elongated. Ghost Douluo didn't have time to react and was directly sent flying, with the sound of broken ribs echoing in his chest. Cough, cough. Ghost Douluo clutched his chest, coughing up blood, and looked at the Rui golden cudgel in Mo Lang's hand with a face full of horror. He knew that some weapon spirits had terrifying powers, such as the Haotian hammer from the Haotian sect, but he didn't expect that the opponent's weapon spirit seemed to be even more powerful than the Haotian hammer. Not bad. Let's see how many hits you can take. Mo Lang swung the Rui Jingu Bang again and smashed it towards Ghost Douluo. Giant change ghost hand. Ghost Douluo no longer dared to be careless and immediately used his first soul skill, causing his right hand to become incredibly large. However, he didn't dare to take the blow head-on. Instead, he gathered his soul power and unleashed 4 purple claw blade lights with his gigantic claw, which were extremely powerful and capable of tearing the earth apart. You think you can block my stick with just your first soul skill? Who do you look down on? Mo Lang's Rui Jingu Bang suddenly grew larger, and the 4 purple claw-like blades of light, capable of tearing the earth apart, struck the Rui Jingu Bang, having no effect at all, like a cow sinking into the sea. How infuriating is the gap really this big? I refuse to believe it. Martial Soul, True Body. Ghost Douluo seized the opportunity to activate his Martial Soul True Body, as the opponent didn't want to use soul power. His Martial Soul True Body just happened to restrain the opponent. Ghost Douluo transformed into a ghost, entering a state of nothingness, greatly increasing his speed and becoming immune to physical attacks. Mo Lang's strike passed directly through the opponent's body and smashed into the ground, creating a large pit instantly. Huh. Even if you're a peak title Douluo, so what? Pure physical attacks are useless against me. Seeing that his Martial Soul True Body could be immune to physical attacks, Ghost Douluo became arrogant again. At the same time, soul power surged, no longer held back, and he unleashed his strongest move, the 9th soul skill Infinite Ghost Shadow Devouring. Roar. In an instant, a black hole filled with ghostly energy appeared above Mo Lang's head, and countless ghosts surged out of the black hole with overwhelming ghostly energy. In an instant, the ghostly energy spread, and the surrounding flowers, grasses, and trees withered under this terrifying ghostly energy, stripped of their life force. Mo Lang knows that these ghosts will explode upon touching each other, with immense power capable of heavily injuring a titan giant ape that has existed for 100,000 years in the comic. However, if it were before, I might have still been wary of you to some extent, but playing Ghost in front of me, you're still a bit too inexperienced. Mo Lang sneered, and behind him appeared 7 astonishing soul rings. The mere sight of these 4 black and 3 red soul rings shocked everyone in the Spirit Hall, including Ghost Douluo. Among them, Mo Lang's 7th soul ring suddenly glowed, and a wave of ghostly energy, 100 times more concentrated and pure than Ghost Douluo's 9th soul skill, surged forth. In an instant, this pure, ghostly energy transformed into a gigantic monkey holding a soul-summoning banner, its body entwined with endless, ghostly energy. The ghosts rushing out from the black hole, upon seeing this giant monkey, turned tail and dove back into the black hole as if they had encountered the king of hell. Roar. Unfortunately, the giant monkey let out a long howl that shook the mountains and forests, and then a tremendous suction erupted from its mouth, directly swallowing the ghost that had rushed out of the black hole. This was the seventh soul skill Mo Lang obtained upon reaching Soul Sage, the true form of the mischievous four monkeys martial soul. According to the original setting, the true form of a weapon martial soul is the martial soul itself. If it weren't for Mo Lang having summoned the true form of the mischievous four monkeys to beat up Ming while using the title Douluo experience card, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Perhaps this was the benefit brought by his strongest soul ring protagonist Halo. The red butt monkey possesses the ability to understand yin and yang, navigate human affairs, adeptly enter and exit, and evade death to prolong life. Therefore, the true form of the red butt monkey granted Mo Lang two skills: Ghost Devouring. Chapter 64, Demon Slayer Douluo. The red butt monkey possesses the ability to understand yin and yang, navigate human affairs, adeptly enter and exit, and evade death to prolong life. Thus, the true form of the red butt monkey granted Mo Lang two skills: Ghost Devouring. Resurrection. Ghost Devouring can devour 50 of the soul power emitted by the opponent's energy skills and 100 for ghost skills. Resurrection can revive a human or soul beast. Conditions for reviving a human: can only revive within an hour after death, and the body must be intact. Conditions for reviving a soul beast: requires soul bones, soul rings, and the original body to exist. After revival, the user loses soul power for a month. What kind of soul beast can devour ghosts? Ghost Douluo panicked. His strongest ninth soul skill had been completely devoured. More importantly, the weapon held by the giant monkey gave him an overwhelming sense of crisis. It seemed capable of taking his life. Want to run? Dream on. Seeing Ghost Douluo turn to flee, the red butt monkey in front of Mo Lang shot forth a scarlet glow from its eyes, waving the soul summoning banner, unleashing a tremendous suction specifically targeting Ghost Douluo in his martial soul true form. The red butt monkey, which understands yin and yang, is inherently effective against ghosts. If Ghost Douluo encountered someone else, he might have a chance, but against Mo Lang, he was as unlucky as could be. Ghost Douluo realized that the strange banner seemed to restrain ghosts. Using his martial soul true form had instead become a burden. He was just waiting for Mo Lang to release his martial soul true form. However, just as he released his martial soul true form, Mo Lang charged forward, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, sweeping it horizontally and sending Ghost Douluo flying once again. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't yet time to formally confront the Spirit Hall, Mo Lang could have smashed Ghost Douluo into a pulp with that stick. Puff! The moment Ghost Douluo was struck, he felt as though he had taken a full-force blow from a Titan giant ape. Flying backward, as if his whole body was about to fall apart, coughing up blood incessantly. If the opponent hadn't had any intention to kill him, he might have already met his end. At that moment, Ghost Douluo realized the gap between himself and Mo Lang. Although his martial soul was restrained, the physical strength of the opponent was not something an ordinary title Douluo could withstand. He left behind 1,000,000 gold soul coins and hurriedly told the Spirit Hall members to leave. Otherwise, even if Qian Daolu or BB Dong came, they couldn't save him. Currently, he was alone and not strong enough to confront the entire Spirit Hall. Killing Ghost Douluo wouldn't bring him any benefits. But with 1,000,000 gold soul coins, he could buy a 10,000-year soul ring. Kid, you have quite the audacity. I originally thought you were a peak title Douluo, but it turns out you're just a mere soul sage. How dare you speak recklessly and slander our grand offering? At that moment, an old man appeared out of thin air above Shrek Academy, his gaze cold as he looked at Mo Lang. Demon Slayer Douluo. As soon as the old man appeared, the flustered ghost recognized his identity, feeling both happy and troubled. The Spirit Hall is divided into two factions, and Demon Slayer Douluo belongs to the 7th offering among the 7 offerings, a 96th level title Douluo. His martial soul is also a staff, the Panlong staff. However, the 7 offerings do not answer to BB Dong, but to Qian Daolu. Gue Mei, you really are going downhill. You can't even deal with a soul sage and almost lost your life. The Spirit Hall's reputation has really been tarnished by you. Demon Slayer Douluo snorted coldly and said, listening to a woman without any backbone, no wonder you've been stuck at level 95 without progress. In my opinion, BB Dong should give up her position. Gue Mei was left speechless by Demon Slayer Douluo's words. He knew that the other party was definitely not sent by BB Dong. But what was Demon Slayer Douluo's purpose for coming here? So what if I'm not a peak title Douluo? You, a 7th offering ranked at the bottom, are just asking for death by coming here. Mo Lang glanced at the demon slaying Douluo, not expecting that he would be found after just 3 months of hiding. Since that was the case, he would let them witness his current strength. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it. The kid was seeking death. The demon-slaying Douluo had come to test the opponent's strength at Xiao request. And now that the opponent was just a soul sage-level kid who dared to insult him like this, killing intent instantly filled the air. His gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed on Mo Lang, while the 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings appeared in an instant behind him. The aura of the tidal Douluo surged, darkening the entire sky and creating a suffocating pressure that made it hard to breathe. If it weren't for Mo Lang standing in front, the members of Shrek Academy would have been unable to help but kneel. This was the might of a super Douluo. I heard your martial soul is also a stick, so let's see whose stick is harder. Demon-slaying stick technique. With a flip of his hand, the demon-slaying Douluo summoned a black stick entwined with a golden dragon in his right hand, swinging it down at Mo Lang. Boom! What seemed like a simple strike, but the rich soul power surged like a raging tide, overwhelming and spreading throughout the world. Shattering heaven with a stick, Mo Lang is not pretending at all. Now that his strength has reached the Soul Sage realm, his overall power has made a tremendous leap. He is no longer the person who had to exert all his effort just 3 months ago to withstand a full force strike from the Sword Douluo. Boom! Under the operation of the Starry Sky Art, Mo Lang's entire being resembles a dazzling star, as if he is a celestial emperor draped in the galaxy. With the support of 4 10,000-year soul rings, 300,000-year soul rings, and the Starry Sky Art, Mo Lang's soul power is so profound that it is comparable to the demon Douluo. Bang! Mo Lang's divine artifact, the Rui Jingu Bang, suddenly enlarged and, with an upward thrust, met the demon-slaying Douluo's demon-slaying staff. The 2 staffs collided, instantly producing a thunderous sound. Feeling the force transmitted from the opponent's staff, the demon-slaying Douluo was nearly sent flying, retreating several steps, each leaving deep footprints on the ground, before barely stabilizing his stance. His palms were also severely injured, bleeding profusely. In contrast, Mo Lang remained completely still, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. After 3 months of rigorous training, his body was no longer weak as before, and with the passage of time, the Starry Sky technique had also caught up, filling the void of the 10-level reward. His strength had vastly improved. If he unleashed his full power, even a 96-level demon-slaying Douluo would not be his match. Taking advantage of your weakness, I will take your life. Mo Lang activated his 6th soul skill, the arm of the star-plucking monkey, and immediately a massive ape phantom appeared behind him. Unlike the previous ape, this one had thick, long arms, and when it stood up and stretched its arms upwards, it seemed as if it could pluck the stars. But that wasn't all. Mo Lang's soul power surged again as he used his 4th soul skill, the 3-headed 6-armed, transforming the giant ape behind him into a 3-headed, 6-armed figure, seemingly able to pluck stars and seize the moon. Suddenly, a devastating aura erupted from Mo Lang, and the combination of the 3-headed 6-armed and the arm of the star-plucking monkey didn't simply add their powers together, but multiplied them, boosting Mo Lang's strength by 16 times. Boom! With this strike, the nearby ghost dog trembled in fear. If he had taken this hit earlier, he would have been reduced to ashes. Even the demon-subduing Douluo would likely be gravely injured. You brat, don't hurt my brother. At that moment, another figure rushed out, working in conjunction with the demon-subduing Douluo to neutralize Mo Lang's attack. As the energy dissipated, everyone saw the newcomer's face. This person was none other than the older brother of the demon-subduing Douluo, the 6th worshipper of the Spirit Hall.He Douluo. Originally, the red-butt monkey wanted to use a water control skill, but changed it to ghost devouring. As for the initial revival, it extended the saying to evade death and prolong life, which was needed for the novel. Light spray, thank you. Chapter 65, Above Heaven and Below Earth. I alone am supreme. Xianjun Douluo. Seeing that the demon-subduing Douluo had been defeated, Ghost Douluo was considering paying to settle the matter. But when he saw Xianjun Douluo arrive, he put the soul coins back into his soul guide. Others might not know, but he understood that the 2 Douluos, Xianjun and Demon Subduing, separated might only possess the strength of an ordinary tidal Douluo. However, when they worked together, even the Grand Worshipper Qingdao Lu would need considerable effort to defeat the 2 brothers, even if this young man could unleash powerful strength at the Soul Sage level. It was impossible for him to defeat the Qianjun and demon-subduing brothers if he wasn't truly at the peak limit of a Douluo. You're a piece of trash. Get out of the way. You've embarrassed the Spirit Hall. Little did he know, Qianjun Douluo looked at Ghost Douluo with disdain, much like the demon-subduing Douluo had, and his words were almost identical. This made Ghost Douluo feel frustrated. What the hell? Why should I get lost? Your brother was almost beaten into a cripple too. Watching another title Douluo appear, the members of Shrek Academy once again turned pale, especially since the two had just unleashed a power that surpassed their own capabilities. Clearly, once these two titled Douluos teamed up, their power was not just a simple addition. Kid, I admit you're strong, but you're ultimately just a soul sage. Being able to defeat me alone is enough to show you have the qualifications to catch the eye of the Grand Worshipper. Qianjun'o said to Mo Lang, if you obediently come back with me, perhaps we can become friends. Otherwise, today will be your day of death. Friends? What qualifications do you have to be my friend? If you want to kill me, you better see if you have that ability. I'll say it again. Even if Qingdao Lu comes, I would dare tell him to get lost. Mo Lang did not rush to take action, but instead spoke to the air beside him. Old Sword and Master Ning, if you keep watching, I won't take responsibility if your daughter gets hurt. Ha ha, kid. Aren't you very powerful? Do you need this old man to help you? At this moment, the Sword Douluo, Chun Xian, and Ning Fengji, who had been watching from the shadows, stepped out. Grandpa's sword. Dad. Ning Rongrong, seeing her grandpa's sword and father had arrived, rushed over and angrily reported, Grandpa's sword. Hurry up and hit them. They're all bad guys. The members of Shrek Academy also breathed a sigh of relief and greeted the two. The Qianjun Douluo and the Jiangma Douluo's expressions turned serious when they saw the Sword Douluo and the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School appear. If these three teamed up, the two brothers might not make out alive. Don't flatter yourself. Who needs your help? I'm just worried that little brat will sneak attack Shrek Academy, Mo Lang said, curling his lip. He had activated his golden eyes the moment the Ghost Douluo appeared and noticed the presence of the Qianjun and Jiangma Douluo nearby. Later, when the Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji arrived, he also saw them, but since the Qianjun Douluo did not reveal himself, he had no intention of letting them come out. Now that the Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma were teaming up, he felt the pressure and didn't want to be distracted by a sneak attack from the Ghost Douluo, which was why he called them out. Kid, I know you're powerful, but when these two join forces, their explosive power can match a peak ultimate Douluo. Are you confident? The Sword Douluo was not angry about Mo Lang's attitude because the strength he had just displayed was enough for him to treat him as an equal. Capricious. After 3 months of guarding the gate, Chen Xian was already used to Mo Lang's mouth. If it were someone else, he would have already cut them down. It's fine. I also want to see where my limits are now. Mo Lang waved his hand. All right, if you can't handle it, just say a word. I'll keep an eye on that little brat for you. Chen Xian nodded, revealing an expectant look. He also wanted to see where this kid's limits were. 3 months ago, if it weren't for this kid's soul power and body not being enough to unleash the full power of each of his soul skills, he wouldn't have just been suppressed. He might have been directly crippled. After all, this kid had several 100,000-year soul rings and a pair of external spirit bones from the Dragon King that surpassed 100,000 years. Not to mention the power he possessed was comparable to an average battle-type titled Douluo. In terms of overall strength, he was not a match. In fact, Mo Lang had sought him out to be a sparring partner, but having witnessed Mo Lang's monstrous training and growth, he felt a bit intimidated. Later, upon realizing Mo Lang's vengeful personality, he knew that this kid was definitely looking for an opportunity to retaliate under the guise of wanting to practice, so he never agreed, which caused Mo Lang a lot of frustration. Thus, the saying of old sword becoming old sheep came about. Don't worry, the transition from Soul Emperor to Soul Sage is a qualitative change. When you see my martial soul's true form, don't be shocked. Mo Lang's mouth curled up, his eyes bright, fighting spirit high, and with one step forward, his entire aura underwent a tremendous transformation. If one were to describe it, the previous Mo Lang was a battle-hungry god of war, while the current Mo Lang was an emperor looking down upon the world. Above and below, I reign supreme, especially with the backdrop of his red and blue ice and fire wings. He looked incredibly handsome. Wow, Brother Lang, this is too handsome. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled, completely like a fan of Mo Lang. Even Zhu Zhuqing, when looking at Mo Lang, showed a hint of blush on her icy face, which made Dai Mubai's heart tighten. Damn it, am I going to be greened? TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought Dai Lauda and Oscar were already the peak of handsomeness, but seeing Brother Lang like this, I realized you guys are on the same level as me. Ma Hongjun looked up at the striking Mo Lang, floating in the air with his ice and fire wings, and admired him even more. Get lost, who else on the same level as you? Oscar shot a glare at Ma Hongjun. I'm also pretty good looking, alright? Not to mention the two young girls. Even Chun Xian, a seasoned killer with a heart as cold as snow, couldn't he help but curse when he saw Mo Lang's handsome appearance, as if he were celestial being descended to earth. Damn. He really has a face like a whore. Flinder nodded repeatedly, thoughtfully saying, "It reminds me of my youth." Everyone looked at Flinder's shoehorn face with disdain. "You have a face. Come on, you two brothers. Let's see whose stick is harder." Mo Lang's soul power surged, adorned with stars and the moon, with two great dragon kings behind him, their external soul bones shimmering with alternating blue and red brilliance. In his hand, the Rui Jingu Bang was wrapped in stellar power, making it even more dazzling. With this entire setup, Mo Lang would undoubtedly be considered a wealthy configuration in the game. In comparison, the two title Douluo, Qianjun and Jiangma, seemed rather shabby. Each of them only had one stick. To be precise, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say 4 sticks. It's not that I'm not updating more. The recommendation votes are really not encouraging, with barely 100 each day. However, even so, I plan to add more updates on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, with at least 3 updates as a baseline each day. Whether I can manage 5 updates daily will depend on how supportive the readers are with their recommendation votes in the coming days. I humbly request recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 66. Qian Daolu appears. Kid, you have guts, but we're not that easy to deal with. Title Douluo Qianjun looked at Mo Lang, who dared to challenge both of his brothers alone, and couldn't help but admire him, his tone softening. Since that's the case, shall we place a bet? Mo Lang didn't want to completely offend the Spirit Hall, nor did he want to fight for nothing. After all, he was used to getting things for free. Oh, what kind of bet are we talking about? Qianjun thought about the mission he was on, and the Grand Offering's intention was to have him make good relations and avoid offending the other party as much as possible. Don't you want me to go to the Spirit Hall? If I lose, I'm willing to go with you. But if you lose, how about staying here at my academy as security for 2 years? Mo Lang thought that sometimes the Sword de Law was not around, and when he was out, there was no title de law to watch over Shrek Academy, which made him uneasy. Kid, your calculations are quite good. I'll agree on behalf of the 2 of them, but the conditions need to be changed. When you reach title de law, do something for my Spirit Hall. At this moment, another figure appeared before everyone. The newcomer looked to be only in his 30s or 40s, handsome in appearance, with a faint smile on his face. That calm and serene aura gave people a very comfortable feeling. He was tall, but not muscular, wearing a simple gray robe, with long black hair neatly arranged behind his head. Despite his plain clothing, just standing there gave people a sense of reverence. Qian Daolu. Mo Lang recognized the other person at a glance, while feeling somewhat surprised that his golden eyes had not detected them. It seemed he was still quite far from being a true peak title de law. Greetings, great offering. When Qian Daolu appeared, everyone from the Spirit Hall knelt on one knee. Qian Daolu merely nodded, signaling them to stand up, then set his gaze on Mo Lang, his deep and bright eyes showing no concealment of admiration for the latter. Seeing Mo Lang hesitate, Qian Daolu spoke again. "Don't worry, I will definitely not make you do anything against your will. I can assure you that this matter will only benefit you. As for the specifics, we can discuss it after your battle." "All right, no problem." Mo Lang pondered for a moment. Although he was unsure of the other party's intentions, they seemed to harbor no hostility, so he nodded in agreement. The leader, Lang Ge, was pleased to see Mo Lang's acceptance, while the people from Shrek Academy wanted to intervene. However, Mo Lang waved his hand at them confidently and said, "Don't worry, I have it under control." Seeing Mo Lang insist on accepting the bet, Flinder and the others found it hard to dissuade him. Only Xiao Wu stepped forward, her eyes resolute as she said, "Lang, remember, no matter where you go, I will follow you. Don't worry, once you're on my ship, it's not that easy to get off." Mo Lang looked at Xiao Wu, the corners of his mouth curling up, causing Xiao Wu's pink face to flush. She shot Mo Lang an annoyed glance, seemingly mishearing the word boat as something else. Following that, Mo Lang stopped talking nonsense, found a place without people, and officially began the peak showdown of 1 against 2. "Kid, the Grand Offering is present. My brother and I won't go easy on you, so be careful." Qian Junduo summoned his martial soul, the spiral dragon staff, and after saying a word, he charged towards Mo Lang together with his brother, the demon slayer, Da. Both Qian Jun and Jiang Mo, who held title Doa ranks, were already over 100 years old, and as brothers, their level of tacit understanding was off the charts. They didn't need to communicate to coordinate their attacks. The two wielded the spiral dragon staff, flying up and down, initially not using any soul skills, wanting to defeat Mo Lang purely with their physical strength. It was already embarrassing for them to team up against a soul sage in his teens. If they resorted to using soul power and soul skills, where would they put their old faces? I advise you to go all out, otherwise if you accidentally hurt somewhere, it won't be good. Seeing that the opponents were relying on physical strength to fight him, Mo Lang also reminded them. He didn't want the battle to end too hastily. He, the two of us brothers have physical strength that has long surpassed 30,000 jin. You should be the one to be careful. Qianjun Douluo was clearly very confident in the physical strength of the two brothers. As weapon soul masters, they often tempered their bodies, and their strength had long surpassed 10,000 jin. 30,000 jin? Mo Lang showed a strange expression. I really want to say, together you are not as big as I am. Is it the courage given to you by Liang Jingru? However, since they want to compare, let me show you what cruelty really is. Mo Lang smiled darkly. Seeing the strange smile on Mo Lang's face, Qianjun Douluo hesitated. But since the opponent had already attacked, there was no time to think. The two brothers also rushed forward. Foolish. Only the ghost Douluo, who knew how heavy Mo Lang's stick was, cursed with a grim expression while feeling hurt inside. How could this kid almost take half his life when fighting him, yet remind the opponent to be careful while battling Qianjun Jiang Mo Douluo? Was he unworthy of being a security guard? No one noticed the ghost Douluo's thoughts because Mo Lang was already clashing with the two great Douluos, facing them alone. Clang! When the three sticks collided, they produced a shocking metallic sound that made everyone's scalp tingle, and the ground beneath them couldn't withstand the explosive power of the three, creating a large pit. Qianjun and Jiang Mo looked at Mo Lang in astonishment, as they realized that he had taken their combined attack without using any soul skills or soul power. But the next second, their surprise turned into shock because Mo Lang grinned, and they suddenly felt a force even greater than was coming from his stick. Bang! They didn't even have time to react before being sent flying by Mo Lang's stick. At that moment, they realized they had been careless. This kid's strength was terrifying. Was he even human? But Mo Lang didn't give them time to adjust. After 3 months of fighting with Xiao Wu, Mo Lang's combat skills had greatly improved. While Qianjun and Jiang Mo were still in the air, Mo Lang moved again, raising his Rui gold cudgel and charging first at Jiang Mo Douluo. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in defeating the two brothers, so he planned to take one down first. The previous pleasantries were just Mo Lang's way of letting them lower their guard. All's fair in war. He was no fool, showing weakness to catch them off guard. That was the intelligence a protagonist should have. Alas, how did he end up with two such fools? Seeing this scene, Qian Dalu already knew the outcome of the battle. While feeling frustrated, he admired Mo Lang even more. With both courage and strategy, wouldn't he be a perfect match for his granddaughter? If he could marry his granddaughter to Mo Lang, he would feel more at ease. Thinking this, Qian Daolu revealed a kind smile. But he didn't know that Qianren Xue was already pregnant with Mo Lang's child. Regarding the typos, the little brother is now working hard to correct them, trying to minimize them to avoid affecting the reading experience of the readers. Also, thanks to the generous tip of 1666 from the Great Boss. Thank you for the generous tip of 100 from this great boss. Wishing both bosses to be strong every day and to be grooms every night. To repay the tips, there will be 4 updates on Friday. Chapter 67. Newly appointed security guard X2 Bang. With the support of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's wings, Mo Lang's speed increased 5-fold. Jiang Mo Douluo didn't have time to react and was directly knocked away by Mo Lang's stick just at that moment. Qianjun Douluo found the opportunity and attacked from behind. Mo Lang didn't look back, and the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand suddenly elongated, catching his opponent off guard and striking towards Qianjun Douluo's chest. Qianjun Douluo had already been on guard and immediately turned his body to narrowly avoid the attack. But then he heard the sound of wind breaking behind him. Mo Lang, who had been in front of him, had unexpectedly appeared behind him. It's over. Mo Lang raised his right hand and smashed down with a punch, unleashing an immense force of 80,000 pounds that crushed 1,000 Jins Douluo to the ground. With a loud bang, the ground was immediately smashed into a large pit, resembling a missile explosion, showcasing an astonishing display of power. Teleportation. Seeing Mo Lang suddenly appear behind the 1,000 Jins Douluo, everyone revealed expressions of surprise. If used well, this skill could turn the tide. But this duel was too hasty. It ended in less than a minute, and the soul skill clash they had imagined never happened. Even so, everyone understood the terrifying nature of Mo Lang's pure strength. The two level 96 title Douluo teamed up were no match for Mo Lang in terms of power, which was enough to prove that Mo Lang's physical strength surpassed that of most title Douluo. Thank you for going easy on me. The 1,000 Jins Demon Douluo clutched his chest and struggled to stand up. They never expected that their proud strength would be so easily defeated in front of the opponent. However, losing is losing, not to mention that the other party did not use their full strength when they attacked. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to stand up now. That monstrous strength was something they could not withstand. Mo Lang was somewhat surprised that the other party would so decisively admit defeat. Logically speaking, the other party should have said a few words about their carelessness, claiming that if they used soul power, the outcome might not be certain. And then they would have another match. Losing is losing. 2 against 1. We have already won unfairly. And if we were back out now, it would be even more embarrassing. Qianjun noticed Mo Lang's confusion and candidly admitted it, which changed Mo Lang's perception of the two a bit. Perhaps not all the people from the Spirit Hall are bad. It's just a matter of differing positions. All right then, you can stay and be security guards for 2 years. Mo Lang certainly wouldn't pretend to be polite and let it go. What a joke. He was used to getting things for free. 2 free titled Douluos as security? Why not take them? This also gave Mo Lang a new idea. Could he dig up all the titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall to be his security? That way, when Bibi Dong wanted to unify the continent, she would suddenly look around and find that all the titled Douluos by her side were actually his security. Wouldn't that be great? Just thinking about digging a hole in the Spirit Hall made Mo Lang feel inexplicably pleased. The first person to dig a hole in Douluo. With that thought in mind, Mo Lang turned to look at Ghost Douluo. This is 1 million gold soul coins, goodbye. Ghost Douluo saw that the pervert had his eyes on him and immediately took out a banknote of 1 million gold soul coins, threw it to Mo Lang, and ran away without looking back. He was afraid that Mo Lang would make him stay to be a security guard. The thought of being a dignified titled Douluo working as someone else's security guard, he couldn't lose face like that. He was not like those 2 iron-headed fools, Qianjun and Jiangmo. However, he never expected that not long after, he would be begging Qianjun and Jiangmo to arrange an opportunity for him to work as a security guard. Kid, are you still not satisfied? Do you want me to spar with you for a bit? Qiandaolu looked at Mo Lang, his hands itching. This was a piece of uncut jade. If carved well, his future would be limitless. Don't worry, I want to go easy on you. I just want to tell you that there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. You are still far from being a true powerhouse, Qiandaolu hinted. Since that's the case, bring it on. Mo Lang licked his lips, although he didn't know the other party's intentions or why they were doing this. Perhaps being able to clash with a peak powerhouse like Qiandaolu would allow him to clearly understand his own shortcomings, which would have a significant impact on his future efforts to improve his strength. Moreover, if the other party really harbored murderous intent, with Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji present, he believed that even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't lose. After all, the support from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect was renowned throughout the continent. Dragon Soul Manifestation. 3 heads and 6 arms. Mo Lang did not hesitate at all and immediately used his enhancement skills. The dragon soul body increased all attributes by 5 times. The 3-headed 6-armed ability could triple Mo Lang's strength. Not to mention that with the support of the Starry Sky formula, Mo Lang's soul power was already comparable to that of a titled Douluo at level 95. And his physical body had also reached the hardness of a level 95 titled Douluo, with numerous enhancements. Mo Lang's aura directly broke through to the realm of a level 96 titled Douluo. You really surprised me, kid. Come on, let me see where your limits are. Seeing the change in Mo Lang's aura, Qiandaolu showed a look of surprise, and his soul power surged within him, releasing 8 black and 1 red soul rings. The 6-winged angel martial soul instantly manifested behind him, radiating with holy golden light, the aura of a peak titled law overwhelming and surging forth. In an instant, the winds and clouds surged, the sky began to distort, and the earth was in turmoil, seemingly unable to withstand this powerful atmospheric pressure. The others had long retreated far away, especially the weaker members of the Shrek's 7 monsters, who trembled in fear as they stared at Qiandaolu. Is this the power of the continent's peak experts? Mo Lang, being at the forefront, could feel even more keenly the terrifying nature of Qiandaolu, as if the opponent could easily destroy a city with just a wave of his hand. However, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit and excitement. Perhaps there was a warrior's blood flowing in his veins. Heaven-shattering stick, Mo Lang unleashed his power without reservation. The force of the stars within him surged wildly. After 3 months of hard training and years of cultivating the star technique, he had already reached a certain height, and the star power he absorbed was equally terrifying. Buzz! The Rui Jingu Bang in Mo Lang's hand also emitted an excited sound under the enhancement of the power of the stars. As a divine artifact, it seemed to have longed to showcase its brilliance before the world and display the might of a divine weapon. Boom! The shattered sky strike could unleash 500% critical damage, ignoring all external defensive skills of the opponent. But that's not all. Sword of Ice and Fire. 3 heads and 6 arms. Universal Star Grabber. Mo Lang once again unleashed all of his soul abilities, and in an instant, a massive sword of ice and fire surged with soul power, filling the sky. Behind him, a 3-headed, 6-armed monkey reappeared, stretching out its enormous 6 hands as if to pluck the stars. Boom! In an instant, the sky trembled, and large fragments of space began to fall, creating one black hole after another. The power displayed by Mo Lang has already exceeded the limits that this world can bear, resulting in the emergence of spatial black holes. Brothers, charge. Let the recommendation and monthly votes come even more fiercely. Although the recommendation votes on the 22nd did not reach 300, they were still at 260. So there will be 5 updates on Friday. Thank you to all the readers for your recommendation votes. The number of updates on Saturday will depend on today's votes. Thank you. Chapter 68, Battle with Douluo. The true forms of the 4 monkeys in the chaotic world appear together. Since you want to determine the outcome, then let me tell you where you fall short. Douluo's calm expression finally revealed a hint of seriousness. Soul power surged within him, and the 6-winged angel behind him erupted with blinding golden light, even dyeing the sky golden. If you want to become a strong warrior, what you lack is your own domain, the angel domain. Once the angel domain emerged, Mo Lang instantly felt that the soul abilities he was using were continuously being weakened. While Douluo stood within the angel domain, seemingly in an invincible position, one must admit that the power you unleashed is indeed sufficient to injure a peak Douluo. But the premise is that the opponent does not possess their own domain power or is just standing there letting you attack. Douluo's soul power surged, and with the help of the angel domain, he resolved Mo Lang's soul abilities one by one. It seemed casual, but he knew that to neutralize these soul abilities brought by the 100,000-year soul rings, his soul power was also being consumed greatly. Stop preaching, even without a domain. So what? Don't forget that I still have my martial soul true form. Mo Lang had to admit that without a domain, he was at a disadvantage when dealing with a titled Douluo who had a domain, but he hadn't used his martial soul's true form. The true form of the 4 mischievous monkeys. Mo Lang roared, and the power of the stars within him, also known as soul power, surged forth as if it were free. In an instant, 4 towering figures appeared behind him. The first figure wore a golden chainmail, a phoenix-winged purple-gold crown on his head, and lotus silk cloud shoes on his feet. He wielded a Rui golden hoop stick, let out a long howl towards the sky, and his eyes emitted brilliant golden light, as if he wanted to overturn the heavens. The second figure was clad in Azura hell armor, wearing a dark dragon crown, holding a 9-ghost soul-calling banner, and sitting on a throne of bones made from unknown fierce beasts. His gaze was profound, and millions of ghosts roared behind him. The third figure was bare-chested, revealing a muscular physique, with strong arms adorned with arm guards made of stars. He held a pillar that supported the heavens, and with every movement, stars were extinguished, with a bright moon appearing behind him. The fourth figure was the most mysterious, with the aura of the Tao circulating around him, surrounded by chaotic mist that obscured his body, leaving only a head exposed. But that face was ever-changing, sometimes human, sometimes demon, sometimes devil, sometimes immortal, sometimes God, sometimes Buddha, as if it could transform into any of the 6 realms. The only constant was the 6 ears by his head, which not only listened to the voices of all things but also to the hearts of all beings, seemingly representing the cycle of reincarnation of the 6 realms. These 4 figures were the soul rings that Mo Lang had always possessed, the 4 monkeys of chaos. As soon as the 4 monkeys of chaos appeared, the world dimmed, and a terrifying aura suffocated everyone, especially the monkey-type soul beasts. Even the titan giant ape deep within the Stardow forest felt the pressure from their bloodline. Break for me. Mo Lang let out a roar, as if he had exhausted all his strength. In that moment, he seemed like the clever stone monkey who refused to yield to fate. In that moment, he seemed like the red-bottomed horse monkey who controlled life and death. In that moment, he seemed like the long-armed ape who could pluck the stars and moon. In that moment, he seemed like the 6-eared macaque who could transform the heavens and the earth. Damn, is this kid even human? You tell me this is your martial soul's true form? Isn't your martial soul's true form that stick? Douluo looked at the four figures, more terrifying than the Titan giant ape, and the calmness on his face turned to shock. This power, even if he exerted all his effort, would still leave him injured. Damn it, if I had known this kid was so abnormal, I wouldn't have acted so cool. Douluo regretted immensely, and his soul power surged wildly, activating the power of the angel domain to weaken the strength of the four mischievous monkeys. After all, they were merely manifestations of Mo Lang's soul power and not their true forms descending. Boom! The power of the four mischievous monkeys was continuously weakened, but their speed and form were unaffected, directly ignoring the restrictions of the angel domain, crashing towards Douluo with destructive force. Damn it, I'm really in trouble. Douluo used all his means, but still couldn't block this strike, and could only defend with all his might to minimize the damage. Just as Douluo was preparing to take this hit head-on, the four figures of the mischievous monkeys suddenly vanished before him. He looked at Mo Lang in surprise. Did this kid hold back? But when he saw the Ice and Fire Dragon King's wings behind Mo Lang retracting involuntarily, and his entire body seemed to faint and fall, he realized the truth. It wasn't that this kid held back, but that his soul power was insufficient to support this strike, leading to exhaustion. Fortunately, you exhausted yourself. Otherwise, I would be in a difficult position. Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. As the invincible one in the sky, he immediately rushed over to catch the falling Mo Lang. However, a pink figure was even faster than him, catching Mo Lang and glaring fiercely at Douluo, saying, "If anything happens to him, I will never let you go." It turned out that the master had long seen that Mo Lang's soul power was insufficient to support him in using the four martial soul true forms. So he immediately had Oscar make a flying sausage for Xiao Wu to catch Mo Lang. Looking at the pink girl in front of him, Douluo felt a bit awkward, but he didn't explain much, leaving behind a sentence. The door of the Spirit Hall will always be open for him. And then he left. No. Halfway out, Douluo suddenly stopped, looking towards Shrek Academy and muttering to himself, "What is the relationship between that girl and that kid? Could she be a rival of my granddaughter? It seems I need to let my granddaughter get to know this kid sooner. Otherwise, where can I find another son-in-law as abnormal as this?" This battle left a deep shock to everyone in Shrek Academy, especially Sword Douluo Jiandaochen, who realized he was no longer a match for this kid. Sigh, my body still can't keep up with the speed of absorbing star power with the Starry Sky Art. But Xiao Wu's gravity field can no longer meet my body's needs and can no longer strengthen my body. Exiting the state of cultivation, Mo Lang felt that nearly half of the star power he absorbed was fed back to his physical body to strengthen it. In simple terms, the body is like a water tank, and the star power is like soul power, which is the water inside the tank. Only by enlarging the tank can it hold more water. The body cannot grow larger. It can only become stronger to bear more soul power and star power. In the novel, Tang San was able to withstand the impact of several soul rings because he opened up the 8 extraordinary meridians and, through various trials, honed his body to be comparable to a divine tool. A month has passed since Mo Lang's battle with Douluo, and now he felt a bottleneck. If he waits for the star power to refine his body, it would probably take him several years to break through to Soul Douluo. This is not something he can afford to wait for. Xiao Gang, since you're here, come up. Just as Mo Lang was in distress, he sensed Xiao Zhang's presence. Xiao Wu said that the Titan giant ape called you brother-in-law. Xiao Zhang didn't waste any time and immediately asked about his confusion. Friday's explosive update of 50,000 words. Saturday and Sunday guaranteed at least 3 updates, all high energy. Others only increase updates after giving over 100 in rewards. My little brother considers that Douluo's readers are students, as long as they provide free recommendation tickets and monthly tickets, and we will add 3 chapters for free. That is already quite generous. So readers with recommendation tickets, please cast your votes. Thank you. The 3rd and 4th female leads of the protagonist are about to appear. Guess who they are? Chapter 69. The Arrival of the Royal Tiando Academy. Today, 5 updates. First update. That's right. Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into human form, which is also why I am working so hard to cultivate. Mo Lang did not hide it and said heavily, I am worried that Xiao Wu's identity will be exposed, and I do not have the strength to protect her. He did not want what happened to Tang San to happen to him. What I want to say is not this. The master looked at Mo Lang and said sincerely, At this moment, you are smarter than I imagined, but at times, you are more foolish than I imagined. Mo Lang turned his head to glance at Yu Xiaojiang and kicked him off the roof with a bang. Damn it, 3 days without a beating? And you try to take the roof off? Damn, you little brat. No sense of martial ethics. The master rubbed his sore backside, climbed back up with a grumpy expression, and said, "The Titan giant ape has a gravitational field. It might make you stronger." All right, how'd I not think of that? Mo Lang jumped up excitedly upon hearing this. I already told you that you're stupid. Mo Lang kicked again, but Yu Xiaojiang had already anticipated it and dodged. Hee, you didn't hit me. As a result, he slipped and fell down himself. Ha ha, karma for the wicked. Watching Yu Xiaojiang climb back up with a resentful expression, Mo Lang burst into laughter. He didn't understand why so many people disliked Yu Xiaojiang in his previous life. To him, Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong were forcibly separated by Qian Xuanji, and Lu Erlong was a sibling relationship. It was precisely because he loved Lu Erlong that he didn't want her to bear the stigma. After all, this was a love that the world did not permit. Some say love is a matter between two people, and as long as they are happy, it doesn't matter what others think. But in reality, how many love stories that are not approved by parents and relatives end well? Even if a passionate love leads to a painful separation, in the end, only one person knows the suffering, just like fireworks. As a man, I don't think Yu Xiaojiang did anything wrong. His mistake was lacking strength and being unable to resist Qian Xuanji, just like a man's mistake lies in not having money. He can't provide the life his woman desires. Lu Erlong, who loves fiercely, does not find her best home in the master. Yu Xiaojiang felt a bit uneasy under Mo Lang's gaze and couldn't help but change the subject, asking, "Why isn't your martial soul's true form your martial soul?" Mo Lang knew that Yu Xiaojiang was looking for him, and it was certainly not just to clarify his doubts. So he had already prepared an excuse. Because I also have a mutated martial soul, the souls of those soul beasts are attached to that stick, and you can consider them as my martial soul. Is there such a thing? The master looked at Mo Lang with a puzzled expression. Try to see if Mo Lang was lying through his eyes. Indeed, I am lying to you, Mo Lang thought to himself. However, he didn't want to explain too much and immediately shifted the topic, saying, "Do you still like Bibi Dong? What did you say? How do you know about me and Bibi Dong?" The master looked at Mo Lang in surprise. "Did you forget? That day when I was drinking with you, Flinder, and Xiao Wu, you got drunk and said it yourself." Mo Lang lies without batting an eye because Yu Xiaojiang did indeed get drunk once and said some things. Men, after all, only speak their hearts when drinking with their brothers. After saying this, Mo Lang took out a few more bottles of alcohol. That night, the master got drunk again, shouting that his true love is still Bibi Dong because she was his first love. Or maybe he really can't get past the sibling barrier. The next day, Mo Lang woke up the hungover master. Instead of going to the Stardow Forest, he took the master to Soto City. Because according to the plot, today was the day of the Shrek 7 Monsters battle against the Tiendo Royal Academy. More importantly, the little dance that usually cuddled with him while sleeping hadn't done so for a month, making him miss the feeling of waking up next to a beautiful woman. The reason the little dance didn't sleep with Mo Lang was that during his battle with Qian Daolu, she was greatly stimulated. It made her realize that Mo Lang had been bearing the pressure of being a title Douluo all alone, which was not what she wanted to see. Her exact words were, "Since I love you, I cannot become your burden. I want to be with you and share everything together." At that moment, Mo Lang saw the determination in Xiao Wu's eyes and knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. Xiao Wu was like him. Once she was determined to do something, she would give it her all. All he could do was accompany her and ensure she wouldn't be harmed. Xiao Wu and Old Jack would always hold the top positions in his heart. Thinking of Old Jack, Mo Lang realized he hadn't visited him in almost 6 months and figured he should find a time to go see Old Jack. He wondered how far things had developed between Old Jack and Widow Wong. By the time Mo Lang and Yu Xiaojiang arrived at the Great Soul Arena, the match had already ended. It wasn't that Mo Lang didn't want to watch Xiao Wu's match, but the last time he saw someone trying to harm Xiao Wu, he flipped the entire Great Soul Arena, scaring the owners so much that he trembled. Afterward, Mo Lang realized he had gone too far and intended to compensate the other party, but the owner of the Great Soul Arena dared not accept any money. After this incident, whenever Xiao Wu participated in a match, her opponents would immediately surrender upon seeing Mo Lang sitting in the stands. In the end, Xiao Wu had no choice but to ask Mo Lang not to come watch, or else she wouldn't gain any practical experience. Mo Lang also felt quite aggrieved, but he had no way to express it. According to the plot in the novel, the Shrek 7 monsters needed the master to be present for their battle against the Tiendo Royal Academy team. However, Since Mo Lang had given the Shrek 7 monsters some divine items in advance, their strength was comparable to that of the Tiando Royal Academy's members, making it just a normal match. It's really a pity. If the younger students weren't from Shrek Academy, I would have found a way to get you all into the Royal Academy. With your addition, who knows? Just as Qin Ming was saying this, the Master and Mo Lang walked in from outside. Even if they are from Shrek Academy, you can still bring them back to the Royal Academy. Oh, Lang, you're here. I missed you so much. I haven't slept with you for a month. I'm not used to it. When Xiao Wu saw Mo Lang appear, she immediately threw herself into his arms. However, when she said this, everyone looked at Mo Lang with disdain, cursing under his breath. Beast. Although Xiao Wu had developed quite well, she was only 12 years old, and isn't a bit inappropriate? Seeing everyone's disdainful gazes, even Mo Lang, with a thick skin like a city wall, couldn't hold up anymore and awkwardly smiled. It's not what you think. I really didn't do anything. I'm still a virgin. Ma Hongjun recalled a joke. Ha ha ha, Brother Lang. Doesn't that make you worse than a beast? The next second, the smile on Ma Hongjun's face froze because Mo Lang's murderous gaze turned towards him. He chuckled and walked towards Ma Hongjun. Brother Lang, there's no need for that. What do you think? Brother Lang, I was wrong. Don't slap me, ow, Brother Lang, take it easy. To set the scene, the plot is indeed a bit bland. The high-energy moments are yet to come. I humbly request recommendation votes. I humbly request monthly votes. Wealthy bosses can also give tip. 5 updates today. Thanks to the great god of Autumn Ming for the 100 reward. I will consider your suggestions. I won't spoil anything here. Chapter 70, Triggering Side Quest. Brothers Halo Upgrade. Second update. What are you all looking at me for? Everyone should eat and drink. After Mo Lang finished beating Ma Hongjun, he signaled everyone to relax a bit and then sat down next to Xiao Wu. Who is this? Qin Ming asked, looking at the handsome young man who had walked in with a master, feeling somewhat puzzled. What was more important was that he noticed that even his monstrous junior classmates, including Flinder and Zhao Wujia, looked at the young man with respect and admiration, which made him very curious. Xiao Ming, this is the new president of Shrek. You can call him Flinder, he explained immediately, but he didn't know how to start when it came to the words at the tip of his tongue. You could just call me Lang Ge, Mo Lang said indifferently, then took Xiao Wu's hand, showing affection. The dean, Qin Ming, frowned. To him, Mo Lang looked just like those rich young masters from the Royal Academy, especially after recalling Xiao Wu's earlier words. His goodwill towards Mo Lang plummeted to freezing point. Yes, he is the dean of Shrek Academy, and the academy hasn't had much money in recent years. The rapid growth of these younger students is thanks to Mo Lang's support. Seeing that Qin Ming seemed to misunderstand, Flander quickly explained. Sponsorship? If the teacher is short on money, just tell me. There's no need to be behind such a spoiled young master. I remember you are someone who remains steadfast in poverty. How could you? Flander, can you explain? If you can't, just shut up. Zhao Wujia, seeing the misunderstanding deepening, feared that Mo Lang might beat Qin Ming up in anger, immediately said, Xiao Ming, don't misunderstand. The boss is really good to us. He beats us every month to help us improve. What? He dares to bully you all relying on his background? I must teach him a good lesson today. Before Zhao Wujia could finish, Qin Ming stood up excitedly. He regarded the teachers of Shrek Academy as elders. Now seeing someone relying on money to flirt with his junior sister was one thing, but to take the position of the dean and even beat his teacher was too much. Qin Ming, furious and losing his rationality, immediately stood up, and 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, appeared behind him, the aura of a soul emperor pressing down towards Mo Lang. Xiao Ming, don't be impulsive. You'll suffer for it. Flander, seeing the misunderstanding growing deeper, shot a glare at Zhao Wujia and hurriedly advised, Mo Lang is, Zhao teacher, don't worry about it. No matter who he is, even if the emperor of the Tiando Empire came, he would still have to give me some face. I must teach this kid a good lesson today. Qin Ming was furious. How could he bear to see his teacher suffer such humiliation? He angrily looked at Mo Lang and said, if you're still a man, let us go outside and duel. No need to go outside, just go to the door. Mo Lang sighed and said helplessly, what is going on here? Heh, it really doesn't take much time to teach a spoiled rich kid like you a lesson. Qin Ming stood up and walked outside, passing by Flander and deliberately said, don't worry, teacher, all the grievances you suffered today, I'll make sure to get them back for you. No, Xiao Ming, listen to me. He has the title Douluo. No matter if he has the title Douluo backing him. I have to teach him a good lesson today. You don't need to worry. I will take all the responsibility. Qin Ming was even angrier, thinking that Mo Lang must be so domineering because he had the title Douluo backing him. He interrupted Flander's words again and provocatively looked at Mo Lang. Flander covered his eyes. Damn it, he used to seem quite smart. Why is he so straightforward today? However, he felt comforted inside, as Qin Ming was angry because he thought he was being bullied, losing his rationality. Don't worry, teacher, I will be careful. Seeing Flander covering his eyes, Qin Ming even comforted him. No, I meant to say, no need to say more, come on. Let me teach you how to be a good person on behalf of your elders. 1 minute later, Mo Lang brought in the bruised and battered Qin Ming like a little chick, then asked Flander to help Qin Ming to his seat. Flander looked at Qin Ming, who was staring at him with a resentful expression, and couldn't help but speak up. Let me give you another lesson. Never interrupt the teacher when he is speaking. What I want to say is, he's a soul sage and has the strength of a titled Douluo. Covering your eyes is to prevent you from getting beaten too badly. It would have been fine if he hadn't said that, but after he did, Qin Ming became so depressed he almost shut down. But it's okay. Your teacher, Xiao, has also been beaten before, and now everyone calls him boss, so you don't have to feel too bad. Seeing Qin Ming even more depressed, Flander tried to console him again. However, Xiao Wu was unhappy and stretched his already short neck, cursing, Flander, you four-eyed brat. What do you mean by exposing my shortcomings in front of the students? Do you believe I'll make you go broke tonight? Ha, with the dean here. You going broke? I won't be paying. Mo Lang shot a glance at Flander and said, order the most expensive dishes again. Flander, ha. Seeing Flander's face turn the color of liver, everyone burst into laughter because they all knew Flander was notoriously stingy. Ouch. Qin Ming laughed too loudly, which pulled at the wounds on his face, making him cry out in pain. Serves you right. That's what you get for not listening to your elders. Flander glared at Qin Ming irritably. Qin Ming pretended not to see and raised his glass, looking at Mo Lang. Brother Lang, I was wrong earlier. I apologize to you here. After saying that, he downed the drink in his cup in one go. It's fine. I also gave you a beating, so we're even. I also helped you treat the hidden injury you left behind earlier. Mo Lang knows that Qin Ming is a good person and doesn't mind this small misunderstanding. He even used the 9-9 return to 1 forging method to help Qin Ming enhance his body a little. However, he didn't use much strength, so the improvement wasn't significant, and there were no black impurities emerging. Qin Ming was a bit confused upon hearing this, but after carefully sensing his body, he suddenly raised his head in surprise and said, the hidden ailment I had before is really gone, and my strength seems to have increased. What's going on? Xiao Wu stepped forward to explain, saying, what I meant earlier about the boss beating us was to help us improve our physical quality. You should know that the body has always been the weak point of soul masters, unless they are defensive attribute soul masters. I didn't expect that Lang Gu has such extraordinary skills. No wonder I said these junior brothers and sisters not only have exceptional soul power, but also possess quite abnormal physical qualities. Qin Ming suddenly realized and looked at Mo Lang with curiosity and admiration. All right, stop flattering. Let's eat. Mo Lang waved his hand, not wanting to discuss it further. By the way, Xiao Gang, what did you mean when you said these little ones should go to the Royal Academy? At this moment, Flander looked at Yu Xiaojiang and asked. Yu Xiaojiang then explained his theory, and Flander became quite angry, looking at Mo Lang and saying, now, Mo Laudy is the principal. Whatever he says goes. Mo Lang was about to refuse, thinking it was unnecessary. He could just buy whatever equipment he needed and didn't want to run such a long distance. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Side quest triggered. Make Shrek Academy bigger and stronger. Become the president of the Royal Academy. And rename the Royal Academy to Shrek Academy. Quest failed. Big Brother Aura revoked. Quest completed. Big Brother Aura upgraded to Big Brother Big Aura. Second update. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking monthly votes. Thank you. Yesterday there were about 270 votes, but there were 1 or 2 more monthly votes. An additional update on Saturday, which means 4 updates in total. Chapter 71. The Transformation of Ming Air Ming. Third update. Mo Lang swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and reorganized his language. Ahem. Since everyone wants me to share my opinion, let's move over there. After all, this is the first time the system has issued a task. And if I don't do it, how can I continue to enjoy the benefits from the Shrek 7 Devils? Like I said, I'm used to getting things for free. It's impossible for me to spend money. What's the big deal about becoming the principal of the Royal Academy and then changing it to Shrek Academy? It's a small matter. It's just that right now, he can't see what this Big Brother Aura is good for. This makes him a bit melancholic, but also a little expectant. If the Big Brother Aura is so impressive, then the Big Brother Big Aura must be even more powerful. Moving over. Mo, my dear brother, you promised to promote Shrek Academy and make it famous across the continent. You can't go back on your word. Flanders said excitedly. Don't worry. I will definitely keep my promise. When I say move over, I don't mean to become a subsidiary of the Royal Academy. Mo Lang comforted him, saying, I used to merge the Royal Academy, becoming the principal of the Royal Academy, and then renamed it Shrek Academy. Merge the Royal Academy? And rename it Shrek Academy? Boss, you can't be drinking fake liquor, right? Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. Brother Mo, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that this matter is too difficult to handle. Flander also chuckled awkwardly. Lange, what the two teachers said is not wrong. The Royal Academy belongs to the Noble Academy of the Tiando Empire, specifically for training soul masters for the Empire. If you go to be the principal, they would definitely be very willing. But for you to change the name of the academy to Shrek Academy, not to mention that the Snow Knight Emperor wouldn't agree. Even the teachers and students of the school wouldn't accept it. Qiming also advised, is Shrek Academy destined to stay in this small place for a lifetime? Mo Lang's gaze swept over everyone like a torch, finally resting on Flander. I promise you that I will make Shrek Academy flourish, and I will definitely do it. I know you have dedicated your whole life to Shrek Academy, but each of them has talents that deserve a bigger stage. Are you going to let them stagnate, growing forever under your protection? This is not for them, but for your own selfish desires. Mo Lang's words were straightforward, sharp like a dagger, piercing through Flander's heart. Flander was rendered speechless by Mo Lang's words. His anger vanished, replaced by despondency. Flander, I know you don't really think that way, but Mo Lang is right. And you heard what I talked about with Xiao Ming just now. If you truly don't want to, I won't force you, Yu Xiaojiang said, looking at Flander's dejected expression, feeling a bit sympathetic. No need. Let's do it as you and Mo Loudy suggested. I can't limit their achievements because of my own selfishness. Flander said as he sat down and took a big gulp of wine. Mo Lang walked over, patted Flander on the shoulder, and said, Don't worry. I will definitely keep my promise to you. Besides, I still need your help. If our students, teachers, and the principal are all stronger than them, what do they have to compare with us? Hearing this, even Flander, who was not very bright, understood Mo Lang's meaning. He suddenly looked up, his eyes shining as he stared at Mo Lang. Seeing that Flander understood, Mo Lang raised his glass, clinked it with Flander's, and then drank it all in one go, saying, So, work hard to improve your strength, and don't embarrass Shrek Academy. Lange, I'm now a teacher at the Royal Academy. It's a bit inappropriate for you to say that in front of me, Qin Ming said with a playful expression. Not convinced? Go practice outside. Ha ha ha, Lange, no. Principal, just kidding, don't take it seriously. I will always be a part of Shrek Academy. In the Douluo Forest, for the past 2 months, there had been frequent thunderous crashing sounds, scaring all the soul beasts in the forest. Bang! In the center of the Douluo Forest, the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, was unexpectedly pushed back several steps by a punch from a human boy. Stop, stop. Brother-in-law, I now suspect that you might be a 100,000-year-old beast transformed into a human. The Titan Great Ape rubbed his chest, looking at the human in front of him with a resentful expression. He knew Mo Lang was abnormal, but he expect him to be this abnormal. Even he was frightened by Mo Lang's terrifying training intensity. From the initial 15 times gravity to now 20 times gravity. He couldn't believe the other party only took a short 2 months. Of course, this was inseparable from the other party's day-to-day training. More importantly, now the other party could defeat him solely with physical strength, without using soul power, which was the reason he suspected the other party was a soul beast transformed into a human. And this human was Mo Lang, who had been training in the Douluo Forest for 2 months. At this moment, Mo Lang's face had less of the feminine beauty and more of a masculine elegance. His fair skin had turned into a powerful bronze color, and the muscle lines on his body became more prominent, as if carved by a master. Although he did not have bulky muscles, only the Titan Great Ape knew that this body contained a strength that even he feared. Along, Ming, you must be hungry, right? I just invented a new dish, carrot sweet chocolate. Try it and see how it is. After seeing Mo Lang finish training, Xiao Wu immediately ran over excitedly with a plate. Recently, Xiao Wu had become obsessed with making desserts, but her skills were not commendable. From the name alone, it was clear that it was a rare seed contestant in the realm of dark cuisine. In these 2 months, Deming and Ming had suffered greatly. Even they had been forced to run to the toilet several times. If it weren't for Mo Lang's physique being transformed by the celestial product, it would have been hard to say if they could survive the past 2 months, let alone train. Sister Xiao Wu, I'm not hungry, really not at all. Ming shook his head frantically, even stepping back in fear. Ha, still, Xiao Wu is thoughtful. Mo Lang's eyes flashed with a hint of pain as he forced a smile and walked over. Meanwhile, Deming and Ming shot him sympathetic glances. Just the fact that Mo Lang not only dared to eat, but also finished all of Xiao Wu's dark cuisine earned him their approval as a human brother-in-law. Looking at the indescribable black chocolate that Xiao Wu was holding, Mo Lang's smile froze on his face. Even he found it hard to swallow that oddly shaped black chocolate. It really echoed that saying, if you can't even eat shit, how can you dare to say you love her? Mo Lang regretted teaching her how to make chocolate. Ming and Ming, seeing the shape, tried to hold back their laughter, wearing expressions that clearly said, I'm really not laughing, their faces turning red. I'm sorry. Lang, I didn't control the heat, and they turned out like this. Looking at Xiao Wu's originally fair face, now smeared with black dust. Mo Lang tenderly wiped the grime off her face and smiled gently. It's okay. My first attempt at making chocolate was even worse than yours. Mo Lang took a bite of the indescribable chocolate, and the gentle expression on his face immediately froze. After swallowing it with difficulty, he said, just promise me next time, don't put carrots in the chocolate, okay? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Ming and Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. As a result, Xiao Wu immediately shot them a murderous glare. Is it that funny? The two beasts quickly shut their mouths obediently. Only then did Xiao Wu look at Mo Lang with a grievance and say, then next time I'll put in white radishes. Montag langs Mut twitched. But thinking that it was time to go to the Tiando Royal Academy, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now his overall strength was enough to defeat a 97th level title Douluo, and even facing a powerhouse like Qingdao Lu, he felt confident. Surely, the Snow Knight Emperor wouldn't refuse his request to change the academy's name. After all, this was an era that respected the strong. Hearing that Mo Lang and Xiao Wu were leaving, Ming and Ming exchanged serious glances, and looking at Mo Lang, they said, brother-in-law, we want to transform into human forms and go with you to the human world. The third update. Over 2,500 words. You understand what I mean, right? Chapter 72. Mo Lang versus Ming and Ming. Combined, over 4,000 words. Transforming? Have you thought this through? Mo Lang looked at Ming and Ming with some surprise. After spending these 2 months together, he had already regarded the two as brothers. At first, Ming had hostility towards him, but for some reason, that hostility disappeared later on. Brother-in-law, to be honest, we have long grown tired of this Stardew forest. But as you know, transforming into spirit beasts means starting everything over again. Ming said seriously, but my brother and I have thought it through. Brother-in-law, you are someone we can rely on, so we are willing to entrust our lives to you. Ming was right. Ming nodded and said, you might be curious why I had hostility towards you before. To be honest, it was because both Ming and I like Xiao Wu, but out of brotherly loyalty, we never spoke of it. So when I saw how much Xiao Wu liked you, I felt both envious and jealous. But later, I came to appreciate your sincerity. You immediately told us that you weren't a title Douluo, not worried that we would turn against you. Of course, that's just part of it. The more important thing is what you said, that you came here to become stronger, and to become stronger to protect Xiao Wu. At first, I wasn't very trusting of humans, but I've seen your efforts over these 2 months. I know that your desire to become stronger for Xiao Wu is not just talk, but something you're fighting for with all your might. From that moment on, I realized where I fell short compared to you. I don't have your courage. I like Xiao Wu, but dare not transform alongside her. It was from that moment that I only felt respect and admiration for you. You are the man Xiao Wu can rely on. I know that Ming and I transforming will bring you more trouble, but we want to stay by her side and protect her. So please forgive our selfishness. After Ming finished speaking, both he and Ming looked at Mo Lang sincerely. I agree. I was actually planning to bring this up with you myself. Mo Lang agreed without a second thought and said, although I've only spent a short 2 months with you, I've found that Xiao Wu is unprecedentedly relaxed and happy when she is with you. I want her to continue being this happy. Ha ha ha, big brother. I told you the brother-in-law would agree, but you didn't believe me. Ming showed a happy smile and said, brother-in-law, actually this is the last test from big brother. If you refuse, he definitely won't agree to Xiao Wu being with you. However, Ming, can say that you are definitely not a person without responsibility. You're different from other humans. Ming also smiled and looked at Mo Lang, saying, brother-in-law, Xiao Wu will be entrusted to your protection from now on. If you need help, feel free to come to us. Even if it costs us our lives, Ming and I will fight to help you. A test. What does that mean? Don't you want to transform into human forms? Brother-in-law, I know you are strong, but you're not truly a peak title Douluo. We acknowledge that you can protect Xiao Wu, but with the two of us, the 100,000-year-soul beasts, no matter how strong you are, can you really take on 100 by yourself? Ming said sincerely. The temptation of a 100,000-year soul beast is too great for powerful soul masters. We don't want to become your burden. We can only maintain our soul beast forms to help you when you need it. I'm very touched by what you said, but I refuse. Mo Lang Sherdong then refused, looking at Deming and Erming, and said, I may not be able to take on 100 opponents by myself right now, but if anyone dares to harm you, even if it's the peerless Douluo, I will make them pay with their life. Boom! After Mo Lang finished speaking, his aura suddenly erupted, and the thick soul power made the entire star Do forest tremble. Even the 200,000-year soul beasts, Deming and Erming, felt an immense pressure. They looked at Mo Lang in shock, not expecting his true strength to be so formidable. After 2 months of training, Mo Lang's soul power had reached the level of a 75th level soul sage, with 1 level gained through his own cultivation and another level gained from the overall improvement of the Shrek 7 monsters, thanks to the Big Brother's Halo reward. However, due to the Starry Sky secret art, the thickness of his soul power was comparable to that of a 97th level title Douluo. His strength had also reached the level of 100,000 gene. If combined with soul skills and soul bones, he was now confident he could defeat Qian Daolu. Of course, all of this was inseparable from his relentless training over the past 6 months. How about this? If I defeat both of you, you will obediently follow my transformation and stay by my side to cultivate. If I lose, I won't force you to do anything. Mo Lang looked at the silent Deming and Erming and said, since that's the case, let's see just how strong your true power is. Excitement was already showing in Deming's eyes. As a soul beast of 100,000 years, he had his own dignity. He, brother-in-law, you better be careful. Big Brother is much stronger than me. Before, it was because you reached the level of the limit Douluo, but now you're not that strong. With us brothers working together, we won't be afraid of you, Erming reminded Mo Lang. That may not be the case. Mo Lang smiled, and with a burst of strength from his feet, he charged toward Deming like a cannonball. Deming's defenses were not as strong as Erming's, so he decided to take one down first. Gravity Domain. Slow Domain. Having spent 2 months with Mo Lang, Deming and Erming were well aware of his terrifying abilities, and without any hesitation, they activated their own domains simultaneously. In the novel, Tang San could only exert 10 times the gravity, but Deming could unleash 20 times the gravity. Similarly, in the novel, Tang San could only achieve 10 times the slowing effect, while Deming could also unleash 20 times the slowing effect. It seemed that he needed to find time to visit the city of Slaughter to obtain the Slaughter domain. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. Feeling the power of the 2 domains, Mo Lang's speed suddenly decreased, although he was accustomed to the 20 times gravity domain. This was his first experience with the slow domain, which indeed brought him tremendous pressure, as if he were trapped in a swamp, unable to move an inch. Finally a chance to fight back. Titan's Hammer. Erming, seeing Mo Lang struggling to move, revealed a sly smile and immediately clasped his hands into fists, raising them up like a massive iron hammer, ready to smash down on Mo Lang with destructive force. Clearly, during the past 2 months of training, he had suffered a lot at Mo Lang's hands and was seizing this opportunity for revenge. Boom! The Titan's hammer came crashing down. But Erming's triumphant smile immediately froze on his face because he missed Mo Lang. You think you can hurt me? You're underestimating my brother-in-law. At the critical moment, Mo Lang used Do Zhuan Xing Yi to instantly teleport behind Ming, his right hand wielding the Rui Jingu Bang appearing suddenly. And he unleashed the sky-shattering stick towards Deming. Destruction Thunder. Sensing the violent power behind him, Deming immediately activated his ultimate skill, and in an instant, a storm of thunder and lightning rained down towards Mo Lang. Not bad for a reaction, but that is still not enough. Chinquan Diamond Shield. In an instant, a layer of golden protective shield appeared around Mo Lang. This was the second soul skill associated with the 100,000-year soul ring of the Armored Ape. Even when Mo Lang was a soul emperor, he could withstand a full force strike for a level 90 title Douluo. Now that he had reached Soul Sage, the Chinquan Diamond Shield could withstand a full force strike from a level 97 title Douluo. This was a top-tier defensive skill that could improve with the enhancement of soul power. Boom, boom, boom. Deming's Destruction Thunder struck the Chinquan Diamond Shield, and apart from depleting its energy, it could not harm Mo Lang at all. Meanwhile, Mo Lang's sky-shattering stick, combined with his own power, unleashed an unmatched force that pushed Ming back several steps. Deming felt dizzy from the blow. He knew that Mo Lang's attack power was monstrous, but He expected his defense to be just as formidable. If the opponent could keep teleporting, how about even fight back? Fortunately, Ming launched the Titan's hammer again towards Mo Lang, who did not teleport this time and instead took the hit head-on, being smashed into the ground and creating a large pit. Of course, both individuals and beasts were careful in their attacks, and at most, it resulted in only superficial injuries. In terms of power, Ming, as a soul beast focused on defense and strength, was indeed stronger than Mo Lang. The reason he had lost before was that Mo Lang's speed was too fast. He could hardly touch him and could only passively take hits. Now, with Ming's slow domain, although it only lasted 10 seconds, it was enough for him to secure victory in this battle. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? Mo Lang said something that revealed his age, and behind him, the Ice Fire Dragon King emerged with two enormous bone wings, radiating the power of extreme cold and heat, increasing Mo Lang's speed fivefold. He then immediately activated Dragon Soul Possession, enhancing all his attributes by 5 times, resulting in another 5-fold increase in strength and speed. The effects of a slow field were countered, leaving him with a 10-fold boost. This was an acceptable level for Mo Lang. With the support of Dragon Soul Possession, his strength had already surpassed that of the Titan Giant Ape. I also have skills to increase my strength. Titan's Fury, seeing Mo Lang use his soul skill and surpass his own strength, Ming roared, and a layer of red light suddenly appeared around him, his eyes turning red as he charged at Mo Lang again. Lang, be careful. This skill can increase Ming's strength and defense by 200%, ignoring any control skills. Xiao Wu reminded Mo Lang from his side. This made Ming quite frustrated, and he said with a hint of grievance, Sister Xiao Wu, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already siding with him. Mind your own business. If you dare to hurt a Lang, I'll make sure to beat you to death. Xiao Wu glared at Ming. To be honest, she also hoped that Deming and Ming could come with her to the human world. However, she was worried that her persuasion might harm the two of them. Having lived in the human world for so long, she knew that a 100,000-year soul ring was regarded as the top treasure in the hearts of soul masters. With another strike, the Titan's hammer came crashing down, and Mo Lang barely managed to block it, but Deming activated his skill once more. Oblivion Laser. Deming opened his mouth, and a blue laser capable of harming a tidal Douluo shot out, obliterating everything in its path. Flowers, plants, and trees were all reduced to dust. Did you think I was the only one? Mo Lang, seeing the situation, hurriedly pulled out a strand of his hair and used his first soul skill, Hair Clone. Immediately, a clone appeared beside him to block the attack. The hair clone technique had already reached 50% of his strength when Mo Lang was just a great soul master. As his strength increased, for every major realm he ascended, the strength of the clone increased by 10%. Now that he had advanced 5 realms, the clone had already reached 100% of his strength. More importantly, his clone possessed the same martial soul and soul ring skills as him, just lacking soul bones, which is why it could block Deming's attack. 2 brothers-in-law, 2 Mo Langs, Deming, Ming, and Xiao Wu were stunned. It was the first time they had seen Mo Lang use this skill. This is just my clone. I can maintain it for an hour when my soul power is sufficient, but now I can only sustain it for 10 minutes, which is enough, Mo Lang explained. Then why continue fighting? If I had known you were this strong, I would have surrendered earlier and avoided those hits. Ming wanted to give up, because once the slow field ended, Mo Lang's speed would not be affected, and they would still lose. Forget it. Let's not fight anymore. The Sky Blue Bull Python looked at another Mo Lang appearing. They were simply no match for him. Even though they still had trump cards in this continent, soul beasts were ultimately inferior to humans, as if cursed. Not only did they not transform into human form, but they also had to endure terrifying lightning tribulations every 1,000 years. Moreover, transforming into human form involved 3 stages, constantly worrying about being hunted by soul masters. Don't go. I'm having a great time. Mo Lang was in high spirits and was not willing to stop. This situation was like that. When you're in the zone, would you feel good if someone pulled you out? All right, Mo Lang, I know you're the best, just stop. Xiao Wu also didn't want Mo Lang to continue fighting with Deming and Ming. Even though she knew they were careful with their strikes, she was still worried sick every time they clashed. She didn't want to see anyone get hurt. Fine. With Xiao Wu saying this, Mo Lang had no choice but to stop. He then looked at Deming and said, now you believe I have the ability to protect you, right? He, brother-in-law. I believe it for a long time. It's just that big brother isn't at ease. Ming excitedly replied. Deming, don't worry. I've been so happy being with you guys during this time. If Mom knew that you and Ming had transformed as well, she would definitely be happy. Xiao Wu saw that Deming was still hesitant and held back from speaking. Besides, now I'm a soul master. I can protect you too. Deming looked at Xiao Wu with a serious expression, then glanced at the eagerly anticipating Ming, and finally turned his gaze to Mo Lang, grinning. Brother-in-law, you have to look out for me from now on. Today S11-000 Word Explosive Update is over. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 73. The Arrival of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Boom! Deming and Ming simultaneously chose to transform into human form. Their inner power surged wildly, turning into a brilliant light that enveloped their huge bodies. In this light, their figures gradually became smaller, and the brilliance thinned out. Finally, the light dissipated, revealing two naked little boys around 3 years old in front of Mo Lang and Xiao Wu. So fast it's done? Mo Lang thought it would take a long time, but unexpectedly, it didn't even take an hour. Is this the human body? It has indeed become very weak. The chubby little boy on the left looked at his body curiously and said, transforming into human form, starting everything over, just get used to it. On the right was a thin little boy with a maturity that didn't match his age, named Deming. Looking at Deming and Ming, who had turned into human forms, Mo Lang suddenly showed a mischievous grin and quickly flicked between their legs, chuckling, two little screws. This earned him resentful glances from Deming and Ming. Brother-in-law, are you that shameless? Ha ha, sorry, I couldn't help it for a moment. Montag lang smilet, and suddenly the sound of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, gaining the recognition of the transformed Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Task rewards, Thunder Starflower, Earth Golden Lotus, Thunder Starflower, a top-tier celestial item. Consuming it can improve physical constitution and grant soul power with a lightning attribute. Carrying it can conceal one's aura. Earth Golden Lotus, a top-tier celestial item. Consuming it can improve physical constitution and enhance defense and strength potential. Carrying it can conceal one's aura. After seeing the rewards, Mo Lang couldn't help but kiss the system twice. It seemed there were many hidden tasks waiting for him to discover. However, with these two top-tier celestial items, he no longer had to worry about the identities of Ming and Ming being seen through by the title Douluo. After all, the 3 gatekeepers of Shrek Academy were all titled Douluo. On the 60th day after the dean's departure, he thought of him. Yes, it had been 2 months without getting beaten. He felt uncomfortable all over. At the gate of Shrek Academy, the brothers Qianjun and Jiang Mo were chatting while drinking tea and basking in the sun, looking in the direction Mo Lang had left. Ever since they lost the last battle, the two had been working as security for a month, and Mo Lang had helped them enhance their physical strength. Although their soul power didn't increase significantly, the growth in strength was quite obvious. More importantly, their speed of soul power cultivation was much faster than before, greatly shortening the time needed to improve their soul power. Since then, they no longer wanted to return to the Spirit Hall. Feeling that being security guards here was not bad, they could occasionally enjoy Mo Lang's cooking, which was much more comfortable than the harsh training in the Spirit Hall. This kind of life was really enjoyable. A dignified 96th level Douluo, actually obsessed with external power to enhance strength. I, Sword Douluo, Chun Xin, am ashamed to be associated with you. Beside them, Sword Douluo, Chun Xin woke up from his cultivation, opened his eyes, and looked disdainfully at the brothers Qianjun and Jiang Mo. Oh, you are all here. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared at the gate. Dean, look at these 2 brothers. They completely disregard my arrangements as the security team leader. When I told them to patrol and inspect, they just lay here drinking tea and basking in the sun. I feel like they won't be getting a beating this time. Seeing that it was Mo Lang, Sword Douluo immediately stood beside him with a righteous expression, reporting like a little snitch. Ever since Sword Douluo got beaten once and tasted the sweetness of it, he had been coming Shrek Academy more diligently than ever, especially after seeing Qianjun and Jiang Mo Douluo, who might not be as good individually, but were stronger when working together, becoming security guards. He felt his position as the gatekeeper was precarious. So he came more frequently and even asked Mo Lang for the position of security team leader. Damn, Chun Xin, you are despicable. Damn, Chun Xin, can you have some dignity? Seeing Chun Xin, who had just looked down on him, suddenly changed when Mo Lang appeared, reporting on his 2 brothers. Qianjun and Jiang Mo immediately felt like they wanted to take him down. Dean, did you see? Individually, these 2 brothers are not my opponents, but when working together, they threaten me as the security team leader. Sword Douluo said with a face full of grievances. if it weren't for my relentless patrolling. How could there have been 2 months of peace? Even Ning Fengji got jealous and said I wasn't this dedicated when I was in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Old thief Chen Xian, you're spouting nonsense. I will fight you. Exactly, it was clearly my 2 brothers who stood firm, diligently guarding Shrek Academy. While you run out drinking every day, Qianjun and Jiang Mo were honest men with straightforward personalities. How could they tolerate Chen Xian slander? They were about to show their martial spirits and fight back. Enough. This time, Shrek Academy is about to set off for the Douluo Royal Academy. Let's put an end to the bed of having the 3 of you as Shrek's gatekeepers. You have worked hard these past 2 months. Mo Lang looked at the 3 titled Douluo who had surpassed 100 years old with a mix of helplessness and amusement, and said seriously, no, I refuse. I won't agree. To Mo Lang's astonishment, these 3 titled Douluo of level 96 decisively rejected his goodwill. Although my 2 brothers are not exactly good people, they have always been trustworthy. If they promised to be security guards for 2 years, they would definitely fulfill that promise. If they were to give up now, wouldn't they be betraying their word? That would make me restless. The 2 Douluo of Qianjun declared righteously. What a joke. How could I give up a method to improve my strength that allows me to freeload once a month? 2 years is even too short. I was just thinking of finding a way to extend my tenure as a security guard for a few more years. I wouldn't leave, even if I were beaten to death. The 2 brothers exchanged knowing smiles. Everything was understood without words. Bah, nonsense about betrayal and restlessness. I see you 2 are just drooling over that monthly beating. Despicable. Douluo looked at these 2 brothers with disdain, indeed. Every person who has lived to this age is shrewd. You're not despicable? I'm not despicable. I'm most loyal old sword of the Dean. Douluo said without blushing or skipping a beat. Dean, aren't you going to be the president of the Douluo Royal Academy and change its name to Shrek Academy? I would still be willing to be a security captain there. Dean, my brother and I are also willing to go. Who dares to be defiant then? My brother and I will help you beat them until they submit. Qianjun immediately added. But you are worshipped by the Spirit Hall. Isn't it inappropriate to go to the Douluo Empire? Chen Xian said with hidden meaning. What nonsense worship. My brother and I have been the most loyal security guards of Shrek Academy for these 2 years. Qianjun Douluo said boldly. It's not that he has no dignity, but Mo Lang S99 return to 1 hammer method has brought them hope. Even if they can't reach level 100 and become gods, just improving by 2 levels would be immensely beneficial. Moreover, living here is comfortable, and the geniuses and teachers of Shrek Academy greet them whenever they see them. After spending these months together, their mindset has changed a lot. It seems that the seemingly unbreakable level 97 bottleneck has loosened. This is much better than sitting in the Spirit Hall and suffering through bitter training. He, I see. I didn't expect that in your eyes. The position of worship in the Spirit Hall is not as important as being a security guard in a small academy. Today, I will teach you 2 traders a lesson on behalf of Qian Daolu. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared above Shrek Academy. When Qianjun and the 2 Douluo saw this, their expressions changed, and they blurted out, Golden Crocodile Douluo? Wishing everyone a peaceful night, safe and sound, less shelling. The struggling single author silently envies the gazes. Today, the recommended votes are too few. Perhaps the handsome guys reading my book have all found girlfriends. Enough said. I'm going to take a shower and sleep. A single-person S-bed is really cold. If you have free recommended tickets, please cast a few to comfort me. Chapter 74. Exploding the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Second update. The Golden Crocodile Douluo is the second worship of the Spirit Hall. Although his strength is not as great as the Great Worship, he has reached the strength of a level 98 title Douluo due to being older than the Great Worship. Sometimes even the Great Worship has no way to deal with him. Seeing the Golden Crocodile Douluo appear, Qianjun introduced to Mo Lang with a serious expression. The Golden Crocodile Douluo has a notoriously fiery temper. Dean, we better not provoke him. I understand. Mo Lang nodded and looked at the Golden Crocodile Douluo, saying, You little crocodile dare to claim you can teach my security a lesson? Qianjun, demon suppression. Is this what you call knowing? The sword Douluo beside them looked at the 2 brothers, Qianjun and demon suppression, with a foolish expression and said, Is this your first day here? This kid's name is Mo Lang, but he's actually just a slang term for someone who is showy and arrogant. The more you talk, the more he gets excited. The Golden Crocodile Douluo did not expect that at over 150 years old, he would still be called Little Crocodile by a teenager. He sneered. It seems you are the genius that Qian Daolu said he defeated with only 50% of his strength. I see, you're nothing special. A mere soul sage required 50% of his strength to defeat you. I think Douluo is getting worse with age. Yes, Douluo, for the sake of his reputation, only told the other elders of the Spirit Hall that he used 50% of his strength to defeat Mo Lang. The golden crocodile, Douluo, came out of seclusion out of curiosity. If he could defeat this kid with only 30% of his strength, wouldn't that prove he is stronger than Douluo? Shut up, you two useless fools. Get out of my way. Today, I'm going to prove that I can defeat this kid with only 30% of my strength. Douluo was about to persuade him. But seeing that the golden crocodile Douluo was so disrespectful, his expression darkened, especially when he saw the sword Douluo looking at him mockingly. He immediately turned sinister and cursed the golden crocodile Douluo in his heart. Stupid idiot. Just wait to get beaten. Mo Lang was also pleased. He hadn't had enough fun with the Ming and Air Ming before, and now there was someone delivered to his door. He didn't expose Douluo's little scheme. Without needing to be told by Douluo, he already knew that golden crocodile Douluo was quite strong, just right for him to practice on. He could also teach the opponent a lesson for daring to show off in front of him. Xiao Wu and the Ming Air Ming stayed away. After settling Xiao Wu and the transformed the Ming Air Ming, Mo Lang looked at golden crocodile Douluo and said, I can fight you, but I have one condition. I know, you just want to make me a bodyguard like those two useless ones, right? I agree, just don't talk so much. I'm in a hurry. Golden crocodile Douluo said impatiently. You wish. Mo Lang shook his head with a look of disdain and said, with your uselessness, you want to be my bodyguard? My condition is if we fight to the end. I didn't say we could stop. Dare to say I'm useless? You won't be able to stop even if you want to. Upon seeing Mo Lang's arrogance, golden crocodile Douluo charged at him instantly. A few minutes later, Douluo, you son of a bitch, may you die a miserable death. Hey, stop, don't hit me, I admit defeat. I haven't had enough fun yet. How can we stop? Hey, I'm a second worship of the Spirit Hall. Are you not afraid of retaliation from the Spirit Hall? Second worship, huh? I'll make you a second worship. Watching Mo Lang pound golden crocodile Douluo's head like a dog, Douluo and Zhang Mo beside them felt relieved. Brother, luckily we didn't show off back then. Yeah, otherwise we would have ended up as pig heads. But the dean is really a pervert. It's only been 3 months, and he can smash a level 98 title Douluo. If he had another year, wouldn't he be able to smash the Great Worship? Who knows, but you can't offend anyone, especially the dean. Look at how that big idiot is being hammered. He is almost unrecognizable. Should we go up and say a few words? I think that would be better. Dean, what you're doing is wrong. Qianjun gathered his courage and walked over. Golden crocodile Douluo, seeing Douluo, who had called him useless, pleading for him, was almost moved to tears. Qianjun, you truly are the most loyal among the worshippers. Dean, look, that side of his face is swollen, and this side hasn't swelled yet. It's asymmetrical, looks unharmonious. This side should be hit too. That's true. Mo Lang nodded and started hitting the other side. Qianjun, I'll fuck your grandma. At this moment, if Golden Crocodile Douluo were to ask who he wanted to kill the most, Douluo would be first, and Qianjun would definitely be second. Enough, kid. Golden Crocodile is at least an elder of our Spirit Hall. If you beat him like this, does our Spirit Hall have no face? At this time, Douluo, who was hiding nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and had to reveal himself. You old bastard. How dare you say our Spirit Hall has face? You come to trouble me every day. Do I have face? Mo Lang had long known that Douluo was hiding in the shadows, which was why he continued to beat Golden Crocodile Douluo, forcing him to come out. Otherwise, would he still be able to rest with the Spirit Hall, sending people every few days? Douluo, you scoundrel. How dare you come here? Golden Crocodile Douluo had already given up struggling, but upon seeing Douluo, he immediately shouted. Douluo glanced at Golden Crocodile Douluo. Keep hitting. Wait, great worship. I was wrong. Let this kid stop. From now on, whatever you say, I will definitely not say a second. Golden Crocodile Douluo immediately admitted defeat. All right, kid. This time consider it our Spirit Hall owes you a favor. Let him go. That's not just our Spirit Hall owes me a favor. You old bastard owe me a favor too, Mo Lang said meaningfully. How do I owe you a favor? Douluo feigned ignorance. You borrowed my hand to help you beat Golden Crocodile Douluo. Did you think I couldn't see through it? Mo Lang looked at Douluo with a half smile. As soon as Mo Lang noticed Douluo following Golden Crocodile Douluo, he felt something was off, and after Golden Crocodile Douluo said that just now, he understood why Douluo had come with him. It must be because Golden Crocodile didn't respect Douluo, so he was definitely trying to use him to take care of the problem. Hearing Mo Lang's words, Golden Crocodile Douluo also realized and immediately felt a sense of defeat. He ultimately could not outplay Douluo. Since you saw through it, why still help me? Douluo asked curiously. Of course, it's because I want to woo your granddaughter. Mo Lang muttered in his heart, but said out loud, what does it have to do with you? Anyway, you owe me a favor. Fine, consider it that I owe you a favor, but I still say the doors of a Spirit Hall will always be open to you. Douluo did not hide his admiration for Mo Lang. Brave and resourceful, he had become stronger in just 3 months. Truly worthy of being the top choice for his granddaughter's husband. Thinking of this, Douluo felt a pang of discomfort. Just the other day, he wanted to introduce a boyfriend to her, but she had rejected him for the sake of her career. Merry Christmas to everyone. Today is the 4th update. Almost 10,000 words. On this festive day, please cast a few votes, dear readers. Yesterday, there were less than 100 recommendation votes, which felt a bit disheartening, and the trolls have increased, sigh. Thank you. Chapter 75. Dai Mu buys first God-given soul ring. 3rd update. Dean, you've become stronger again. Douluo knew that Mo Lang could defeat a level 98 title Douluo 3 months ago, but he didn't expect that 3 months later, the other party could overpower Golden Crocodile Douluo. This talent was simply monstrous. Yes, even against Douluo, I have confidence that I won't be defeated, and I might even defeat him. Mo Lang nodded. If it weren't for Douluo leaving, Mo Lang would really want to drag him into another fight. You kid really are a monster. In just half a year, your strength has improved rapidly, simply a freak. Yu Xiaojiang had already come out to watch the battle, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at Mo Lang. Mo Laudi is our Shrek Academy's dean, so of course, he's a monster. Otherwise, how would he teach out Tang San and those little monsters? Flinders said proudly. Boss, who are these 2 little brats? Xiao Wu asked curiously, looking at the 2 little boys following Mo Lang. Fatty, who are you calling a little brat? I'm older than your ancestors. Erming shot Xiao Wu a glare. I'm a dignified 10,000-year-soul beast. I've lived for 10,000 years. Who are you calling a kid? Hey, with my bad temper, if I don't beat you up today, I, Xiao Wu will be called Xiao Bear. Xiao Wu not sensing any soul power fluctuations from Erming, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to hit him. Sis, he's going to hit me. Just transformed into human form. Erming had no cultivation and immediately hid behind Mo Lang upon seeing Xiao Wu about to hit him. As a result, Xiao Wu held Erming down and knocked him on the head. Erming, don't make trouble. This is Teacher Xiao. Be polite from now on. Sis-in-law. Hearing Erming call Mo Lang brother-in-law, everyone looked at Mo Lang and Xiao Wu in surprise, except for Master, Flander, and Xiao Wu who exchanged a glance of shock at Erming and Daming. In Shrek Academy, only the 3 of them knew Xiao Wu's identity, especially Xiao Wu who was the first to know that the Titan giant ape in the Stardow Great Forest was called brother-in-law by Mo Lang. He looked at the little fat boy in front of him, then at the other boy with a wise expression, and he swallowed hard, clearly having guessed the identities of these 2 kids. However, he didn't say anything. After all, Qianjun, Jiangma, and Qinshin were from other forces, and he understood the temptation of 200,000-year spirit rings very well. Well, they're Xiao Wu's 2 younger cousins, and their talent is pretty good, so I brought them back. And Mo Lang casually found an excuse to brush it off. Wow, Xiao Wu, your brother is so cute. Come here, let me give you a kiss. Ning Rongrong looked at Erming, who had just received a chestnut from Xiao Wu and had a wronged expression, and she immediately picked up Erming and kissed him on the face. Erming wanted to refuse, but after feeling the softness in front of him and the fragrance of the girl, he thought being a kid wasn't so bad after all. Hey, where are you putting your hands? As a result, Oscar saw that Erming's hand accidentally landed on Ning Rongrong's chest and immediately couldn't help but jump out. Oscar, what are you shouting about? Don't scare Xiao Wu's brother. Do you think everyone is as lewd as you? Ning Rongrong kicked Oscar away and reached out to hug Daming again. Unexpectedly, Daming dodged and coldly said, Woman, please behave yourself. Hey, I don't believe it. Seeing Daming like this, Ning Rongrong's mischievous nature came out, forcibly grabbed Daming, and kissed him on the face several times. Daming looked at Mo Lang and Xiao Wu with a face full of despair. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Oscar on the side said with a resentful expression, sigh, It's infuriating how people compare. All right, Rongrong, stop messing around. Daming isn't good at dealing with people, Xiao Wu said as she freed Daming from Ning Rongrong's clutches. Ning Rongrong let go of Daming and said, I have to say, Daming and Sanji's personalities are quite similar. They both don't care for women. They'll definitely grow up to be wooden blocks. Tang San, what did I say? Are you going to stab me in the back? Ha ha ha. All right, everyone stop messing around. Let us rest well today. Tomorrow we'll set off for Heaven Do City Mo Lang waved his hand and said, "Hey, Mo Lang, going to Heaven Do Academy might be delayed for a few days. Dai Mubai reached level 40 yesterday, and since we want to make the students at Heaven Do Academy submit, having one more spirit ring will make things much easier." At this moment, Master said, it had been more than half a year since the Shrek 7 monsters consumed the immortal grade items, and during this time, each of them had leveled up by 1 level. Dai Mubai reached level 40. Tang Sen also reached level 36, Oscar 35, Ma Hongjun 33, Zhu Zhuqing 33, and Ning Rongrong 32. Why do we have to wait a few days? We can settle it now. Mo Lang mysteriously smiled, leaving everyone puzzled. What does this mean? The crowd looked confused. Without soul beasts, how could they obtain soul rings? Could it be? Flinder, Xiao Wu, and the master all looked at De Ming and Air Ming in unison, causing the two to feel a chill run down their spines. What are you thinking? Seeing the misunderstanding, he no longer kept them in suspense and took out a black orb that shimmered with a strange light, saying, "This is a pearl given to me by my master, called the Divine Gift Soul Ring Pearl. It allows one to obtain a soul ring without hunting soul beasts. More importantly, it enables the user to acquire the most suitable soul ring for them, which is also the maximum year of soul ring they can withstand." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Does such a thing exist in this world? The master was somewhat skeptical, but was also afraid of being proven wrong. After all, he had been embarrassed by Mo Lang before and was even starting to question life. "Let's try it and see, Xiaobai, come here." Mo Lang waved to Dai Mubai, sounding like he was calling a little dog. Dai Mubai twitched his mouth, feeling both angry and helpless. However, he was also very curious about this so-called God-given soul ring pearl. Was it really as magical as Lang Gus said? "Sit still, don't move." After Dai Mubai got ready, Mo Lang whispered something in his ear, then injected his soul power to activate the God-given soul ring pearl, making it hover above Dai Mubai's head. In an instant, a white soul ring appeared above Dai Mubai's head, but as Dai Mubai exerted his strength, the white soul ring transformed into yellow, and then gradually changed to purple. This was something Mo Lang had bargained for with the system. After all, in the novel, there was such a thing as the God-given soul ring, which made it easier for him to explain that it was given by his master. As the purple color became more intense, it surprisingly started to turn black. At this moment, Dai Mubai was also under immense pressure. But the purple had not completely turned black yet. "Just a little more, Xiaobai, hold on. Your 4th soul ring has a very high chance of breaking the limit and becoming a 10,000-year soul ring," Mo Lang said at this time. He believed that after months of refining with the 9-9 return hammer method, along with Dai Mu by having consumed the rare Chirong Tontian chrysanthemum beforehand, he would be able to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, because Xiao Wu's 4th soul ring was also a 10,000-year soul ring. Thanks to Turing for the 100 reward. The boss is generous. Also, I want to know how your 17 chapter recommendation votes came about, dear immortal brother and sister. Today is the 5th update. The extra update is like a Christmas gift for readers who didn't receive gifts. Why am I so handsome and thoughtful? You can't find a girlfriend? Chapter 76. Liking you has been my long-planned affair. 4th update. Isn't it time to collect this title as a confession? At this moment, Dai Mubai had reached his limit. Blood was oozing from his entire body, and the bones inside him made crisp sounds. The pain made him unable to help but groan. "That's enough, Mo Lang. If this goes on, he will die." At this time, the master couldn't help but step forward to advise against it. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. With the Chirong Tontian chrysanthemum he consumed, plus my months of training. If he can't endure this, does he deserve to stay in Shrek Academy? However, Mo Lang ignored him and instead said something chilling. "Langu is right. If I can't endure this little pain, do I deserve to stay in Shrek Academy? More importantly, I'm not willing to give up. I said I would protect Zhu Qing." Dai Mubai shouted, turning all his pain into strength, and just as he was about to faint, the last trace of purple finally transformed into black. He, the evil white tiger Dai Mubai, broke through his limits and obtained his first 10,000-year soul ring. Mubai, just as Dai Mubai was about to faint, Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside him, was moved by his last words and immediately hugged the bloodied Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, with blood on his lips, weakly looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Zhu Qing, I know I was a jerk before, but I would give up everything for you. I love you, and I hope you can forgive me. I forgive you. I have long forgiven you. I have seen your efforts over the past few months. As long as you are okay, that's good." At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, listening to Dai Mubai's heartfelt confession, felt her heart melt. "That's good, I'm fine. Just too tired. I just need to sleep for a bit." After Dai Mubai finished speaking, he fainted. It's all your fault, Mo Lang. If you hadn't said that, he wouldn't have pushed himself so hard. Zhu Zhuqing turned and glared at Mo Lang, saying if anything happens to him, I will definitely not let you go. After saying this, she carried Dai Mu Bai back to the room. Don't worry, he is fine. He just exhausted his soul power and physical strength. If anything happens to him, I will give you my life, Mo Lang said. He didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing to have such deep feelings for Dai Mu Bai. He had good intentions, but ended up taking the blame. But it didn't matter. After this incident, Dai Mu Bai would definitely be devoted to him. After all, he hadn't fought alongside the other members of Shrek's 7 monsters, so his bond with them wasn't as deep. What he could do was help them grow stronger and give them a perfect ending. He came here to make up for the regrets of watching Douluo, right? If they misunderstood him, so be it, as long as he had a clear conscience. Lang, I believe in you. Xiao Wu noticed that Mo Lang's mood was a bit off and immediately walked over, holding his hand firmly, saying, Lango, I believe in you too. Tang Sen also walked over and stood behind Mo Lang. Boss, although what you said was indeed a bit extreme, I know it's for Xiao Dai's good. So don't feel burdened. We won't blame you. Having spent so long with Mo Lang, Xiao Wujia certainly understood his character. Yes, Zhu Qing was just concerned about Xiao Dai. That's why she said that. You are magnanimous. Don't take it to heart. Flinder also came over and said, Kid, once again you've shown me a miracle. The 4th soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. This kid's future achievements are limitless. The master looked at Mo Lang, and his eyes said it all. Lango, we understand you too. Don't feel pressured. Besides, what you said was not wrong. After consuming the immortal grade item and being tortured by you so many times, if the 3rd soul ring doesn't get a 10,000-year soul ring, what right do we have to stay in Shrek Academy? Ma Hongjun also said, Yes, Lango. I also want a 10,000-year soul ring for my 4th soul ring. You can't favor one over the other and only give Dai Lao to the God-given mixed soul ring pearl. Oscar laughed. That's right, Lango. Zhu Qing was just being overly concerned. I will help persuade her. Ning Rongrong also comforted Mo Lang. You all. Mo Lang looked at the people from Shrek Academy, thinking that his words might lead them to misunderstand, only to realize he was overthinking it. His eyes turned red. Although he seemed carefree and spoke his mind, there were some things he could only bear alone. This was also why he worked so hard. Because of certain regrets, he didn't want history to repeat itself. But at this moment, he finally felt that he was not someone from outside this world. And they were not just characters in a simple novel. They were a group of real, emotional, flesh and blood people. Deming and Erming beside him also felt the sincerity of this group and understood why Xiao Wu often mentioned them. Because they had already left a deep mark in each other's hearts. Even Jian Douluo and Qianjun Jiaoma Douluo were moved, realizing why they felt so comfortable staying at Shrek Academy. It was because this was a group of fools who valued emotions more than their own lives. But compared to living in the Spirit Hall, he felt he was even less than a fool, living like a walking corpse. And he wanted to be such a fool for once. With this thought emerging, the previously loosened bottleneck of the 97th level for Qianjun Jiangma and the others suddenly shattered. And as long as their soul power met the standard, they could easily reach the 97th level. The next day, after Mo Lang finished washing up and opened the door, he saw Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing standing at his doorstep. Lango, I'm sorry. Upon seeing Mo Lang open the door, both of them bowed at a 90-degree angle, looking apologetic, which startled Mo Lang. What are you two doing? Scaring people on my door early in the morning? Mo Lang said irritably, Lango, I'm sorry. I've heard everything from Mu Bai. I misunderstood you. You can do whatever you want to me. Zhu Zhuqing's cold face rarely showed a hint of embarrassment, and she blushed, not daring to look at Mo Lang. Then just drag me out and kill me. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing looked up at Mo Lang and found him smiling at her, realizing he was teasing her. Her face turned into a red apple as she fell into Dai Mu Bai's arms. Ha! I told you Langu is not a petty person. Dai Mu Bai looked at Mo Lang with gratitude. He didn't say thank you, but everything was understood without words. How can you still say that? If it weren't for you, would I have misunderstood Langu? Zhu Zhuqing fiercely pinched Dai Mu Bai's ear and then twisted it 180 degrees, causing him to grimace in pain as he quickly begged for mercy. Montaklang Izo smilet hapili. After yesterday's events, he had integrated into this group and no longer viewed them as NPCs from a novel. He looked at Dai Mu Bai and said, remember your promise to me. Treat Zhuqing well, or I'll break your legs. Don't worry, Langu. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. I won't say thank you too much. Just let me know if there's anything in the future. Dai Mu Bai replied sincerely, patting his chest. It turned out that everything that happened yesterday was planned by Dai Mu Bai, who had just begged Mo Lang to help him. in order to win over Zhu Zhuqing as soon as possible. Mo Lang originally thought that love should be natural and based on fate. But a single sentence from Dai Mubai awakened him. Liking you is something I planned for a long time. Zhu Zhuqing has a replacement female lead, which is definitely a surprise that will be revealed soon. Moreover, he personally doesn't want to break up Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. I personally think Dai Mubai is doing quite well. So for those who like Zhu Zhuqing, please go easy on the criticism. Additionally, I request recommendations for the 4th update. The weather is getting colder. Everyone wear more clothes. Chapter 77. Avalanche of Eternal Supporting Characters. 5th update. Here we are. This is the Tiando Royal Academy. Ning Rongrong pointed to a large mountain ahead. After half a month of long trekking, the group from Shrek Academy finally arrived in Tiando City. Since no one knew the way, they had to let Ning Rongrong lead the team. During this half month, the Shrek 7 monsters continued to follow the storyline and fought against the Fierce God team. The only difference was that Mo Lang instructed them not to use hidden weapons and to defeat the Fierce God team members with their bare hands, because their strength was already sufficient to eliminate everyone from the Fierce God team. At Mo Lang's request, even Xiao Wu personally stepped onto the battlefield. He actually felt a bit reluctant, but after Mo Lang viewed them as real people, he realized that excessive protection would only harm them. When he first met Xiao Wu, wasn't it the same? If it weren't for his appearance, Xiao Wu might have been able to escape from the ambush of those two selling soul beast meat, but she would definitely have been injured. To prevent them from showing mercy to the enemy again, Mo Lang discussed this decision with the master. Surprisingly, apart from Tang San, Xiao Wu didn't show any signs of discomfort either. But Mo Lang knew that Xiao Wu was holding on, striving to have enough strength to face everything with him. This made him even more heartbroken for Xiao Wu's strength. Rongrong, are you sure this is the place? Flinder said with a strange expression. In front of them was just a mountain. Where is the school? This mountain belongs to the Tiando Royal Academy and the forest behind it, along with the lake at the foot of the mountain on the left, are all within the academy's management area, Ning Rongrong explained. Mo Lang also took a formal look at the Tiando Royal Academy and said, Indeed, it is a good place with beautiful scenery, nestled by mountains and rivers. This is the scale that Shrek Academy should have. Mo Laudy's words were very true. Flander originally wanted to mutter a few words, but as soon as he heard Mo Lang's statement, he immediately laughed happily. Hee, a bunch of country bumpkins. What nonsense, Shrek Academy. This is Tiando Royal Academy. You have come to the wrong place. Hurry up and get lost. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, 10 students dressed in light yellow clothes, clearly from Tiando Royal Academy, approached, with the leader sneering and scolding the people from Shrek Academy. Mo Lang looked at the leader and smiled, without thinking. He knew that this person must be our Avalanche Prince. What are you smiling at? Get lost, do you hear me? Don't think you can get close to me. Avalanche looked at Mo Lang's handsome face and felt very displeased. The Shrek group gasped. This kid had completely ruined his own path. Dai Mubai, who was originally going to take action, also stopped directly. This kid really is like a birthday star hanging himself, living too long. Why provoke anyone else but Brother Lang? Slap. Mo Lang directly slapped Shui Bung away, sending him flying more than 10 meters, with a few bright white teeth mixed with blood following suit. Dare to harm others in the Tiando Royal Academy? You won't be able to leave. The others immediately charged at Mo Lang. Then let me see who can roll. Without Mo Lang saying anything, Dai Mubai was the first to rush out, with 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black soul ring lighting up, instantly knocking this group to the ground. Sigh, is this the quality of students at the Tiando Royal Academy? Not only is their character poor, but their quality is also terrible. They're simply trash. Flinder frowned as he looked at those students and said, Mo, are you sure you want us to stay here? Mo Lang smiled and said, Aren't we here to educate these trash? Only by beating them into submission can Shrek Academy establish a foothold in the Heavendo Royal Academy. Do you think Xiao San and the others can't do this? However, Mo Lang was right. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength could they have more say. Flinder wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the master. I understand. Let's kill our way through. Xiao Wujia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since Xiao Wujia obtained the dark golden Terraclaw bear, he had been looking for someone to fight. The other teachers were too weak and boring, and Flinder had been ignoring him. The few security guards at the gate were also no match for him. He had the external spirit bone, but no place to use it, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Now that he had the opportunity to fight, he was incredibly excited. As a result, Mo Lang kicked Xiao Wujia aside and said unhappily, Kill, kill, kill. That's all you know how to do. All right, Xiao Dai, stop it. Just teach him a lesson. Flender, with a face full of schadenfreude, also called to Dai Mubai. After Dai Mubai stopped, Shui Peng, with a cold glint in his eyes, said, "You dare to cause trouble at our Heaven Do Royal Academy? This is provoking the Heaven Do Empire. Just wait." Flender snorted coldly. "Nice that you put on, but unfortunately, you're just a bunch of trash. Hurry up and call your teacher out. I'll be waiting here." Just then, a man in silver athletic gear, looking to be about Flender's age, rushed down the shaded path from the hillside. "What is going on? Why is it so noisy?" "Great, Teacher's son is here. Teacher's son, you have to stand up for us. This group of people is hitting us without any reason." The group of youths scrambled to the silver-clad man, complaining. Teacher's son frowned as he looked at the students who resembled stray dogs, then turned his gaze to the group from Shrek Academy. The gaze of a teacher and a student is ultimately different. When he saw the Shrek group looking at him, his heart trembled, and he immediately felt tremendous pressure. Not to mention the hawk-nosed man, who seemed to be about his age, even the boy standing in the center of the crowd, like the North Star surrounded by the stars, made him feel immense pressure. Not to mention the three elderly men standing at the back, who were simply standing there quietly, made him feel frightened. He couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart, and hurriedly took a few steps forward, slightly bowing. "I am Sun Buyu, a teacher at Heaven Do Academy. I'm not sure what brings you all to our Heaven Do Academy." As for the matter of his students being beaten, he didn't mention it at all. Shui Peng's character was already well known. The fact that the other party didn't use lethal force indicated that they were not here to pick a fight. Flender stated their purpose, and the other party immediately understood, becoming even more respectful, exchanging a few pleasantries before leading the Shrek group into the academy. Watching the departing Shrek group, Shui Peng couldn't help but reveal a venomous glare. "Shrek Academy? What a good Shrek Academy. Just wait." Suddenly, Mo Lang turned around and gave Shui Peng a deep look, the corner of his mouth revealing a smile that was not quite a smile, making Shui Peng's heart skip a beat. However, upon thinking about the title Daw standing behind him, he glared back fiercely. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't possibly be titled Douluo, right? How could a titled Douluo come to Heaven Do Academy to earn a living? Thank you to the user with ID 5744 for the generous 100 reward. The boss is generous. The 5th update ends here. Tomorrow there will be 4 updates to start. Whether there will be a 5th update depends on tomorrow's recommendation votes. I want to break into the top 20 of the Kunlun new book list to get some bonuses. Currently, I am in 27th place. Please help me out, everyone. Chapter 78. Mo Lang vs. Heaven Do, 3 committee members. First update. After resting for a night at Heaven Do Royal Academy, Qin Ming brought Mo Lang and the others to the entrance of the committee. The 3 elderly men had already been waiting there. Mo Lang looked at the 3 individuals, and they were just as described in the novel, all wearing gentle smiles and dressed in the black and gold robes exclusive to the Spirit Hall's Douluo. Although these 3 were high-ranking members of the Tiando Royal Academy's Education Committee, the one actually in charge of the academy was Prince Xue, Avalanche's uncle. Moreover, Mo Lang had a good impression of these 3 elders from reading the novel. They were all upright individuals. Even Flanders, who had always had his criticisms, felt the importance they placed on this meeting and put away his pride, quickly quickening his pace. He placed his hands on his shoulders and slightly bowed, saying, "I am Flanders from Shrek Academy, a cat eagle martial soul, an 81st level assault Douluo. I have the honor of meeting several seniors." A flicker of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 3 elders. They hadn't expected him to be a Douluo. The elder in the center smiled even more broadly, stepping forward, exchanging pleasantries, and introducing himself and the other 2 high-ranking members of the Education Committee to the Shrek group. Flanders also hurriedly introduced the teachers from Shrek Academy, and when they learned that Xiao Wu was also an 81st level Douluo, their eyes showed another hint of surprise. They hadn't expected that there would be 2 Douluo-level teachers on the other side. Seeing the surprise in the eyes of the 3 high-ranking committee members, Flanders felt immensely pleased, but all of this was due to Mo Lang's contributions. As for Chun Xin and Qianjun Jiangmo, the 3 titled Douluo, Flanders intentionally did not elaborate much. He finally respectfully said, "Lastly, I would like to introduce the Dean of Shrek Academy to the 3 seniors." "The Dean? Aren't you the Dean?" Meng Shinji asked, puzzled, while looking at Qin Ming, who revealed a mysterious smile, making Meng Shinji even more curious as he scrutinized the Shrek group. Wanted to see who the real Dean was. Mo Lang didn't keep them in suspense, and "I am Mo Lang, the Dean of Shrek Academy. A soul sage of level 75. What? You're a soul sage of level 75? How old are you this year? After M.O. Lang's introduction, as expected, Meng Xinji by Bao Shan and Ji Lin, the three soul fighters, showed expressions of shock and looked at M.O. Lang in disbelief. 14 years old. Upon hearing this, Meng Xinji and the others were once again astonished and turned to Qin Ming knew there was no need to hide it anymore, and with a smile on his face, he said, "Three chiefs, Brother Mo is indeed the dean of Shrek Academy. When I first met him, I was even more shocked than the three of you, and I even thought he was someone who relied on family power to dominate the position of a senior at Shrek Academy." Qin Ming recounted the events of that day truthfully, including the fact that he had been beaten up without any concealment. However, this time, Meng Xinji did not show any surprise. Instead, he looked at Qin Ming with a gloomy expression and coldly said, "Qin Ming, I regarded you as an honest person, but I didn't expect you to make up such nonsense to make us pay attention to Shrek Academy. You have disappointed us greatly." Bai Baoshan also said with a cold face, "A 14-year-old soul sage can battle a title Do. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? You can leave now. Our Tiando Academy does not welcome those who deceive." Lin Ji looked at the group from Shrek with a pale face. The three chiefs were serious. Qin Ming never expected that after holding back for so long to surprise the three chiefs, it would instead backfire. M.O. Lang was also somewhat taken aback. But since the other party didn't believe him, he would take this opportunity to demonstrate his strength and gain the support of these three. "Who among you does not believe?" M.O. Lang took a step forward, his lips curling up in a confident and flamboyant manner. "Sometimes, respect doesn't mean much. True strength is what matters. If you don't believe it, I'll make you believe. If you're not convinced, I'll make you submit." He, the dean, is going to show off again. Qianjun Jiangma and Chun Xin exchanged glances, fully understanding the expression on M.O. Lang's face. "Kid, what do you mean? Do you want to challenge the three of us?" Meng Xinji frowned and looked at M.O. Lang. "Since we're already on this topic, I'll speak frankly. I didn't bring Shrek Academy here to rely on the Tiando Royal Academy, but to turn the Tiando Royal Academy into Shrek Academy." M.O. Lang said emphatically, "You're outrageous." Meng Xinji's expression turned even colder as he said, "I was thinking of letting you leave with some dignity, but you dare to utter such rebellious words. Are you provoking the authority of the Empire?" Provoking the authority of the Empire is not quite right, but along the way, the students of the Tiando Royal Academy are not only weak in strength, but also low in quality. They're simply worse than trash. If it were me, I could change them in less than a year," M.O. Lang said confidently. "You." Meng Xinji was momentarily speechless. As the chief committee member of the Tiando Royal Academy, he knew all too well that each generation of students was worse than the last. Kid, your words sound nice. But do you know that the students here are either rich or noble? We have the intention to teach, but if they don't put in the effort, what can we do? Even if it were you, would you dare to offend them?" Bai Baoshan said. "As a teacher, yet so hesitant, I finally understand why the students you've produced are so trashy yet so confident." M.O. Lang said mercilessly, "It's pointless to say more. But do you have the strength to change the Tiando Royal Academy into Shrek Academy?" Ji Lin also stepped forward and said, "Whether I have the strength, you'll find out if you try." M.O. Lang no longer concealed it. His powerful soul power suddenly erupted, and behind him, 7 shocking soul rings appeared in an astonishing combination of 4 black and 3 red. He looked at Meng Xinji and the others and said, "Don't you not believe in my strength? If I win against the 3 of you today, I hope you will join Shrek Academy." Looking at the 7 soul rings behind M.O. Lang that defied logic, Meng Xinji and the others were momentarily stunned. However, upon hearing M.O. Lang's words, the 3 exchanged glances, a glimmer of cunning flashing in their eyes, and nodded, saying, "If you can defeat the 3 of us alone, what's wrong with joining Shrek Academy?" To be honest, M.O. Lang's words struck a chord with the 3 of them. Although they were high-ranking members of the Tiando Royal Academy's committee, the one truly in charge was Prince Xuesheng. They too wanted to change the current situation, but their strength was ultimately limited. Now, M.O. Lang's appearance gave them hope. If he truly has the strength to defeat a title Douluo, what would it matter if the 3 of them joined Shrek Academy? Thanks to the generous 100 reward from Xinjia, the boss is generous. Today we start with 4 updates, and if the recommendation votes exceed 300, we'll add 1 more update tonight. That means 5 updates over 3 consecutive days with a word count explosion. I'm ready. Let us see what the readers have to say. Chapter 79, Poison Douluo de Gabo. Second update. Boom. The 3 also revealed their soul rings, all with the best configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. In an instant, the space was filled with swirling soul power, and the soul rings sparkled brilliantly. Black Demon Soul Capture. The first to attack was Meng Xinji, an 86th level control system soul Douluo with a martial soul black demon, belonging to the mental control type. In an instant, a huge black demon, with a ferocious expression, flew rapidly towards Mo Lang. Black Demon Soul Capture can reduce the opponent's soul power by 20%. A little black demon dares to be so arrogant? Red-tailed horse monkey. Appear. Mo Lang let out a cold snort, and the massive red but monkey's true form materialized, instantly opening its enormous mouth and unleashing a tremendous suction force, swallowing the flying black demon in one gulp. This was one of the soul-devouring techniques from Mo Lang's 7th soul skill. It has a natural suppression against ghost-type martial souls. The Black Demon of Dream Machine belongs to the ghost-type martial souls like the Black Mountain Old Demon, and it was instantly overwhelmed by Mo Lang. Sorry about that. Mo Lang immediately exerted force under his feet, and his whole body instantly rushed towards Dream God Machine. The first priority in battle is to deal with the control type. Although Dream God Machine was being suppressed by him, it was better to eliminate it first to prevent any surprises. To get past, you must first break my defense. Bai Baoshan saw this and immediately positioned his corpulent body in front of Mo Lang. As an 85-level soul Douluo with a defensive martial soul celestial star furnace, he was also a battle soul master. At this moment, he had already activated his martial soul true body with a massive celestial star furnace blocking in front of him. Your defense? Mo Lang sneered as the Rui Jingu Bang instantly appeared in his hand. The 5th soul skill, Shattered Sky, was activated in an instant, and with a loud bang, the enormous Tianqing furnace was sent flying like the alchemy furnace of Taishang Laojun. If Mo Lang hadn't held back, that strike wouldn't have just sent it flying. It would have smashed his Tianqing furnace to pieces. Just as Mo Lang was about to knock out Meng Xinji and Bai Baoshan, Jilin finally activated his 8th soul skill, which was also his strongest control soul skill. Boom! A massive sky blue vine began to spread from under Mo Lang's feet, and more importantly, this vine was covered in sharp barbs, which were coated in a green venom. This was the old man's strongest control skill. As long as one was entangled or pierced by the barbs, even a tidal Douluo would become incredibly weakened. Seeing his sudden attack succeed, Jilin's eyes shone with confidence. Tidal Douluo? What does a tidal Douluo even count for? Mo Lang sneered, and behind him, the Ice and Fire Dragon King unfurled its wings. The sword of ice and fire instantly condensed in his hand, and the two forces of extreme cold and extreme heat merged together, striking at the Tianqing vine as if it were a fruit-slicing game, effortlessly and pleasantly. Then, he teleported in front of Jilin, pointing the sword of ice and fire at him with his right hand, while the Rui golden cudgel extended and pointed at Bai Baoshan. And the true form of the red-bottomed monkey fixed its gaze on Dream Machine. He scanned the surroundings, raising an eyebrow. Shall we continue? Silence. A deathly silence. The three of them, Dream Machine and his companions, stared in shock at the figure before them. They never expected that their combined efforts would end in just one round. However, the more it was like this, the more joy appeared in their eyes. Dream Machine clapped his hands and praised without hesitation, "No need, young hero. You truly deserve to be the Dean of Shrek Academy, possessing such strength at such a young age. We three admit defeat." Bai Baoshan also clapped his hands and couldn't help but say, "Thank you for your mercy, young hero. Otherwise, if my martial soul shatters, I would surely suffer a backlash and be severely injured. I see no need to continue fighting. Could you please put away that sword first? I'm a bit afraid you might slip," Jilin said awkwardly, looking warily at the sword of ice and fire filled with extreme cold and extreme heat before him. "Sorry." Mo Lang saw the hostility among the three dissipate and smiled apologetically, retracting the Rui Jingu Bang, the true form of the red-bottomed horse monkey, and the sword of ice and fire, when he noticed that the giant ape, which had been staring at him and trying to devour his martial soul, had vanished. Meng Xinji immediately felt a sigh of relief. He looked at Mo Lang with admiration and said, "I initially thought that the geniuses who defeated our academy's royal battle team were a group of monsters, but I didn't expect that the young hero is the real genius." "Senior, you flatter me," Mo Lang replied politely. "Winning against the royal battle team is nothing to be proud of, just as my victory over the three of you isn't something to boast about." Hearing the first sentence, Meng Xinji thought Mo Lang was quite polite, but the latter remark left him speechless. Look, is that even human speech? However, being someone who had lived for several decades, he quickly smiled and shifted the topic, saying, "Please, everyone take a seat inside to discuss the matter of joining Shrek Academy." Soon, everyone settled down. Since there weren't many chairs, the Shrek 7 monsters, except for Xiao Wu, had a stand. But when Meng Xinji saw the other teachers from Shrek Academy giving seats to the 3 who had been silent, wearing conical hats and long robes that concealed their faces and figures, he was surprised and realized that Flander hadn't introduced them much. Therefore, he felt embarrassed to ask further. So he turned his gaze back to Mo Lang and said, "We can join Shrek Academy. But the premise is that you must change the Tiando Royal Academy to Shrek Academy." "No problem. That's exactly what I want to do. I just hope you can support it." And Mo Lang nodded. Meng Xinji sighed and said, "Our support is useless. The higher-ups of the Tiando Royal Academy's committee, as we mentioned, are not truly in charge. It is Prince Xuesheng who holds the power. If you want to take control of the Tiando Royal Academy, you must get Prince Xuesheng's consent. If you want to change the name, I'm afraid you'll also need the agreement of Emperor Xiuya." Bai Baoshan also sighed and said, "But getting Prince Xuesheng to relinquish power is no easy task. What you said earlier, we are well aware of. The Tiando Royal Academy has been declining with each passing generation. We want to change it, but without Prince Xuesheng's support, what can we do? Leave this matter to me. You don't need to worry about the rest. It's just a Prince Xuesheng. Even if Emperor Xiuya comes, I can make him change the name." Mo Lang said arrogantly, "This is a big deal about whether he can continue to take advantage of the Shrek 7 monsters. If the Snow Knight Emperor is different, then unifying the Douluo continent will start from the Tiando Empire." "He, you really have a big mouth." At this moment, a cold laugh came from outside, and 3 figures walked in. These 3 were Shui Peng, Prince Xuesheng, and Poison Douluo Dogobo. "Thank you for the 100 rewards from Rin Tingsha Rinda. The boss is generous. It was too cold yesterday, so I crawled in a bed to sleep and didn't see it, sorry. It snowed in Hunan. It hasn't snowed for years, but my hands are too frozen." Chapter 80, Dogobo's Mental Breakdown. Third update. With the appearance of the 3, Meng Xinji was stunned for a moment. He naturally recognized the 3 of them and wondered why they had come. He quickly stood up to welcome them, and Bai Baoshan and Jilin also respectfully stood up and followed. "Prince, what brings you here?" Meng Xinji stepped forward, slightly bowed, and greeted Prince Xuesheng. But whether it was him or the other 2 sold Douluos, their gaze fell on the poisoned Douluo in the green robe, because they couldn't gauge the other's depth. Prince Xuesheng sneered, "What do you mean, how did I come? My nephew was beaten at the Tiando Royal Academy. And you teachers here not only didn't step in to teach them a lesson, but instead respectfully treated the other party as a VIP. What do you expect me to do?" Hearing this, Meng Xinji frowned, looking at Shui Peng, who was staring fiercely at Mo Lang. And he immediately understood what was going on. He quickly explained, "Your Highness, there may be some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding? Chief Meng Xinji, if I knock all your teeth out, would you consider it a misunderstanding?" Prince Xuesheng narrowed his small eyes and said coldly, "Furthermore, who are they? Does Chief Meng Xinji want to cover for them committing violence?" Xiao Wu couldn't stand such sarcasm and was furious, wanted to make a move, but was forcibly held down by Flinder, who whispered in his ear, "The dean hasn't spoken. So let's just watch." Xiao Wu then stopped. Meng Xinji's expression changed. "Your Highness, you can't say that. They are outstanding soul masters from Shrek Academy. Teacher Qin is from their school. How could they possibly commit violence? Even if they didn't commit violence, Shui Peng is the 4th prince of the empire, representing the dignity of the royal family. How could he be beaten and scolded by some commoners?" Prince Xuesheng looked maliciously at the group from Shrek Academy. "What do you want to do about it?" Mo Lang stepped forward, looking at Prince Xuesheng with a smile that wasn't quite smile. "Who are you? When the adults are talking, do you little kids have the right to interrupt? Is this what Shrek Academy's education produces? No quality at all." Prince Xuesheng disdainfully glanced at Mo Lang. Behind him, the poisoned Douluo shifted his gaze from the 3 figures wearing hats to Mo Lang, then frowned, thinking this kid looked somewhat familiar. "Uncle, it's this kid who knocked my teeth out yesterday. You must stand up for me," Shui Peng said fiercely, glaring at Mo Lang. Seeing Prince Xuesheng reprimanding the prodigy Mo Lang like this, cold sweat immediately broke out on Meng Xinji's forehead as he said, "Your Highness, Brother Mo is the Dean of Shrek Academy." "Dean?" Prince Xuesheng was first surprised, then coldly laughed, being ridden on by a young brat as the dean. "I see the teachers of Shrek Academy are all useless." Smack! Mo Lang directly slapped Prince Xuesheng away. He squinted his eyes and said coldly, "You worthless piece of trash, dare to insult the teachers of my academy? So fast. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the poisoned Douluo. He knew Mo Lang was going to take action, but he couldn't keep up with the other's speed at all. At such a young age, possessing such strength. Who the hell is this kid? Why does he look so familiar to me? The three members of Dream God Machine were completely dumbfounded. They knew Mo Lang had a bad temper, but that was Prince Xuexing. You slapped him in front of everyone. This is a deadly feud. You lowly commoner dare to hit me? Do you believe I will have your entire family buried with you? Prince Xuexing said, covering his face and looking at Mo Lang with resentment. Do you believe I would dare to kill you? Mo Lang hates being threatened by others. And a murderous intent surged towards the opponent like a raging tide. No one has ever killed him in front of Douluo. Kid, your strength is not bad. But aren't you a bit too arrogant? The poisoned Douluo had been trying to remember who the other party was, but since he was invited to protect Prince Xuexing, he certainly couldn't let Mo Lang take action. Douluo, could it be that the senior is the titled Douluo, poisoned Douluo? Hearing Douluo introduce himself, Meng Xinji and the others were shocked. This was a titled Douluo. No wonder they couldn't see through his depth. However, when they looked at the Shrek Academy crowd, they found that their faces were calm, even a bit amused. This puzzled Meng Xinji and the others. The opponent was a titled Douluo. Even if you weren't surprised, you shouldn't be laughing, right? Ha ha, I really can't hold it in anymore. Someone actually said in front of the principal that there are people the principal can't kill. Ha, that's too funny. Chun Xn, who was wearing a bamboo hat, couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. The Qianjun Jiaomao also held back a laugh, but they were from the Spirit Hall and couldn't expose their identities. So they didn't laugh out loud. A mere poison Douluo dares to show off in front of my principal. That's like looking for death. How dare the one who hides his head and shows his tail laugh? The poisoned Douluo squinted his eyes, and the momentum of the titled Douluo suddenly surged towards Chun Xin. As soon as he entered, he had noticed the three people wearing bamboo hats. Douluo, I see you've been arrogant in the Tiando Empire for too long. Others may fear you, but I don't. Chun Xin sneered, and as he removed his bamboo hat, a surge of sword energy cut through Douluo's momentum completely. Sword energy? You are actually Sword Douluo, Chun Xin. Douluo felt the overwhelming and sharp sword energy and looked at the other party's face, revealing a look of horror in his eyes. No wonder he couldn't see through the other party. He didn't expect that the opponent was the 96th level title Douluo, Sword Douluo, Chun Xin. Indeed, that is me. Do you want to exchange a few moves? Chun Xin openly admitted his identity, looking at Douluo with a half-smile. My god, what day is it today? Two titled Douluos have appeared. Meng Xinji and the others were dumbfounded. They never expected that one of the three wearing bamboo hats would actually be Sword Douluo. Could the other two also be titled Douluos? Xuebeng and Prince Xuexing were equally stunned. Damn it, have I kicked a metal plate? But thinking about the good relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Empire, even if it's Sword Douluo, he wouldn't dare to kill me. So they let go of their worries. Douluo fell silent. He knew he was certainly not a match for this so-called strongest title Douluo in attack. He frowned and asked, aren't you from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? How come you're here? Could it be that these two are Bone Douluo and Sect Master Ning? They were certainly not Ning Fengji and the old thief Bone. Chun Xin looked at Mo Lang and said, I am here because I lost to the principal in battle and promised him to be a security guard at Shrek Academy for 2 years. You lost to this kid? How is that possible? Hearing Chun Xion's words, Douluo looked at Mo Lang in shock, and then it seemed he remembered something. Staring intently at Mo Lang, his face filled with horror, and blurted out, are you the peak mysterious Douluo who fought against two great bone dragons half a year ago? Thanks to touring for the 100 again. The boss is generous. Writing is too cold, but since I promised the brothers 4 updates for this meal, I will never go back on my word. Today's recommendation votes are a bit weak. I found out that the new book list can only stay for 30 days, and the exposure has decreased. It's frustrating. Brothers with recommendation votes, please help. The Kunlu new book list is already at 25th place, just 5 places away. I'm a bit unwilling. Charge, charge, charge. Chapter 81. Xuebeng's mentality breaks down. The Snow Knight Emperor personally arrives. 4th update. Hearing Douluo's words, everyone except the Shrek Academy crowd looked in shock at the boy who was under 15 years old. Mo Lang frowned and stared at Douluo, asking, were you present at that time? The reason for this question was that Mo Lang had been fully focused on battling the 2 Dragon Kings and had not noticed Douluo at all. Upon hearing Mo Lang's words, Douluo immediately knelt on one knee, a layer of cold sweat appearing on his back. I was blind and failed to recognize you at first. Please forgive me, my lord. Even Douluo, who was usually slow-witted, understood the stakes involved. A peak title Douluo was someone whom even the Tiando Empire would not dare to offend. He had just spoken disrespectfully, and the other party could easily kill him without breaking a sweat. Moreover, the usually proud Swordlaw was willing to serve as a security guard under this person, which spoke volumes. At this moment, he regretted it deeply, feeling incredibly unlucky. Similarly, Prince Xuesheng was also filled with regret, glaring fiercely at the already distraught Shui Beng beside him. This foolish relative had chosen to provoke someone who was a mysterious peak title Douluo, whom his brother had said to befriend at all costs. That slap was completely unwarranted. Shui Beng's mindset was crumbling. He never expected to provoke a peak title Douluo. He knew he was completely finished and had burned all his bridges. Little Do, you need to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, you might not be so lucky next time. Let's just let this one go. Mo Lang had a good impression of Douluo. Since he had taken over the ice and fire duality eyes, he didn't plan to teach him a lesson after seeing him so humble. Instead, he turned his attention to Prince Xuesheng beside him. Were you the one who just said my whole family should accompany me to the grave? I dare not. I dare not. I just made a mistake earlier and didn't expect to offend you. My apologies, my apologies. Seeing that the poisoned Douluo had already backed down, Prince Xuesheng realized that if he didn't know better, it wouldn't just end with a slap. He immediately slapped himself in the face. Mo Lang let Prince Xuesheng slap himself as he turned to look at the pale-faced Xuebeng and said, "Do you want me to call your father over to make a decision?" No, no need. Xuebeng wasn't a fool. He was just pretending to be a playboy to save his own skin. He knew that if his father came, the outcome would only be worse. He learned from Prince Xuesheng and started slapping himself as well. For a moment, the entire room was filled with the sound of two people slapping themselves, the smack echoing continuously. Seeing the once proud Prince Xuesheng now slapping himself, a complicated expression arose in everyone's hearts. However, they felt no pity because they knew that if Mo Lang weren't there, if Mo Lang didn't have such powerful strength, their fate might have been even worse. All of this was brought about by absolute power. Brother Mo? No. Director Mo? Prince Xuesheng also realized he was wrong. How about we just let this matter go? After all, the Tiando Royal Academy is still under his control, and changing the Tiando Royal Academy still requires his input. Dream Machine knew it was time for him to come out and play the bad cop. Mo Lang saw that the faces of the two were swollen like pig heads. So he nodded and said, "That's enough. Stop there. From now on, the Tiando Royal Academy will be under my management. Do you have any objections?" No objections, no objections. Prince Xuesheng quickly shook his head. Do you have any objections to renaming the Tiando Royal Academy to Shrek Academy? Montaklan Uskit. He had no objections. But I have objections. At that moment, a voice full of authority sounded from outside the door. An elderly man dressed in a golden-red long robe, wearing a crown adorned with gold and diamonds, with a face like an ancient moon, entered. He appeared slightly older than Prince Xuesheng, but there were some similarities between them. The old man seemed somewhat aged, but as he walked, he moved with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, his posture upright, clearly in good health, giving a sense of being robust despite his age. More importantly, the aura exuding from the old man, emanating from deep within, was the regal presence that only those in high positions possess, making his identity unmistakable. He was none other than the supreme ruler of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Xie. Upon seeing Emperor Xie arrive, Meng Xinji and the others quickly stood up again and bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to Emperor Xie. There is no need for such formalities. The three of you have nurtured countless talents for the empire. In my heart, I have long regarded you as brothers. So where is the distinction between ruler and subjects?" Emperor Xie smiled kindly, and his words immediately made the lingering awkwardness between Meng Xinji and Prince Xuesheng dissipate into thin air, even revealing a hint of emotion in their eyes. After calming Meng Xinji and the others, Emperor Xie scanned the Shrek crowd and smiled, saying, "I have long heard that Shrek Academy is teeming with talents. Today, seeing it for myself, it truly is a place of exceptional individuals. Not only are the teachers here impressive, but the students they have taught are also outstanding." Seeing Emperor Xie being so courteous, Flinder and the others quickly bowed and exchanged polite words, feeling a bit more favorable towards Emperor Xie. When Emperor Xie saw the Sword Douluo, he was also somewhat surprised. His spies had not mentioned that the Sword Douluo would be here. However, he still greeted him warmly, saying, "Sword Douluo, a long time no see. Why hasn't T-Sec Master Ning come?" "He didn't come. I am here for some personal matters." Chun Xin replied politely to the courteous Emperor Xie. Emperor Xia nodded meaningfully and finally turned his gaze to Mo Lang, still smiling as he praised. Since I heard about your appearance half a year ago, I have long been looking forward to meeting you. Now that we meet, it truly is a case of heroes emerging from youth. Your youth has indeed surprised me. However, he did not mention what Mo Lang had said earlier. Seeing the scene, Mo Lang sighed inwardly. The emotional intelligence of someone who could sit in the position of the emperor of this empire was indeed not something someone like Prince Xuexing could compare to. He just didn't expect Emperor Xue yet to come. However, even if he hadn't come, he would have sought him out. Mo Lang did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "Do you disagree with what I just said?" His Highness is indeed straightforward and exceptionally generous. The Snowy Knight Emperor smiled and said, "The Royal Academy of Tiandu is the facade of my Tiandu Empire. If I were to hand it over to you so easily, it would inevitably make everyone on the continent think that my Tiandu Empire is a soft persimmon and everyone would want to come and squeeze it. So what do you plan to do?" Mo Lang knew that since the Snow Knight Emperor spoke like this, there was still room for negotiation. Although he didn't mind toppling the Tiandu Empire, the cost would undoubtedly be very high and not worth it. The Snow Knight Emperor also understood that the other party was willing to negotiate, and he immediately felt relieved, smiling and saying, "If your majesty wants to become the president of the Tiandu Royal Academy, or even change its name to Shrek Academy, I have no problem with that. As long as your majesty agrees to my 3 conditions, I can even give you the national treasure, the Hanhai Qian Kuan Protector. Thanks to the 2 great leaders, Xinjie and Shunshin, for their 100 rewards. The boss is generous. Today there are 4 updates, and my hands are frozen numb. I bought a small heater, but I don't know when it will arrive. It's really too cold with the snow." Chapter 82. The Snow Knight Emperor wants to become sworn brothers with me. The Big Brother aura is upgraded. 5th update. Hanhai Qian Kuan Protector. Mo Lang felt a stir in his heart. He didn't expect that the Snow Knight Emperor would voluntarily offer such a precious thing without him saying anything, which made him feel quite embarrassed. However, he did not agree immediately. Since the other party dared to give away such a valuable item so freely, it proved that the conditions he was about to propose would definitely not be simple. After pondering for a while, Mo Lang said, "Go ahead." The Snow Knight Emperor noticed Mo Lang's expression, smiled, and said, "Your Highness, rest assured, these 3 conditions are definitely not difficult. The first condition is that I hope the Tiandu Royal Academy, after changing its name in the future, will still cultivate excellent soul masters for my Tiandu Empire." Mo Lang replied, "I can agree to this. Since I have become the principal, I will take on the corresponding responsibilities. But all teaching methods must be based on our Shrek Academy." Montak Lang noted. He believed that as long as the students who graduated from Shrek Academy went anywhere, their hearts would always belong to Shrek Academy. If not, what would it matter if they were thrown to the Heaven-Do Empire? The second condition was not difficult either. I hope that if the Heaven-Do Empire is in trouble, your majesty can lend a helping hand 3 times to help the Heaven-Do Empire through the difficulties. No problem. Mo Lang decisively agreed. For the third condition, I hope your majesty can forgive my son and foolish brother for their earlier disrespect. The Snowy Knight Emperor proposed a third condition that caught Mo Lang off guard. This made Mo Lang regard him with a higher opinion. He had always been a person who valued relationships. Therefore, whether the other party was speaking from the heart or using imperial tactics, the Snowy Knight Emperor was enough to earn his recognition. He looked at the Snowy Knight Emperor and said, "I agree to your third condition, and I will even give you one for free, as long as you don't engage in any duplicity. I will ensure the prosperity of the Tiandu Empire." The Snowy Knight Emperor suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing a look of surprise. The fact that the other party voluntarily agreed to something was worth more than him proposing more conditions. He never expected that his third condition would win the other party's goodwill. He immediately said, "Your Majesty, your magnanimity is the greatest I have ever seen. If you don't mind, I would like to become sworn brothers with you, standing equal in the Tiandu Empire from now on." As soon as these words were spoken, not only were the others present stunned, but even Mo Lang looked at the Snowy Knight Emperor with a strange expression. Damn it! He couldn't successfully become sworn brothers with Tang Hao, but this Snowy Knight Emperor wanted to become sworn brothers with him. What kind of situation was this? There was no need for sworn brotherhood, but I will definitely fulfill what I promised you. Mo Lang declined the Snowy Knight Emperor's request for sworn brotherhood. What kind of joke was this? When it came time for the oath, what would he say? Not asking to be born on the same day, but hoping to die on the same day. What would he use to respond to that? The Snowy Knight Emperor awkwardly smiled, realizing he had been too abrupt. He quickly changed the topic. Your Majesty has traveled a long way, and I haven't held a welcome banquet for you. How about we arrange something in the palace today? We can also announce that Your Majesty will henceforth be the president of the Tiando Royal Academy, and a renaming of the academy. Mo Lang originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought about seeing Qian Ruxua, who was disguised as Shui Qinghe, he nodded in agreement, also wanting to taste the delicious food and wine of the palace. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the side quest to strengthen Shrek Academy, take over and become the president of the Royal Academy, and rename the Royal Academy to Shrek Academy. Ding! Quest completion reward. Big Brother Aura upgraded to Big Brother Big Aura. It was at this moment that the system's voice sounded again, reminding Mo Lang that he had completed the side quest. Big Brother Big Aura. Mo Lang's heart stirred, and he excitedly clicked on the introduction of the Big Brother Halo. Big Brother Halo. In addition to retaining the soul power boost of the Big Brother Halo, each member of the Shrek 7 monsters can choose to absorb a soul ring of any corresponding year after absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, allowing the host to increase the same year. Wow! After reading the introduction of the Big Brother Halo, Mo Lang exclaimed in surprise. This system is really letting him take advantage of the Shrek 7 monsters. It is known that he now has the God-given soul ring device, coupled with the 9-9 returns hammer method to enhance the physical qualities of the Shrek 7 monsters, allowing almost each of them to have a 10,000-year soul ring for their 4th soul ring. This means that the 7 of them can directly increase their soul ring years by 70,000 years. Doesn't that mean that given time, he can also elevate his first 4 soul rings to 10,000-year soul rings? In that case, not only can the power of his first 4 soul skills be enhanced, but he can also gain an additional 10,000-year soul skill. More importantly, as the corresponding years of the soul rings are increased, his soul power will also rise. With this in mind, Mo Lang felt that this white-picking system was simply amazing. Indeed, taking advantage of the system is the best. Thinking of this, Mo Lang turned to Tang San and the others and said, I've already taken down the Tiando Royal Academy for you. If any of you doesn't have a 10,000-year soul ring for your 4th soul ring, don't blame me for being rude. Upon hearing this, Meng Xinji and the others looked at Mo Lang as if he were a monster. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? The maximum limit for the 4th soul ring is 5,000 years. Are you trying to kill these little geniuses by making them absorb 10,000-year soul rings? Even Shui Yi, who had just taken half a step out the door, turned back with a look of astonishment at Mo Lang and the Shrek 7 monsters. What is going on? The 4th soul ring needs to be a 10,000-year soul ring? Don't worry, Brother Lang. If our 4th soul rings aren't 10,000-year soul rings, we wouldn't have the face to stay in Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun said first. Exactly. If our 4th soul rings aren't 10,000-year soul rings, we don't know how Boss Dai will mock us. We want to give him that chance. Oscar also said earnestly. Brother Lang, I will never embarrass you. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. If they can do it, so can we. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also had confident glimmers in their eyes, even though they were girls, who said women are inferior to men. That's right. You all need to remember that Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. Since you represent Shrek Academy, you must make the students of Tiando Royal Academy bow down in respect. Mo Lang glanced at the Shrek 7 monsters and then looked at the teachers of Shrek Academy. You teachers should set an example too. Look at Xiao Meng and the others. They're already over level 80 Soul Douluo, and you just reached Soul Douluo, with some even being Soul Emperors. Isn't that embarrassing? Meng Xinji and the others initially didn't know who Xiao Meng was referring to, but when they saw the teachers of Shrek Academy glaring at the 3 of them like wolves, they understood. Xiao Meng was talking about them, which made them feel a bit amused and helpless. At their age of nearly 90, being called Xiao Meng by a teenager was quite disheartening. However, when they heard Mo Lang's next words, they couldn't laugh anymore and even felt ashamed to the point of wanting to cry. Look, are you speaking human language? How old are they? Achieving Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, and Soul Douluo is enough to surpass 90% of Soul Masters. Okay? We are the ones who should be embarrassed. Feeling down. Wait, did I just hear that someone among them has a 10,000-year soul ring? The Snow Knight Emperor couldn't help but ask curiously. Meng Xinji and the others also looked over with curiosity. Thank you to the generous 588 donation from the Great God who brought back memories. Thank you to the Great God Xinjia for the 100 donation. Wishing both bosses a hard day and a new groom every night. Thanks. Since the fire is not burning, I'm adding an extra chapter. Tomorrow, it will return to the normal 2 updates. The weather is cold, so please understand. After all, Even the cattle in the production team are not as diligent as I am. Nearly 200,000 words in a month is not much, but it's definitely not little, considering that generally 200,000 words would require a subscription fee. But this book is free, so everyone can read it without any cost. Just give a few free recommendation votes, and thank you all for your support. Chapter 83. A huge reform in the Soul Master world. Yes, what's so strange about that? Mo Lang asked in confusion. Isn't the limit for the fourth soul ring 5,000 years? How can they absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Aren't they afraid of bursting their bodies? After Dream Machine finished asking, he looked at the master. The master was known as a master in the Soul Master community because he researched this very topic. When a master saw Dream Machine looking at him, he felt overwhelmed, but he had long prepared a response. He cleared his throat and said, because soul masters focus on cultivating their soul power and neglect the training of their physical bodies. There is a limit to the years of absorption. I also overlooked this point until I encountered this kid, Mo Lang. He taught me a lesson with his monstrous physique and mutated soul power. A soul master should prioritize soul power while supporting it with physical strength, so that they can absorb soul rings that exceed the normal limits. I call such soul masters physical soul masters. This is the true method of cultivation for soul masters. Due to insufficient data, I haven't announced this news in the soul master community yet. However, the appearance of these few has given me hope. After the master finished speaking, he looked at Dai Mubai and said, Xiao Dai, show your fourth soul ring to the 3 committee members. Yes. Dai Mubai nodded, and immediately, 4 soul rings appeared behind him. 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. When the 4th black soul ring appeared, Dream Machine, the Snow Knight Emperor, and Dugu Bo all showed expressions of shock. The 4th soul ring can really absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. This is incredible. If what the master said is true, it will be a huge reform in the soul master community. More importantly, if it is implemented first at the Tiando Royal Academy, the future of the Tiando Empire is unimaginable. The Snow Knight Emperor knew he had truly struck gold this time, and he was determined to do whatever it takes to keep this group from Shrek Academy. Even if he couldn't keep them, he wanted to befriend them. Not to mention just Mo Lang alone. Once these students from Shrek grow up, they are all geniuses who could influence the outcome of a great war. All right, it's been a while since I've beaten you all, so let's have a good fight today to avoid losing face. Mo Lang saw that the students and teachers of Shrek Academy were all energized by what he said and decided to give them a beating in the afternoon to improve their strength. Hearing this, Meng Xinji and the other 2 looked at the teachers of Shrek with sympathetic eyes. How pitiful. They're going to be beaten. Wait a minute. What else with the expectant looks on your faces? Dean, it's been a long time since we've been beaten. Why not give us a few hits today? Yes. Dean, the 2 of us have broken through our bottleneck. Maybe we can break through today. Qian Jun, the demon slayer Douluo, immediately stood up excitedly and said as soon as he heard they were going to be beaten, What, you 2 old fellows are going to break through? Hearing this, the sword Douluo couldn't sit still. He and Qian Jun were still both 96th level title Douluo. If the 2 brothers broke through, his position as the security captain would be at risk. He immediately said, Dean, you can't be biased. If they break through, they definitely won't take me. The security captain, seriously anymore, and it would be troublesome to manage. How about you beat me a few more times? Meng Xinji, by Baoshan, Jilin, Snow Knight Emperor, Dugabo, Avalanche, and Snowstar Prince. The 7 of them were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Sir Douluo, a dignified title Douluo are eager to get beaten, and saying you want to be beaten a few more times? Is this still the proud and arrogant sword Douluo? I'm dumbfounded. Then let us all get beaten together. I'll be going out again soon, and I don't know when I'll be back. Mo Lang saw that the side quest was also completed, and he could go to the City of Slaughter to gain the Slaughter Domain. After all, the power of the domain is still very strong. He didn't know if he could comprehend a domain of his own when he reached level 90, or if he would receive a domain reward when he whitewashed Tang San. By the way, do you 3 want to get beaten together? Mo Lang thought of Meng Xinji and the other 2 who had joined Shrek Academy, and he simply decided to help them improve as well. Upon hearing this, Meng Xinji and the other 2 recalled their previous battles with Mo Lang and then looked at Avalanche and Snow Knight Prince, whose faces were swollen like pig heads. They immediately shook their heads like rattles. No need, no need. We're all old, so let us not go through this again. What kind of joke is this? Only a fool would want to get beaten. After Mo Lang finished beating the group from Shrek Academy and the Sword Douluo trio, unexpectedly, Qian Jun, the Demon Slayer Da, broke through as a result. It seemed that the others also gained huge benefits afterward. Meng Xinji and the other two exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes, and immediately took off their shirts, looking at Mo Lang with flattering expressions. Dean, please beat us too. Didn't you say you were too old? Who said that? I am still a vigorous youth, full of blood and energy. No matter how the Dean tortures me, I can withstand 100 punches. So can we. Meng Xinji and the other two said confidently. A chance to improve strength for free? Only a fool would refuse. It seems they had long forgotten their previous words about fools wanting to get beaten. That Mo Dean, I feel I am still strong. The Snow Knight Emperor also realized that this beating was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Avalanche and Snow Knight Prince were feeling depressed. Why is it that they got beaten and not only didn't he get hurt, but also gained improvements, while we ended up like pig heads? We are not satisfied. Can you beat us one more time? Dugabo also looked enviously, wondering if Shrek Academy was still recruiting security. He should find an opportunity to ask Sword Douluo. In the Heavendo Empire, the prince's palace, a man in black knelt before Xue Qinghe, lowering his head respectfully and said, "Report to His Highness the Prince. It seems that the mysterious title Douluo who appeared in the Sunset Forest half a year ago has shown up at the Heavendo Royal Academy. The Snow Knight Emperor has already gone to the Heavendo Royal Academy. Do you wish to go, Your Highness?" What did you say? While painting, Xue Qinghe suddenly dropped the brush in his hand and looked up at the man in black. Then he realized he had lost his composure, and his face immediately returned to calm as he asked, "Are you sure it is that mysterious title Douluo?" Replying to Your Highness, my subordinate confirmed that it is indeed that title Douluo, whose martial soul is a stick and can summon a giant demon ape, and even looks exactly like the one you painted. All right, you may leave. Listening to the report from the scout, Xue Qinghe waved his hand, signaling for the scout to leave. When everyone had exited, he revealed a complex expression, gazing at the painting on his desk. The figure in the painting was none other than Mo Lang from half a year ago. Half a year, you finally appeared. Do you really not remember what happened in that cave? Xue Qinghe looked at Mo Lang's portrait, murmuring to himself. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Xue Qinghe was reminiscing, there was a knock on the door, and he immediately regained his composure, coldly saying, "Come in." A maid walked in and bowed, saying, "Report to Your Highness. His Majesty is hosting distinguished guests tonight, and hopes Your Highness will prepare for it." "All right, I understand. I will definitely be there." Xue Qinghe nodded, and after the maid left, he furrowed his brows again, gazing at the painting on the desk, murmuring, "Have you joined the Heavendo Empire?" Chapter 84. Vast Sea and Universe Shield. After taking a break in the afternoon, Mo Lang brought the people from Shrek Academy to the palace. They found that the Snow Knight Emperor and his entourage had been waiting at the palace gate for a long time, and among them was Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After some pleasantries, they were led to the banquet. Once everyone was seated, the Snow Knight Emperor ordered the dishes to be served, and immediately, rare delicacies were brought out, making the Shrek Academy crowd overwhelmed and dazzled. Even Mo Lang couldn't help but click his tongue. This treatment was comparable to a national banquet in his previous life. However, thinking about it, this was indeed a national banquet. I wonder if these dishes suit Mo Dean's taste? The Snow Knight Emperor asked politely. Quite good. The culinary skills are top-notch. After tasting a few bites, Mo Lang nodded. As an excellent graduate of New Oriental, he couldn't point out any flaws, as long as Mo Dean enjoys it. After being beaten by Mo Lang in the afternoon, the Snow Knight Emperor immediately realized how those students from Shrek Academy could withstand the power of the 10,000-year soul rings. All of this, besides their hard work and cultivation, was largely due to the remarkable skills that Mo Lang had honed. If he could keep Mo Lang around, he might even hope to break through to Soul Douluo. By the way, I forgot to introduce you to Mo Dean. This is my son Xue Qinghe and my daughter Xue Ku, both students of the Heavendo Royal Academy. I hope Mo Dean will take care of them in the future. The Snow Knight Emperor introduced Xue Qinghe and Xue Ku, who were sitting next to him, to Montaklang. At this moment, Mo Lang was just serving some dishes to Xiao Wu, and Xue Qinghe happened to see this scene, causing him to squeeze the spoon in his hand until it twisted, coldly glancing at Xiao Wu. Mo Lang suddenly shivered, feeling a surge of killing intent. When he realized that the source of the killing intent was actually Qian Renxue, who was disguised as Xue Qinghe, he was somewhat puzzled. What was going on? It seemed like this was the first time he had met her, right? Could it be that she had fallen for him at first sight? Was she jealous of him giving Xiao Wu food? Sigh. This damn charm of mine has no place to go. To easily win over Qian Renxue on the first meeting. Mo Lang coughed lightly and immediately reached out his hand to Xue Qinghe and Xue Ku, saying a pun. Nice to meet you. Hope to have your guidance in the future. Hello. Shueka looked at Mo Lang's handsome face. Her little face turned red all of a sudden. But knowing that he seemed to like someone else, a hint of melancholy flashed in her eyes as she extended her fair little hand to shake hands with Mo Lang. Mo Lang originally wanted to read Shueka's palm, but seeing Xiao Wu's watchful gaze, he gave up this friendly idea. Hello, Dean Mo. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Qian Rinxua said, looking at Mo Lang's familiar yet strange face, suppressing her emotions and regaining her usual calm, with a faint smile on her lips. However, when she noticed that Mo Lang was still holding her hand, her heart stirred. Could it be that he recognized her? Unexpectedly, Mo Lang took Shui Qinghe's soft and tender little hand and said, Little Shui, I see ominous signs in your brows, and your forehead is dark. Bad things have been happening recently. Coincidentally, I can read palms. Since you're a little Shui Ye's son, let me take a look at your palm and see if we can turn misfortune into good fortune. As he said this, Mo Lang glanced at Xiao Wu and, finding her unaffected, secretly rejoiced. Now, only he knew that Shui Qinghe was Qian Rinxua in disguise. Xiao Wu certainly didn't know that the other party was a woman, and she couldn't find any fault in his words. Listening to Mo Lang, Qian Rinxua's anxious heart relaxed again. Dean Mo is joking. I have nothing going on, Qian Rinxua said with an awkward smile, pulling her hand away from Mo Lang's grip. But in that moment of withdrawal, she felt a vague sense of loss, even reminiscing about the warm and gentle palm. Thinking of this, she glanced at Xiao Wu, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. How happy it must be to be liked by the person you love, unlike herself, who was born a mistake. With this thought, a trace of sadness added to Qian Rinxua's eyes. If that's the case, if you have any problems, come to me, and I will definitely help you solve them. I find you quite agreeable. Mo Lang chuckled and didn't continue eating Qian Rinxua's tofu. Xiao Wu leaned over and whispered in Mo Lang's ear, Lang, why does that third prince look at me with such strange eyes? Maybe he thinks you're pretty and cute. Mo Lang teased Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu felt a sweetness in her heart. No girl dislikes compliments from someone she likes. However, she shot Mo Lang a glare and said, It's not that kind of look. It's like he's both jealous and envious, with a hint of sadness. Mo Lang was a bit curious and turned to look at Qian Rinxua, only to find her smiling slightly at him, her expression quite normal. Xiao Wu, did you see it wrong? Shui Qinghe's eyes seemed pretty normal, he said. Xiao Wu, watching Shui Qinghe chatting and laughing with everyone, a gentleman with a gentle demeanor, also furrowed her brows and murmured, That's strange. Could I really have seen it wrong? For some reason, her intuition told her that there would definitely be significant entanglements between her and him in the future. But she didn't know why she had this intuition. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the Snow Knight Emperor had someone bring in a brocade tray that was covered with a layer of red cloth, with something bulging underneath it, though it was unclear what it was. The Snow Knight Emperor took the brocade tray and came before Mo Lang, unveiling the red cloth in front of everyone, instantly enveloping the entire banquet hall in a strong, radiant light. Mo Lang's heart stirred, clearly recognizing that the palm-sized blue crystal, shaped like a sapphire, was the Han-Hai Qiankunjia, also known as the Heart of the Sea God, which held the legacy of the Sea God. As soon as this item appeared, everyone present showed curiosity. Something that could emit such a treasure-like glow was certainly not an ordinary item. Ning Fengji also expressed envy. He had learned about the events of the morning from Jian Douluo, so he rushed over immediately, but didn't expect that the Snow Knight Emperor would take out this item to give to Mo Lang. This was the national treasure of the empire. After a brief introduction from the Snow Knight Emperor, there was no trace of pain in his eyes, clearly indicating that in his view, Mo Lang's value had already surpassed that of this national treasure. I understand now, little Snow Knight. Mo Lang lightly nodded, already knowing what this was. There was no surprise on his face as he took the Han-Hai Qiankuan cover and stored it in his void ring. He knew that the cover contained a trace of the sea god's remnant soul, and it wasn't convenient to check it now. He would see if he could find the sea god to chat with when he got back. Seeing Mo Lang's calm demeanor, the Snow Knight Emperor couldn't help but admire him even more. Even in the presence of a precious treasure, he remained unfazed, clearly indicating that the other party's background was extraordinary. Then, in front of everyone, the Snow Knight Emperor announced to the world that from today on, Mo Lang would be the president of the Tiando Royal Academy, on equal footing with him, and the Tiando Royal Academy would officially be renamed Shrek Academy. As soon as this news came out, it caused quite a stir across the continent. Among them, a woman from the Lamba Academy, looking to be in her 30s with a voluptuous figure, became stiff upon hearing the news, and the watering can in her hand fell to the ground. Thanks to the generous tip from the great author Xinga. The boss is generous. Brothers who enjoy reading on QQ, if it's not too much trouble, please give a 5-star review. If the rating reaches 7, 5, an extra chapter will be added. If it reaches 8, 5, 2 extra chapters. If it reaches 9, 5, 3 extra chapters. I'll do my best to add more chapters for you. Just give a 5-star rating with your prosperous fingers. Thank you all. Chapter 85. Fooling the Sea God Poseidon. Do you believe I am the creator god? Alang, are you leaving again? That night, Xiao Wu leaned against Mo Lang's chest, feeling a bit sad as she recalled what he had said during the day. Hearing her words, Mo Lang's heart softened. He indeed wanted to go to the city of slaughter to obtain the killing field, but seeing Xiao Wu's sad expression made him hesitate. Had he spent too little time with her? Even during their time in the Star Do Great Forest, he had mostly been cultivating, which had led Xiao Wu to start studying cooking. After thinking for a moment, he realized that there was still a year and a half before the Soul Master competition began, and it would be nearly 2 years before Tang Sen won the championship. A year should be enough for him to go to the city of slaughter, and besides, his strength was now sufficient to protect Xiao Wu and the others. It was time to give himself a break, to rest for half a year and properly accompany Xiao Wu, while also enjoying some of his little wife's affection, which would be quite pleasant. Tang San and the others were also about to break through level 40, so he could take this half year to supervise Tang San's training. As for the Hanhai Chinquan cover, he would study it first. After all, with the Rui Jingu Bang and the Pangu axe in his possession, he was not interested in inheriting anyone's divine position. If he were to become a god, he would want to be a unique one. After making his plans, Mo Lang looked affectionately at Xiao Wu and said, I'm not leaving. I haven't spent enough time with you lately. Tomorrow, I'll take you shopping and buy you new clothes and a bag. Yay, I knew you were the best, Alang. Mo Lang is going to leave, and Xiao Wu definitely won't stop him. But when she hears that Mo Lang won't leave and will accompany her shopping tomorrow, she immediately excitedly hugs him and gives him a kiss. Is that it? Mo Long provocatively glanced at Xiao Wu. He. Then today this young lady will just punish you on the spot. Xiao Wu pushed Mo Lang down onto the bed, revealing the true nature of the 10,000-year rogue rabbit. Just then, a voice came from the side. It was Deming. What does punish on the spot mean? How would I know? Ask Xiao San, he's older than us. He should know. Damn, why are you eavesdropping and asking me? I'm gonna get beaten up again. Sure enough, Mo Lang angrily beat all 3 of them into pig heads. Tang San looked at Deming and Ming, 2 unfortunate kids, with a face full of grievance, knowing he would eventually be dragged down by them. After this incident, Mo Lang regained his composure, silently reciting 3 years to start, 3 years to start, before calming down to study the Hanhai Chinquan Jia. Xiao Wu also felt embarrassed to sleep with Mo Lang after this incident, so she ran to Ning Rongrong's room. After Xiao Wu left, Mo Lang took out the Hanhai Chinquan Jia, knocked on it twice and said, Old man, come on chat. However, the Hanhai Chinquan Jia showed no response. Not coming out, huh? I'll throw you in the toilet and suppress you for a few million years first. Mo Lang reached out to grab the Hanhai Chinquan Jia, but suddenly the Hanhai Chinquan Jia lit up and flew up on its own, smashing towards Mo Lang's forehead. Clang! Even though Mo Lang was already on guard, he didn't expect the opponent's speed to be this fast. It felt as if a giant rock had struck his head, leaving him dizzy. At the same time, he felt a wave of mental energy invade his mind. But just as his right hand grew warm, a force emerged and swiftly obliterated this mental energy. Ouch, what kind of freak are you? It's one thing for your body to be so tough, but what else are you hiding inside? You almost killed me. It was at this moment that a phantom figure appeared in front of Mo Lang, looking annoyed as it spoke to him. Mo Lang glanced at his right hand, and without thinking, he knew that it was his second martial soul, the Pangu axe, which he had been unable to use. During this period, he had also tried to summon the Pangu axe, but there was no response at all. It completely ignored him, which made him quite frustrated. It seemed that his strength was not yet sufficient to use the Pangu axe, and he didn't know if he would be able to use it after obtaining the Pangu soul bone. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He looked at the old man in the blue robe before him, emanating a profound aura of the vast sea. Realizing that this was the remnant soul of the sea god hidden within the sea god's Qian Kun. So you're the old turtle hiding in this shell? Since the other party was a spiritual entity and he had the Pangu axe to protect him, Mo Lang's courage grew, and he began to tease the sea god. Who wants this old geezer? He just tried to sneak attack me. Who's he trying to disgust? Hearing Mo Lang's words, the sea god Poseidon twitched the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for this kid being so peculiar, he would definitely teach him a lesson. However, Thinking about how this kid's body was so tough, he could definitely inherit his position as the sea god, allowing him to break free from the constraints of being the sea god and start exploring the myriad realms. He then revealed a kind smile and said, "Kid, I am a sea god of the divine realm. I see your extraordinary bones. As long as you pass my test, you can inherit the position of the sea god." After saying this, the sea god confidently looked at Mo Lang, thinking that this time he had him firmly in his grasp. Who in this world could refuse the opportunity to become a god? Is the test difficult? Mo Lang was pretending to ask a question, preparing to launch a surprise attack on his own sea god, because he was a person who held grudges. "Kid, wanting to become a god is certainly difficult. Well, I can't endure hardship, so I'll just throw you into the toilet." The sea god had already clenched his fist. How could this kid be so infuriating? However, after so long, it was hard to find such a body, so he needed to be a bit patient. Anyway, he could just deceive him for now. Poseidon tried hard to maintain a smile. "I misspoke earlier. The trial is not difficult at all. You'll know once you go. It's very easy." You can't be a liar, can you? You just said becoming a god is hard, and now you say it's easy. Those who go back on their word are all liars. I still think it's better to suppress you in the toilet to prevent you from deceiving others. Mo Lang continued to irritate Poseidon. "You want me to ambush you?" Poseidon was about to break down, starting to grit his teeth. "Why the hell can't you just hand me over to someone else instead of throwing me in the toilet?" But for some reason, he always felt that this kid could do such an immoral thing. Wait a minute. Poseidon recalled that Mo Lang seemed to have sensed his presence long ago. Could it be that this kid had known him for a long time? He squinted and carefully examined Mo Lang, finding that the other party did not have any other divine fluctuations. This piqued his curiosity, and he asked, "Kid, how did you know I was hiding in this heart of the ocean? Did you discover me?" Mo Lang's eyes became deep and weary at this moment. He lit a cigarette that he didn't even know where he got it from, slowly exhaling a smoke ring, and said in a hoarse voice, "Actually, I am a creator god. Thanks to the generous 588 reward from the Great One. Wishing the boss to be strong every day and a groom every night." Deleted another 10,000 words. Not satisfied with the writing, it's really frustrating. Every time after a big update, my thoughts get messy and I end up straying from the point. Although it's free, I don't want to just fill space. Chapter 86. This is the real cat girl. Slurp. Creator god? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Poseidon gave Mo Lang a glance and said, "The creator god is the strongest power in this world. With your current level, if it weren't for that thing inside you, you wouldn't even be able to defeat my remnant soul." Insolent. Mo Lang suddenly stood up and shouted, "Poseidon, you are merely a minor deity. How dare you challenge me? Do you seek death?" As he spoke, Mo Lang secretly activated the star technique. Under the influence of the power of the stars, his eyes seemed to shimmer with the movement of stars, exuding a sense of mystery. At the same time, he directly revealed Poseidon's true name and rank, causing Poseidon to hesitate for a moment. He squinted his eyes, staring intently at Mo Lang, trying to find any flaw on his face. But Mo Lang remained calm and stared back at the sea god with unwavering focus. After a long silence, Poseidon demanded evidence. "Show me your proof of being the creator god." A flash of surprise crossed Poseidon's eyes. He realized he hadn't detected any fluctuations in Mo Lang's gaze, which made him take the situation seriously. It should be known that this continent was merely a low-level plane with the divine realm above it, which consisted of many levels from low to high. The creator god was the highest divine position. He had never seen one, as they were legendary beings. Now, this young man claimed to be a creator god, and if it weren't for the terrifying power within him that could sever his mental connection, he would have probed his memories. It was precisely because of that mysterious and powerful force that he hesitated. Even if the other party knew his identity, it didn't make him believe it. After all, that was the creator god, the most powerful existence among the gods. You are not worthy. There is no evidence for Mo Lang, unless he can pull out the Pango axe. After all, it is a weapon that truly opened up the heavens and the earth, possessing the power of creation. However, now that things have come to this point, Mo Lang might also admit that he lied. "Hey, you're quite interesting. But regardless of whether you are the reincarnation of a creator god or not, if you are unwilling to inherit my divine position, I hope you can help me find a successor. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Your current strength is still low. As long as you help me find a successor, I can grant you 3 requests," Poseidon said. "I have to say, your condition makes me very tempted, but you are not qualified to negotiate with me." Mo Lang stopped wasting words and stored the heart of the ocean into the void ring. The heart of the ocean is the carrier of Poseidon's remnant soul, and after being stored in the void ring, Poseidon's remnant soul followed in. Poseidon wanted to resist, but the level of the void ring was obviously higher than that of the heart of the ocean, so he could only be trapped inside the void ring. In order to prevent Poseidon from damaging the celestial items in his void ring, Mo Lang directly isolated him in a small area. Damn it. It turns out that deceiving a god is still somewhat challenging. After all, the gap in strength is there, and I cannot present convincing power to the other party. Mo Lang sighed. He originally wanted to trick Poseidon into being his free henchman, but clearly, that plan had failed. As for inheriting the title of sea god, he didn't even think about it. What he wanted was to collect the power of belief from the entire Douluo continent to forge his own divine position. This was also the fundamental reason why he sought to unify the Douluo continent. As for why he didn't agree to Poseidon's request, it was because it wasn't a request at all, but rather a test to see if he could use his Panga axe. After all, that was something that could easily sever his spiritual power, and he had to be wary of it. What he didn't know was that Poseidon had long prepared a backup plan, sending a strand of divine thought to Sea God Island. Kid, daring to threaten me. Wait until I figure out your depth, and you'll see. The Sea God's strand of divine thought let out a lewd laugh. The next day, Mo Lang was dragged by Xiao Wu to go shopping. Most people on the street were discussing the renaming of the Tiando Royal Academy to Shrek Academy. The place where the discussions were most fervent was the most luxurious Tianxian building in Tiando City. Have you heard? It is said that the current headmaster of the Tiando Royal Academy is the mysterious peak Douluo, who fought against 2 bone dragons in the Sunset Forest half a year ago. We already knew that. I also know that this mysterious peak Douluo is under 20 years old and extremely handsome. Even the Empire's little princess, Princess Xiao Wu, is completely smitten. Under 20? That is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Aren't all the known Douluos over 100 years old? You clearly aren't a soul master. Half a year ago, during that earth-shattering battle, nearly half the soul masters in Tiando City saw that the mysterious peak Douluo was an extremely young boy. If it weren't for the overwhelming power of that battle, many soul masters wouldn't have dared to get close. Perhaps many merchants would have already offered high prices for his portrait. Yeah, I heard that many soul masters fainted from the aftermath of that battle, even from tens of thousands of meters away. It truly was unparalleled. Indeed, many noble young ladies are offering high prices for information about that lord, even willing to pay 10,000 gold soul coins for his portrait. Alang, it seems your charm is quite something, huh? A single portrait is worth 10,000 gold soul coins. When Xiao Wu heard this, she pinched the soft flesh at Mo Lang's waist, and Mo Lang pretended to be in pain, quickly begging for mercy. I beg you, Miss Xiao Wu, have mercy. Being handsome isn't my fault. Huh, look at you being so vain. Xiao Wu lightly scolded Mo Lang, saying, last night, I saw that Princess Xiao couldn't take her eyes off you all night. It seems she really likes you. Do you want me to help you get closer? She's a little princess with a noble status, you know. Oh, is Miss Xiao Wu feeling jealous? Who is jealous of you? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and stammered for a while, saying, I'm just worried that others will approach you with ulterior motives, thinking of your safety. Yes, that's it. As a result, Mo Lang leaned closer to Xiao Wu's ear and whispered, I wonder who said they wanted to rape me when they were 5. You're going to die. Xiao Wu's face turned red, glaring fiercely at Mo Lang. Then her eyes rolled as she said, believe it or not, tonight I'll. Hee. Mo Lang looked at Xiao Wu's roguelike appearance and really wondered if she was not a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit transformed into human form, but rather a 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit in human form. If it weren't for your small size, who knows what might happen? All right, let me tell you another thing. I heard that the Tiando auction house recently caught a cat girl, and her figure and looks are quite remarkable. Really? Of course it's true. Apparently the auction starts tomorrow. Just as Mo Lang and Xiao Wu were playfully tussling, a student dressed in a certain school uniform at the nearby table showed a lewd smile and was blushing while talking about it. Huh, cat girl? Mo Lang's heart stirred. How could he have forgotten about this? He had always loved cats the most. How could he let them suffer such grievances? He must save her tomorrow. After all, compared to the leather-clad Catwoman Zhu Zhuqing, she was the real Catwoman. Slurp. Thanks to Lord Chia Majuan for the generous 100 reward. The boss is generous. Now do you understand why he didn't capture Zhu Zhuqing? The Catwoman is the best. The heater arrived in the afternoon, and there will be an extra chapter added this afternoon. Then I'll take a half-month break and won't add more chapters just to sort out my thoughts. Please understand, my mind is too chaotic. I don't want to show you things I'm not satisfied with myself. In a few days, I'll talk about the rules for adding chapters next month. Chapter 87, A Snap to Torture Talon, Discovering Treasures Again. Bah, a bunch of lewd brats. Saying such vulgar things in public. Just as M.O. Lang was fantasizing about his days of petting cats, Xiao Wu couldn't take it anymore, slammed the table, and glared at the group of young trainees at the adjacent table. Oh, what we say is none of your business. Why don't you mention how you were flirting with that pretty boy in front of everyone just now? The speaker was a burly young man who had already noticed the pretty girl Xiao Wu. Although she was not very tall, she had long legs and was very cute. But seeing that there was a pretty boy sitting next to her, he didn't approach her to strike up a conversation. M.O. Lang frowned upon hearing the words, turned his head to look over, and was momentarily stunned, staring at the burly student with a strange expression. He hadn't paid attention to the other person before. But now that he looked closely, wasn't this Talon from the Strength Clan? He had been planning to visit the Strength Clan in the past 6 months to take them under his control, but it seemed unnecessary now. The Strength Clan was notorious for protecting their own. They would fight the young with the old and the old with the elders. He could just deal with them all today. After all, the forging techniques of the Strength Clan were famous. And whether he was crafting a protective artifact armor for Xiao Wu or forging powerful weapons, he needed their help. Moreover, once he subdued the Strength Clan, it would be smooth sailing to deal with the Sensitivity Clan, the Control Clan, and the Destruction Clan. Pretty boy. You think you qualify as a pretty boy with that sleazy look of yours? How dare you call others pretty boys? I think you're just jealous that a Lang is more handsome than you, Xiao Wu said, hands on her hips, launching a verbal attack on Talon. What good is being handsome? I could take on 10 pretty boys like him. All looks and no strength. Just a pretty face. Talon didn't want to argue with a woman, let alone fight one. He turned to M.O. Lang and said, I'm telling you. Pretty boy bang. Before Talon could finish his sentence, a fist smashed into his face, nearly caving in his features, and he flew backward, crashing into several tables and chairs. The one who struck was, of course, M.O. Lang. The students who had come with Talon were all terrified by M.O. Lang's thunderous actions, trembling in fear. Not daring to move, M.O. Lang coldly scanned the students of the Blue Tyrant Academy, finally fixing his gaze on Talon, who had already gotten up. He slowly said, I don't mind being called a pretty boy, but I absolutely hate being called a silver gun waxhead. So tell me, how should we handle this? What kind of hero is an ambusher? Talon spat out the blood in his mouth, rubbed his face, and looked at M.O. Lang defiantly. If you have the guts, let's go outside and have a proper fight. That punch just now was indeed fast, but the strength was lacking. As the third-generation champion of the Power Clan and the top student of the Blue Tyrant Academy, he would not easily concede. Little did he know, M.O. Lang was actually worried that if he hit too hard, he might kill him, which would be a problem. M.O. Lang smiled, not expecting that showing mercy would lead to being underestimated. He simply nodded and decided to go out and teach this kid a lesson. Kid, I admit your speed is quite good, but your strength is lacking. Talon introduced himself, saying, Talon, Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla, Level 37 Assault System Battle Soul Master. M.O. Lang gestured with his hand. I'll hit you without even using my martial soul. Arrogant. Today, I'll teach you what absolute power really is. Tai Long shouted loudly, his body suddenly growing larger, muscles bulging with explosive strength, and with a roaring punch, he charged at M.O. Lang. Bang! An astonishing scene unfolded. M.O. Lang simply extended a finger and effortlessly blocked Tai Long's fierce punch. Is this what you call absolute power? Before Tai Long could recover from his shock, M.O. Lang flicked his finger at Tai Long's forehead, initially intending to use his middle finger. He changed it to his pinky instead. Tai Long was about to complain, thinking it was too humiliating, but before he could say anything, he felt a terrifying force from that pinky, like a heavy hammer striking hard against his forehead. Then Tai Long felt darkness before his eyes, his head throbbing as if it were about to explode, and suddenly he seemed to be flying through the air, crashing down with a bang. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped, especially the students from Blue Overlord Academy who recognized Tai Long's identity. Tai Long was the top student of Blue Overlord Academy and a young clan leader of the Power Clan. It was one thing for him to have his full-force punch blocked by a mere finger, but to be sent flying by this guy's pinky was unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it, no matter what. After a long while, Tai Long finally felt his consciousness returning. But when he opened his eyes, a hand with a finger pointed at his forehead again, causing him to quickly lie down on the ground and scramble back a few meters in fear, staring in terror at the handsome young man before him. How is this possible? This power surpasses that of my father. More importantly, the other party didn't use any soul power or soul skills. The force unleashed from just a pinky completely crushed him. Who on earth is this guy? Mo Lang looked at Talon with a playful expression and said, Are you scared? You can't even withstand the strength of my finger. Is this what you call absolute power? Now, my pure physical strength has reached 100,000 pounds, and the force unleashed by my little finger is enough to severely injure a soul master. But considering the matter of the Strength Clan, I only intend to teach you a little lesson. After all, you are just bait for the Strength Clan. I'm sorry, I apologize. Talon knew he was no match for Mo Lang, and since the other party was holding back, he obediently admitted his mistake. If apologies were useful, why would we need laws? Mo Lang would certainly not let Tai Long off so easily. Since he is the bait, he must have the awareness of being bait. So what do you want? Didn't you just say that I am a silver spearwax head? Now I want to shout all the way home that you are a silver spearwax head. Mo Lang knew that this was enough to attract Talon's father and grandfather. Don't go too far. Talon blushed and said angrily, He, if you don't want to, then I'll strip you naked and parade you through the streets. Mo Lang said with a wicked smile as he approached Talon. I'll do it. Talon trembled as he looked at the smile on the other person's face. Compared to being stripped and paraded, he would rather say he was a silver gunwax head, at worst wearing a mask. It was a choice between covering his face and covering his lower body. Of course, he chose to save face. I'm a silver gunwax head. I'm a silver gunwax head. Watching Talon walk away, Mo Lang smiled. If he didn't give this kid some trauma, then he wouldn't be a gentleman. Because a gentleman doesn't hold grudges overnight and usually retaliates on the spot. Just as Mo Lang was about to take Xiao Wu back, his second soul skill, treading fortune and avoiding calamity, erupted with black golden light again. Mo Lang knows that there are treasures nearby, and the quality is quite good. Because of the characteristic of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune, he can sense various treasures. But treasures are also divided into levels, similar to the colors of soul rings. The lowest level emits white light, followed by yellow light, purple light, black light, red light, and golden light. Since the treasures of the first three levels have no effect on Mo Lang, he automatically filters them out. The heater is fine. I'll organize my thoughts, take a break for half a month, and then continue to update more. If there are any kind readers with recommendation votes, please cast some free recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 88, 7-Color Divine Stone, Second Artifact, 7 Treasures Heavenly Clothing. Lang, why aren't you moving? Xiao Wu held Mo Lang's hand and noticed that he suddenly stopped. She saw that Mo Lang was staring intently at a certain spot, curiously following his gaze. She saw a few elegantly dressed hostesses standing at the entrance of a building called the Divine Craftsman Pavilion not far away, and Mo Lang's gaze was indeed fixed on them. Xiao Wu suddenly felt like she had consumed a whole jar of vinegar. She pinched the soft flesh at Mo Lang's waist and said fiercely, Oh, so you just said you weren't the proactive type, and now you can't move when you see those alluring girls, huh? Tonight, I must take care of you. Mo Lang let out a cry and quickly explained, Xiao Wu, let me explain. I found a treasure. Mo Lang didn't explain, which was fine, but once he did, Xiao Wu became even angrier. She pinched the soft flesh at Mo Lang's waist and turned 360 degrees, saying, You even called him baby? You've never called me that. Mo Lang knew that Xiao Wu was possessive, but he didn't expect her to be so extreme. He explained, I'm not talking about them. Don't you remember my second soul skill helped me find a treasure? That treasure is in the Divine Craftsman's Pavilion. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over and take a look. Maybe we can find something amazing like last time with Xiao San. As soon as Xiao Wu heard there was treasure, she immediately grabbed Mo Lang and headed towards the treasure pavilion. When passing by the etiquette lady, she deliberately blocked Mo Lang's view, gazing deeply at the lady's ample cleavage, then looked down at herself and couldn't help but scoff. No kids. What is the point of growing up like that? Mo Lang pretended not to hear and suppressed a smile as he walked into the treasure pavilion. Upon entering the artisan pavilion, a more strikingly proportioned hostess approached with a smile. May I ask what weapons or armor you two need? We're just browsing. You go ahead with your work, Xiao Wu quickly replied. All right, if you need anything, feel free to call me. The hostess smiled and did not react to Xiao Wu's hostility, as it was part of her professional etiquette. Mo Lang looked around the Divine Craftsman Pavilion, which was about 300 square meters and filled with a dazzling array of weapons and armor. In the most prominent position, there were 3 weapons, 2 sets of armor, and a black box. The black light that Mo Lang sensed was coming from the contents of his black box. Hello, may I ask what is inside this box that is placed in the center? Mo Lang called over the female sales assistant from earlier and asked. The female sales assistant immediately swayed her hips as she walked over and said enthusiastically, "Sir, you really have a good eye? This is our store's treasure. The 7-color stone." 7-color stone? Mo Lang furrowed his brow, not knowing the purpose of the 7-color divine stone. Just as he was about to use his golden eye to take a look, the saleswoman opened the box. A palm-sized gemstone shimmered with 7 colors, casting a rainbow glow that illuminated the entire divine craftsman pavilion. The saleswoman introduced, "Sir, this was discovered by the owner of our store, who is also the patriarch of the Li family, while mining. He doesn't know its exact purpose, but it's definitely a treasure, which is why it's kept here waiting for someone fated to find it." Hearing this, Mo Lang's heart stirred. If even the Titan didn't recognize it, what kind of treasure could it be? He immediately activated his Golden Eyes insight skill to look at the 7-colored divine stone. 7-colored divine stone. It was supposed to become a 9-color divine stone, but it was mined too early, causing it to absorb 7 colors. It is one of the main materials for crafting the 7-treasure celestial garment and can contain 7 different attributes of power. What is the 7-treasure celestial garment? Mo Lang saw that the 7-treasure celestial garment had green text and wanted to click on the details, but then heard the system prompt. Ding! Insight level too low. Requires 1 million gold soul coins to upgrade in order to unlock. Mo Lang glanced at his remaining 5 million gold soul coins and clicked to unlock without hesitation. If he ran out of money, he could always sell hidden weapons again with the help of his mistress. He didn't mind spending the free money. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up, and insight has upgraded to Wantong. Wantong. All realms are connected, in addition to keeping the insight attribute unchanged. It can search for various information. After reading the introduction of Wantong, Mo Lang couldn't help but complain, "Isn't this just Baidu? Can it really search for learning materials?" However, it wasn't the time to study, so he immediately clicked on the information link for the 7-treasure robe. 7-treasure robe, made from 7-colored divine stones. Purple mist iron and emerald crystals, it can withstand a full force strike from a peak title Douluo World. Among them, the 7-color divine stones can absorb different attribute bonuses. Grade, sub-artifact. Note, this item is still lacking the power of stars and the power of fire. If the 7-color divine stones can be upgraded to 9-color divine stones, then the 7-treasure robe will be upgraded to 9-treasure robe, reaching the level of an artifact. Wow! Seeing this, Mo Lang couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect that while accompanying Xiao Wu shopping today, he would discover materials for crafting an artifact. Fortunately, he just happened to possess the power of stars and the power of fire. Once he returned home and upgraded the 7-color divine stones to 9-color divine stones, he could start crafting an artifact level 9 treasure robe. Mo Lang then turned his attention to the female salesperson beside him and asked, "How much is this 7-color divine stone?" The female salesperson replied, "The 7-color divine stone is not for sale." Not for sale? Mo Lang looked at the female salesperson in confusion. The female salesperson smiled and said, "Sir, here's the thing. Our boss has a rule. If you can explain the function of the 7-color divine stone convincingly, he will give it to you." Mo Lang frowned and said, "That's easy to say, but what if I say it and your boss doesn't acknowledge it?" Kid, don't worry. The reputation of the mighty Titan is known throughout the entire Tiando city. As long as you can reveal the function of this 7-colored divine stone, I will definitely present it to you with both hands. At that moment, a burly old man with graying hair and beard walked in, looking at Mo Lang with a hearty expression. The old man's short hair stood upright like steel needles on top of his head, and his gaze was very profound. Just standing there gave people a sense of towering like a mountain, imposing without anger. Mo Lang recognized the old man at a glance. It was Titan, the clan leader of the Li family. Since that's the case, then I will trust you. Mo Lang knows that the Titan family is very protective and has a quick temper, making them prone to impulsive actions. However, they're also straightforward and genuine, keeping their word. Since the Titan has already stepped in, he has nothing much to say. The only thing that piques his curiosity is whether the other party knows that he has beaten up his grandson. "Oh, so you know the origins and functions of a 7-color divine stone, huh?" Titan looked at the young Mo Lang in surprise. Chapter 89. Restoring the 9-color divine stone, triggering a side quest again. Of course, Mo Lang felt relieved when he saw that the other party truly did not know about him hitting his grandson. He immediately revealed the origin and function of the 7-colored divine stone. The 7-color divine stone was originally supposed to be a divine-level material, the 9-color divine stone, but it was mined too early, resulting in it only absorbing energy from 7 colors, thus becoming a sub-divine level material. What? You say this was originally the 9-color divine stone. It became the 7-color divine stone because I mined it too early? Do you have any evidence? Hearing that his actions had caused the divine level material, the 9-color divine stone, to turn into the 7-color divine stone, Titan was somewhat reluctant to believe it. As a divine craftsman, to ruin a material due to not recognizing it was too great a blow for him. Is it that obvious that I still need to point it out? Look at this red and blue. Isn't their proportion in the 7-color divine stone more than double that of the other 5 colors? But the color is slightly lighter. Mo Lang pointed to the 7-color divine stone and said, the other 5 colors are evenly distributed, which proves that there should be 2 more colors in the position of red and blue. A stone with 9 colors evenly distributed is the 9-color divine stone. Titan's face grew paler and paler, and he felt increasingly guilty. This was all because of him turning a divine stone into a semi-finished product. It was all his fault for not recognizing this stone. Seeing Titan's guilty expression and pale face, Mo Lang felt a bit of pity and said, I have a way to elevate this 7-color divine stone to a 9-color divine stone. Upon hearing this, Titan suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with excitement. Really? Of course it's true, but will this 7-color divine stone belong to me? Mo Lang pointed to the 7-colored stone and asked, This 7-colored stone indeed belongs to the young hero, but I have a request. I hope to see the 9-colored stone. Titan took a black box and handed it to Mo Lang, saying earnestly, No problem. Mo Lang took the box, picked up the 7-colored stone, and began to operate the star technique. Soon, the purple star power gradually squeezed out the blue, occupying 1/9 of the space. Then, Mo Lang used the red fire power contained in the wings of the Fire Dragon King to slowly push out the red. When the red fire power successfully squeezed out the red and occupied 1/9 of the space, the 7-colored stone, or rather the 9-colored stone, suddenly burst forth with 9 brilliant lights, making the entire God Craftsman pavilion mysterious and colorful. Young hero, have a look. Titan looked excitedly at the 9-colored stone that was being restored in Mo Lang's hand. He didn't expect that the other party just happened to possess the 2 types of energy that the 7-colored stone was missing, and while speaking, he gave Mo Lang a deep look. Take it. Mo Lang handed the divine stone to Titan. At this moment, he was not afraid of Titan going back on his word. If necessary, he could just give him a beating. Titan kept looking at it with great affection, and in the end, he reluctantly handed it back to Mo Lang and asked, I wonder what you plan to do with this divine stone, little brother? Mo Lang put the 9-color divine stone into the void ring and said without hiding anything, Of course, I'm going to forge a divine artifact. Upon hearing this, Titan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Mo Lang and said, Are you looking for someone to forge it? If so, I have a master craftsman here, recognized as one of the 3 great artisans. If you are willing, I will help you forge it for free. As a craftsman, being able to personally forge a divine artifact is their lifelong dream. No need. I'm a divine craftsman myself. It's just a divine artifact. As long as I find the materials, I can easily complete it. Mo Lang decisively refused Titan's request. He planned to forge 10 artifacts himself, and with the 9/9 return hammer method, he could achieve God-level craftsmanship again, allowing him to create super artifacts. Such a precious opportunity could never be given to Titan. What? You are a master craftsman? Titan looked at Mo Lang in disbelief, then angrily said, As far as I know, there are only 3 master craftsmen. How could you possibly be one? Besides, even a master craftsman can't guarantee to forge an artifact 100 of the time. If you're worried they'll take your 9-color divine stone, there's no need for that. I, Titan, always keep my word. The reason I'm helping you forge it for free is that I don't want to waste such a divine stone. Titan clearly felt insulted, especially over wasting a piece of God-level material. He who is so-called master craftsman can't even recognize a 9-color divine stone. Yet you have the nerve to call yourself a master craftsman? Mo Lang coldly snorted at this. A subtle glimmer flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the bait he cast out didn't catch any fish, but inadvertently, it led to a fruitful outcome. Titan was rendered speechless by Mo Lang's remark, and, in a fit of rage, said, If you're a master craftsman, I'll give you this entire shop. Your shop isn't worth much anyway. Mo Lang smiled and took out the 9-color divine stone, saying, Let's make a bet. If I can create a divine artifact using the 9-color divine stone, the Titan clan will honor me as their master from then on. If I fail to create it, I will return the 9-color divine stone to you. How about that? Seeing Mo Lang's confident eyes, the Titan hesitated. But upon seeing the 9-color divine stone radiating an extraordinary light, the temptation was too great. Don't worry. When I say you will honor me as your master, I don't mean to force you to do anything bad. What I value is the forging ability of your powerful clan. Mo Lang knew what Titan was hesitating about, but after demonstrating the 9-9 return hammer technique, he was confident that this divine forging skill would make Titan willingly help him forge items. Since you've said that, if I still hesitate to agree, it would be really petty of me. Besides, I don't believe you are a divine craftsman. After hearing Mo Lang's words, Titan's expression softened significantly, and he said, "What materials do you need? As long as I have them in my shop, I will provide them to you for free. I want to forge a piece of female armor called 9 Treasures Heavenly Garment, and I also need purple mist iron and emerald crystal. Free is fine, but I have plenty of gold and soul coins." Mo Lang knew that the Li family was not very wealthy. Zixia iron, emerald crystal, you're lucky. I have both of these items. If you can forge a divine artifact, what's the harm in giving them to you? Titan said generously. If I can witness the birth of a divine artifact, it would indeed be an eye-opener for me. Ding. Side quest triggered. Subdue the 4 great families. Mission failed. Retrieve the divine gift soul ring. Mission completed. Reward. Divine artifact set. Li family bracers. Yu family armor. Min family boots. Pa family helmet. Just as Mo Lang was about to start forging the 9 treasures heavenly clothing, the system's voice suddenly rang out, triggering a side quest again. Thanks to Guantao Gong Sun Chung for the 1666 reward. The boss is generous. Wishing the boss a hard day every day and to be a bridegroom every night. Chapter 90. 9 treasures heavenly clothing completed. Divine artifacts set. Hearing the system's prompt, Mo Lang was overjoyed. It should be noted that the divine artifact set was only obtained when Qianren Xue became a deity, and it was the angel divine artifact set. Although this divine artifact set consists entirely of defensive parts, he already possessed the god-level martial soul, the Rui Jingu Bang, and thus did not need any god-level weapons. Not to mention, he also had the chaos-level martial soul, the Pangu Open Heaven Axe. It can be said that these 4 defensive divine artifacts made up for his defensive shortcomings. Although he couldn't see the attributes right now from the names, the bonus attributes should be related to the 4 families. He just didn't know how outrageous they would be. Kid, there's a forging platform behind my shop, and the materials are all back there. Let me see if your forging skills are as impressive as you say, Titan said, looking at Mo Lang. Since that's the case, let me show you what it means to forge a divine artifact in one go. Montag lang smiedet confidently. After 6 years of forging and half a year of helping the people from Shrek Academy to train their bodies, he had already reached the realm of unity of man and hammer with his 9-9 return to 1 hammer technique. However, he had never found suitable materials to forge a divine artifact until now, and he was very much looking forward to the completion of his first divine artifact. Seeing the confident look in Mo Lang's eyes, Titan became even more curious and took him to the forging room behind the shop, which was Titan's dedicated forging space. Equipped with top-notch tools. Not bad. The forging equipment is top tier. It seems you truly deserve the title of divine craftsman. As soon as they entered the forging room, Mo Lang used his golden eyes to survey the area. The forging room wasn't very large, but it was well equipped, and the materials were not comparable to those of an ordinary blacksmith shop. All were top-quality forging tools. Having Montag langs prise, a proud expression appeared on Titan's face as he said, "Looks like you have some discerning eyes, but having good eyes alone isn't enough. I still need to see if you have real skills. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more words. Let's get started." Mo Lang was also a bit impatient. He activated his golden eyes and used his infinite skills to find the blueprints for forging the 9 treasures heavenly garment, and then began crafting his first divine artifact. On the other side, after Tyren's incident was known to his parents, Tyner insisted on dragging Tyren to reclaim his honor. "Dad, let's just drop it. How embarrassing is it to lose to someone who calls you dad?" Tyren was unwilling to go. More importantly, he knew that his father was not a match for that young man either. But if he said that his father wasn't even a match, knowing his father's temperament, that would make things worse. It's only right for a father to help his son. What's embarrassing about that? Tyner looked at his son, whose forehead was swollen and had a corner sticking out, and recalled the words his son had shouted back. He cursed. "What's more embarrassing? Losing face or that line you shouted? If we don't reclaim our honor, the face of our Li family will be completely lost because of you." Tyren looked at his father, who was rubbing salt in his wounds, sighed, and had no choice but to speak the truth. "Dad, I don't want you to go because you can't beat that kid either. Although we are from the Li family. The other party caught my full-strength blow with just one finger and then flicked me away with his pinky. If you go, it will only be more embarrassing." "Nonsense. Who do you think I am? The mighty king of strength, Tyner, can't be beaten by a mere kid." Tyner said, pulling out his 7 dogs belt and giving Tyron a beating. How did I end up with a soft son like you? You are driving me crazy. Hurry up and lead the way, or when your grandfather comes back, you'll be in even worse trouble. After taking a beating, Tyron looked at his father with resentment and muttered, This is what you wanted to do. Don't say I didn't try to stop you. What are you mumbling about? You want to taste the experience of my 7 dogs? Huh? In a divine craftsman pavilion, inside the forging room, the sound of hammering echoed endlessly. One hammer after another was deafening. If it weren't for the people in the divine craftsman pavilion knowing someone was forging, the people inside would think someone was researching explosives. However, upon hearing that the craftsman titan and